Shihai, an unnamed island village. Damn it. Bang. A youth of about 16 knelt on the ground, pounding the earth with his fists until they were bloody and raw, his face twisted with grief and hatred. Why? He roared in anguish, staring at his parents who lay lifeless before him. Celestial dragons, you damned swine, one day I will erase you from this world. Yes, the boy was named Lin Nguyen, a Ring, because his previous life's body had been knocked flying by a wild boar on the mountain when he was 3 years old, causing Venos, his current name, to be reborn into this cruel pirate world where human life is cheap. In a world where monsters and strong men roamed the seas, young Venos had grown up happily under the loving care of his parents and sister. Compared to his previous life as an orphan raised in an orphanage, he cherished the family bonds of this life more than anything. But now that beautiful life was shattered, his family destroyed. Venos looked at his parents lying in a pool of blood, helpless. The reason the celestial dragon, a world noble, had taken a fancy to his sister Luna's exquisite beauty and intended to capture her for his amusement. But his parents desperately tried to stop them, only to be mercilessly shot dead by the celestial dragon. Such heinous cruelty was as ordinary as drinking water to the celestial dragons. In the eyes of those lofty celestial dragons, commoners were merely playthings to provide them with emotional amusement. Insolent rabble. Venos's whole body trembled with grief and hatred as he watched his parents' corpses in the blood and his sister Luna being taken away by the celestial dragons. Clenching his bloody fists, he bit his jaw and stood up, staring at the luxury ship that had already disappeared on the sea. He grabbed a fishing harpoon that had just been used, intending to chase the celestial dragon's ship to rescue his sister Luna and avenge his parents. Venos, are you insane? Those are the world's nobles, the celestial dragons. Don't go to your death. At this moment, the old village chief, tears in his eyes, grasped Venos firmly with his wrinkled hands and pleaded, "For your parents and Luna, live well. Forget all this. We commoners can't fight the world nobles." They knew that Luna, taken by the celestial dragons, was likely already doomed. Meanwhile, the villagers gathered around and also tried to dissuade him. But with such a deep blood feud, how could he simply let it go? Kill. He vowed to slaughter those beasts, even if they were celestial dragons protected by the Navy, the world government, and even the legendary power that rules the entire world. He would tear the very heavens apart. But to completely eradicate those swine and avenge his parents and sister, he needed to stand at the pinnacle of combat power in this world. Yet although his current physique was much stronger than in his previous life, compared to the CP0 agents beside the celestial dragons, he was laughably weak. He would likely be killed in an instant before even getting close. At this thought, Venos took a deep breath and began to calm down. The old village chief watched as Venos's emotions gradually calmed, slowly released his grip side, and instructed the surrounding villagers to help with Venos's parents' funeral. Boom. Thunder rolled down and rain poured. Many village women under the eaves looked at Venos still standing in the heavy rain with sympathy on their faces. But recalling the celestial dragon's atrocities, they could only sigh and return to their houses. Ding. Detected intense emotional fluctuations in the host. The system will grant the host a novice gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the beginner's 3 types of Haki. Venos, who had been standing like a log in the torrential rain, snapped back to reality. His once vacant eyes suddenly brightened with vigor. As a 21st century reincarnator, he was all too familiar with cheat-like systems. After all, before his rebirth, Venos had been a bookworm. Now that the system had awakened, his strength would surely grow rapidly. In this pirate world, power is the only capital to survive. Venos lifted his soaking wet sleeve to wipe his face, stained by tears and rain, and walked toward what used to be his warm home. He needed to quickly familiarize himself with the system's functions and become stronger. After a night of research, Venos understood the trait copy system. As the name suggests, it can replicate the personal abilities of others. This includes physical arts, physical constitution, Navy 6 styles, swordsmanship, and the 3 types of Haki. All qualities can be copied and added to oneself. Except for devil fruit abilities, which cannot be replicated. Venos now had the capital to become strong quickly. At the same time, this determined just how terrifying Venos's upper limit would be. Buzz. With this thought, Venos clenched his fist, a red glow flashing in his eyes. His aura began to surge, stirring the air around him as he whispered, "You damn swine, all of you wait for me at the Holy Land, Mary Geos." Feeling the 3 types of Haki within his body, Venos now had a rough understanding of his own strength. Apart from the 3 types of Haki, his physique and physical skills in all aspects were still that of an ordinary person. But Venos believed it wouldn't be long before he became as powerful as those monsters. Withdrawing his leaked conqueror's Haki pressure, Venos set off toward the small town on the island to test replicating others' ability traits. Venos walked through the bustling street, his eyes scanning around as if searching for a target. "Hey, have you heard? Venos's parents were killed by the world nobles." I heard it was because a celestial dragon took a fancy to Venos's sister. Then that means Luna. That's right. So pitiful. The tragedy of Venos' family had spread across the entire island overnight. For his family's misfortune, they just sighed and showed sympathy. After all, the celestial dragons were world nobles, even more terrifying than the pirates on the sea. Venos, who had awakened his observation, Haki, naturally heard the villagers' whispers. But now was not the time to pay too much attention, because he saw tiny balls of light above these people's heads, likely the traits the system mentioned. As Venos walked through these pedestrians, the light spheres above their heads seemed attracted to him, continuously merging into his body. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining Constitution 3. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining Strength 5. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining Strength 10. Ding, congratulations, host, for obtaining Speed 6. As the system's sounds kept ringing, Venos felt his own changes begin. Both strength, speed, and constitution were slowly rising. Faced with such an enhancement, Wainusi was not overly delighted, as in his view these were merely basic attributes. Better than nothing, he had to proceed step by step. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Moreover, physical techniques and strength are indispensable. Figures like Zifa and Kapu of the Marine headquarters, without relying on devil fruit powers, still stand at the pinnacle of the world with their sheer prowess. Especially Kapu. In the original story, that fellow chased the Roger pirates all over the world. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained Strength 5. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained Constitution 3. As the system notification sounds kept ringing, Wainusi felt his attributes surging. After reaping some benefits, Wainusi carried food given by villagers back home. Eagerly checking his gains, he clearly felt his strength had undergone an extraordinary surge. In addition, Wainusi acquired some interesting abilities, such as the old shipwright's craftsmanship, cooking skills, and the indispensable navigation ability for sea voyages. These abilities gave Wainusi more confidence for his upcoming voyage. After all, time was running out for Wainusi. He needed to set sail quickly and grow stronger, intending to rescue his sister Luna before the celestial dragons returned to the Holy Land Malinkiea. He hoped it wasn't too late. Thinking this, Wainusi did not slack off. When night fell, he came to the seaside alone to train. While acquiring attribute entries from others, he could not stop his own diligent cultivation. Thump, thump, thump. His vigorous fists continuously struck a boulder as large as a small hill. Crack. After just 3 punches, the boulder could no longer withstand Wainusi's heavy blows and shattered completely. Feeling the sharp pain transmitted through his fists, Wainusi instead clenched his fists of fury tightly. The next second, a pitch-black substance instantly enveloped his fists entirely. With an enraged roar, his fist coated with armament, Haki smashed heavily into the mountain wall. Boom. Fearsome power stirred up layer upon layer of dust, shrouding the surroundings in smoke. Wainusi withdrew his fist, glanced at the collapsed crater in the mountain wall, and a hint of satisfaction appeared on his face. Excellent. With the enhancement of armament Haki, his power was worlds apart from before. If he had possessed such strength back then, his parents would not have died, and his sister might not have been taken away. Damn swine. Thinking of the vile faces of those celestial dragons, Wainusi grew even more desperate for power. Without hesitation, he continued his next round of training. With the acquired attribute entries under his control, Wainusi's speed over 100 meters had already reached 5 seconds. Though still somewhat inferior to the shave, among the 6 powers, he figured it wouldn't be long before he possessed speed comparable to it. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a week had passed. During these days, Wainusi worked from dawn till dusk, going to crowded places in the town and dock during the day to acquire attribute entries, and training hard at night. Now Wainusi's strength had reached the level of a Marine captain, and even against a Marine colonel, he was fully confident in finishing the fight. After all, Wainusi possessed all 3 types of Haki. At the same time, the fine attribute entries of the common islanders could no longer meet his strength requirements. Without hesitation, leveraging the old shipwright's experience, Wainusi quickly built a small sailboat. Although the quality of the boat could not compare to the shipbuilding maniac Falanki, it was sufficient for the present. Looking at the completed small sailboat, Wainusi wiped the sweat from his face, turned back to his once warm little home, packed fresh water, food, and the belly left by his parents, and finally went to the cliffside graves of his parents. Don't worry, Mom and Dad, I will definitely rescue my sister. Even if it means making an enemy of the whole world. With that, a gleam of determination flashed in Wainusi's eyes as he turned and walked toward the seaside. Tap tap. Wainusi stepped onto the small sailboat and looked back at the hometown that had nurtured him for over a decade, his parents, sister, friends, and villagers. Memories flooded his heart, making his expression somewhat complex. This counts as a silent farewell, I suppose. Shaking off the complex emotions in his mind, Wainusi recalled the current year. It was now C calendar 1483, 37 years earlier than the original Luffy's departure. Waiting to join Luffy and the others to overthrow the world government and become Pirate King would take a full 37 years. No, that would be too late. He couldn't wait that long. Alright, the Pirate King Roger was probably just setting sail around this time too. Wainusi pondered for a moment, but still shook his head. Still too slow. The next second a flash of inspiration hit Wainusi. Rock's Pirates. He remembered that 1 year later would be the legendary God Valley battle. This battle brought together the strongest lineup on the seas. At the forefront was the Rock's Pirates leading a massacre of the Celestial Dragons. The original story did not provide many details, but that war was extremely brutal, even surpassing the Paramount War. If it weren't for that person's intervention at the last moment, the Celestial Dragons in God Valley would likely have been slaughtered by the Rock's Pirates. This great war resulted in the death of the Overlord Rocks, the disintegration of the Rock's Pirates, and the God Valley incident being erased and altered by the world government. This was also the best opportunity for Wainusi to slaughter the Celestial Dragons en masse. At the same time, the Rock's Pirates was teaming with Talent, Whitebeard Negate, Golden Lionshire, G. Charlotte Ling John Wong, G. Silver Axe, and the Yatunrasan Beast Kaidwa. It could be said to be the strongest pirate crew on the sea. If Wainusi joined the Rock's Pirates by replicating attribute entries, his strength would surely skyrocket. After all, the attribute entries on these monsters were all top tier. Wainusi set his goal after rescuing his sister Luna. He would head to the territory of the Rock's Pirates. Great sea, welcome your king. Thinking this, Wainusi shouted toward the boundless ocean. Then without hesitation his hands gripped the oars and rowed, cursing under his breath as he set course for the Grand Line. Although this era was not yet the future Great Pirate Age, there were still many pirate crews on the sea. They might be small fry, but too many of them were annoying. Worst of all, after sailing this far, he hadn't even gotten news of the Celestial Dragons. Boom. See, here they come again. Wainusi steadied his small sailboat, looked up at the pirate ship before him, and showed a helpless expression as he muttered to himself. Oh, this is the third wave today, isn't it? Did I wander into a pirate nest? In fact, the reason was that the route Wainusi was sailing was the only way to the Grand Line, hence the repeated encounters with pirates. Of course, Wainusi also guessed that the Celestial Dragon ship that had taken his sister Luna was likely also returning and heading to the Grand Line. Little ones, sink that small boat for me. Ha ha ha. Following the shouts from the pirate ship's deck, the cannons locked onto Venos' little sloop. What a hassle. Venos stood up, a crimson gleam flashing in his eyes. Buzz. In an instant, a terrifying pressure surged toward the pirate crew, and within moments the thuds of bodies collapsing echoed across the deck. Thump thump thump. Venos didn't idle either. He leaped onto the pirate ship, ransacked all the gold, silver, and jewels, as well as the belly before leaving with satisfaction. Venos had been sailing across the sea for nearly 3 weeks, now finally leaving the West Blue and heading toward the Grand Line. Gulp gulp. Venos tilted his head back and chugged a mouthful of fresh water, raising a hand to shield his eyes from the blazing sun, a hint of complaint in his voice. Looks like I need to find a nearby island to restock on fresh water and food. Although he had plundered plenty of food and water along the way, after such prolonged consumption little remained. Having made up his mind, Venos altered his course. With his navigational experience, it wasn't long before he located an uninhabited island. Just as Venos docked his small sloop at the shore and prepared to venture into the dense jungle to find fresh water and food, a tremendous crash erupted from the forest, followed by a pig-like scream of agony. Boom. Venos frowned. He quickly activated his observation Haki, and his expression shifted in alarm. He pushed off the ground with force, vanishing from the spot. Whoosh. Thud. The next moment, a massive creature came flying backward out of the dense forest, moving so fast that even the large trees in its path were snapped in half, until it crashed onto the sandy shore, kicking up clouds of dust before finally stopping. Phew. That was close. Where did that big brute come from? Venos looked at the enormous dust-shrouded figure and breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing he reacted in time, or he would have been flattened by that giant wild boar. Huh. Sensing something, Venos turned his gaze toward the direction from which the boar had come flying. As a silhouette approached, his expression grew wary. Under the perception of observation Haki, the approaching figure exuded a terrifying aura. This presence was formidable, so strong that even Venos felt uncertain. This was the most powerful being Venos had encountered since setting sail. A pirate. Just as Venos braced for battle, the figure's appearance came into view, and the other person spoke. I almost hit someone, sorry about that. Venos stared at the familiar straw hat, the sunny, slightly goofy grin on the face. Though the clothes were somewhat tattered, this man before him made Venos' jaw drop. His appearance and the straw hat on his head, no mistake. This was the man who had single-handedly ushered in the great pirate era, the future legendary pirate king Joel D. Roger. According to the timeline, Roger indeed set sail around this time. And Venos' guess was soon confirmed. Hey Roger, can't you rein it in a bit? That giant boar was our only food for tonight. If you knock it into the sea, we'll go hungry again tonight. Just then, behind the young Roger emerged a man with round glasses and long golden hair, complaining to Roger. Ha ha ha. Don't sweat the details, Rayleigh. Venos looked closer. It was none other than the young right-hand man of the future pirate king, Pluto Rayleigh. Good heavens. These two future legends. He had actually run into them. Venos composed himself and asked, "Are you Roger?" Roger, who was being scolded by Rayleigh, paused and nodded instinctively. Venos then turned his gaze to the blonde beside him. Rayleigh. Rayleigh, usually cautious, became alert when he heard the other man speak his name. He leaned toward the carefree Roger and whispered, "Hey Roger, is this guy one of your enemies? Chased all the way here. TCH. Roger snapped out of it and retorted indignantly, "How could that be? I know my own enemies. This guy looks young, maybe 17 or 18. I think he's your enemy. Otherwise, why would your house have been burned down? If he hadn't brought that up, it might have been fine." But the mention of it touched Rayleigh's raw nerve. He recalled how Roger had tricked him into sacrificing his only boat and all the hardships along the way. At this moment, Rayleigh was about to explode, itching to draw his sword on the other man. You actually know my name? Have Rayleigh and I become this famous already?" Roger sensed no hostility from the other man, so he figured he wasn't an enemy of his or Rayleigh's. No need to dwell on it. What intrigued him more was that someone recognized them. Could it be that they were already so famous on the seas that even a young lad knew their names? "Hey kid, what's your name?" After a careful look, Rayleigh also detected no ill intent from Venos. Perhaps the reason he knew their names was because of what Roger did a while back, not only beating up a celestial dragon, but also freeing the slaves the celestial dragons had captured. "My name is Venos." Seeing Roger and Rayleigh drop their guard, Venos breathed a silent sigh of relief. He really didn't want to get pinned down and thrashed by these two. Still, he hadn't expected to run into Roger and Rayleigh on an uninhabited island. Looking at the pair before him, Venos couldn't contain his excitement. It felt as thrilling as spending a night with a beautiful woman. If he could replicate the traits and attributes from Roger and Rayleigh, had hit the jackpot. After all, though their abilities hadn't yet reached their future peaks, they were already terrifyingly powerful. Venos, huh? Not bad. Though at first glance Roger appeared carefree, with a hint of foolishness the moment Venos set foot on this island, Roger's observation Haki had already locked onto him. Otherwise, why would Venos have almost been crushed by a giant beast as soon as he landed? Moreover, Roger sensed in Venos the same kind of aura he and Rayleigh possessed. Haki. To awaken or control Haki at such a young age. This kid's potential is terrifying. With that thought, Roger decided to recruit Venos. A serious expression crossed his face as he smiled. "Ha ha ha. Hey Venos, how about joining us to turn this world upside down?" The blonde Laylee's mouth twitched violently. This line was all too familiar. How could he have believed that scoundrel's nonsense back then? A miscalculation. Wainusi was startled. He never thought Luo Jie would directly recruit him. Could it be that giant boar that had charged at him earlier? Thinking of this, Wainusi couldn't help but show a bitter smile. It seemed that since setting foot on this island, he had been under Luo Jie's surveillance. No wonder he would become the pirate king in the future. However, his style was comparable to Luffy Ice 40 years later. If it weren't for the deep blood feud, joining Luo Jie's pirate crew would indeed be the best choice. After all, the atmosphere and bonds among comrades on Luo Jie's pirate ship were incomparable to the scheming and infighting of the Luo pirate crew. Otherwise, the Luo pirate crew would not have disintegrated after the battle at Shinji Valley. Faced with Luo Jie's invitation, Wainusi shook his head slightly and refused. After all, his goal was different from theirs of seeking the ancient truth. He aimed to annihilate all time Longren. Wainusi looked at the young Luo Jie and Layleigh before him, feeling a complex emotion in his heart. He could only say that their paths were different. "Don't be so quick to refuse, Wainusi. Although our crew only has 2 members right now, I believe it won't be long before we become a world-renowned existence." Seeing Wainusi shake his head, Luo Jie was startled and then said confidently. Luo Jie planned to try again. His intuition and observation Haki told him that Wainusi was a very rare companion. Could it be due to youthful pride and confidence in his strength? Had he mistaken him for some ordinary pirate underling? Yes, absolutely. No, he needed to use his own strength to convince this guy Wainusi. The blonde Layleigh sometimes thought so too. After all, to convince a powerhouse with terrifying potential besides persuasion, one must also possess absolute strength. "Hey Luo Jie, you've been underestimated." Luo Jie's mouth twitched. This guy Layleigh really knew how to bring up the sore point. It seemed he had to demonstrate his strength. "Hey Wainusi, how about a bet? Let's have a duel. If you lose, you join our crew. And if I win..." Luo Jie felt a surge of joy. As expected, a young man couldn't resist the challenge. He had taken the bait. Without hesitation, he took out one of the 2 swords at his waist. "How about using this sword as the wager for this bet?" Layleigh was stunned. He didn't expect Luo Jie to bet this sword. This sword was one of the great grade swords which they had obtained by robbing a Taian Longren after great effort. Wainusi suppressed his excitement as he looked at the aura hidden beneath the scabbard of Luo Jie's sword. This sword was definitely extraordinary. It was like a pillow arriving just as he felt drowsy, exactly when he had no chance to strike. A sure-win deal, wasn't it? Good. Hearing Winusis' agreement, Luo Jie couldn't help showing joy. He tossed the great grade sword to Lei and slowly released his conqueror's Haki pressure. The meaning was obvious. He would prove with strength that he had the ability to be Winusis' captain. Just what I wanted. I also want to see how strong you really are. Winusi didn't back down. His own conqueror's Haki leaked out and battle intent blazed in his eyes. He also wanted to know how strong Luo Jie was at this moment. Lei, who had received the great grade sword, saw this and vanished from the battle range of the two. Ha ha ha. Then I won't hold back. Winusi. Luo Jie laughed heartily. His slowly rising conqueror's Haki pressure surged like an endless abyss. Although his strength had not yet reached its peak, he was already on par with an admiral. Boom. Under the eruption of Luo Jie's terrifying conqueror's Haki, the clear sky above the island turned gloomy, thunder rumbled, and the sea became turbulent. At the same time, the terrifying pressure covered the entire island. Countless animals trying to flee were knocked unconscious and fell down under the erosion of the conqueror's Haki. The conqueror's Haki that had been evenly matched instantly overwhelmed Winusis. Crack. So this is Luo Jie's conqueror's Haki. Truly terrifying. No wonder he could become the future pirate king. Winusis' body sank heavily under the terrible pressure like 1,000 pounds. His feet were forced into the ground. He lifted his head with difficulty and stared at the figure before him, instead showing excitement. The stronger Luo Jie was, the more he could replicate attribute entries. The next second. Ding! Congratulations to the host for replicating Luo Jie's advanced conqueror's Haki entry. The moment the system notification sounded in Winusis' ear, he felt a dramatic change in his conqueror's Haki. Then, buzz. A terrifying conqueror's Haki pressure, no less than Luo Jie's, suddenly erupted from Winusi, forcibly pushing back Luo Jie's pressure and matching it evenly. What a! Luo Jie's Haki has been pushed back. Lei, watching from afar, was astonished. He had thought the outcome of this duel was already decided, but he didn't expect this young man's conqueror's Haki to be on par with Luo Jie's. How could a kid his age possess such terrifying conqueror's Haki? For a moment, Lei seemed to understand why Luo Jie was so eager to recruit Winusi. This kid was definitely a monster. Ha ha ha. Did I misjudge? Luo Jie was also startled. Earlier, under the perception of his observation Haki, he had indeed sensed the potential of kingly qualities in Winusi. That was why Luo Jie wanted to recruit Winusi into his crew. But he never expected Winusi to hide his true strength so well, even fooling his observation Haki. Boom. The terrifying conqueror's Haki pressures of the two clashed relentlessly, without yielding. With each collision, dark red arcs generated by the conqueror's Haki raged like divine punishment across the entire island, igniting many trees instantly. The already turbulent sea raised layers of waves, and under the thunderous impact, sprays burst over 10 meters high. At a glance, the entire island and the surrounding sea seemed to be in an apocalyptic state. Ha ha ha. What an unexpected surprise. Winuosi. On the opposite side, Winuosi released conqueror's Haki of the same level as is, causing Luo Jie to burst into laughter, his eyes revealing admiration. Having possessed such terrifying conqueror's Haki equal to his at such a young age, Winuosi's talent had already surpassed him. If Winuosi were allowed to continue growing, even he could not fathom what a terrifying existence Winuosi would become. But a battle among the strong involves more than just conqueror's Haki. With that, Luo Jie reached out and drew one of the supreme grade blades AIC from his waist. The next moment, bow, a powerful jet black armament Haki instantly enveloped the originally white blade. By coating the blade with armament Haki, it both enhanced destructive power and rendered its defense impenetrable. Moreover, under the long-term nourishment of Haki, the blade gradually became a black blade, thereby retaining formidable Haki. Coating with armament Haki. Winuosi stared at AIC enveloped in jet black armament Haki in Luo Jie's hand, showing no fear, but growing increasingly excited. Ding! Congratulations to the host for replicating Luo Jie's advanced armament Haki trait. As the system notification sounded, Winuosi felt a surge of immense power. So this is advanced armament Haki. Compared to the half-baked version before, it's worlds apart. Winuosi extended his hands and clenched them, feeling the power, grinning and murmuring. Now, with the blessing of two advanced types of Haki, he was already on par with those renowned pirates of the New World. The three types of Haki are divided into 5 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and ultimate divine, with legendary Xiao Yibo being one who achieved divine level Haki. Although there is a vast gap between advanced Haki and divine level, it already rivals some division commanders of the Rocks Pirates. Reaching the top tier rank means being on par with the Yonko and admirals, the strongest forces on the sea. Achieving the legendary divine level is likely extremely difficult. Even the future Kapu and Luo Jie only managed to train one of the three Haki types to the divine level, which shows how terrifying Xiao Yi Bo Yi and Mu the hand behind the world's curtain truly are. Now is not the time to be distracted, Wei Nuosi. Luo Jie, seeing Wei Nuosi staring blankly at the black blade covered in armament Haki in his hand, called out to remind him. In his view, Wei Nuosi was astonished by his armament Haki. That made sense for someone of Wei Nuosi's age to awaken such terrifying conqueror's Haki was already frightening enough. He couldn't possibly have mastered armament Haki as well, could he? Boom. Luo Jie stamped his foot, his figure turning into a blur as he leaped toward Wei Nuosi to strike. A terrifying sword whistle tore through the air, sweeping the scene and stirring up sand dust. Hey, does Luo Jie have to be this serious? Don't chop Wei Nuosi to pieces. Watching from a distance, the blonde-haired Lei Li couldn't help but grumble. After Wei Nuosi unleashed conqueror's Haki that could match Luo Jie, Lei Li also developed a fondness for talent. After all, with such a genius, if he joined the Marines or became a rival pirate, their future would be full of trouble. On the other hand, if that Luo Jie really managed to trick Wei Nuosi onto his ship, it would undoubtedly add the strongest combat power. Don't underestimate me, Luo Jie. Facing Luo Jie charging at high speed, Wei Nuosi's fighting spirit sword, he raised his fists, which were gradually being covered in jet black armament Haki, and met him heated. Clang. Under the collision of the black blade and fists, a sharp metallic sound rang out. The surrounding air was violently struck, forming a circular air wave. The sand beneath their feet was constantly compressed by the terrifying force, instantly sinking into a large pit. Chaotic air currents scattered seawater, rippled in layers, and the trees near the center of the clash were blown apart in half. This? Luo Jie was startled, his eyes fixed on the jet-black fists that had blocked his attack, nearly unable to believe it. How could this be? This kid had awakened armament Haki as well. Not only that, but the density of the armament Haki. How could it be the same as his? Are you kidding me? Advanced armament Haki. The blonde-haired Lei Li twitched his mouth, and a bead of sweat unknowingly trickled down his cheek, his scalp tingling. If earlier he could say Wei Nuosi was a genius among millions for his conqueror's Haki, now he was unequivocally a monster. They had spent a considerable amount of time awakening Haki back then, and only after years of honing had they cultivated their Haki to this level. Yet this young brat of 16 or 17 already possessed power not inferior to theirs. But Lei Li watched Wei Nuosi, who had been sent flying by Luo Jie's slash, and crashed through several towering trees, unable to calm his mind. Cough, cough. That Luo Jie really doesn't hold back. If not for the armament Haki protecting me at the end, I would have been cut in half just now. The fierce impact caused Wei Nuosi's internal organs to churn, sending sharp pain through him. He couldn't help coughing and clutched his chest while complaining. Although he relied on armament Haki to withstand Luo Jie's fierce slash, Wei Nuosi's physical strength was far inferior to Luo Jie's, so it was no surprise he was sent flying. Just as Wei Nuosi was complaining. Ding, congratulations to the host for replicating Luo Jie's advanced swordsmanship trait. Ding, congratulations to the host for replicating Luo Jie's advanced observation Haki trait. Ding, congratulations to the host for replicating Luo Jie's strength, speed, and agility trait bonuses. It seems the sharp pain in my chest has suddenly healed. Wei Nuosi felt an endless stream of power surging within him, and his previous complaints instantly turned into delight. In the brief battle, Wei Nuosi not only replicated all three of Luo Jie's Haki types, but also absorbed Luo Jie's proud swordsmanship into his mind. In an instant, he had leapfrogged from the newbie village to a max-level master. Even Wei Nuosi himself could hardly believe the speed of his growth and strength. Wei Nuosi clenched his fist, a fierce, murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he muttered, "Even if CP0 protects you, will kill you, you damned pig. Luna, wait for me." Luo Jie, seeing that Wei Nuosi had not counterattacked for some time, slightly curled his lips, thinking that Wei Nuosi intended to admit defeat. "Well, Wei Nuosi, how about becoming my partner?" Wei Nuosi stood up, his fighting spirit rising again towards the triumphant Roger. "Ending the battle so soon? That's far too early. Yo, a strong will indeed. Then I won't hold back from now on. Don't die, Wei Nuosi." Roger looked at Wei Nuosi with growing admiration. Truly one worthy of his attention. Such a monster should become his steadfast ally. But first he needed to display absolute power to subdue Wei Nuosi. Dong! Without hesitation, Roger burst out with Conqueror's Haki pressure, gripping the supreme grade blade, ace, covered in armament Haki, and charged fiercely at Wei Nuosi. Wei Nuosi raised his black fist coated in armament Haki once more and struck back heated. Clang! Boom! Boom! The collision between them grew increasingly fierce, the terrifying shockwaves sweeping across the coast and the entire island. Rayleigh stroked his chin's small mustache, his observation Haki locked onto Wei Nuosi's every move, his eyes growing increasingly grave. He sensed that not only Wei Nuosi's strength, speed, and agility, but even his Haki was growing stronger with each exchange. If Wainusi had been hiding his true power all along, Rayleigh would merely be amazed by his terrifying talent. But if he was growing rapidly in the midst of battle, then just how monstrous was Wainusi's talent? Even across the entire sea there might not be a second one. Clang! The sharp slash coated with armament Haki struck Wainusi's chest, protected by his jet black armament Haki. The powerful sword energy sent Wainusi flying once again. Whoosh! However, this time, under the astonished gazes of Roger and Rayleigh, Wainusi did not crash into the ground with the slash as before. Instead, he endured and slid. Huh! With a roar, Wainusi's black fist shattered the sharp slash before his chest. This scene made Roger and Rayleigh's expressions turn solemn. They were now certain that this kid Wainusi was growing stronger in the midst of battle. Good heavens! This little brat Wainusi is too terrifying. From barely parrying at the beginning, gradually mastering the timing to block, then skillfully seizing opportunities to counter, and now even shattering a sharp slash with a single punch. The two of them dared not imagine how far Wainusi's monstrous talent would go if the battle continued. No fighting like this will only keep feeding Wainusi combat experience. At this moment, Roger looked at Wainusi with a more serious expression. Although he was delighted that Wainusi was growing stronger in battle, now was not the time to admire him. He had to defeat Wainusi quickly. As for Wainusi's monstrous talent to grow stronger in battle, that could be dealt with after luring him onto his ship. Such a prodigy Roger would never let go. Huff! Huff! Wainusi panted heavily, his body still in the pose after shattering the slash. Facing a monster like Roger, even though Wainusi had acquired Roger's 3 types of Haki swordsmanship and various attribute boosts, he was still slightly lacking in practical experience, as well as control over speed, strength, and agility. Ding! Congratulations to the host for replicating Roger's combat experience. Ding! Congratulations to the host for replicating Roger's boosts in strength, speed, and agility. Listening to the system notifications echoing, Wainusi was overjoyed. This battle was a huge harvest. Recalling the tragic deaths of his parents and his sister being taken by the celestial dragons, Wainusi firmly believed that before long, he would possess absolute power to annihilate all celestial dragons. It's about time to end this battle. Roger raised ace covered in jet black armament Haki. The next moment, his conqueror's Haki pressure erupted violently. In an instant, the sky above was shrouded in dark clouds, as if resonating, crackling with thunder. Hey, that guy Roger isn't going to use that move, is he? In the distance, the blonde-haired Rayleigh, seeing the supreme grade blade black sword ace in Roger's hand wrapped in dark red arcs, immediately became unsettled. Rayleigh naturally understood the terror of Wainusi's talent, but he didn't expect Roger to go this far, just to get Wainusi to join the pirate crew. Ha 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 ha. I have to admit, you are the most terrifying prodigy I have ever seen, Wainusi. If this strike still can't end the battle, then I lose this bet. Roger's pressure erupted like a wild beast. He raised the black sword ace wrapped in dark red arcs, and a flash of red light passed through his eyes as he delivered a straight slash toward Wainusi. Divine departure. Clang. In an instant, a terrifying slash wrapped in dark red arcs swept up a storm around it, descending upon Wainusi with absolute dominance. What the hell? Roger actually used that move. Wainusi stared at the black slash enveloped in the storm, shocked for the first time. After all, this was a high-level Conqueror's Haki technique, Conqueror's Haki coding. It was something only the top experts on the sea could achieve. If Conqueror's Haki awakened in 1 in a million, then those who could use Conqueror's Haki coding were not even 1 in 10 million. In the original One Piece, in the New World ruled by the 4 emperors, those known to have mastered Conqueror's Haki coding were Whitebeard, Newgate, Red Hairshanks, Beast Kaido, Charlotte, Lean Garp, and Luffy Zoro. Wainusi felt the terrifying pressure of the slash storm approaching, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his expression turning extremely grave. This was the most dangerous moment he had encountered since setting sail. Hey system, hurry up, or he'll be dead. Facing the Conqueror's Haki coding, Wainusi knew that even unleashing his strongest armament Haki for defense would be useless. Ding! Congratulations to the host for replicating Roger's Conqueror's Haki coding attributes. Who? ZZZZ. Feeling the terrifying power surging within his body, Wainusi exhaled and raised his black fist coated in armament Haki. The next moment, dark red arcs, just like those Roger had wrapped around his blade, enveloped the fist. So this is high-level Conqueror's Haki coding. Truly terrifying. Without hesitation, he looked up at the storm wrapped in dark red arcs, which was growing larger in his vision, and struck with all his might. Buzz! An overwhelming momentum erupted across the entire island, and the surrounding coastline, countless towering trees, instantly swept away waist-high by the blast wave from the explosion. Boom! The fierce explosion roared the air, forming a circular arc scattering toward the sea. Cough! So reckless that Roger Guy plans to sink the whole island with us on it. Rayleigh raised his hand to cover his handsome face, preventing the dust shrouding the air from entering his mouth and nose, still complaining. Could Venos be? Observation Haki was constantly activated, searching for Venos' presence within the dust-covered battlefield. In the gray battlefield, Roger held his black sword, crackling with dark red arcs of lightning, breathing slightly heavily, his eyes fixed on the large pit, still smoking at the center of the explosion opposite. The next second, his previously grim expression turned into joy, though that face changed again in an instant. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, when Roger saw the figure on the other side of the pit, his face turned bitter. He thrust Ace back into its sheath and sat directly on the sandy beach, waving his hand. "I'll forget it. You're a real monster. Even this couldn't defeat you." Venos, whose originally casual clothes were now tattered and emitting wisps of black smoke, gasped heavily, collapsed on the ground, and stubbornly said, "This bet counts as my win, right?" Little did Roger know, after consecutive battles, Venos had exhausted his stamina. If Roger had continued his assault, Venos would have had no strength left to defend with the Conqueror's coating attack. TCH. Though somewhat frustrated, Roger had to admit defeat. Just as his slash was about to engulf Venos, he sensed through observation Haki an aura of Haki-enveloped attack, no less than his own. At that moment, Roger thought it was Venos erupting with Conqueror's Haki pressure for a final struggle. But when the smoke cleared, the dark red arcs of lightning wrapped around Venos' fist told the whole story. Since that's the case, before Venos could finish, a famed sword with an exquisite scabbard flew from behind Roger toward Venos across the pit. Venos was startled, then raised his hand to catch the renowned blade thrown by Rayleigh, his heart filled with delight. He had just gained Roger's proud and powerful swordsmanship from their battle, and this sword was a timely gift, one of the 21 great grade swords. Though it couldn't compare to the supreme grade blades, it was more than enough. "Ah, thank you, Roger Rayleigh." Venos felt grateful to Roger. Had it not been for Roger's generous teaching, he could never have grown so quickly in such a short time. Possessing advanced Haki of all three types and swordsmanship, Venos' current strength left him unafraid even when facing the division commanders of the Rocks Pirates. Now that Venos had perfectly replicated even Roger's ultimate advanced technique, Conqueror's coating, there was nothing more to extract from Roger at this stage. As for Rayleigh, Venos had no intention of fighting again. First, though Rayleigh also possessed all three types of Haki and terrifying swordsmanship, he was still a notch above Roger. Moreover, Venos had gained too many abilities from Roger and needed time to digest and consolidate them. "No need. Roger and I already have our own swords." Rayleigh looked at the great grade sword he had just handed over, cast a resentful glance at Roger beside him, and felt a pang of reluctance in his heart. He knew they had worked hard to rob this sword from the celestial dragons. Now, not only had they failed to recruit Venos onto their ship, but they had also given it away. How could Rayleigh not be angry? He felt like kicking Roger next to him. Besides, this sword was a trophy Roger and I took from those celestial dragons. Celestial dragons? Hearing this, Venos' hands, which were about to draw the blade, suddenly froze. Rayleigh didn't bother with Venos' stunned reaction and continued explaining. "Although this sword is one of the 21 great grade blades, its body carries wild lightning. When you use it, be careful not to get hurt by the sword." Rayleigh had to warn Venos. He himself had nearly been injured by the violent lightning on the sword when he first handled it. Ha ha ha. What a shame. Indeed, a genius who has awakened Conqueror's Haki would never willingly submit to another. Seeing Venos silent, Roger assumed he was carefully observing the great grade sword in his hands and sighed. Having reached this level of strength after just one fight, Roger knew that such a prodigy could no longer be restrained by the current him. His future lay in the vast, boundless sea. At the same time, Roger believed that before long Venos' name would resound across the oceans. However, Venos didn't hear a word of what Roger said next. As the images of his parents' tragic deaths and his sister's abduction flooded his mind again, a sudden intense killing intent erupted from Venos, and he violently drew the great grade sword. Zzz. The wild lightning raged like snakes, ravaging and destroying Venos' arm, but in an instant it was suppressed and forced into submission by his killing intent and Conqueror's Haki pressure. The next second, he moved like a phantom, swiftly charging to Rayleigh's side. "Tell me, where are the celestial dragons?" Roger and Rayleigh were startled by the sight. Though they had no idea why Venos had gone berserk upon hearing the celestial dragons, they had to calm him down immediately. "Hey Venos, calm down. We're friends." Feeling the killing intent and pressure emanating from Venos, Roger placed a hand on his shoulder. "Yeah, Venos, take it easy." Bearing the close-range killing intent and pressure from Venos along with the restless lightning great grade sword in his hand, Rayleigh hurriedly drew his waist sword to defend. "Damn, what did I do to deserve this? Why does this guy go berserk the moment he hears the celestial dragons? Could it be?" The setting sun reflected on the sea, casting a twilight glow across the sky and land. On the island's sandy beach, three figures sat around a campfire roasting wild boar that gave off a fragrant aroma. "Oh, this wine is good. Is it from your homeland in the West Blue?" "Venos." Roger tilted his head back and gulped down a bottle of wine, savoring the smooth, refreshing taste as it slid down his throat and couldn't help but praise. "Ah, this is what my parents brewed. Now only these 3 bottles are left." Venos took a sip of the wine, reminiscing about the moments with his parents. "Venos, why do you harbor such intense hostility towards the celestial dragons?" Roger and Rayleigh exchanged glances, noticing Venos' unusual demeanor, and asked. Venos glanced at Roger and Rayleigh, not hiding anything, and recounted how the celestial dragons shot his parents and abducted his sister Luna. For a moment Roger and Rayleigh fell silent, understanding why Venos went into a rage upon hearing the name of the celestial dragons. "Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would have killed all those civilians when I seized the Great Blade Thundercut, while releasing those captured on the ship." Roger recalled the innocent civilians captured on the ship and the vile expressions of the celestial dragons as anger welled up inside him. Rayleigh beside him remained silent, stroking his chin and occasionally glancing at Venos' handsome face, his expression turning serious, as if deep in thought. "What is your sister's name, Venos?" Upon hearing this, Venos and Roger, who were drinking, were momentarily stunned, unsure of what Rayleigh was getting at. "Luna," Venos answered without hesitation. At the mention of this name, Roger and Rayleigh froze, exchanging glances as the name reminded them of the beautiful girl who defiantly resisted the celestial dragons, even in death. Roger and Rayleigh recalled how they had stealthily boarded the luxurious ship of the celestial dragons, preparing to pull off a big heist, and witnessed a girl bound tightly, yet glaring fiercely at the leading celestial dragon and the CP0. Even though she was tortured by the celestial dragons at that time, her body bruised and bloodied. But as the celestial dragons approached her with ill intentions, she suddenly opened her blood-stained mouth and bit off one of the celestial dragon's fingers. "What happened next? How is Luna?" Venos listened carefully to Roger and Rayleigh's account, his voice trembling. While feeling relieved that his sister was still alive, he worried about the dangers Luna would face. Venos dared not imagine further. "You must know that the celestial dragons are the world's nobility, killing as if it were nothing, and they have the strongest shield, CP0 beside them. Don't worry, your sister is not dead." Roger recalled how he had gone mad at that time and accidentally stepped into thin air, falling directly off the deck into the sea. "We got exposed like that, and then came the robbery of the celestial dragons." Looking at Venos' anxious expression, Rayleigh shot a glare at Roger filled with resentment and spoke harshly. "Hey, it's not my fault that you fell and exposed us. Rayleigh, can you not say it so bluntly? Don't I have my pride?" Roger mumbled with a mouthful of roasted meat, visibly displeased. "Shut up. Fine." Seeing Rayleigh's unfriendly expression as if he was about to beat him, Roger shrank his shoulders and continued to obediently nibble on the roasted meat. This almost made Venos laugh. The situation felt oddly familiar, like Zorro trying to cut down Luffy. Without Roger's interruptions, Rayleigh narrated the events of that day when they rescued Venos' sister, the captured and humiliated civilians, and the treasures they seized, including the Great Blade Thundercut. Hearing that Luna was not dead, but rather accidentally saved by Roger and Rayleigh, Venos' eyes brimmed with tears. "That's wonderful, Luna is alive. Thank you, Roger and Rayleigh." With that, Venos stood up, wanting to bow in gratitude to Roger and Rayleigh, but they hurriedly pressed down on his shoulders to prevent him from bending. "Huh. Venos, we are friends, and friends don't need to be so formal. Besides, it was just a coincidence that we saved." As Roger laughed, he forgot that his greasy right hand was rubbing against Venos' clothes, which made Rayleigh beside him grimace in disdain, slapping the greasy paw off Venos' shoulder and informing him of Luna's whereabouts. "Are you planning to change the course?" Rayleigh observed that Venos had fallen silent and spoke softly. Roger, who had been scolded by Rayleigh, also looked at Venos, seemingly waiting for his decision. "No, as long as she is safe." Venos pondered for a moment and gently shook his head. Since the tragic death of his parents and the awakening of his system, his future had already been set. He would kill all the celestial dragons and avenge his parents. For Luna's safety, it was better for fewer people to know about their relationship, as it would aid his plans against the celestial dragons. "Well, since the matter is resolved, let's not dwell on it." At this moment, Roger inexplicably brought over a dozen jars of wine and began to drink leisurely. "Hey, Roger, where did you get this wine?" Venos remembered that there was no wine left on his little sailboat. "Damn it, Roger, you actually dug up more wine from under my bed." Rayleigh looked at the dozens of jars of wine at Roger's feet and immediately realized, rushing to Roger and spitting water at his face. "Hey, what's the big deal? It's just a few jars of wine. Is it necessary to be so petty, Rayleigh?" "A few jars. Don't be petty. You should remember that not only the wine but the whole ship belongs to me." The more Rayleigh listened, the angrier he became, grabbing Roger's collar and yelling. "Gulp. Oh, really? But I am the captain." Roger ignored Rayleigh's yelling, continuing his own way, lifting a jar of wine and clinking it against the jar in Venos' hand, then gulping it down. "Cheers." Venos watched the playful banter between the two and felt himself infected by their energy, picking up a jar of wine to drink with Roger. I must say, Roger's carefree attitude is quite similar to that future fool Luffy. Rayleigh watched these two chugging the wine like it was water, feeling his heart bleed. After all, this was the stock from his hometown. Plop. After downing several jugs of wine, Roger and Venos lay sprawled on the beach, dead drunk. Rayleigh looked at Roger and Venos, who were snoring with contented smiles on their faces. He let out a heavy sigh, then silently hoisted them onto his back, tied Venos' little sailboat to the stern of his own ship, and set off toward the unknown sea. Bang! As the bubble hanging from his nose popped, Roger scratched his head and sat up groggily. At the same time, Venos slowly stirred from his drunken stupor, blinking blurry-eyed as he surveyed the surroundings. Creak. Hey, you two are finally awake. Just then the door slid open, and Rayleigh entered carrying food, a teasing lilt in his voice. How long was I out? Venos asked, rubbing his temples still clouded from the alcohol. One day, Rayleigh replied, and then left the room. How long was I out? Venos asked, rubbing his temples still clouded from the alcohol. One day, Rayleigh replied, and then left the room, heading to the helm. Soon after, Venos stepped out onto the deck, eating as he went, gazing at the azure sky, where seagulls soared freely, savoring the gentle breeze that brushed against his cheeks. Where are we headed? Venos looked at the log pose in his hand, which had deviated from the intended course, and asked Rayleigh, who was steering in the control room. We don't have enough supplies left to reach the distant Sabaody archipelago. We need to change course temporarily and put in at a nearby island town to replenish. Rayleigh replied calmly. Our supplies ran out that fast. Huh. Just then Roger also emerged from the cabin, asking Rayleigh about the supplies, while his powerful observation Haki seemed to sense something. At the same time, Venos, who was standing at the very front of the deck, reacted, first his gaze shifting to the several dark specks on the distant sea to the left that were rapidly approaching. The two exchanged a glance, then both used their formidable observation Haki to probe the large ships drawing near. Pirates. No. They're Navy warships. Roger narrowed his eyes, sensing not far ahead to the left that 3 Navy warships were leading the way, surrounding a massive transport ship in the middle, forming a 3-sided protection. Venos stared at the flag of the world government emblazoned on the transport ship's sail and grinned. So that's the tribute those spineless member nations pay to the celestial dragons. Going after the tribute? Roger asked, seeing the eager look on Venos' face. Exactly. Rayleigh just said we're short on supplies, and there it is right in front of us. Venos crossed his arms, his eyes still locked on the massive transport ship, growing larger in his pupils. Now that his strength had soared, he might as well take the tribute. Ha ha ha. Not a bad idea. ITLL save us the time of sailing to a nearby island to shop. Roger burst into laughter, agreeing with Venos' proposal. After all, he and Rayleigh had already robbed a celestial dragon in the East Blue before, doing it again wouldn't matter. Moreover, this was the precious offering contributed by the member nations under the world government's protection, basically protection money. Those nations that paid the tribute would receive the world government's protection from pirates and other lawless groups. If a nation failed to provide enough treasure to the world government, it would completely lose that protection. Thus, some already impoverished countries burdened by repeated exorbitant levies took up arms, sparked chaos, and even triggered revolts, causing the entire nation to collapse. Under the ruthless suppression of the Navy and the world government, the common people were eventually driven to the sea, becoming pirates. Let's make a big move. Rayleigh. Roger placed his right hand on the supreme great blade ace at his waist. With his swish, the blade pointed toward the 3 Navy warships and the tribute transport ship ahead. Sigh. Having you as a captain is such a hassle. Even as he grumbled inwardly about Roger's unplanned decision, Rayleigh still turned the helm, accelerating toward the colossal warships and transport ship that loomed like monstrous giants. I wonder if there are any celestial dragons on that transport ship. Venos stood on the railing, his right hand gripping the hilt of the great blade Raikiri tightly. Reporting to Vice Admiral. A sailboat has been detected heading straight for us, at full speed. The lookout on the warship's deck spotted the vessel carrying Roger, Venos, and Rayleigh racing toward the fleet, and immediately reported to one of the highest-ranking officers on board, Vice Admiral Roble. A man 3 meters tall, powerfully built with bulging muscles, and his chest bare, he cut an imposing figure in his Marine Vice Admiral coat and cape. Some reckless pirates. Vice Admiral Roble shot a contemptuous glance at the approaching sailboat, snorted, and waved his hand to give the order. Open fire and sink them. Yes, sir. Upon receiving the order, the cannons on the warship swiveled to aim directly at Roger, Venos, and Rayleigh. Boom, boom. With a thunderous roar of cannon fire, several shells hurtled toward the sailboat. On board, Roger and Rayleigh remained calm, their eyes fixed on Venos, who stood ahead, gripping his sword, seemingly ready to act. Is he going to use that blade? Hey, Roger, I don't recall him ever using swordsmanship in our last bet. At Rayleigh's reminder, Roger's eyes widened in surprise. Could it be that Venos also knew swordsmanship? Under Roger and Rayleigh's astonished gazes, Venos moved. Crackle. As he slowly drew the blade, a violent surge of lightning spiraled around it. Slash. Through his observation Haki, he traced the trajectory of the incoming shells and swung the lightning-wreathed blade down. Clang. A lightning-infused slash shot forth like a serpent meeting the shell's midair. Boom. The explosion shook the surrounding sea, sending ripples and waves across the surface. Hey, that Wainusi guy can actually unleash a slashing attack. Not only that, he has also tamed and mastered the berserk nature of that blade. Behind him, Luo Jie and Lei Li stared at the lightning rampaging in the dust-filled air. Though they had long witnessed Wainusi's monstrous talent, the scene before them still left them astounded. One must know that for a swordsman to reach the level of unleashing a slashing attack requires countless efforts and time, a difficulty no less than mastering Haki. Vice Admiral Roble, who witnessed the cannonball being severed, felt a surge of anger and apprehension. As a vice admiral, he understood all too well the terror of that lightning-infused slash. But the young handsome face left Vice Admiral Roble puzzled. When did an unknown powerful swordsman appear in the waters under his jurisdiction? Why hadn't there even been a single report? Thinking this, Vice Admiral Roble hesitated no longer. He would not allow such a terrifying figure to emerge in his domain or on these seas. Such a dangerous pirate must be obliterated here. Damn it, useless. Before Vice Admiral Roble could finish, a voice, like an emotionless machine, interrupted. Suddenly 4 figures appeared beside Vice Admiral Roble, wearing masks and suits bearing the logo of the world government. Known as the Celestial Dragon's strongest shield, CP0. Every member of the CP0 organization possesses strength no less than that of a vice admiral. Even mightier, and they are no weaker even when facing an admiral. Fees, esteemed CPO gentlemen, please wait a moment. I will immediately slay these 3 reckless pirates. I won't waste your time. Though Vice Admiral Roble's heart blazed with fury, he suppressed his anger and responded in a fawning low tone, mindful of the world government. This is the Celestial Gold transport ship, meant to be tribute to the Celestial Dragons. You cannot possibly be unaware of its importance. And now under the waters, you Vice Admiral Roble govern it has been intercepted by pirates. You are inexcusable. The masked man in the lead let out a cold snort, a barely perceptible murderous intent flickering in his gaze toward Vice Admiral Roble, his voice indifferent and ruthless. Alas, I understand. Once I return to Marine headquarters, I will willingly accept punishment from Fleet Admiral Kong. Faced with the relentless pressure from CP0, Vice Admiral Roble sighed, clenched his fists, and walked to the foremost edge of the deck, intending to personally strike down the 3 reckless pirates on the small sailboat. I will now. Splash. Before Vice Admiral Roble could finish, something utterly unexpected occurred. Shurgon Pierce. One of the cat-faced masked CP0 agents without warning executed one of the 6 powers, Shurgon, piercing through Vice Admiral Roble's back. WHWHYA. Struck by a fatal blow, Vice Admiral Roble coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion instantly wilting. He turned his head with difficulty to look at the 4 CP0 agents behind him. A waste should not continue to live. Thump. Vice Admiral Roble could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground, all life extinguished, his fall marked by unwillingness. Vice Admiral Roble. Damn it. What are you doing? All the Marines witnessing this scene shifted from shock to fury, roaring at the CP0. In an instant, many Marines erupted in rage, aiming their guns at the cat-faced masked man who had and now he was struck down by his own. No. By CP0. How could the Marine soldiers under Vice Admiral Roble's command stomach this? In an instant, many Marines erupted in rage, aiming their guns at the cat-faced masked man who had assassinated Vice Admiral Roble. Are you planning a mutiny? Don't forget, the Marines are nothing but a watchdog under our world government. The cat-faced masked man scanned the many Marines who had their guns trained on him. Whooshed. Renkyaku white blade. His form turned into a blur, sweeping above the Marines' heads as he mercilessly struck without a hint of hesitation. Oh. These Marines who had raised their guns fell one by one to the cat-faced masked man's vicious assault, collapsing into pools of blood amidst despair and reluctance. The remaining Marines stared at the dismembered limbs in the blood, their faces twisted with terror. They dared not even breathe, and some rookies trembled all over, losing control of their bladders. At that moment, these CP0 agents seemed like demons in their eyes. This is the consequence of pointing your guns at your superiors. All of you remember, at best the Marines are just the outer face of the world government, commonly known as watchdogs. Under the absolute power of the cat-faced masked man, the Marines dared not raise their heads, kneeling and prostrating on the ground, trembling. Enough. The CP0 squad leader spoke in a soothing tone, then issued orders to the Marines still prostrate on the ground. Clean the deck. The Marines rose as if pardoned, tossing the dismembered limbs into the sea, then silently gazed at the corpse of the fallen Vice Admiral Roble. Throw this traitor Roble's body into the sea as well. Yes, sir. Knowing the brutality of these CP0 agents, the Marines dared not defy. They lifted the corpse and unhesitatingly cast it into the sea. Notify Marine Headquarters Roble colluded with pirates in an attempt to steal the celestial gold and has been executed. Have the Fleet Admiral dispatch another Vice Admiral to guard the celestial gold. The CP0 squad leader issued the order, but his tone carried disdain. In their eyes, even a Vice Admiral had no right to bargain with them. After all, even dogs belonging to the celestial dragons had their ranks. To kill a Vice Admiral on a whim, then saddle him with the false charge of betraying the Marines. This sowed doubt in the hearts of many Marines about justice itself. The Marines. Can they truly represent justice? Or as these CP0 agents said, are we Marines nothing but a dog at the gates of the world government? What are you waiting for? Aim all cannons at the pirates who colluded with Roble. Ceaseless bombardment. The CP0 squad leader sat in the highest seat on the warship, issuing orders coldly. Yes, sir. The Marine soldiers, already terrified by the CP0 squad, dared not hesitate, and immediately aimed all cannons at the small sailboat, unleashing a barrage. The thunderous roar echoed as dozens of cannonballs rained down. Heiwei Nuasi Li did those CP0 actually kill a Marine Vice Admiral? Facing the onslaught of dozens of cannonballs, Luo Jia paid no heed, instead shocked that a Marine Vice Admiral had been assassinated by CP0. Under the perception of observation, Haki and Conquerors Haki, Luo, Jia Wei Nuasi, and Lei Li discerned what had transpired on the warship's deck. Didn't they say it? The Marines are just a dog under the world government. So they can kill this dog whenever they wish, can't they? Wei Nuasi sheathed his great sword, Raikiri, his tone dripping with mockery and disdain. Long brainwashed by the world government, the CP0 were devoid of any emotion, having become mere killing machines for the celestial dragons. Despite their differing stances, Luo Jia couldn't suppress the fury rising within him as he watched the numerous Marine soldiers and the Vice Admiral's corpse being Hearing Wei Nuasi's description of the Marines, Lei Li's mouth twitched. Looking up at the dense cannonballs hurtling down, he reminded, but aren't you two going to act? Otherwise my ship will truly be sunk. Despite their differing stances, Luo Jia couldn't suppress the fury rising within him as he watched the numerous Marine soldiers and the Vice Admiral's corpse being discarded into the sea from the warship. What cold-blooded machines! With that, Luo Jia looked up at the rapidly approaching swarm of cannonballs, a crimson glint flashing in his eyes. A terrifying pressure thick with dark red lightning radiated from Luo Jia. Boom. In an instant, the incoming cannonballs were halted by an invisible, formidable force exploding midair. Boom. Boom. Beaten to it. Wei Nuasi regretted the moment. Then before Luo Jia could react, his figure vanished from the small sailboat's railing. Swoosh. Ah, damn it. Wei Nuasi, leave an opponent for me. Seeing Wei Nuasi charging toward the warship, Luo Jia panicked. Hastily retracting his released Conqueror's Haki pressure, he stomped down, the terrifying force nearly sinking the small sailboat completely. Boom. Damn you, Luo Jia. Like a cannonball, he followed Wei Nuasi toward the warship, leaving behind the flooded small sailboat, where Lei Li struggled with the wildly spinning helm. Report, sir. The targets were not hit. The shells inexplicably detonated midair. On the warship deck, a Marine soldier observing the situation stammered as he reported to the CP0 squad. A bunch of useless trash. Can't even take down a few pirates with no bounties. What is the Navy keeping? Shirgan. The cat-masked man who had slain the Marine Vice Admiral snorted, raised his finger, and in an instant pierced the soldier's heart. A scream echoed across the deck as the soldier collapsed in a pool of blood. The other Marines, terror-stricken, retreated, fearing these CP0 demons might strike again. Intercepted by an unknown force. A devil fruit ability. The CP0 squad leader pondered for a moment, a mocking smirk curling at his lips. Just as he was about to order the cat-masked man, his observation Haki seemed to detect something. His gaze swiftly shifted to the sail above, where a dark silhouette had appeared, unknown when. The CP0 squad leader's face, hidden beneath the mask, twisted with shock and fury. Damn, when the other CP0 members followed their leader's gaze, their eyes widening in horror. Who goes there? Bastard, how did he evade our perception and appear there silently? Before the CP0 could react, the sight before them stunned them in the next second. Thump, thump, thump. In the blink of an eye, all the Marine soldiers on the massive warship lost consciousness, collapsing onto the deck. Without exception, their eyes rolled back, some even foaming at the mouth. This is Conqueror's Haki. The CP0 squad leader's eyes filled with disbelief. This was the first half of the Grand Line. How could a pirate with awakened Conqueror's Haki appear here? The CP0 members felt immense pressure. Though baffled by the appearance of a Conqueror's Haki user in the first half of the Grand Line, they understood the terror of this power and immediately assumed combat stances. A Conqueror's Haki user was undoubtedly a formidable foe. On the other side of the deck, a head popped over the railing. Seeing all the unconscious Marines, a voice complained in dissatisfaction. "Ah, Wei Nua C beat me to it." The CP0, who had been on high alert, heard the sound of someone climbing over the railing and growled, "There's another one." The CP0 squad leader narrowed his eyes and issued orders. "Number 4, Number 5. Take care of the one climbing the railing." "Yes." Sora 2. Upon command, the two figures vanished from their spots, charging toward Luo Jia, who had just climbed up. Renkyaku White Blade. Hey, no need to be so hasty. I just got up here. Let me say a few words before fighting." As soon as his feet touched the deck, Luo Jia was ambushed. Startled, he dodged frantically, babbling incessantly. Boom, boom. The sharp blade tore through the sturdy deck, kicking up a cloud of dust. Phew. Swoosh. Just as Luo Jia caught his breath, a figure flashed before him, a fist as hard as steel hurtling toward his Tekai heavy strike. Boom. The powerful blow sent cracks spreading across the deck, stirring a fierce gust around them. On the other side, the CP0 squad leader ceased monitoring the fight between Number 4, Number 5, and the newcomer. He looked up at the sail, focusing on the one who had unleashed Conqueror's Haki. Number 2, Number 3 attacked together. Yes. Shave 3. Wainusi stared at the rapidly approaching CP0 members, his eyes bloodshot as memories of his parents being slain by the celestial dragons and their dogs surged within him, unleashing an uncontrollable fury. Lackeys of the celestial dragons. Hearing Wainusi's blasphemous address toward the celestial dragons, the three CP0 agents were instantly inflamed with rage, even though he was a possessor of the Conqueror's Haki. "Damned commoner. How dare you speak of the celestial dragon lords so insolently? That's right. Surrender obediently and await our judgment. Otherwise, not only you but your parents, everyone connected to you, will be executed to the last." Parents. Everyone connected to me. In that moment, Wainusi's fury was fully ignited. His figure vanished from his spot, instantly materializing before the cat-faced masked man who had threatened him. Pop. Brimming with rage, his jet-black fist slammed into the man's chest. "Damned commoner. You're asking for death. Iron body adamantite." Murderous intent flashed across the cat-faced man's eyes as he raised his arm, reinforced with iron body, and charged Hedon. Boom. Crack. Wah. What? The instant their fists collided, the bone in the CP0 agent's arm, once his pride fortified by iron body, shattered with a sickening crunch. Ark. Amidst the agonized scream, the black armament Haki-infused fist erupted with terrifying force, completely shattering the CP0 member's arm before smashing into his chest. Ding. Congratulations on replicating the attribute of the Six Powers technique, Iron Body. Under the horrified gaze of the two remaining CP0 agents, the cat-faced man's entire chest caved inward, the sound of fractured bones unmistakable. Pwah. A massive gush of blood sprayed forth, mixed with shattered internal organs. His body, like a kite with a broken string, crashed heavily into the ship's hold beneath the deck. How is this possible? Number 2. He was one shot. The CP0 squad leader and Number 3, who had witnessed the entire scene, could hardly believe their eyes. As members of the same squad, they knew Number 2's strength all too well. Though not the strongest, he was second only to the squad leader, Number 1. And now he had been annihilated by a bratty pirate no older than 16 or 17. Even accounting for Number 2's initial carelessness, it was inconceivable that one blow could kill him. The two CP0 agents stared intently at the fist-coated in jet-black armament Haki, their expressions darkened, as if facing a formidable enemy. Armament Haki. No. The concentration of this armament Haki has reached at least the intermediate level. Honed by constant guidance during battles against Roger, this strike of Wainusis contained terrifying power, reinforced by potent armament Haki hardening, enough that even the future warlords of the sea would be unable to withstand it. Of course, excluding Hawkeye and Bartholomew Kuma. How could such overwhelmingly powerful pirates keep appearing one after another in the first half of the Grand Line? Before this, in the east, Blue Charla Saint had also been attacked by unknown pirates. Could it be? Clanged. Arg. The CP0 squad leader suddenly realized something sharply, turning his gaze toward the other side of the battlefield, where the sound of clashing blades and screams echoed. Clop. Clop. His eyes fixed grimly on the figure emerging from the drifting smoke. A man wearing a straw hat, a brown shirt, deep blue shorts, and radiating an aura of terrifying presence. Bounty 230 million. One of the vicious pirates who attacked the Celestial Dragon Lord, Joel D. Roger. Staring at the figure that matched the wanted poster, the CP0 squad leader felt as if he were facing a great enemy. This was the same ferocious pirate who had defeated even the strongest shield beside Charlos Saint. With just their squad, there was no way to drive him back completely, especially with not only Joel D. Roger and Silver's Rayleigh bounty 198 million aboard that ship, but also this terrifying brat who had awakened both colors of Haki. At this moment, the CP0 squad leader's scalp crawled with dread. He had to send this information to Marine headquarters and the world government, so they could dispatch reinforcements as soon as possible. ZZZT. Tell me, where is that celestial dragon who has been committing atrocities in the West Blue right now? Murderous intent blazed in Wynus's eyes. In his hand, the great grade sword Raikiri crackled with violent lightning as he advanced step by step toward the two CP0 agents. Clop. Clop. You? Vile commoner. Don't you dare dream of it. The two CP0 agents felt the terrifying pressure radiating from Wynusi and couldn't help taking a step back. Though fear and caution rose within them, they assumed a combat stance. As for revealing the whereabouts of Lord Charlos Saint, impossible. They were born to guard the celestial. Even if the celestial dragon lords ordered them to take their own lives, they would obey without hesitation. They were the most loyal shield's dogs. Thud. Knowing he would get no useful information from the CP0 agents, Wynusi wasted no further time. He raised the lightning-wreathed great grade sword and launched his attack. Damn it. Number 3 go? Get word out of here. The CP0 squad leader realized that numbers 4 and 5 were most likely dead or dying. With just the two of them, they had no chance against these vicious pirates, so he hastily gave the order. With his strength, which was nearly at the vice admiral level, if he went all out, he could at least buy number 3 enough time to escape. Understood, Captain. The CP0 member understood the captain's intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and used the 6 powers technique, shave and moonwalk, to launch into the sky. Don't think you can run. Wynusi was the first to sense the escape route of the CP0 agent. He raised his hand, preparing to unleash a slash. Whooshed. Damned commoner. Your opponent is me. The CP0 squad leader's form blocked Wynusi's path. He raised both fists, muscles bulging, aimed at Wynusi's chest, and concentrated all his strength. Rakugan. 6 King's Gun. A powerful shockwave erupted, attempting to engulf the entire deck. But in the next instant, a slash infused with violent lightning cleaved through the shockwave, and the warship itself with overwhelming force cutting it in two. Boom. Ding. Congratulations, host, on replicating the attribute of the 6 powers technique, finger gun Rakugan. Oh, pretty impressive. Roger, having finished his own battle on the other side, gazed at the bisected warship ahead, without surprise, instead crossing his arms and teasing. That blade really suits him, it seems. The originally gloomy and silent space was instantly overwhelmed by the cries for help from these slaves. With a sharp clang, Wynusi did not hesitate. He swung the great blade thunder cutter in his hand, slashing toward. Naturally, given Wynusi's hatred for the celestial dragons, he was determined not to let them escape. Recalling Wynusi's harrowing experiences and the atrocities committed by the celestial dragons he witnessed in the East China Sea, Liao clenched his fists, a resolute decision forming in his heart. Sigh. There's going to be plenty of work after this. Turning around, he followed Rayleigh towards the ship, transporting the tribute to the heavens. Damn it. Despicable rabble. To drive us to such a state. The CP0 agent, fleeing at full speed, spat, curses, his heart filled with indignation. After all, they were the CP0 organization under the world government. To be forced into such a predicament in the first half of the Grand Line by a bunch of sea scum, it was an utter disgrace. Just wait until I bring reinforcements. I will slaughter every last one of you and everyone connected to this. Sorry, but the Navy and the world government cannot hear your pleas for help. An ice-cold voice echoed in the CP0 agent's ear. Wah. What? The CP0 agent's body trembled, and he abruptly stopped. Lifting his gaze, he saw a figure that had appeared before him, without warning, his eyes filled with disbelief. You vile wretch, when did you catch up? Didn't the captain stop you? Ding. Congratulations to the host for replicating one of the 6 powers, shave and moonwalk attribute traits. Wynusi paid no heed to the system's incessant notifications. Instead, his form flickered again, raising a fist clad in pitch-black armament Haki, intending to capture the CP0 agent and extract the exact location of the celestial dragon who had murdered his parents. Damn it. Don't look down on me. I am a CP0 agent under the world government. Infuriated by having his question ignored, the CP0 agent knew he had to go all out for even a sliver of escape. Instantly, he unleashed his full power, aiming to drive back this accursed pirate. Tempest kick, round break. Clang. But the CP0 agent's proudest attack from the 6 powers held for only a few seconds before being completely shattered by the overwhelming armament Haki. Boom. The CP0 agent was stunned, yet he refused to be a lamb for slaughter. He swiftly used shave and moonwalk, leveraging the aerial terrain to dodge Wynusi's assault while launching a lethal counterstrike. But the CP0 agent's every move had already been sensed by Wynusi's observation Haki. A golden opportunity. just as Winusis' inky black hand was about to seize the CP0 agent's face. Die. Finger gun maximum rotation, pierce. The CP0 agent poured all his strength into his index finger, thrusting it at lightning speed toward Winusis' heart. Off. A blood-curdling scream rang out, a cry of unspeakable agony. The CP0 agent's mightiest blow was caught firmly in an ebon hand utterly immobile. Crack. Arg. With a slight squeeze from Winusi, the bones of the CP0's fingers snapped, accompanied by another scream. The pain of 10 fingers connected to the heart left the CP0 agent writhing in torment. You? Damn pirate. The searing pain made the CP0 agent double over, gasping and drenched in cold sweat, yet he remained defiant. Crack. The next moment, the CP0 agent's entire arm was violently torn off. With the separation of the limb, another heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Arg. Still not talking. Winusi casually tossed the severed arm into the sea below. His ebon hand pressed against the masked face of the CP0 agent, his voice flat. Give it up, you filthy pirate. I will never reveal the whereabouts of Lord Charf's saint. Knowing escape was impossible, the captured CP0 agent grinned mockingly. Winusi seemed unsurprised by the CP0 agent's response. He began to search the man, hoping to find a clue. Soon he discovered a specially crafted Den Mushi on the CP0 agent. Looking at the unique insignia on the Den Mushi, it was clearly the communication snail used among CP0 agents. Winusi stared at the Den Mushi in his hand, refraining from acting recklessly. He knew such a specialized snail would require a specific code to activate. One wrong press, and the Den Mushi would likely self-destruct. Ha ha ha. Don't waste your efforts, you lowlife. All Den Mushi in CP0 are encrypted. You'll never extract Lord Charf's saint's location. Despite growing weaker from the loss of his arm, the CP0 agent continued to laugh in derision. Facing the taunts, Winusi did not continue torturing the man. Instead, he pondered for a moment, then dragged the CP0 agent toward the tribute ship, resting on the distant sea surface below. Meanwhile, Luo Jie and Rayleigh, having subdued the marine soldiers on the warship with the overwhelming pressure of Conqueror's Haki, arrived at the vessel, transporting the tribute to the heavens. The gold and treasures inside astonished both of them. Hey Luo Jie, we've struck it rich this time. There must be over 1 billion berries alone, not counting all this gold and treasure. As the quartermaster of the pirate ship, Rayleigh handled all expenses. Faced with the mountain of gold and treasure before him, even he was moved. Luo Jie, what's that box in your hand? Just as Luo Jie was about to examine the strange box, Winusis' figure appeared before them. Yo, you finished quickly. So, did you get anything from this guy? Luo Jie saw Winusi dragging the CP0 agent like a dead dog, and asked. Winusi shook his head slightly, offering a silent reply. Seeing the disappointment in Winusis' eyes, Luo Jie felt a pang of regret. He knew Winusi bore a blood feud. Although Winusis' sister had been rescued by him, and Rayleigh the vengeance for his parents constantly gnawed at Winusis' heart. If only that celestial dragon had been killed back when they plundered the ship in the East China Sea, perhaps Winusi wouldn't be so fixated. Leave it to me. My friend. Luo Jie strode up to Winusi, flashed a confident grin, and patted him on the shoulder. Though he couldn't make Winusi a steadfast crewmate, Luo Jie already regarded him as his closest friend. Even revealing a certain ability would be worth it. Roger leaned closer to the CPO, who had been tortured to the brink of madness by Venos, and in the next moment a strange power manifested. Venos' observation Haki naturally sensed this ability, but compared to his own it felt peculiar, as if, at that moment, Venos was completely exposed before Roger. Before Venos could ponder further, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have replicated Roger's special ability of observation, Haki, the voice of all things. The voice of all things. Venos' heart surged with joy, for it was the most unique existence among observation Haki. Compared to briefly predicting the future, Katakuri's top-tier observation Haki was far more terrifying. The voice of all things not only allows one to glimpse what others are thinking, but also to listen to the communication of sea creatures and the whispers of nature. In the original work, this terrifying ability was only possessed by the protagonist Luffy and Roger. Thinking of this, Venos stared at the encrypted transponder snail in his hand. Cough cough. Don't waste your efforts, pirate. The CPO struggled to raise his eyes, looking at Roger, who was staring at him intently, his lips oozing dark blood. Then he let out a hideous laugh. I've already relayed the message from here. It won't be long before the Navy's reinforcements arrive. You bottom-feeding scum pirates. No one can escape. With that, the CPO's eyes rolled back, collapsing heavily onto the deck. Biting down on the poison pill in your... These people actually choose to commit suicide for the celestial dragons. Roger quickly examined the black blood spewing from the CPO's mouth, his brow furrowing, his disdain for the world government deepening. He hadn't expected that the world government and the celestial dragons could brainwash these individuals to such a degree that even in death they would refuse to reveal information about the celestial dragons. The moment I captured this guy's fate was already sealed. Even if we don't kill him, he won't escape death once he... Knowing the vile nature of the world government and the celestial dragons, Venus was not as enraged as Roger. Instead, he understood. Ha ha ha, let's not dwell on those distressing matters, Roger. Let's see what treasures we have acquired. Roger grinned widely, returning to his usual carefree demeanor, and pulled Venus towards a pile of boxes. Venus' eyes also sparkled with anticipation as he saw Rayleigh still counting the treasures, a look of surprise crossing his face. The great Dark King Rayleigh was also a treasure enthusiast in his youth. Venus shook his head slightly, gazing at the mountain of gold, feeling no interest at all. If only there were a famous sword or a devil fruit. Crack. This is the special reserve wine from the tavern in Rogue Town. At this moment, Roger opened a large box in front of him, and the contents made his eyes light up as he quickly grabbed 2 bottles of wine, looking as if he couldn't bear to part with them. He then boasted to Venus, "Back then, I had to pester the old tavern keeper for a long time to get a bottle. It brings back fond memories." Venus watched Roger, who was like a child, waving his arms with 2 bottles of wine, a black line seemingly crossing his forehead. "Oh, it's just wine. Why are you so thrilled? I really don't know what this guy has in his head." Venus ignored the excited Roger and bent down to search among the boxes for what he wanted. Whoosh! Just as Roger, Venus, and Rayleigh were immersed in the treasure boxes, a young figure rushed towards Venus' back. Dragon's Claw. The dark-armed color of Haki instantly pierced through Venus' back. Did I succeed? In the next moment, the young Navy soldier's previously confident expression turned to shock. When did this happen? He saw the figure that he had pierced with his armed colors suddenly turn into an afterimage and vanish. By the time the young Navy soldier reacted, Venus was already standing behind him. Sensing the warning from the encroaching observation, Haki, the young soldier, quickly distanced himself, his eyes fixed on Venus, as if facing a great enemy. Easily dodging my attack and silently appearing behind me, this guy's strength feels as terrifying as the old man. Roger, Venus, and Rayleigh were not surprised by the sudden attack, since all 3 possessed powerful observation. Long before that Navy warship entered the range of their observation, Haki, they had already sensed every movement on the ship. "Oh, a capable little Navy brat has arrived, Venus." While enjoying his wine, Roger's gaze fell on the young Navy soldier's armed color and teased him. "Hey, Roger, Venus, we need to speed up." Rayleigh, who had been counting treasures, also raised his head at this moment, looking at the young Navy soldier and the soldiers surrounding the warship, his expression growing serious. Although the young Navy soldier posed no threat to them, continuing to linger here could mean that reinforcements from the Navy headquarters would soon arrive. That would indeed be troublesome. Venus looked at the young Navy soldier's face, feeling a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen it in the original work. "Umph. You ruthless pirates, as long as I'm here you won't lay a finger on the heavenly gold allocated to the people by the world government." Even though the pirate before him was stronger than he was as a righteous Navy soldier, he could not allow such a allocated heavenly gold to the people. At these words, Roger, Venus, and Rayleigh were taken aback, and then they all burst into laughter. To be honest, this young Navy soldier was quite naive. After all, at his age, how could he know the dark side of the world? Damn it, what are you scum of the sea laughing about? He was a Navy soldier whose goal was to eradicate all evil, and since he was insulted by these pirates, his anger flared. "Even facing death you dare to mock. Lieutenant, let us strike together and eliminate these damn pirates here." "That's right, Lieutenant, give the order." The soldiers behind the young Navy man were filled with rage as they raised their weapons, aiming at Roger, Venus, and Rayleigh, waiting for the young Navy to give the command. "Shut up. The battle here is not something you can participate in." The young Navy shouted loudly, realizing the terrifying power of his opponents during the previous encounter. Even he had no confidence, let alone the Navy soldiers behind him. Once they attacked, they would only become cannon fodder. Therefore, this battle could only be fought by him personally. "Now in the name of justice, I shall bring these vile pirates to justice." Determined, the young Navy's eyes flashed with a hint of red light, and in an instant a powerful aura erupted from him, directed towards Venus, Roger, and Rayleigh. An invisible pressure centered on him spread outwards, bypassing the Navy soldiers behind him, causing waves to ripple across the sea beneath their feet. Indeed, it was the Conqueror's Haki. However, this Conqueror's Haki was only in its initial awakening stage. It posed no threat to Roger, Venus, and Rayleigh. This scene, however, surprised Roger and Rayleigh. At such a young age, he could awaken the Conqueror's Haki while precisely avoiding the Navy soldiers. This kid was indeed a genius. Although he couldn't compare to Venus, who was a prodigy, he was still quite impressive. This made Roger feel inclined to recruit the young Navy before him, smiling broadly as he asked, "Oh, is it the Conqueror's Haki? Young Navy, state your name." "Navy Major Monkey D." "Dragon," Dragon responded with a cold snort, his voice firm. "Monkey D. Dragon." Upon hearing this name, Venus fixed his gaze on the young Navy Major before him. It was indeed the man who would later give the world government headaches. He was labeled by the Five Elders as the world's notorious criminal leader of the Revolutionary Army, and also the son of the Navy hero Garp, and the father of the Yonko Luffy. Venos did not expect to encounter the young dragon here. It was no wonder he could awaken the Conqueror's Haki at such. However, it seemed Dragon would later transition from his Navy identity to become the leader of the Revolutionary Army, likely due to his awareness of the darkness of the world government and the celestial dragons, which led him to defect without hesitation. Thinking of this, Venos decided to stoke the fire. Justice. As a dog of the celestial dragons, you do not represent justice. As for the heavenly gold, it is merely a facade created by those so-called kings and nobles of the palaces who seek the protection of the world government and the celestial dragons, forcibly exploiting the common people, driving them to the sea to become pirates. Venos wore a mocking expression as he recounted the ugly truth of the world government and the celestial dragons. How is this possible? The young Navy displayed an incredulous expression. Since he joined the Navy under his mentor, he had upheld the Navy's justice with justice as his goal, protecting the sea. Yet at this moment he not only heard that the Navy was a dog of the world government and the celestial dragons, but also that the heavenly gold given to the people was a mere facade, while the true wealth was seized by those high and mighty individuals. In an instant, the young Navy's belief in justice began to crumble. Shut up. Damn pirates daring to spout. Everyone fire together. Execute these unforgivable pirates. The lieutenant beside him glanced at his superior dragon, knowing that they could not allow this pirate to continue to sow discord, and immediately gave the order to fire. Yes, sir. Bang, bang, bang. The Navy soldiers who had already aimed their guns at Venos, Roger, and Rayleigh did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Annoying ants. Facing the barrage of bullets, Venos raised his gaze. An aura even more terrifying than Dragon's Conqueror's Haki suddenly swept out. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the pressure Dragon had released, as well as the incoming bullets. Bang, bang, bang. Before the Navy soldiers could react, the terrifying pressure enveloped them, causing the soldiers behind Dragon to lose consciousness and collapse heavily onto the deck. Huff, huff. Dragon gasped for breath as if being pressed down by a force of 1,000 pounds, unable to hold on any longer, kneeling down drenched in cold sweat. This Conqueror's Haki. Thud. Although he had sensed before that the pirate before him was extraordinary, he did not expect it to be this drastic. Merely the pressure of the Conqueror's Haki was enough to render him unable to continue fighting. How is this possible? This guy before him was only a few years younger than him, yet had become this powerful. Dragon displayed an incredulous expression, staring intently at the monstrous Venos, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Pirate, what is your name?" "Venos. If you ever find yourself lost in confusion, feel free to come find me. Goodbye, young Navy." Venos did not hesitate, raising his foot to kick the young dragon away. "Ha ha ha. Good spirit. If you can't stick it out in the Navy, you can come find me. My name is Roger. A man determined to become the Pirate King." Roger looked at Dragon, now fallen on the battleship, waved his hand, and laughed in response. However, in the future, every time Roger recalled this moment, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of regret. "Hey, what are you doing, Rayleigh? Are you done yet? Hurry up and go." Rayleigh hurriedly pulled Roger towards the control room, hoisting the small sailboat onto the ship's stern, starting the transport ship's engine, and heading towards the free sea. Cough, cough. Dragon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, choosing not to pursue, but silently stood up, gazing at the dark fading into the sea, clenching his fists, shouting in anger. "Next time we meet, I will never lose to you again." Venos. Successful in seizing the heavenly gold transport ship, Roger, Rayleigh, and Venos gazed at the countless golden treasures shining brightly. Indeed, this is heavenly gold. This harvest is even greater than the last time we robbed the celestial dragon's ship. These gold and jewels must be worth at least a few billion berries altogether, Roger remarked while sipping the wine they had taken. Including the berries, after rough calculations, it should be worth over 3 billion. Rayleigh took out a small notebook, jotting down records while inspecting the treasures, assuming the demeanor of a treasure. Upon hearing the value of over 3 billion, Venos couldn't help but be stirred. Such an immense fortune of gold and treasures, if it were his past life, would be more than enough for a comfortable retirement, perhaps even indulging in a dozen beautiful ladies without a care. Ha ha ha. For the coming days, Rayleigh, don't you dare hide the fine wine under your bed. Lying atop a mountain of gold and treasure, Roger clutched a bottle of wine, while teasing Rayleigh without a hint of concern. Don't you even think about coveting the treasure, Roger. This pile of gold and jewels is the ship's main fund. Rayleigh shot Roger an exasperated glance, then moved the chests of treasure to the small sailboat attached to the stern. He planned to abandon the heavenly gold transport ship once the loading was complete. After all, the interception of the heavenly gold and the deaths of several CP0 agents had successfully enraged the world government. It wouldn't be long before naval reinforcements arrived, and staying on this transport ship would only be a burden. As Rayleigh busied himself, the deck was left with only Roger, who lounged amidst the treasure hoard, drinking heartily from a bottle of his hometown's finest wine, looking utterly at ease with no worry about the Navy or the world government's response. As for Venos, he walked to the steel door leading to the ship's lower compartments. With a bang, he pushed it open. The interior was dark and damp, the air thick with the stench of mold, blood, and decay. Tap, tap. Venos ventured deeper. On both sides of the gloomy, damp corridor stood several cells, and it was from within these that the foul odors of blood and corruption emanated. The deplorable conditions within stirred a flicker of anger in Venos' eyes. Are these the slaves offered to the celestial dragons by those nations? Seeing someone enter the cell block, the slaves instinctively recoiled, their eyes filled with the terror of death, fearful that Venos might harm them. Clearly, they mistook Venos for a member of the world government. Ever since they were abandoned by their own countries and herded onto this ship, the government personnel had subjected them daily to inhumane torture, and many slaves had perished from the torment. Crack. Looking at these innocent people, their eyes brimming with terror, Venos reached out and snapped the lock off a cell. Amidst their bewilderment, he spoke. Go, you are free now. Then he turned and proceeded to unlock all the cell doors, walking toward the deepest. Snapping back to reality, the people stared in disbelief at the figure disappearing into the shadows and the open cells before them. Unable to suppress their longing for freedom any longer, they began to move. It's true. We are free. They all rushed toward the door that led to the light. Thank you, kind sir. Many of those who passed by Venos bowed in gratitude. He did not respond, merely waving his hand and walking into the deeper space. This area was also a prison, but the cells here were far sturdier than those outside, and the inmates were all bound by heavy shackles. Venos glanced around the cell block, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, for the slaves here were not ordinary citizens, but members of various special races from different lands. There were mink, fishmen, long-legged dwarf, and even a giant. However, these were not the main source of Venos' astonishment. Black wings, silver-white hair, brown skin, and those blazing flames behind. This child. Venos fixed his gaze on the battered child huddled in one of the cages, his expression turning grave. The legendary race. Feeling the weight of the stare, the child cowering in the corner of the cell showed fear and hatred in his eyes. Naturally, the other imprisoned slaves also glared at Venos with the same loathing, wishing they could tear him apart. Ever since they were captured and brought here, they had endured torture several times worse than the ordinary slaves. If not for their special constitutions, they would have long since perished like the common slaves in the front cells. Just as these slaves were speculating which unfortunate soul this young man would drag out for amusement, crack. The sturdy cage was violently ripped apart by Venos. Bang! This sight left the slaves of various races utterly astounded, completely unable to fathom what he intended to do. The child, shrinking in the corner, stared at the shattered cage, bewildered and frozen. What are you waiting for? What? Did he just say go? This stunned the slaves in the surrounding cells. They had assumed this despicable human was planning to torment the child for entertainment, but instead, he was setting him free. Could it be because of the commotion that broke out earlier outside? Go? You mean the child, snapping out of his daze, examined Venos' eyes and found none of the cruel malice that the other hateful humans had shown. Only then did he cautiously step out of the cell. Seeing that Venos made no move to harm him, he prepared to bolt and escape this living hell. Stop! At that moment, Venos' voice rang out like a demon in the child's ears, causing him to freeze in his tracks, his frail body beginning to tremble. So it's true. This damned bastard deliberately let me out of the cage just to kill me. Damn it. I was so close to getting out of here. Meanwhile, the slaves in the surrounding cells held their breath. That kid is damn human, how treacherous. Alas. Too trusting. That human clearly let the kid out just to torture and kill him. Hearing the footsteps drawing closer, the child was now drenched in cold sweat, his heart consumed by the terror of death. As the shadow loomed over him, he clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and awaited his demise. With a loud bang, the shackles tightly binding the child's hands shattered into fragments and fell to the floor. This sight stunned every slave into frozen disbelief. How is this possible? He isn't going to kill the kid. Whoa. Suddenly, all the slaves in the cells lost their composure, crying out to Venos for help. Kind sir, please release us too. Yes, please help us. The originally gloomy and silent space was instantly overwhelmed by the cries for help from these slaves. With a sharp clang, Venos did not hesitate. He swung the great blade thunder cutter in his hand, slashing toward the solid prison cells around him. With a deafening boom, wherever the sharp slash passed, the prison cells were completely destroyed. Excited cheers erupted. We're free. Hurry, leave this place. Led by the giants, the imprisoned longlegs, dwarfs, beautiful snake-necks, minks, and fishmen all rushed toward the gate that led to the sunlight of freedom. At that moment, a robust fishman with a crimson body came before Venos. Without hesitation, he knelt down, his eyes brimming with gratitude. May I ask the benefactor's honorable name? The freed slaves upon seeing this halted, and also wished to know the name of the one who had saved them. Wainusi. Wainusi replied indifferently, his gaze studying the fishman's appearance, feeling as if he had seen him somewhere before. Could it be him? A full red body and a set of robust muscles. If memory serves, this fellow is none other than Fisher Tiger, the future hero who will liberate all slaves in the Holy Land Mariawa. Wainusi had not expected that Tiger would be captured by the world government so early. However, although Tiger's strength is not great, his influence among the fishmen is immense. That is why Jinbi Arlong and the others follow him so loyally. Many thanks, Mr. Wainusi. We shall forever remember your great kindness. Tiger kowtowed heavily, then led his fisherman companions away. The other racial slaves who had paused also bowed deeply to Wainusi, etched his name into their hearts, and they were fully aware that without this man before them, they and all the captured here would eventually be sent to the Holy Land Mariawa, becoming slaves for the amusement of the high and mighty celestial dragons. Wainusi. The child with Lunarian blood looked deeply at Wainusi, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Then he turned and ran toward the gate of freedom. After confirming with his observation Haki that no slaves remained in the cells, Wainusi turned and went back to the deck. Oh, you're just in time, Wainusi. Just a moment ago, I thought it was an enemy attack. At this moment, Roger, covered in footprints and with a swollen face, spoke while holding his bruised cheek. Ha ha, that look suits you, Roger. Seeing Roger with footprints all over and his face swollen like a pig's head, Wainusi couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hey, that's enough, Wainusi. Roger, being teased by Wainusi, looked utterly aggrieved. He had been lying on the treasure enjoying fine wine and the sea breeze when suddenly so many people poured out of the hatch. Those fellows didn't even look and simply trampled over him. We should leave this place as well. Wainusi nodded slightly, and the two of them vanished, reappearing on the small sailboat loaded with the entire deck's treasure. Now that matters are settled, let's split the shares. Rayleigh closed the notebook in his hand and opened one by one the treasures taken from the celestial tribute transport ship. For a moment, a dazzling array of gold treasures, famous swords, guns, cannons, and various fine wines met their eyes. Ahem. How about these wines go to me, Wainusi? Roger glanced around at the glittering gold and famous swords, then finally fixed his gaze on the pile of fine wines, clearing his throat. Although Roger was a swordsman and interested in famous blades, those 3 swords were only of the good sword grade. They were far inferior to the great sword Thundercutter he had given Wainusi and the ace sword in his own hand. As for Rayleigh, naturally, he also owned his own famous sword like Roger, so he probably wouldn't pick swords either. Instead, he chose a large amount of gold treasure since, as the ship's financial manager, all expenses were under his control. Wainusi's face darkened with a line. Does this guy only care about wine? He watched Roger rummage through different boxes for various fine wines, looking like someone who had never seen the world. If he hadn't seen one piece before, Wainusi would have found it hard to imagine that this fellow was the future pirate king. And as for Rayleigh, he didn't recall him being so greedy for money in the original story. I have no objections. Although Wainusi contributed the most in this raid on the Celestial Tribute, without Roger, he wouldn't have grown stronger in such a short time, let alone easily defeated the CPO. Moreover, compared to treasures, guns, cannons, wine, and good swords, what Wainusi cared about now was whether there was a devil fruit among them. At present, his 3 types of Haki and swordsmanship had already placed him among the great pirates. Perhaps it was time to consider a suitable devil fruit ability. However, the result brought a trace of disappointment to Wainusi's face. Among all this gold and treasure, there was no small wooden box similar to the one he expected. After the gold and treasures were divided one by one, the small sailboat continued its journey. Roger gazed at the clear blue sky above and spoke softly. Hey, Wainusi, do you plan to continue pursuing the celestial dragons? Though he couldn't stop Wainusi's decision, Roger knew full well what it would mean if a celestial dragon were killed. By then, not only would the Navy and the world government be hunting Wainusi with full force, but even with his current formidable strength, it would still be like an egg striking a rock. Moreover, since we've already plundered the Celestial Tribute, I'm sure Marine Headquarters and the world government have their eyes on us. Didn't you also witness the cruelty of the celestial dragons? Wainusi propped his chin with one hand, gazing at the endless sea. Roger was momentarily stunned, recalling the brutal slaves on the celestial dragon ship and this celestial tribute transport ship. He fell into a brief silence. Perhaps Wainusi's idea was right, but he also had his own destiny, to seek the true history of over 800 years. With this thought, Roger stood up, gazed at the setting sun, reached into his clothes, and pulled out a wooden box, tossing. Wainusi caught the small wooden box, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This was the box containing a devil fruit. Roger, this guy. Venos opened the wooden box, revealing a peculiar green fruit lying inside. Although he had never seen the devil fruit encyclopedia, he remembered the distinct ripples of the nature-type devil fruit, with its surface texture clearly defined. Hey Roger, are you really planning to give me this devil fruit, which is some kind of nature type? Roger waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested. He had heard it was particularly unpalatable and that it would hinder swimming. Forget it, I don't want to become a landlubber. Venos looked at Roger's carefree demeanor with a helpless expression. After all, this was a nature-type devil fruit, a coveted item that many pirates would fight to seize, yet he was just casually offering it away. But then again, Roger was the man who had become the pirate king through his Haki and swordsmanship, so it was no surprise that he didn't covet the devil fruit. Roger watched with interest as Venos held the vibrant devil fruit, teasingly saying, "I'm curious about its abilities, oh why don't you eat it? Let's confirm its abilities first." Venos' mouth twitched as he turned to leave, feeling as if this guy was treating him as a test subject. Venos didn't continue to engage in Roger's nonsense. He needed to figure out what abilities this nature-type devil fruit possessed to decide whether to consume it. The heavenly gold we seized this time must hold the wealth of an entire nation. Roger sighed as he watched Venos carry off the treasures one after another. Ah, indeed, an astonishing treasure. However, the journey ahead could be troublesome. Rayleigh walked up behind Roger, feeling both the joy of acquiring this wealth and the concern for the troubles that the world government and the Navy might bring them next. By the way, why did you give that devil fruit to Venos? With his current strength, he doesn't really need to rely on the fruit's abilities to enhance himself. Rayleigh expressed a puzzled look, unable to understand why Roger would give that unknown devil fruit to Venos. After all, Venos was already quite powerful. Given some time, he could potentially grow to become a force that even the world government and the Navy would fear. Venos indeed possessed a terrifying talent akin to that of a monster. Why would he eat a devil fruit and be forsaken by the sea? That would merely expose a fatal weakness. While that guy carries a heavy burden on his shoulders, the challenges he will face in the future will be even more daunting than ours. As friends, isn't it natural to help each other? In the future, we might even need to seek Venos' assistance. Over this period of time, Roger had come to understand Venos' desire for strength, and once he made a decision, it was not to be broken. As for Venos' next target, it was undoubtedly the celestial dragons. By giving that devil fruit to Venos, he merely wanted to provide some subtle help within his capabilities as a friend. After this, our names will surely sweep across the seas. Huh. Roger placed his hands on the railing, gazing out at the vast ocean and shouting with fervor. Considering they had just given the celestial dragons a severe beating in the East Blue, the Navy and the world government would surely be unable to sit idly by. Who knows what the bounty would be? I hope Venos doesn't take all the glory. Bang. Back on his small ship, Venos didn't waste any time and took out the vibrant devil fruit. Ding. Nature type wood fruit detected. Does the host wish to merge? Venos was taken aback, his face lighting up with joy. He hadn't expected the system to identify the abilities of the devil fruit, saving him a lot of time. But what did merging with the devil fruit mean? After checking the system functions in detail, Venos learned of the two options for using the devil fruit. The first option involved the system merging the devil fruit with his body, granting him the abilities of the fruit, and this merged fruit ability would not be constrained by seawater or sea prism stone. However, there was also a drawback. The merged fruit ability could not enter elementalization. The second option was that once he possessed the fruit's abilities, he could merge to accelerate the enhancement of the fruit's abilities, even reaching the state of ability awakening. Unable to enter elementalization, Venos gripped the nature type wood fruit, pulsating with vibrant life force without a trace of hesitation. Merge. As soon as he spoke, the wood fruit in his hand vanished, instantly followed by a wave of vibrant green light enveloping his entire body. This immediately caused a surge in Venos' physique vitality and recovery ability. Huh. Feeling the power soaring within him, Venos extended his hand, and a green sprout rose from his palm, rapidly growing before his eyes, as if he could control all trees. Although in terms of destructive power, it could not compare to those of magma light or lightning, the ability to summon anything by merely joining hands was indeed not inferior to those of calamity fruits. The key was that the thorny trees could instantly bind enemies while draining their stamina and vitality, rendering them powerless. Not only that, even when faced with strong opponents on par with Haki, the continuous recovery of stamina would make him the mightiest ruler. Venos even felt that if he were to fight Roger now, even if he couldn't achieve a complete victory, he could certainly wear him down. I'm looking forward to it, celestial dragons. Venos clenched his fists tightly, his hatred for the celestial dragons deepening. On the other side, far above the red line, stood magnificent buildings. Holy Land, Mary Geos, the center of world power. In a lavishly decorated hall, 5 elderly men in black suits surrounded a sofa. From the appearance of the 5 old men, they were not the 5 elders from the original story, but rather unfamiliar faces. Nevertheless, the aura they exuded was no less formidable than that of the peak powerhouses at sea. Bang! One of the plump old men slammed his palm on the table, the tremendous force instantly shattering the bluestone table, his face turning a deep shade of anger. The news of the heavenly gold being robbed and the entire CP0 team being wiped out had reached the world government at the earliest opportunity. Bastards! What the hell is the CP0 team escorting the heavenly gold transport ship doing? How could they allow those damned pirates to rob them in the first half of the Grand Line? Notify the Navy to capture the pirates who seized the heavenly gold. The other 4 elders also wore frosty expressions, for these were the heavenly gold from the West Sea and East Sea, which had been intercepted by those pirates who had just set sail. Moreover, even the CP0 squad escorting the heavenly gold had been killed. When had such a formidable figure appeared in the first half of the Grand Line? However, what troubled them most was not the emergence of powerful pirates on the sea, but the scolding from those celestial dragon families. Once they learned the heavenly gold had been stolen, those celestial dragons might storm the world government building and cause chaos. At this thought, the 5 elders felt a headache, for the celestial dragons enjoyed their status as the world's nobility. How to pacify the mischief of those celestial dragons? Besides the heavenly gold treasures being seized, the people selected as slaves have also been freed. The usually calm and composed 5-star elder with a mustache holding an unknown katana in his arm spoke indifferently, but a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. Find out who did it. The obese elder's eyes were bloodshot and his fury kept rising. The long-bearded elder frowned, immediately thinking of the Rocks pirates, for those ruffians truly dared to rob the heavenly gold transport ship. If it were indeed those guys, then matters would become troublesome. As the strongest overlord of the sea, the Rocks pirates were a headache even for the world government and the Marines. Report elders. The mastermind behind the robbery of the heavenly gold transport ship is not the Rocks pirates. At that moment, the CP0 member, holding all the intelligence on this incident, reported from outside the sofa. Hearing it was not the Rocks pirates, the elders' furrowed brows relaxed considerably. As long as it wasn't the Rocks pirates, things were much easier to handle. Because in this era there were no Shichibukai Yonko or numerous hidden complex forces as in the original pirate story. In this era, Rocks was the undisputed supreme ruler of the New World. Even the flagship of the world government, the Marine headquarters, had to weigh whether they could bear the wrath of that man before taking action against the Rocks pirates. According to intelligence from a warship that arrived, the attackers on the heavenly gold are the pirate rookies Girduo Loaji and Zirbatsi Lely, and a newcomer seemingly 17 or 18 years old, Wainusi. The CP0 member carefully placed on the sofa the photos of Loaji, Wainusi, and Lely. Loaji, Lely, damn it, those two again. Not long ago they attacked celestial dragons, and no bounty was issued, and now they've stolen the heavenly gold. Absolutely unforgivable. Upon hearing these 2 names, the obese elder flew into a rage. Having just attacked celestial dragons in the East Sea was not enough, and now they had stolen the heavenly gold. This was trampling the dignity of the world government into the ground. The world government would never allow such criminals to continue stirring up trouble on the sea. According to the report, the main culprit this time is not Loaji or Lely, but that brat called Wainusi. He almost single-handedly annihilated the CP0 squad, escorting the heavenly gold transport ship. Sensing the fury of the elders, the CP0 member broke out in a cold sweat, fearing they would take out their anger on him. Only when the anger subsided did he slowly continue his report. The mastermind behind the robbery of the heavenly gold transport ship is actually a brat only 17 or 18 years old, and he almost single-handedly annihilated the CP0 squad. Hearing this news, the 5 elders were greatly astonished. It was completely unexpected. They had thought it was Loaji and Lely working together to wipe out the CP0, but it turned out to be a 17-year-old brat. This was utterly unbelievable. After all, becoming a CP0 member meant one had been meticulously selected. To be nearly wiped out by a mere brat. How could the elders not be shocked? Yai's elders. The Den Den Mushi recorded the entire battle. Among them, 3 CP0 members, including the squad captain, couldn't last 3 rounds against the one named Wainusi and were absolutely slain. 3 rounds. The 5 elders all showed shock. They were well aware of the strength of the CP0 squad responsible for escorting the heavenly gold transport ship. The squad captain's strength reached the level of vice admiral, albeit at the bottom of that tier, but without absolute power one could not defeat him in 3 rounds. With the assistance of 2 rear admiral level members, they could hold their ground for some time, even against an elite vice admiral. Yet a mere brat of 17 or 18 had managed to annihilate them in combined combat. This was simply inconceivable. Seeing the elders' skeptical expressions, the CP0 member dared not delay and hastily brought up the battle footage extracted from the Den Den Mushi. After a moment, the entire luxurious office fell into silence. This is armament Haki, observation Haki, and even Conqueror's Haki. How is this possible? At such a young age he has awakened all 3 types of Haki. Not only that, but from the battle video his application of Haki is nothing like a novice. The five elders' eyes widened as they stared at the young figure on the screen in disbelief. On the sea? No. When had such a monster appeared in the first half of the Grand Line? And his swordsmanship and physical techniques are also extremely powerful. Seeing the expressions of the elders, this CP0 intelligence officer dared not continue further. Buzz. The entire office fell into dead silence. A 17 or 18-year-old brat had awakened all three types of Haki and wielded them proficiently, while also possessing considerable skill in physical techniques and swordsmanship. Aside from lacking a devil fruit, he was undeniably a pentagonal warrior. He annihilated a Vice Admiral level CP0 squad captain in 3 rounds. Such achievements and strength. Even long-renowned pirates could not accomplish this. With such terrifying potential and talent, if he were allowed to continue unchecked, the extent of his future growth would be an unknown bomb. Perhaps even a bomb capable of threatening the world government. This was also the reason the five elders fell into collective silence. Could it be that another Rox had emerged on the seas? The world government would never allow such a thing to happen. They must ascertain his background and his motives for targeting the tribute gold. If driven by wealth or power, the world government could easily recruit him into their fold. Have you investigated the details on this boy called Venos? The long-bearded elder inquired in a calm tone. Venos' birthplace, West Blue. His parents and eldest sister were recently. The five elders raised their brows, expressions of displeasure surfacing. Continue. The CPO agent, clutching Venos' file in both hands, shuddered and replied with a trembling voice. Yes, Lord Elders. While touring the West Blue, St. Charles took a liking to Venos' sister's beauty and intended to bring her back to Holy Land Mary Geos to be one of the many slaves. But when her parents resisted, they were killed by St. Charles. Upon hearing this, the five elders were inwardly jolted. So that was why he had struck against the tribute gold. Once again, it was those troublemakers who had stirred up the incident. Now the world government faced yet another headache. Clearly Venos' actions were directed at the celestial dragons, dashing any hopes of recruiting him. Since such a terrifyingly talented youth could not be co-opted, the only recourse was. At this thought, the five elders exchanged glances, a murderous glint flaring in their eyes. Years of collaboration rendered words unnecessary. That was to eradicate him in the cradle before Venos could fully mature. Having learned the course of events, one of the five elders waved dismissively at the CPO intelligence officer. Once the door closed again, the elder with round-rimmed spectacles raised a crucial point. Furthermore, among the tribute gold inventory, there was also the Logia-type wood fruit. What a... damn it. If someone among them eats that devil fruit, another formidable powerhouse will rise on the seas, stirring up turmoil. What a... damn it. If someone among them eats that devil fruit, another formidable powerhouse will rise on the seas, stirring up turmoil. It could manipulate all plant life and grant terrifying stamina and regenerative capabilities. Even severe battle wounds could heal rapidly through the fruit's endless life force, making one virtually unkillable in terms of endurance. A true indestructible tank. But that was not the main cause of the long-bearded elder's fury. This fruit held a terrifying secret. Like the legendary Paramecia-type op fruit, it could grant immortality. This was why the world government desperately sought to reclaim it along with the op fruit and 2 other mythical fruits. If an average pirate ate this fruit, even with plant manipulation and stamina, the world government and marines could still suppress them with encirclement. But should someone develop the fruit to its fullest potential, that person might prove even more troublesome than Rox. Moreover, that boy Venos had already mastered all 3 types of Haki. At this thought, the 5 elders' faces darkened utterly, for they had intended this devil fruit for grooming the next generation of holy knights or marine combatants. Now that the fruit had fallen into Venos' hands, the 5 elders grew frantic. A monstrous 17 or 18-year-old youth who had already awakened all 3 types of Haki. If he truly developed the fruit to its peak, they would be in dire straits. Inform Marine Headquarters immediately to eliminate Venos at all costs. Nip him in the bud. Also include GOLD. Roger and Silver's Rayleigh. Kill everyone connected to Venos. With the Supreme Authority's orders issued, Marine Headquarters responded with intense action. At the long conference table, Fleet Admiral Kong Deisho presided, flanked by Buddha Sengoku Black Arm, Zephyr Monkey D. Garp and Tsuru with numerous core subordinates gathered. Just days ago, they had been exulting over Garp's son Dragon's terrifying talent, planning to groom him as the next leading figure of the Marines. But the Tribute Gold incident shook Marine High Command. They had thought Dragon, who awakened all 3 Haki at 18, was a monster, yet now an even more fearsome prodigy appeared. In a single encounter, he overwhelmed the Marines' rising star. With such potential and talent, the Marines could not let him grow, especially given his blatant provocation in attacking the tribute transport ship. The higher-ups are furious about this matter. Let's hear your thoughts. At the head of the table, the nonconformist, hairstyle bulging arms crossed over his chest with a cold expression. This was Fleet Admiral Kong. Those present were almost the future backbone of the Marines. Sengoku, Zephyr, and Garp were his most capable officers, still holding elite vice admiral ranks, but already possessing strength comparable to admirals. The dignity of the world government and Marine headquarters cannot be challenged. I propose deploying a high-level combatant to capture Venos. Sengoku, Kong's most promising successor, known as the Tactician, spoke first. Having single-handedly wiped out a CPO squad and suppressed Dragon, who had awakened Conqueror's Haki, with his own Conqueror's pressure, such monstrous talent must not be allowed to grow. I agree with Sengoku's proposal. The Tribute Gold incident has caused terrible repercussions, undermining public and criminal trust in Marine authority. Zephyr put down the dossier, sighing inwardly over the loss of a promising youth like Venos, but the justice on his shoulders left no room for hesitation. Kong nodded approvingly at the opinions of Sengoku, and Zephyr then turned his gaze to the unusually silent Garp, who sat with his head bowed, wearing an odd expression. Did the sun rise from the west today? That usually noisy fellow is being so quiet. Kapu. Being called out, Kapu came to his senses with a bewildered expression. He instinctively responded as he noticed the gazes of everyone at the table fixed upon him. Why is everyone staring at me like that? The corners of the mouths of all the senior Marine officers at the table twitched violently. The younger officers behind them broke out in a cold sweat. Was Vice Admiral Kapu always this bold? You all go on with your talk. Before he could finish, a sharp pain suddenly shot through Kapu's foot. Ouch! What are you doing here? Mind the occasion, Kapu. He, seated across from him, could no longer tolerate it, and stomped on Kapu's foot. At such a solemn meeting, she couldn't fathom what had gotten into Kapu today. I understand. Kapu clutched his throbbing foot, a pitiful look on his face, then raised his head and asked seriously, where were we? Thump, thump, thump. In an instant, everyone at the long table fell off their chairs, glaring at Kapu as if they wanted to beat him to a pulp. Ahem. Kapu, be serious. Gangu Kong covered his face with a helpless expression. When would this fellow ever change his ways? What are your thoughts on the crimes committed by Wei Nuasi? Hearing that name, Kapu couldn't help but recall the account of events that Duo Lagu standing behind him had related. He had always detested the actions of the Tianlongren, especially since Wei Nuasi's parents and elder sister were killed by the Tianlongren, which led to the Tianshangin incident. In his view, they deserved it. If it weren't for his position, he would have loved to kick them a couple of times himself. Thus, Kapu harbored no anger toward the crimes committed by Wei Nuasi and the others. Instead, he felt that Wei Nuasi, Luo Jia Li, and the rest had done the right thing. But as a Marine, he naturally couldn't answer like that. This put Kapu in a difficult spot. After pondering for a moment, he responded with an awkward expression. That Wei Nuasi fellow has indeed committed considerable crimes, but you know the nature of those Tianlongren. If the Tianlongren hadn't killed Wei Nuasi's entire family, none of this would have happened. So, bang. Enough, Kapu. Before Kapu could continue, Buddha Zhang was sitting ahead, quickly interrupted him, raising his voice to stop him. On the surface, he was reprimanding Kapu, but in truth, he was protecting him, fearing that Kapu might spout more nonsense. Speaking privately was one thing, but this was an important meeting. If Kapu's words reached Holy Land Malinkia, not even Admiral Gangu Kong could protect him. Zhangwa glanced at Gangu Kong, who sat at the head of the table, and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that he did not appear enraged. Nevertheless, Kapu's words also reminded Zhangwa Fa he and the officers seated behind them, leaving them with awkward expressions. Indeed, before the Tianshangin incident, the Tianlongren had shot and killed Wei Nuasi's parents and elder sister. Having witnessed his family's murder, if it had been them, they could not have let go of such a deep-seated hatred. It seemed that Wei Nuasi was not like those vicious pirates on the sea. Thinking of Wei Nuasi's ordeal, Fa and the others sighed inwardly. If not for this tragedy, Marine headquarters might have possessed an absolute powerhouse capable of dominating the entire era. So this is his story. Could it be that the world government is exactly as he described? It was Duo Lagu who had failed to intercept Wei Nuasi and the others. Due to this incident, he had been stripped of his rank of lieutenant commander. Now he was only an ordinary Marine soldier. It was Duo Lagu who had failed to intercept Wei Nuasi and the others. But he came here to confirm in his heart whether the world government and the Marines were truly as Wei Nuasi had claimed. Now that he learned of Wei Nuasi's experience, he fell into deep thought. If it had been him, he probably would have done the same. It seemed that Wei Nuasi's purpose in hijacking the Tianshangin transport ship was not for the treasure, but ultimately for the Tianlongren. Alright. At the same time, the atmosphere in the meeting room became somber until Admiral Gangu Kong, seated at the head, broke the silence. Regardless, Wei Nuasi's hijacking of the Tianshangin transport ship is an unforgivable crime. No matter his circumstances, he cannot be allowed to challenge the absolute authority of the world government and Marine headquarters. Gangu Kong swept his gaze across the room, and issued a stern order. The higher-ups have issued a kill order, pursue Wei Nuasi dead or alive. Upon hearing this, many of the righteous officers present exchanged bewildered glances. Even Zai Fa was stunned. They had not expected Gangu Kong to issue such an order. In their view, although Wei Nuasi was at fault, it was understandable. They could recover the Tianshangjian treasure, throw Wei Nuasi in jail, guide him with justice, and perhaps in the future, he might become a marine steadfast in the name of justice. Even the fleet admiral cannot defy an order from the world government. Duo Lagu, standing outside the conference table, was shocked and muttered to himself, "I disagree." Ka Pu, his face flushed with anger, was the first to stand up in opposition. The incident had been caused by those Tianlongren in the first place. Wei Nuasi had merely vented his fury by seizing the Tianshangjian. Issuing a kill order was something Ka Pu simply could not accept. This time Zhang Guo did not stop him. His silence signaled tacit approval of Ka Pu's stance. Clearly Ka Pu, Zai Fa, and Zhang Guo were all dissatisfied with the order. Gangu Kong glanced at the silent Zai Fa and Zhang Guo and gave a slight resigned shake of his head. These three were his most capable subordinates and the future backbone of the Marines. He had to offer an explanation. Obeying orders is the sacred duty of a Marine. Wei Nuasi's ordeal. I know all of you wish to show leniency. But the treasure and supplies of the Tianshangjian were contributed by the people of many nations, funds to uphold justice on the seas. If we make exceptions, every time the order and justice we uphold will become worthless. There are countless people on the sea waiting for our protection. Gangu Kong's words convinced Zhang Guohe and the gathered officers. That was right. They had to protect the countless people. Though they sympathized with Wei Nuasi's plight, for the sake of stability on the seas, sacrifices had to be made. All for justice. Duo Lagu, standing outside the conference table, was disappointed, but he still wanted to confirm one thing. Marshall is the heavenly gold treasure truly used for. Before he could finish, Garp's large hand immediately pressed down on Duolage, giving a slight shake of his head. Yet these words drew the attention of everyone in the conference room, their gazes toward Duolage tinged with surprise and scrutiny. Then leave this mission to me. I will capture him and bring him back to Marine headquarters. Sensing the many scrutinizing and questioning looks, Garp, as a father, naturally understood what was happening. He stood up and volunteered. Garp, this time the 5 elders have personally issued the order to eliminate Venos. Kong the Steelbone turned his gaze to Garp. For Duolage's blatant disrespect, he issued no punishment, presumably out of consideration for Garp's face, and spoke in a deep voice, indicating that he would overlook Duolage's insubordination. I am only responsible for the capture. I care nothing for the rest. Garp ignored Kong, slung the cloak, symbolizing justice, over his shoulder, and strode out of the conference room with Duolage without looking back. At the harbor docks, Father, was the heavenly gold truly prepared by the people willingly? Duolage caught up with Garp and whispered in his ear. Garp halted, his expression turning grave. When had this boy started concerning himself with such unnecessary matters? Could I, an old man, possibly say that all these treasures were forcibly seized or looted from the people by those nations? And the purpose of the heavenly gold treasury? No, I mustn't let this brat get any dangerous ideas. Ahem. This is not your concern now. The most important thing for you is to strive and grow stronger. Only when you grow into a Marine Admiral will you have the qualifications to know certain things and change them. Duolage clenched his fist. Strength, was it? Indeed. Without absolute strength, some matters remain untouchable. As long as he could become an admiral, no beyond admiral the marshal's seat. Garp gazed out at the sea and let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. I know what I'm doing. I'm off, Duolage. Wait for me to return and test the fruits of your... That was the justice he bore in his heart. As he was about to leave, he asked, Old man, are you really going to follow orders and eliminate Venos? Garp gazed out at the sea and let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. I know what I'm doing. I'm off, Duolage. Wait for me to return and test the fruits of your training. He was quite confident in Duolage's talent. Given time, the position of Marine Admiral would undoubtedly be. Just as Garp stepped onto the deck of the warship, Duolage's firm and powerful voice came from behind. Old man, I will work hard to become stronger, to become the Marines' greatest fighting force and cut through all the shackles that bind us. To change the corrupt practices that the world government and the celestial dragons impose upon the Marines. The Marines on the ship were taken aback by this oath amid the roaring waves. Hey, how can you say something like that out loud? If this reaches the ears of the world government, it'll be a disaster. Garp, on the other hand, paid no heed and wore a satisfied smile. It seemed that after going through this, Duolage had grown more mature inside. Ha ha ha. You are truly my son. When the time comes, I'll help you knock Kong the Marshal out of his position. The Marines' mouths twitched. Good grief, this father and son actually said it. We're done for. We've heard something we shouldn't have. Soon Garp boarded his personal dog-headed warship and gave the order to set sail. Depart. Watching the warship gradually fade from the shore, the determination in Dualage's eyes grew stronger. He resolved to train diligently and become a Marine Admiral or even the Marshal as soon as possible. As Garp's dog-headed warship left Marine headquarters on the other side, wanted posters for Venos, Roger, and Rayleigh were dispatched to all corners of the world. New news on the sea. Not simple. These carrier pigeons come from the direction of Marine headquarters. Countless wanted posters carried by an endless stream of carrier pigeons flew across the world. In an instant, the residents of islands and towns, outlaws, bounty hunters, pirates, and others erupted in uproar. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. 100 million. Wait, really? That's 400 million. The young brat in the wanted poster, he's wanted for 400 million berries. How is this possible? For a first-time bounty to reach the level of renowned veteran pirates, what did this brat, named Venos, do? Source of evil: Venos, 18 years old, proficient in all 3 forms of Haki swordsmanship. Crimes: robbery, massacre of Marines, the world government's escort of important merchant ships. Wow, that's a colossal fortune, enough to rival a nation, and it was just stolen like that. It's not just the wealth that matters. He even dared to lay hands on the world government's people. That's an absolute challenge to the world government and the Marines. So what? Don't forget, Venos has awakened all 3 types of Haki. Such terrifying talent and potential make him a genuine monster. It seems another formidable figure has appeared on the seas. No wonder the Marines set his initial bounty at 400 million berries. Hey, don't focus all your attention on Venos. Besides him, there are also his crewmates. GOLD. Roger and Rayleigh, who robbed the Celestial Dragons some time ago. Their bounties have increased again, now 530 million and 380 million berries respectively. With the deeds of these 3 made public, they instantly captured everyone's attention. Although Roger, who had struck against the world government twice, had the highest bounty among the 3. Venos, at only 18 years old, had killed Marine commanders and world government officials. A feat so staggering it left onlookers speechless. Even long-established veteran pirates might not have accomplished that. Moreover, he dared to oppose the world government and the Marines. The sheer audacity was terrifying. It was enough to prove Venos' danger to the world government and the Marines. Even with an initial bounty of 400 million berries, it suddenly seemed only fitting. Sunlight filtered through the seawater 10,000 meters above, casting dappled shadows over Fishman Island. A colossal double-layered bubble membrane enveloped the entire island, holding back the water pressure that could crush steel. Corals of every hue stood like forests, gently swaying in the currents of the deep sea. This was Fishman Island, the so-called dreamlike paradise, 10,000 meters beneath the sea in human tongues. But for the fishmen who lived here, it was merely their ancestral home. Fishman District. Though it was called a district, it was nothing more than a derelict shipyard. Massive shipwrecks had been crudely converted into dwellings, and rusty iron anchors became playthings for children. Yet this was no gathering of orphans. It was the underbelly of Fishman Island, a place where disgruntled, discriminated, and homeless fishmen huddled together for warmth. At that moment, inside a wrecked warship, a few figures sat in a circle. Taiga, big brother. Heavy footsteps sounded from outside as a burly, blue-skinned fishman burst into the cabin. He had the rounded physique typical of a whale shark, with 2 sharp teeth protruding from his chin, a look both simple and powerful. In his arms he clutched a crumpled newspaper, his face barely concealing his excitement. Shinping. The man seated in the center raised his head. Feisher Taiga, the boss of Fishman District. His skin was deep red, his muscular frame covered in scars. 3 days ago those scars still bore the marks of chains piercing through. But now he had returned to Fishman Island and taken his place here again. Taiga, boss. Something huge has happened. Shinping thrust the newspaper before Taiga, his thick finger pointing at the headline. Mr. Wei Nuasi, our benefactor, has been bounty listed by the Marines. Taiga took the newspaper, moving slowly. He was barely literate, but he could understand the photo and the number on the bounty poster. Black hair, black eyes, a face far too young. The person in the photograph showed no expression, yet his gaze was as cold as the seawater 10,000 meters deep outside Fishman Island. Source of evil: Wei Nuasi, age 18, proficient in 3 types of Haki and swordsmanship. Charges: plundering, massacring Marines, attacking important merchant vessels escorted by the world government. Bounty: 400 berries. Dead or alive. 400 million. Shinping swallowed hard. Taiga, brother, in over 20 years of life, I've never seen anyone with such a high first bounty. What did he do? Taiga did not answer immediately. His gaze lingered on the photo. Memories from 3 days ago surged back like a tide. A dark, damp ship hold. Chains piercing through bones. The stench of rot and blood. Fellow fishmen dying one after another, their bodies casually thrown into the sea. Then bang. The cell door was ripped apart. That young human stood at the entrance with light behind him. In his hand was a blade wreathed in lightning still dripping with blood, the blood of CP0. What are you gaping at? Let's go. Just that one sentence. No condescending tone, no patronizing pity. As casual as saying nice weather today. Then he turned and strode deeper in to free more slaves. Taiga boss. Shinping's voice pulled him back to reality. Taiga looked up and noticed another figure had entered the cabin. Xiaoba, when did you get here? The octopus fishman with 8 tentacles grinned, emerging from the shadows. I've been here, all along, Taiga boss. You were just too absorbed in the newspaper. As his words fell, another figure sauntered in from the doorway. A sharp nose, jagged teeth, an aura of menace. He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, wearing an expression that said I'm not interested, but I just had to come. Ilong. Taiga called out. I'm just taking a look. Ilong turned his head away. What the newspaper says has nothing to do with me. Xiaoba crowded closer, all 8 eyes fixed on the paper. Wow. 400 million berries. Taiga boss, this human, named Wei Nuasi, is worth that much. Humans are humans. Ilong snorted coldly. No matter how much they're worth, they're still humans. I've said it before, no human is any good. This guy Wei Nuasi is definitely some murderous arsonist, or why would the Marines put a bounty on him? Ilong. Shinping frowned. Watch your words. Did I say something wrong? Ilong walked into the cabin, kicking aside an empty bottle. Taiga boss, I know this human saved you, and you're grateful. I get that. But don't forget it was humans who captured you as a slave. Humans who tortured you on that ship. Humans who branded you with a red-hot iron. Ilong pointed at the vicious scar on Taiga's chest. Didn't a human leave that scar? The cabin fell silent for a few seconds. Xiaoba retracted his tentacles, not daring to speak. Shinping clenched his fists, wanting to retort, but not knowing what to say. Taiga lowered his head to look at his own scar. That brand had originally been the mark of a slave, the celestial dragon's hoof of the heavenly dragon. After Wei Nuasi freed them, he had casually sliced away that defiled patch of flesh. Now the scar remained, but the shameful insignia was gone. Ilong, you're right. Taiga spoke. His voice was low, but everyone fell silent. Many humans are villains. The humans who captured me as a slave were villains, the ones who tortured me on the ship were villains, and the ones who branded me with the iron were villains. He stood up and walked in front of Ilong. But Ilong, that day on the slave ship, I was already prepared to die. Ilong was stunned. The chain pierced through my collarbone and blood kept flowing. My brothers died one after another, their bodies thrown into the sea as fish bait. I thought I was next. Taiga reached out and placed a hand on Ilong's shoulder. Then he came. That human, named Wei Nuasi, tore the cell door apart with his hands. He freed me, freed all the slaves. He asked for no money, demanded no oath of loyalty, didn't even leave his name. It was only because I chased after him and asked that I learned his name. Taiga's voice was calm, but Shinping could feel the weight behind it. Taiga boss. Shinping stepped forward. Why did that Wei Nuasi do all this? Taiga gazed out at Fishman District, watching his brothers swimming among the coral reefs, hearing the sound of reading drifting from the school in the distance. There was a fire in his eyes, Taiga said. I've seen that fire before, in the mirror. What fire? Taiga produced the bounty poster and pointed at the charges plundering the celestial gold transport ship, killing a CP0 squad. Do you know what that means? Xiaoba shook his head. Ilong frowned. Shinping looked thoughtful. The celestial gold is the protection money squeezed from the common people of the member nations and offered to the celestial dragons. CP0 are the most faithful dogs at the celestial dragon's side. Taiga's knuckles turned white. He's taking revenge on the celestial dragons. Those lofty gods killed someone important to him. Shinping fell silent. He remembered his own childhood watching human merchants lock fishermen brothers into cages and sell them like exotic animals. Those human smiles, he would never forget them. Ilong lowered his head, lost in thought. Xiaoba for once was quiet, his 8 tentacles hanging still. After a long silence, Ilong muttered, Taiga boss. That Wei Nuasi. Can he defeat the celestial dragons? Taiga did not answer. He lifted his head to look at the darkness above Fishman Island. On the sea surface 10,000 meters above, that young man, named Wei Nuasi, bearing a bounty of 400 million and a heart full of hatred, was charging against the gods of this world. I don't know if he can win, Taiga said, but I assure Taiga owe him my life. If one day he needs me, even if it's against the Marines, the world government, the gods. He clenched his fist. I won't hesitate for a second. Shinping stepped forward to stand beside Taiga. Taiga boss, me too. He stared at the bounty poster, imprinting the young face in the photo deep in his mind. In over 20 years, he had seen countless humans, merchants, pirates, Marines, slave traders. Good ones. Barely any. But someone like Wei Nuasi, this was his first time. Mr. Wei Nuasi. Shinping murmured, this debt of gratitude Shinping will remember. Xiaoba also came over, scratching his head with 8 tentacles. Although I don't understand much, since Boss Taiga and Shinping both say so, they'll remember him too. If I ever see him, I'll treat him to takoyaki. Ilong stood still, not moving. Taiga looked at him After a long while, Yilong spoke in a sullen voice. I remember too. But it's not because I'm grateful to him, it's because Boss Taiga told me to remember, so I do. Taiga laughed. He walked over, placed his large hand on Yilong's head, and rubbed it hard. Yilong tried to dodge, but failed. You little brat. Taiga laughed. He walked over, placed his large hand on Yilong's head, and rubbed it hard. Yilong tried to dodge, but failed. If you really can take down a celestial dragon, then I, Yilong, will acknowledge you as an outlier among humans. Shen Ping. Yes, Boss Taigu. Xiaoba. Present. Yilong. Present. Taigu turned around his back to the sunlight, his enormous shadow cast on the cabin floor. All of you remember this face, remember this name. His voice was low and powerful. Humans have a saying, a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. We fishmen don't have so many twists and turns, but debts of gratitude must be repaid. Yes. One day in the future, if we become strong enough, if Mr. Wei Nuasi needs us. Tai Guess gaze pierced through Fishman Street, through the coral forest, through the bubble film, to the sea surface, 10,000 meters above. We will swim up and stand by his side. Shen Ping nodded heavily. Xiao Ba waved his 8 tentacles. Yilong said nothing, but he stood beside Taigo. Outside Fishman Island in the pitch-black, deep sea, enormous sea kings swam slowly by. Sunlight could not penetrate, but in the eyes of those colossal creatures a glimmer occasionally flashed. And on the sea surface 10,000 meters above, a small sailboat was cutting through the waves. The young man at the bow suddenly stopped his movements and looked up at the sky. New World Beehive Island High. The sky over this sea was perpetually gloomy, with dark clouds pressing down like lumps of lead. Occasionally lightning struck the sea surface, blasting up waves tens of meters high. But more terrifying than the weather to passing ships was the island standing at the center of the storm's eye. A pirate's paradise, a haven for desperados, the gathering place of the most vicious individuals in the entire Grand Line. Beehive Island. The architecture on the island was rugged and chaotic. Abandoned warships were dragged ashore and converted into taverns. Giant sea king skeletons were built into watchtowers. Bones and rusted swords lying everywhere told the rule of this place. The strong prey on the weak, and might makes right. The harbor was packed with various pirate ships, their masts flying, a motley collection of flags. But everyone who came here had only one purpose: to join the Rocks pirates or be killed by them. Jiahaha! A wild burst of laughter came from the hall at the center of the island, shaking loose pebbles. That was the stronghold of the Rocks pirates. A gigantic palace carved out of an entire mountain. Massive stone pillars were carved with twisted skull patterns. Walls were hung with rare treasures plundered from around the world. The floor was paved with solid obsidian, reflecting the candlelight and giving the hall a deep, luxurious atmosphere. In the center of the hall, around a giant stone table capable of seating dozens, sat the most vicious pirates of this era. The man in the main seat exuded a suffocating pressure. Luoku Cdg Beiko. No one knew the true extent of his power. All knew was that he was the sea overlord of this era, a headache for the world government. He had thick white and black hair, and a jet black beard, his eyes deep, as if they could swallow all light. A hearty laugh came from his right. It was an extremely tall man. Even seated, he was much taller than an ordinary person standing. He had a crescent-shaped white mustache, his bare torso covered with fierce scars, muscles like cast iron. He lifted a huge wine bowl, tilted his head, and drank, letting the liquor flow down his chin to his chest unconcerned. Ai de Juan Yogaite, core combatant of the Rocks pirates, nicknamed Whitebeard. Hey Yogaite, can't you be a little more refined? The speaker was a man sitting opposite him. His golden hair, long enough to touch the ground, was spread like a lion's mane. He wore an orange Andiolo traditional Japanese outfit with 2 great swords at his waist, Sakuraju and Kagurashi. Golden Lion Shurji. Jiahaha. Spilled more wine than I drank, what a waste. His laugh was sharp and piercing, his whole being exuding a wild and unbridled arrogance. Mama. A chilling laugh came from across Whitebeard. It was an unusually tall woman. Even seated, she was several times taller than an ordinary person. She had long pink curly hair, brightly painted lips, and eyes that sometimes narrowed into slits, and then abruptly widened, revealing bloodshot eyeballs, sending chills down one's spine. But looking closely at her face, she was about 30 years old at this moment. Though her body was astonishingly huge, her features were unexpectedly delicate. Heart-shaped face, high nose bridge, eyes with exotic allure beneath thick lashes. If not for the unsettling smile and the occasional drool at the corner of her mouth, she would be an undeniable great beauty. Xia Luote Lingling, one of the officers of the Rocks pirates. Shurji, will you die if you talk less? She reached out, grabbed a handful of candy from the mountain of desserts on the table, stuffed it all into her mouth, and crunched loudly. How Nyogaite drinks is his business. What's it to you? Jaha. Who are you to boss me around? Shurji glared the air around him, seeming to warp, and objects began to float faintly. Want to fight, yellow-haired chicken? Ling Ling suddenly stood up, her huge palm slamming onto the stone table, rattling the wine bowls. Her eyes began to redden and more saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth, a precursor to her food seizure. Just as the two were at odds and ready to fight. Enough. Luo Kusi's voice was not loud, but the entire hall fell silent instantly. Shiji snorted coldly and withdrew his ability. Ling Ling pouted, sat down again, grabbed a large piece of cake, and stuffed it into her mouth. Whitebeard continued drinking as if nothing had happened. Such was the daily life of the Rocks pirates. Everyone present was no pushover. They gathered for wealth and power, but were equally ready to draw blades on each other for the same reasons. Shipmates. Non-existent. Here only interests and strength matter. Besides these three, others were also seated around the stone table. A man in flamboyant attire, fingers loaded with gemstone rings, was using a small knife to clean dirt from it. Beside him were several open treasure chests glittering with gold. Loot he had just seized from some unlucky pirate crew. Captain John, a notorious jewelry collector who cared only for treasure and was indifferent to any topic not involving money. Next to him sat a slender man with a sinister face and a mustache exuding an unsettling aura. He toyed with a string of prayer beads, his eyes occasionally scanning everyone's faces as if scheming. Wang Ji, nicknamed Extreme Joy Patriarch, he was one of the most calculating figures in the Rocks Pirates. In the past, he was a taciturn man carrying a huge silver axe on his back like a silent reef, saying nothing from start to finish. Silver Axe, the archrival of Golden Lion. No one knew what was on his mind. In addition, there were others. Longbread sat behind Ling Ling, carefully handing her desserts. A few young pirates stood in the corner, not even qualified to sit. Among them was a boy with two horns, his eyes revealing a beast-like defiance. That was the young Kai duo. Though just an intern, he already displayed astonishing potential and talent. Luo Kisi tossed a bounty poster onto the center of the stone table. All eyes fell upon the paper simultaneously. The photo showed a young man with black hair and black eyes, his gaze as cold as a blade, the chill palpable even through the paper. The bounty amount was printed in bold 400 berries. For 100 million. Captain Yuehan finally looked up, a flicker of interest in his eyes. A first-time bounty of 400 million. Did this brat blow up a marine base? It's worse than blowing up a marine base. Luo Kisi spoke. He alone massacred the CP0 squad, escorting the heavenly tribute. Not a single survivor. Though the world government and marine headquarters desperately tried to cover up the truth, it was fully exposed within the intelligence network of the Luo Kisi pirates. For a moment the hall fell silent. Everyone present knew the caliber of CP0. They were the strongest shield of the celestial dragons, each possessing strength not inferior to a marine vice-admiral. To annihilate an entire squad, even the weakest one, was no ordinary pirate's feat. Gururara, what a daring brat. Whitebeard set down his sake bowl, showing interest for the first time. Oh, when did such a figure emerge in the first half of the Grand Line? Shiji crossed his legs, his long golden hair trailing on the ground. I've traveled that route countless times, but I've never seen a brat like this. Wainusi 16 or 17 from West Blue Luo Kisi continued tapping the bounty poster with his finger. According to intelligence, he has mastered all three types of Haki. His swordsmanship is formidable and... He paused. He runs with Gearduo Loaji and Zierba Leili. It was those two who attacked the celestial dragons in East Blue last time. Loaji. Shiji narrowed his eyes. That name made him uneasy. Though they hadn't crossed swords, yet he sensed that the man in the straw hat might become a problem in the future. So what? Ling Ling shoved another handful of candy into her mouth, mumbling, what does this brat have to do with it? Want me to go capture him? Not capture, but invite. Luo Kisi stood up, walked to the edge of the hall, and looked down at the dense buildings and figures on Beehive Island below. Times are changing. Luaji Lei Li Qing Jiao Bondi Warda. The new generation is starting to emerge. The Marines, I hear, have a few promising rookies. A guy named Kapu has been quite active lately. And Jean Guaze Fa. He turned his gaze sweeping across everyone present. The new world isn't just ours. We need fresh blood. Invite. Wang Ji chuckled, a trace of sarcasm in his voice. Captain, every fresh blood on this ship was either taken by force, tricked, or beaten into submission. And you say invite. Luo Kisi showed a hint of awkwardness, not denying it. That was the truth. Apart from the original few, most members of the Luo Kisi pirates were forcibly recruited by violence. It was a tradition of Beehive Island. No, of the Luo Kisi pirates, to seize partners by any means. How many of the taken were truly willing? Given that brat's talent, his potential is worth recruiting. Luo Kisi returned to his seat and sat down, his eyes unable to hide the boundless ambition within. A 17-year-old who awakened all three colors of Haki and single-handedly killed a CP0 squad. Such an exceptionally talented brat cannot be arrested by the Marines or the world government, nor recruited by them. He belongs only to the Luo Kisi pirates. Sensing Luo Qixi's ambition and the terrifying aura emanating from him, Shiji felt a surge of resentment. His ambition was no less than Luo Qixi's. He also fancied Wainusi's talent. Since he couldn't bypass Luo Qixi to recruit the boy under his own command, he would have to do it under Luo Qixi's name. Meanwhile, Charlotte Lingling, who had set down her sweets, was also deep in thought, planning to volunteer to go to the first half of the Grand Line to recruit. However, their little schemes had already been noticed by Luo Qixi. He scanned the officers at the banquet, his gaze finally landing on Whitebeard. "Nogai, this time you will go and bring that boy and Luoji back." Shiji and Lingling frowned, their faces showing displeasure. "Huh." Whitebeard looked up, his crescent-shaped white mustache lifting slightly. After glancing at the expressions of Shiji and Lingling, he replied indifferently, "I understand." Shiji snorted, "I think you're afraid I'll go and kill him directly." "That's possible." Luo Qixi didn't deny it. "If you go, you'll likely pick a fight. Such a good seedling can't wither early. If Nugai goes at least." He glanced at Whitebeard. "He won't act rashly." Whitebeard was silent for a few seconds, then picked up his sake bowl and took another gulp. "Gururara, fine." He set down the bowl and stood up. His massive frame cast a shadow that covered half the stone table. "Just a change of scenery. Staying in this damned place too long makes one restless." Seeing through his intentions, Shiji's anger flared violently, and the surrounding objects began to float. Seeing through his intentions, Shiji's anger flared violently, and the surrounding objects began to float, as if losing gravity. "What did you say, Wang Ji?" Facing Shiji's rage, Wang Ji paid no heed, turning to Whitebeard with a tone laden with warning. "Nogoite, don't instill any bad ideas into that future young comrade, because the captain wouldn't be pleased." The air froze instantly. Wang Ji's words seemed like a reminder on the surface, but in truth, they were provocation. Whitebeard looked down at him, his deep eyes revealing no discernible emotion. After a full 3 seconds of silence, he finally spoke. "Is there nothing but scheming in that head of yours?" Wang Ji's smile stiffened. Whitebeard walked around the stone table toward the hall's entrance. "Gururara, don't worry. I have no interest in power struggles. I'm just going to deliver a message. As for Luoji, forget it. Mama Nugoite is so carefree as usual." Lingling shoved another candy into her mouth. "If it were me, I'd snatch up such a talent first and ask questions later. That's why you're not him." Luo Qixi waved his hand, signaling the meeting to adjourn. "Luoji, forget it." Whitebeard didn't turn back, just waved his hand. His silhouette vanished into the shadow of the doorway, the heavy sound of footsteps gradually fading. The hall grew lively again. Shiji and Lingling resumed their argument over Wainusi. Captain Yuehan continued fiddling with his jewels. Wang Ji stared thoughtfully in the direction Whitebeard had left. Silver Axe remained silent, like a stone statue. In the corner, the young horned intern, Kaiduo, watched Whitebeard's back, a complex flicker passing through his eyes. The sea wind howled, stirring his white beard and cloak. He pulled the bounty poster from his chest and looked once more at the young man in the photograph. The sea wind howled, stirring his white beard and cloak. He pulled the bounty poster from his chest and looked once more at the young man in the photograph. 18 years old, a bounty of 400 million, annihilation of CP0. And those eyes. Even through the paper, one could feel the rage burning within. Gururara. Quite a troublemaking brat. Whitebeard tucked the bounty poster into his robe and strode, so Luoji had his eye on him. He wanted to see what kind of person this brat was, the one who had impressed that straw hat. Behind him, the clamor of Beehive Island continued. The pirates who had gathered there for treasure and power were still squabbling and killing over trivial matters. But Whitebeard was long accustomed to it. He was merely here, temporarily, nothing more. One day he would leave this place and find a family that truly belonged to him. As for that brat, named Wainusi, the road ahead was still long. Jaya Island, Mogu Town. This is one of the most chaotic places in the first half of the Grand Line. Pirates, bounty hunters, information brokers, swindlers, fugitives. All manner of disreputable characters gather in this town, turning it into a lawless, orderless no-man's land. Low, dilapidated buildings huddled together, their walls covered in pirate crew symbols and obscene graffiti. On the streets, drunken pirates could be seen everywhere, brawling or simply collapsing to sleep by the roadside. The air was thick with the smell of rum, grilled meat, gunpowder, and blood. A figure in a tattered cloak moved through the crowd. He walked slowly, each step steady. The hood obscured most of his face, revealing only a sharply defined jaw. The pirates on the street instinctively made way for him, not because they recognized him, but because the terrifying aura emanating from this man filled them with dread. Venos stopped and looked up. At the most prominent spot in the harbor, a huge luxury cruise liner was docked. Its golden hull was carved with intricate patterns, and on its sails was the emblem of the celestial dragons, the hoof of the soaring dragon. On the deck stood over a dozen men in black suits, each wearing a mask, motionless like statues. Cipher Pole 0. Vinus' pupils contracted slightly. "Hey, did you hear? That ship belongs to a celestial dragon." "Shoo. Do you want to die? Don't drag me into it." How can we talk about the world nobles? At the entrance of a nearby tavern, a few pirates were whispering carefully. And, who can't see that? That's a celestial dragon. The emblem on the sail is bigger than our whole ship. I heard that celestial dragon is named Charlos Saint. He's been docked here for several days, apparently waiting for tributes from various countries. Who knows? Anyway, just stay far away. Those CP0 aren't to be messed with. A few days ago, a fool tried to take back his wife from the celestial dragon and was shot full of holes by the dragon himself, then kicked into the sea. His body hasn't even been recovered. TCH, the world nobles. Can't afford to provoke them. Venos withdrew his gaze and turned into the tavern. Inside, the air was thick with smoke and dimly lit. Behind the bar, the bartender wiped a dirty glass with a grimy rag, occasionally glancing at the patrons. In the corners, some gambled, some bragged, and some embraced women in intimate encounters. Venos walked up to the bar and tossed down a silver coin. Rum. The bartender glanced at him, handed over a grimy cup, and poured half a glass of cheap rum. Venos didn't drink. He just leaned against the bar, observing his surroundings with his peripheral vision. He had been in Mogu Town for 3 days. 3 days ago, at the port of a small island, he had heard the news. A celestial dragon's luxury liner was docked at Mogu Town and had been for a week. It was said that the celestial dragon, named Charlos Saint, was waiting for a shipment of treasures plundered from nearby nations, including slaves and jewels, to be brought back to the Holy Land. Venos did not hesitate. He bade farewell to Roger and Rayleigh, set sail alone in a small sloop, crossed several dangerous waters, and arrived at this lawless land. But once he arrived, he calmed down. How many CP0 were on that luxury liner? And what hidden measures were protecting the celestial dragon? He had no idea. A rash attack would only alert the enemy. He didn't just want to kill that beast. He wanted to torture that damned swine to make him feel what it was like to be riddled with holes. Another one. Venos tossed another silver coin. As the bartender poured, a commotion erupted from outside. Move aside. Move aside, damn it. A dozen men in uniform burst into the tavern, holding wanted posters and comparing them to every customer's face. The leader was a burly man with a scarred face, a flintlock pistol at his waist, and a cigar in his mouth. Everyone don't move. On CPO business. Venos' hand slowly moved toward the blade at his waist, but the men merely glanced at him and moved on. Damn it, not here. The burly man cursed, putting away the poster. Is that wanted man Venos really in this town? Or is the intel fake? Boss, maybe he already ran off. Who would dare come near a celestial dragon? Good riddance. Say, the burly man waved his hand. Next place. The group stormed out, and the tavern returned to its... Venos released his grip on the sword and slowly took a sip from his cup. Bounty hunters. A bunch of foolish ants hoping to claim his head for a reward from the celestial dragon. Still, it meant his whereabouts were exposed. CPO was hunting him, likely knowing he was in Mogu Town. Venos set down his cup, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Word had already spread that he single-handedly annihilated an entire CP0 squad. The CP0 guarding Charlos Saint were either waiting for reinforcements or waiting for him to walk into their trap, using the celestial dragon as bait. Fishing, huh? Venos stood up and tossed another silver coin. Good rum. He pushed open the door and stepped into the sunlight. The eyes under the hood were as cold as the water 10,000 leagues deep. Meanwhile, in the deepest cabin of the luxury liner, Charlos Saint lay on a huge velvet-covered divan. 2 scantily clad young girls carefully massaged his shoulders. He had his eyes closed, a look of enjoyment on his face, his fingers tapping the armrest in a rhythm unknown. The cabin door was gently pushed open. A CP0 in a white mask entered silently and knelt. Lord Charlos Saint. My. Charlos Saint opened his eyes, glancing at the kneeling figure with displeasure. Disturbing my enjoyment. You'd better have something important to report. Yes, the CP0 replied, head lowered, voice flat. According to intelligence, the wanted criminal Venos, who previously robbed the Heavenly Tribute and killed the CP0 squad, has likely appeared in Mogu Town. The air in the cabin froze instantly. Charlos Saint shot up, pushing the girls aside. What a... His face twisted, not from fear, for he knew no fear, but from rage. A lowly commoner, trash fit only to be a slave, dared to come near him. Is he coming for me? Most likely. CP0 still lowered his head. His parents died by your gun, and his sister was originally the slave you had your eye on. According to analysis, his primary target should be you. How dare you? Cherfizi Saint grabbed the wine glass beside him and smashed it fiercely on the ground. Commoner, how dare you cast your filthy gaze upon this saint? You, what are you CP0 good for? Go capture him immediately. This saint will personally torment him. Skin him alive. Gouge out his eyes. Make him kneel before me and beg for mercy. Encountering that Girdalagia and Laylee robbing in the East Blue had already filled him with pent-up anger, and now a commoner wanted to make a move against him. How could Cherfizi Saint tolerate this? He was a Tianlongren, a world noble. CP0 did not move. Lord Cherfizi Saint, forgive my bluntness. His voice remained calm. Wynus's strength is formidable. The CP-0 squad that previously escorted the heavenly tribute was completely annihilated, including a captain. If we act rashly, we cannot guarantee your absolute safety. What? Cherfizi's saint was stunned. This was the first time he heard CP-0 say cannot guarantee. Aren't these dogs supposed to be ready to die for him at any moment? You can't even defeat a commoner. It's not that we cannot defeat him. CP-0 lifted his head, his eyes behind the mask devoid of any emotion. It's the what if. What if he breaks through our defenses in battle? What if he strikes at you before dying? We cannot afford that risk. Your safety is above all else. Cherfizi's saint fell silent. Since birth he had never known fear. But at this moment, an inexplicable chill rose from his spine. That commoner whom he had crushed like an ant actually made CP-0 feel threatened. Then, what should we do? It has already been reported to the Holy Land. CP-0 lowered his head again. The Wuloxing will make a decision. Until then, please do not leave the ship or appear in public. We will strengthen our defenses to ensure your absolute safety. Cherfizi's saint opened his mouth, wanting to curse, wanting to rage, but in the end nothing came out. He collapsed back onto the soft couch, waving his hand to order CP-0 out. The moment the door closed, his fingers trembled slightly. Not because of fear. It was anger. Anger that he was actually afraid of a commoner. Holy Land Malikia, Chamber of Authority. The Wuloxing sat around the sofa. Before them lay an open silver Dianhuacong. The Dianhuacong's mouth opened and closed, emitting the voice of a CP-0 agent. That is the current situation. Wynusi has arrived at Mogu Town, his target clearly being Cherfizi's saint. Requesting instructions for the next move. The Dianhuacong closed its mouth. The hall fell silent for a few seconds. Boom. The obese Wuloxing slammed his palm on the table, the entire solid wood table shattering with a crack. Damn commoner. He truly dares to reach for a Tianlongren. To be expected. Mustache Wuloxing holding his sword spoke coldly. Parents killed, sister abducted, and whereabouts unknown. Anyone would seek revenge. We just didn't expect him to grow so fast. What's the use of saying this now? Longbeard Wuloxing frowned deeply. Cherfizi's saint may be a worthless waste, but he is a Tianlongren. If a Tianlongren is killed by a pirate, where would the world government's prestige be? How would the commoners of the world see us? It's not just about prestige. That brat is challenging the authority of the world government. The round-rimmed glasses Wuloxing adjusted his frames. The family line of Cherfizi saint will surely kick up a fuss. Then the gods' knights will also get involved, making things troublesome. The obese Wuloxing took a deep breath and picked up another Dianhuacong. Connect to Marine Headquarters, Gongu Kong. The Dianhuacong quickly responded, forming a stern face. The Fleet Admiral Gongu Kong. Wuloxing. Kong, who did you send to capture Wynusi? Kapu. Gongu Kong's voice came from the Dianhuacong. He set out days ago and is tracking Wynusi's route. Tell him to change course to Mogu Town immediately. The Wuloxing's voice was filled with suppressed fury. That audacious commoner is now in Mogu Town, targeting the Tianlongren Cherfizi saint. Have Kapu rush there at top speed, protect the Tianlongren, and capture Wynusi. If anything happens to the Tianlongren. He paused. You know the consequences. On the other end of the Dianhuacong, Gongu Kong was silent for a few seconds. Understood. The Dianhuacong closed its eyes. The Wuloxing exchanged glances and said no more. The hall was left in oppressive silence. Marine Headquarters, Maling Fanduo. Gongu Kong put down the Dianhuacong, his face dark as a storm cloud. That madman. He truly dares. He had thought Wynusi robbed the heavenly tribute merely to vent his anger and get money. He didn't expect that the brat's real target from the beginning was the Tianlongren, and he had already chased him to Mogu Town. A messenger ran in. Immediately contact Vice Admiral Kapu's warship. Use the fastest Dianhuacong. Tell him. Gongu Kong took a deep breath. Tell him that the target Wynusi has appeared in Mogu Town, intending to attack Tianlongren Cherfizi saint. Order him to rush to Mogu Town at full speed, stopping Wynusi at all costs. Dead or alive. Yes. The messenger ran out. Gongu Kong stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the calm sea outside. Kapu don't mess up at the critical moment. He had no doubt about Kapu's strength. But what worried him was Kapu's attitude before leaving. That guy clearly wasn't willing to take this mission. If Kapu goes easy. Damn it. Gongu Kong punched the window frame, and the solid wood splintered with a crack. For the first time he felt that this, Wynusi, might become a more troublesome existence than Luokisi. Somewhere on the Grand Line, a warship with a dog figurehead was cutting through the waves. Kapu lay on a deck chair, a cracker stuffed in his mouth, holding today's newspaper. The sun made him drowsy, and he yawned from time to time. Achu, I bet Fleet Admiral Kong is badmouthing me again. The adjutant beside him asked cautiously, Vice Admiral Kapu, shall we continue the pursuit along the original route? What's there to chase? Kapu turned over. That kid is no fool, he's definitely long gone. We'll chase slowly, search slowly, and if we can't find him, well, just go back and report. The adjutant's mouth twitched. This was blatant slacking off. Suddenly, a communications soldier ran. Vice Admiral Kapu. Urgent communication. Fleet Admiral Gangu Kong has personally issued orders. Kapu was startled and took the Dianhuakong. After hearing the order, the lazy expression on his face gradually vanished. Mogu Town. Tianlongren. He put down the Dianhuakong, stood up, and gazed into the distance. That kid really went after the Tianlongren. Vice Admiral Kapu, the adjutant asked tentatively. Change course. Kapu's voice was low. Mogu Town, full speed ahead. The warship began to turn sails, swelling in the sea breeze as speed suddenly increased. Kapu stood at the bow, his back, to everyone, expression complicated. That kid Wainusi was a pitiful soul. Parents killed, sister abducted, and fate unknown. Anyone would go mad. But he was a Marine. No matter how disgusting the Tianlongren, where he couldn't let a pirate kill one before his eye. I hope that kid doesn't do something earth-shattering, or else even I. Kapu muttered to himself, clenching his fist. It would be best if I could capture him and bring him back to prison for a proper trial. As for that Tianlongren, as long as he doesn't die. Mogu Town, on a certain rooftop. Wainusi sat on the edge of the eaves, gazing at the luxurious cruise ship not far away. The setting sun dyed the sea blood red, and also his eyes red. He didn't know that CP0 had already reported that the Wulaoxing were furious that Gangu Kong had ordered Kapu to rush there, nor that Kapu was approaching at full speed. But he knew one thing. Tonight it was time. He reached into his bosom and touched the object, the wine brewed by his parents before his departure, the last bottle remaining from the three. Dad, Mom. He pulled out the cork, poured half the bottle onto the tiles beneath his feet. He'll send that pig to see you right now. He downed the remaining half in one gulp. The strong liquor burned down his throat like fire. But compared to the fire in his heart, it was nothing. Night fell, and the clamor of Demon Valley Town gradually subsided. Wainusi stood up, gazing at the brilliantly lit luxury cruise ship. Liao trembled lightly at his waist, as if responding to its master's killing intent. Chair Fizi Sheng. He murmured, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Are you ready? Late night, Demon Valley Town coast. The daytime clamor of this lawless land had long faded, replaced by a deathly silence. The streets were empty. Even the pirates who usually lay drunk by the roadside had vanished, not out of fear, but instinct. Animals have an innate premonition of disaster. On the dark sea, a magnificent giant cruise ship lay quietly anchored. The sky soaring dragon's hoof on its sails gleamed with eerie silver light under the moon. The deck was brightly lit. Dozens of naval soldiers patrolled with guns, their expressions tense. On both sides of the rail, armed guards stood every 5 steps. The atmosphere tonight was off. Gulp. A young naval soldier swallowed hard, his fingers around the gun turning. He didn't know what he was afraid of, but he felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the darkness. Pull yourself together, the veteran soldier beside him cursed in a low voice. The CPO officer is above, what could happen? As his words fell, he heard a strange sound. Not footsteps. Not wind. It was the sound of a blade cutting through the air. Chhh. The veteran's pupils dilated sharply. A line of blood suddenly appeared on his throat. Before he even felt the pain, his body slumped softly to the ground. Wah! The young soldier's mouth gaped open. Before he could utter the second word, a dark shadow flashed before his eyes. The world was spinning. No, it was his head spinning. Thud! The sound of a head hitting the ground echoed clearly in the silent night. Wainusi stepped out of the darkness, Liao in his hand gleaming with a cold light under the moon. Not a single drop of blood stained the blade. Too fast. The blood hadn't even had time to fall. He lifted his eyes to the luxury cruise ship not far away. Light spilled from the cabin windows, faintly revealing figures moving inside. The beast who had killed his parents was right there. Right there. Tap. Wainusi took a step. The naval soldiers surrounding the ship finally reacted, panically raising their weapons. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It's Wainusi. The 400 million bounty Wainusi. Open fire. Open fire. Don't let him close. Bang, bang, bang. Countless muzzles spat fire simultaneously, bullets pouring down like a rainstorm. Wainusi did not dodge. His pace did not slow, his speed did not decrease, and he did not even blink. Liao spun in his hand, the blade horizontal before him. Zheng, he swung his blade. An invisible slash, carrying a sharp tearing sound, met the rain of bullets. Those bullets that could pierce steel plates were like paper before the slash cut in 2 fragments, scattering everywhere. No. Cries of agony rose and fell. Wainusi's figure darted among the naval soldiers, each flash taking a life. No unnecessary movements, no flashy techniques, just one slash. One life. Liao seemed to come alive in his hand. The lightning light on the blade traced arcs of blue in the night, illuminating Wainusi's expressionless face. Ding, congratulations host for killing target strength 1. Ding, congratulations host for killing target speed 1. Ding, congratulations host for killing target physique 1. The system's prompts rang in his mind one after another, but Wainusi paid no heed. His eyes were fixed. 30 seconds. In 30 seconds, not a single outer naval soldier remained standing. Wainusi flicked the blood off his blade and looked up at the ship's railing. On the deck, 5 figures stood under the light, lined up in a row. Identical white suits, identical white masks, identical cold eyes. As if the dead were not their comrades, but ants. CP0. A 5-man squad. Plebeian. The leader spoke, his voice under the mask cold without a trace of warmth. Do you know what you are doing? You are pointing your blade at a world noble. This is a declaration of war against the entire world. Wainusi did not answer. He stepped onto the gangway step by step, his killing intent growing heavier with each step. Stop, another CP0 shouted. This is your last chance. Kneel now and hand over your sword, and we might consider letting you die less painfully. Otherwise what? Wainusi finally spoke. His voice was very soft as if talking to himself. But every word reached the ears of everyone present clearly. Otherwise you'll end up like the last CP0 squad. Turned into corpses? Or like this waste? He raised his blade and pointed at the cabin entrance behind the CP0. That obese figure was hiding behind the door, peeking out half a head. Chair Fizi Sheng. Seeing the blade tip pointing at him, Chair Fizi Sheng shuddered instinctively, wanting to shrink back. But seeing the CP0 blocking his way, he regained his courage. You plebeian. He came out from behind the door, his fat face flushed red, his finger trembling as he pointed at Wainusi. How dare you point a blade at me? Do you know who I am? I am a world noble. A celestial dragon. A descendant of the gods who created this world. Your parents, those lowly things, I killed them as I pleased. Your sister, that inferior trash, I can capture whenever I want. You plebeians were born to be my toys. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, fear on his face gradually replaced by arrogance. What? Want revenge? Come on. I'm standing right here. Do you have the guts? If you dare touch a single finger of mine, the world government will wipe out your entire family. Oh, you don't have a family anymore, ha ha ha. The laughter echoed in the night, harsh as fingernails scraping iron. Wainusi's fingers gripping the blade tightened slightly. The image of his parents' tragic death flashed before his eyes, that lofty beast shooting his defenseless parents. The sight of his mother lying in a pool of blood, his father shielding him desperately. The look in his sister's eyes as she was dragged away. Ha ha ha. Chair Fizi Sheng was still laughing. Why so quiet now? Scared? I thought you had some backbone, but you were just a waste. Your parents were waste, you are waste, your whole family is. Zheng. Liki's blade burst with brilliant lightning. A fierce slash accompanied by a piercing howl cleaved straight toward Chair Fizi Sheng. Lord Chair Fizi Sheng. The 5 CP0's faces changed in unison. They knew Wainusi was strong, knew he could wipe out the previous CP0 squad. But they hadn't expected this plebeian actually dared to strike a celestial dragon. Protect the Lord, the captain commanded, and all 5 moved at once. Iron body steel. 2 of them blocked before Chair Fizi Sheng, crossing their arms. Their muscles swelled, and their skin took on a metallic sheen. Tempest kick, circular break. 2 of them kicked out cross-shaped /air blades, meeting Wainusi's lightning slash from the side. 6 king gun. The captain brought his fists together, and a visible shockwave blasted out. Boom. The 4 attacks collided with Wainusi's slash in midair. The explosion's shockwave sent tables, chairs, and lamps on the deck flying. Smoke filled the air, debris scattered everywhere, and the entire ship shook violently. Is it over? Chair Fizi Sheng sat slumped on the ground, his trousers wet. No one answered him. 5 CP0 agents stood at the ready, their observation Haki fully expanded, their gazes locked onto the smoke-shrouded area ahead. He's over there. One of the CP0 agents was the first to sense the location, shouting sharply. As his words fell, a blur of motion flashed through the smoke. Left, the captain shouted, number 2 left. That CP0 agent was prepared, crossing his arms in front of his chest, activating iron body steel to its fullest. His entire body tensed, a dense metallic luster spreading across his skin, the strongest defense capable of repelling even bullets. Yet he still underestimated the sharpness of the Liao. Schlick. A flash of the blade. His crossed arms along with the ribs of his chest were severed cleanly. Under the moonlight, blood traced an arc, his upper and lower body separated, the sound of their fall exceptionally clear in the silent night. That CP0 agent couldn't even let out a scream. Only a final mouthful of blood escaped his lips before he fell silent. Enum. 2. The remaining 4 gasped in unison, their faces beneath the masks contorting in shock. Iron body steel, the proudest ultimate defense of CP0, couldn't even hold for a second against this commoner. This. How is this possible? What kind of monster is he? Shut up. The captain barked, cutting off his comrade's panic. His eyes were fixed on the figure emerging from the smoke. Wei Nuoz held the Liao, the lightning on its blade flickering in the darkness, illuminating his expressionless face. He bore no wounds, his breathing steady, his stride composed. As if that strike was merely a warm-up. Number 3, Number 5 attack from both flanks. Number 4 aerial suppression. The captain issued orders swiftly. They'll hold him from the front. Watch out for his slashes. Don't take them heeding. Yes. For figures simultaneously activated shave, lunging at Wei Nuo's from different directions. Wei Nuo's eyes sharpened, his observation Haki fully unleashed. Left, right, above, front. 4 attacks from 4 directions arriving almost simultaneously. Storm kick barrage. Finger gun volley. Iron body ram. 6 King's gun double shot. The 4 attacks sealed off all of Wei Nuo's escape routes. But Wei Nuo's had no intention of retreating. His form suddenly blurred. Not shave, but sheer speed. Under the enhancement of the trait copy system, his 3-dimensional attributes were improving every second. His speed had now reached a level that even observation Haki struggled to track. Left. A blur flickered to the left. He's to the left. Number 3 shouted, activating iron body, fully, his fists smashing toward the blur. It struck empty air. No, it's the right. Number 5 reacted swiftly, thrusting finger gun to the right. Again empty. Behind. Number 4 kicked out a storm kick from above, slashes raining down like droplets. Still empty. He's... The captain's eyes suddenly widened. Wei Nuo's figure appeared behind Number 3. Number 3. Behind you. Number 3 spun around, his fists instinctively smashing backward. But what he saw was a pair of icy eyes. A flash of the blade. Schlick. Another body fell to the ground. 5 CP0 agents, 2 already slain. Bastard. The captain's eyes turned bloodshot, his fury no longer containable. All-out assault. Don't give him a chance to pick us off one by one. Shave moonwalk, finger gun, maximum wheel. The 3 rose into the air, simultaneously diving from 3 directions, the tips of their finger guns condensed with dense armament Haki, targeting Wei Nuo's head, chest, and abdomen. 3 vital points. Comrades who had lived and died together. They could not die in vain. Wei Nuo's looked up at the 3, diving toward him, the lightning on the Liao surging. Seeking death. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing his first expression of the night. Not a smile, but murderous intent. Ding host has killed a CP0 member. 3-dimensional attributes are continuously increasing. The system's prompt echoed in his mind, but Wei Nuo's could no longer hear it. His eyes saw only the 3 figures descending from the sky. And that beast collapsed on the deck, trembling. The night sky was like ink, lightning tearing through the darkness. 3 figures dove from above, the tips of their finger guns coated in pitch-black armament Haki, like 3 black spears falling from the heavens, aimed at Wei Nuo's head, chest, and abdomen. The remaining 3 CP0 squad members, the captain, Number 3, and Number 4, poured all their strength into this single strike. The combined maximum wheel finger gun of 3 CP0 agents was something even an elite vice admiral dared not receive heed in. Die, you commoner. Number 3's roar exploded in the night sky. Wei Nuo's looked up. His observation Haki was fully unleashed. The trajectories of the 3 attacks were as clear as day in his mind. Upper left, center, lower right. 3 strikes arriving almost simultaneously with a time difference of less than 0.1 seconds. 0.1 seconds. Enough. Clanged. The lightning on the Liao blade surged. Instead of retreating, Wei Nuo's leaped upward to meet the 3 attacks. What a... The 3 were startled. A normal person facing such a coordinated assault would instinctively dodge. Even if not retreating, they would block. But this madman. He actually charged forward. Too slow. Wei Nuo's voice sounded beside Number 3's ear. Not from his direction. It was from behind him. Number 3's pupils contracted sharply, his body twisted midair, instinctively activating iron body steel to its maximum. But it was too late. The Liao's blade had already pressed against his lower back. Schlick. Blood burst. Number 3's iron body steel was like paper before the Liao. The blade sliced through his abdomen without resistance, emerging from the other side of his body with a splash of blood. Ah! Amid Number 3's screams, Wei Nuo's right hand grabbed his collar. Get down. With a fierce toss, Number 3's body crashed into the deck below like a cannonball. Boom. The deck was smashed into a large crater. Number 3 lay inside, a horrifying wound on his abdomen, gushing blood. His body twitched twice, then fell still. 1 killed in an instant. From Wei Nuo's leap to Number 3's landing, only 2 seconds had passed. The remaining 2 CP0 agents, the captain and Number 4, halted midair, their faces beneath the masks twisted in distortion. This. How? Number 4's voice trembled. He was CP0, a member of the world government's most elite secret organization. He had been through countless life-and-death battles, killed countless people, and seen countless monsters. But this 18-year-old youth before him filled him with unprecedented fear. Not because of a crushing advantage in power, though it was indeed a crushing one, but that calmness, that emotionless calm when killing. That calmness as if he weren't fighting but mowing grass. Steady, the captain barked, suppressing his inner terror. There are still two of us. Don't let him intimidate you. Wei Nuoz landed on the deck, looking up at the two still in the air. The lightning on the Liao blade crackled in the darkness, illuminating half of his face. No expression. Even the murderous intent had receded. That was the most terrifying part. Number 4 attacked from the left. The captain ordered, "I'll take the right." Before he finished, Wei Nuoz's figure vanished. Shaved? It wasn't shave, it was speed surpassing shave. Number 4 barely saw a blur before Wei Nuoz appeared less than 3 meters in front of him. No good. Number 4 instinctively activated Iron Body, crossing his arms in front of his chest, covering them fully with armament Haki. The Liao descended. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was unmistakable. Number 4's Iron Body held for only a second against the leaky sharpness before a deep bone-deep gash was carved through his arms and chest. Aya! Number 4 screamed as he fell from the air, crashing onto the deck and splashing up a mist of blood. 4 of the 5 CP0 agents were dead. Bastard. The captain's eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling. Not from fear. From rage. The 5 of them had trained together since childhood, grown up together, become CP0 together, executed countless missions together, never failing. Today, before this commoner, 4 of the 5 were dead, and he hadn't even managed to wound his opponent. Wei Nuoz turned to face the last standing CP0 captain. Your turn. His voice was soft, yet it pierced like a blade straight into the captain's chest. The captain took a deep breath, clenching his fists. Then he did something Venos never anticipated. He turned around, not to flee, but to charge toward Cherfizishing. Venos's gaze sharpened, and in an instant he shifted his position, thrusting Liao straight toward the captain's back. Uffed. The blade sank into flesh. Yet the captain did not stop, nor did he even look back. He reached out with his left hand, seizing the Liao blade that had pierced his shoulder, while his right hand grabbed Cherfizishing, who was slumped on the deck. Ah, what are you doing? Release me at once. Cherfizishing shrieked. Taking you away. The captain's voice was terrifyingly calm. He released Liao, at the cost of having 2 fingers severed by the blade, then suddenly activated Moonwalk, his figure shooting upward and streaking toward Mogu town. Venos was taken aback. He had not expected this CP0 agent to use himself as bait. Even more unexpected was that he would rather sacrifice himself to save that beast. Fool. Venos murmured coldly, then leaped after him. The deck beneath his feet cratered, and his speed tore a sharp sound through the air. Waste! Hurry! Hurry, he's catching up! He's catching up! Cherfizishing, clamped under the captain's arm, writhed in the air with his bloated body. He glanced back to see Venos rapidly closing, and those ice-cold eyes locked onto him. Shut up! The captain gritted his teeth, accelerating further. His left shoulder, pierced by Liao, bled like a fountain, and his entire arm had gone numb. Blood still gushed from the stumps of his severed fingers, staining half his body. Yet he dared not stop. Nor could he. If he halted, the Celestial Dragon would die. If the Celestial Dragon were killed, his family, his clan, everyone connected to him, would be completely erased by the world government. CP0 agents weren't born to serve the Celestial Dragons. They were bound by the chains of family, forced to serve. A ship ahead. Cherfizishing suddenly yelled. The captain looked up. On the far side of Mogu town, a dark speck appeared on the sea, and as it drew closer, the silhouette of a ship with a bulldog figurehead emerged. Is that marine reinforcements? Hold on, just hold on a little longer. The captain gritted his teeth, squeezing out the last of his stamina, pushing Moonwalk to its absolute limit. Behind him, Venos's figure grew ever nearer. The lightning of Liao traced a blue arc through the night, like a scythe of death. Swine. Venos's voice came from behind, icy and piercing. You can't escape. The sea before dawn was as dark as a massive black cloth. A faint grayish-white appeared on the eastern horizon, but it was still too dim to illuminate the sleeping waters. The sea breeze carried a salty tang as it swept over the waves, raising fine spray. A bulldog-headed warship was cutting through the waves. The iconic bulldog figurehead of Garp looked somewhat comical in the darkness, but no one was laughing. The marine soldiers on deck were tense, their hands sweaty on their rifles. Garp stood at the bow. He had been standing there motionless ever since receiving the order from Kong. The sea wind whipped the Justice cloak behind him, flapping noisily. A packet of rice crackers was still tucked in his bosom, but he had no appetite. Vice Admiral Garp, the adjutant, approached cautiously. We've been at full speed all night. At this rate, we'll reach Mogu town's waters in 2 hours. 2 hours. Garp muttered to himself. Too slow. The reports from Mogu town had been intermittent. Contact was possible at first, but it was completely lost after midnight. Either the CP0 refused communication, or things there had already. Garp didn't dare finish the thought. He had only seen the photo on the wanted poster and heard details from Dragon. Venos, black hair, black eyes, 18 years old, masterful swordsmanship, proficient in all 3 colors of Haki. Dragon had called that guy a monster. Garp had seen many monsters, Rock's Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and that straw hat wearing Roger. But those monsters had grown over time. For Venos to annihilate an entire CP0 squad at 18 proved the boy's talent. That kid, what a pity. Garp sighed. He genuinely admired Venos. Not just for his talent, but for his parents killed, sister abducted. Anyone else would either resign to fate or go mad. But Venos didn't. He stood up, took up his blade, sailed out, and declared war on the most powerful force in this world. A man like that would have been a pillar of the Marines if he had chosen that path. But he had chosen the other road. Hope it's not too late. Garp murmured. He wasn't afraid of Venos killing a celestial dragon. Honestly, he wouldn't mind seeing a few of those swine die. But he feared the vicious retaliation from the Marines and the world government that would follow. An 18-year-old young man couldn't withstand that. If I can stop him before he strikes. Garp's words trailed off as his brow suddenly furrowed. Observation Haki, the ability he prided himself on, had just detected something. In the distance over the sea, something was moving fast. Not a warship, not a sea king, not an ordinary sea beast. It was people. 3, no 2 auras. One weak one, the other very strong. Garp's pupils contracted sharply. That unfamiliar yet powerful aura. Could it really be Venos? And the weak one, that CP0 captain. And an extremely feeble chaotic aura like a rat's. A celestial dragon. Already engaged. Garp's face turned grim in an instant. It was too late. The Bulldog warship wasn't fast enough. By the time he got there, things would already be. He took a deep breath. His feet suddenly pressed down hard. Thump. The entire Bulldog warship tilted violently, the bow dipping sharply while the stern soared high. The Marines on deck were caught off guard, tumbling in all directions as cannons, ammo boxes, and water barrels rolled about. Vice Admiral Garp. What are you? The adjutant yelled, clinging to the mast. Garp didn't answer. He was no longer on the ship. A deep footprint was left in the deck as Garp's figure shot out like a cannonball, tracing a terrifying parabola across the sky above the sea. The air beneath his feet cracked, not the sound of moonwalk, but pure force. Raw power capable of smashing a mountain with a single punch. Whoosh. The sea wind roared past his ears as Garp's body streaked over the water. His eyes were fixed ahead. Observation Haki already locked onto the 3 auras. Faster, just a little faster. He roared in his heart. But the distance was still too great. At least 3 kilometers. 3 kilometers. He could cover that in under a minute. But given the strength of that powerful aura, 1 minute was enough to kill the wounded CP0 captain. Garp gritted his teeth, pushing himself even faster. Over the sea. The CP0 captain, carrying Cherfizishin, could barely maintain his moonwalk. His left shoulder, pierced by Liao, bled profusely. His entire left arm dangled limply by his side, swaying with each moonwalk leap. Blood still dripped from the severed fingers of his left hand, leaving a trail of crimson across the sea. On his back were 3 wounds from slashes. Not direct hits, just the shockwaves of the strikes. Yet even so, they had cut through his muscle, exposing the bone beneath. Hold on, hold on. The captain gritted his teeth as his consciousness began to blur. His observation Haki barely held on, and behind him, the aura of Wainusi blazed like a sun in the dead of night, drawing nearer and nearer, crushing his breath. Yet he could not stop. A warship. It's the Navy's reinforcement. Charlos Saint suddenly shrieked, his pudgy finger trembling as he pointed ahead. The captain raised his hazy eyes. In the distance upon the sea of black that was moving swiftly. Neither a sea beast nor a reef. It was a ship. A warship. And from the shape of its bow. Doghead. Garp's warship. The captain's eyes lit up abruptly. The Navy hero Monkey D. Garp. The legendary Iron Fist, a monster who even the Rocks pirates dreaded. If Garp was here, then Wainusi. Ha ha ha. Charlos Saint suddenly burst into mad laughter. He saw it. The warship in the distance, the shadow rapid. Though he didn't know who it was, he knew it was the Navy. Coming to save him. Plebeians. Look. The Navy's reinforcements are here. He turned and screamed at Wainusi. You're finished. Completely finished. This lord will have the Navy capture you and make you kneel before me. Torture you for 100 years. 1,000. Shut up. The captain's sharp roar cut him off. Inwardly, he wanted to tear the celestial dragon limb from limb. How dare he still provoke that killing god at a time like this? But his shout aggravated his already grievous wounds. The lacerations tore wider, blood draining faster. Charlos Saint cared not at all. You dare tell this lord to shut up? He widened his eyes and slapped the captain across the face. You lowly dog. It's an honor for you to carry me. Now that the Navy is here, you block that plebeian. Do you hear me? Block him with your life. The captain did not. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, not from the slap, but from the severity of his internal injuries. Yet he did not let go. His expression did not even change. Yes, he said softly. Then he glanced back at Wainusi. The youthful silhouette was closing in fast. The lightning glow on the Liao blade blazed ominously in the darkness before dawn, like a scythe swung by the Grim Reaper. The captain took a deep breath. Lord Charlos Saint. What? No matter what happens in a moment, please don't. What do you mean? The captain did not answer. He grabbed Charlas Saint with one hand, intending to hurl him toward the distant Navy warship, staying behind alone to fulfill his duty as a CP0 agent. Wainusi would not give him the chance. His aura suddenly surged. No, not surged, accelerated. He had been toying with them for a full 10 minutes. 10 minutes. From the cruise deck, to the sea, from the sea, to midair, from midair, to another stretch of ocean. The CP0 captain's moon step was indeed impressive, to run this far while carrying someone. But only this far. The Catan mouse game was over. Wainusi's observation, Haki, clearly sensed that the man ahead was nearing his limit. The frequency of his moon step was dropping his speed, slowing his presence, weakening. Wainusi narrowed his eyes. In the distance, a warship was rapidly approaching. The doghead figure was faintly visible in the night. Garp. Wainusi recognized the ship. Not because he had ever met Garp, but because the doghead design was too unique. Only Garp in the entire Navy would dare such a thing. Garp was coming, and he was striding across the sea at a speed far surpassing that of the warship. Wainusi estimated the distance. Garp was less than 2 kilometers away. At Garp's speed, he would arrive in, at most, a minute. 1 minute. Enough. Pop. A pitch-black layer of armament Haki instantly coated the Liao blade in Wainusi's hand. The once silver-white blade turned completely black with only a faint dark gleam along the edge. Then crimson arcs of lightning wrapped around the sword. Conqueror's Haki infusion. The fusion of Conquerors and armament Haki, a hallmark of the world's top-tier fighters. Wainusi took a deep breath and stomped hard against the air. Boom. The air exploded, a visible shockwave spread outward from under Wainusi's foot. His form shot forward like a cannonball, twice as fast as before. The captain sensed it. The air blast behind him was like the footsteps of death, drawing closer and closer. He knew he could not escape. Lord Charlas Saint. He said one last thing. Please remember, a CP0 fought for you until the very end. Before he could hurl the celestial dragon toward the distant Navy warship, a streak of cold light sliced through the darkness of dawn. Clang. The sound of the blade echoed across the night, crisp and brief, like a string stretched to its limit, suddenly snapping. Charlas Saint felt his body grow light. No, not light. The hand supporting him had lost its strength. He looked down. The captain's head was sliding off his neck. The cut was as clean as a mirror's reflection, not a single drop of blood spurted out immediately. Because the blade was too fast, the blood vessels hadn't had time to react. Plop. Body and head. The CP0 captain's headless corpse remained in a lifting posture for a moment, then plunged into the sea along with the head. Oh. Charlas Saint opened his mouth wide, wanting to scream, but unable to make a sound. His pants were wet, not for the first time. But this time it was more than just wet. He was falling. With no CP0 to support him, his obese body began its free fall toward the dark ocean. No save. Before he could finish, a hand grabbed his collar. Wainusi's face appeared before him. Black hair, black eyes, expressionless. Only killing intent. Well, if it isn't the great celestial dragon. Charlas Saint trembled like a sieve, his lips quivering as he forced out a sentence. You cannot kill this lord. Too am a descendant of the gods, a world noble. If you kill me, the world government will not let you go. The Navy will not let you go. Everyone will hunt you down. Wainusi looked at him. In those eyes there was no anger, no hatred, not even killing intent. Only calm, like the surface of a deep winter lake, utterly undisturbed. Are you done? Wainusi spoke. His voice was so soft it was almost swallowed by the sea breeze. But Charlas Saint heard it clearly. His pupils contracted sharply. No, don't. In the distance, Garp was sprinting at full speed. He had already seen. The cold flash, the falling head, the pudgy figure caught. Damn it. Garp gritted his teeth, pushing his speed to the limit. But it was too late. Wainusi's blade was already in hand. And Garp was still at least 800 meters away. Kid, don't. Garp's shout echoed across the sea. But he knew it was too late. On the sea surface, the blood had not yet dispersed. The headless body of the CP0 captain had already sunk into the sea, leaving only the final ring of ripples slowly dissipating. The darkest moment before dawn was about to pass, and a pale white light emerged on the eastern horizon. Kappa's figure came to a halt. The speed of his cannonball-like approach abruptly dropped to zero. The waves crushed beneath his feet still churned, but his entire body was already suspended motionless in midair. Not moonstep, but pure void-stepping, pure power. His eyes were fixed intensely on the two figures less than 50 meters ahead. Wainusi was holding the celestial dragon by the collar like a chicken awaiting slaughter. St. Cherfiz's fat body writhed in the air, his legs flailing wildly, just like a fat pig grabbed by the scruff of its neck. The great blade Liao was pressed against his throat. Dark red electric arcs coiled around the pitch-black blade, flickering with an eerie light in the pre-dawn darkness. Kid Kapu spoke. His voice was low and heavy, no longer carrying his usual cynical tone. Stop now. Wainusi. 50 meters apart, their eyes met. Kapu was seeing this young man who had troubled the entire Marine headquarters in person for the first time. His black hair was tousled by the sea wind, his dark eyes cold as the deep ocean, and his expression was far too calm for an 18-year-old youth. But in those eyes something was burning. Kapu had seen this kind of fire all too often. The eyes of those whose homes were destroyed and whose loved ones were killed by the celestial dragons all burned with this same fire. But most people's flames would eventually die out, extinguished by reality, by fear, by helplessness. The fire in Wei Nua's eyes only grew fiercer. You can't kill him, Kapu said, his voice softening a little. You should know what it means to kill a celestial dragon. Wei Nuasi did not reply. The blade of Liao drew closer by another inch. Damn it! Saint Cherfizi screamed. Save me this saint. What are you a marine even good for? Hurry! Shut up! Kapu bellowed, his tiger-like eyes wide. Saint Cherfizi trembled all over, his mouth opening and closing, and indeed, he dared not utter another word. Kapu took a deep breath, suppressing his inner agitation, and looked at Wei Nuasi again. I know what happened to you. A slight flicker passed through Wei Nuasi's eyes. About your parents, about your sister. I know it all, Kapu said. If it were me, I would want to slaughter these beasts. Coming from a Marine Vice Admiral, these words were practically treasonous. But Kapu didn't care. But you're a smart man, you should know that some things once done leave no turning back. Kapu pointed at the dog-headed warship rapidly approaching behind him. If you let him go now, I can guarantee. On my ship no one can touch you. In the subsequent trial I will testify for you that it was your parents who were first. Enough. Wei Nuasi spoke. His voice was not loud, but it was very cold. Vice Admiral Kapu, I appreciate your kindness. His fingers tightened around the handle of the blade. But I will take this beast's life today. Wei Nuasi interrupted him, looking down at the trembling celestial dragon in his grip. Then do you know? Wei Nuasi interrupted him, looking down at the trembling celestial dragon in his grip. Then do you know that when this beast killed my parents, my mother was kowtowing to him? Kapu fell silent. My mother knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging him to spare my father. Her forehead was broken open, blood streaming down. Wei Nuasi's voice was very calm, so calm, it didn't seem like he was recounting his own story. He shot her through the head. My father rushed at him, and he shot him through the chest. Wei Nuasi raised his eyes and looked at Kapu. You say let go? You say you can guarantee. What do you guarantee with? Your rank as Vice Admiral? Or your inner sense of justice? Don't joke, Kapu. Kapu opened his mouth, but no words came out. Can any of this bring back my parents' lives? The sea wind howled past, rustling the hems of their clothes. The dog-headed warship had drawn closer. The Marine soldiers on deck raised their binoculars, holding their breath as they watched the scene. Kapu clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. I understand your anger. But, no. You don't understand. Wei Nuasi interrupted him. Your anger is directed at pirates, at criminals, not at those lofty celestial. He looked down at the celestial dragon in his hand. And even if I were invincible against the world, so what? Saint Cherfizi could no longer speak. His whole body shook like a sieve, his pants becoming wetter and wetter. The blade pressed against his throat. The icy sensation made him fear that his Adam's apple would touch the edge with every breath. This saint. His lips trembled, tears and snot smeared all over his face. This saint doesn't want to die. This saint is a celestial dragon. You cannot kill this saint. You. Wei Nuasi lowered his head, looking at the beast that had killed his parents. Pathetic, cowardly, ugly. Just such a piece of trash. Just such a thing. Lofty, revered as a god, able to kill, at will, able to take away others' families at will. I told you. Wei Nuasi's voice was as light as if talking to himself. The grudge between you and me ends today. The great blade Liao slowly moved away. It moved from Saint Cherfizi's throat to the side. Kapu's brow relaxed slightly. The celestial dragon gasped for breath, the fear in his eyes gradually replaced by disbelief. He's going to let me go. Saint Cherfizi slowly raised his head and looked at Wei Nuasi. That young face remained expressionless, but the fire in those eyes. No, that wasn't fire. It was ice. Ice colder than fire. Humph. Saint Cherfizi's lips trembled, forcing out a smile uglier than a cry. You know your place, lowborn. He took a deep breath, suppressed the excrement and urine he had almost released from fear, and regained a bit of dignity as a god. This saint tells you what you did today. This saint will remember it for a lifetime. His voice was still trembling, but it had become considerably bolder than before. You lowly commoner daring to put a blade to this saint's neck. That is a capital offense. Your parents. They died too easily. As for your sister. He spoke faster and faster, more fluently. I will capture her sooner or later. This time it won't be just slavery. They'll make her wish she were dead. Just wait. A flash of the blade. Squelch. Blood splattered. It wasn't from the Raikiri in Wainusa's hand. It was from his other hand. In Wainusa's left hand a short dagger had appeared, unbeknownst to all. That short dagger was now plunged squarely into Cherfizishing's chest. It had entered through the gap between his ribs, piercing straight into his heart. Precise, ruthless, without a hint of hesitation. You? Cherfizishing looked down at the dagger embedded in his chest. Blood surged from the wound, staining his opulent robes. He couldn't believe it. He was a world noble. He was a god. How could this lowly commoner dare? This Winusis voice whispered beside his ear, soft and indifferent. It was my father's fishing knife. Cherfizisheng's pupils contracted sharply. He always used this dagger to scale fish and mend nets. When killing a fish, he would always say, "Forgive me, may you not be a fish in your next life." Winusis' hand held the hilt firmly, turning it inch by inch. He never spoke a harsh word to anyone, not even at the moment of his death. But you. He twisted it sharply. You are not worthy. Opt. Cherfizisheng let out a pig-like scream. Blood gushed from his mouth, dripping down his chin. His eyes bulged as he turned his head with difficulty, trying to see the person who had killed him. What he saw were eyes devoid of any emotion. In those eyes there was no anger, no hatred, no satisfaction. Only calmness. Like the surface of a deep winter lake, not a single ripple. Why? Cherfizisheng's lips still moved, but his voice was barely audible. Why? This saint is a divine. Winusi did not answer. He released his left hand. Cherfizisheng's obese body began to fall, plunging toward the pitch-black sea. But Winusi did not let him die easily. Clang, clang, clang. 3 fierce slashes flew from the Raikiri blade, catching up to the falling celestial dragon midair. The first slash from left shoulder to right waist. The second slash from right shoulder to left waist. The third slash cleaving him in two. Blood exploded in midair like blooming crimson flowers. Cherfizisheng didn't even have time to utter his final scream before his body was severed into several pieces, scattering across the sea. A wave swept over, and everything vanished. The celestial dragon who had murdered Winusis' parents and abducted his sister, the lofty world noble who viewed commoners as mere insects. Kapu witnessed it all. From the dagger's thrust to the boat's fall to the slashes that dismembered him. He watched the entire process. Kapu witnessed it all. From the dagger's thrust to the boat's fall to the slashes that dismembered him. He watched the entire process. He did not intervene. Not because it was too late. If he had wanted to stop it, Winusi would never have completed the final blow. He did not act, not because it would have changed nothing. But from the moment Winusi pierced the celestial dragon's chest, there was no turning back. No room for negotiation. No possibility of reconciliation. Before Kapu, before all the Marines aboard the Doghead warship, in full view of everyone, he had killed a celestial dragon. Kapu closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, his eyes, once filled with complex emotions, had become sharp as blades. Winusi. His voice was deep. Do you know what you've done? Winusi turned to face Kapu. The sea breeze stirred his black hair. The lightning on the Raikiri blade had faded, leaving only black armament Haki coating it. I know. I killed a piece of trash. Kapu's forehead veins bulged. I gave you a chance. He clenched his right fist, coating it with armament Haki. The pitch-black iron fist gleamed with a faint luster in the pre-dawn darkness. You said I don't understand your anger. You said my anger is directed at pirates, at those heinous criminals. Your anger is directed at the world. He raised his head and looked at Winusi. Then I'll tell you now. Dark red arcs of electricity began to coil around his fist. Conqueror's Haki. Not intimidation, not knocking out enemies. But a tangible, reality-shattering Conqueror's Haki infusion. My anger now is directed at justice and peace. Boom. The air beneath Kapu's feet exploded, and his body shot forward like a cannonball. A distance of 50 meters covered in less than a tenth of a second. Winusis' observation Haki screamed a warning. He held the Raikiri horizontally before him, coated his entire body in armament Haki, and simultaneously activated Conqueror's Haki infusion. But he knew. He couldn't block it. Kapu's iron fist was one of the strongest in the world. Even Roger and Whitebeard dared not take it heed. Yet Winusi did not retreat. Having just killed a celestial dragon, he was at his most exhilarated. Even facing Kapu, he would meet this punch. Fist-bone impact. Kapu's iron fist, wrapped in dark red Conqueror's Haki arcs, slammed down from above Winusis' head. Boom. A thunderous roar, as if a heavenly bolt had struck the earth. A water wall tens of meters high erupted from the sea. With the two men at its center, the waters for hundreds of meters in radius were depressed by the shockwave, revealing the temporarily displaced seabed below. The Doghead warship was tossed violently by the giant waves. Soldiers clung to the masts to avoid being thrown overboard. Vice Admiral Kapu is enraged. An officer muttered, his face pale. He had never seen Kapu like this. The old man, who was always grinning, eating senbei, and acting carefree, had actually become furious. Not because of the celestial dragon. Kapu wished a few of them would die. But because Winusi had confronting Garp's overwhelming assault that surged like a collapsing mountain. Winusi, wielding the great grade blade Raikiri, showed no signs of yielding. He raised the katana over his shoulder, his figure slightly lowering as a surge of Conqueror's Haki rivaling Garp's own gathered along the pitch-black blade, meeting Garp's descending strike like a falling meteor. A furious roar. Divine evasion. Boom. The collision of dark crimson Haki attacks resembled two meteors crashing into each other above the sea. This was no ordinary clash. The intertwining of Conqueror's Haki, the hardening of armament Haki, and the full-force strikes of both combatants. When these two powers met, heat in the air within hundreds of meters was instantly vacuumed, creating a fleeting zone of emptiness. Then came a shockwave of even greater terror. A visible dark crimson halo radiated outward from the epicenter, compressing the seawater into a vast depression and exposing the damp seafloor beneath. The reefs on the seafloor cracked under the Haki's pressure, emitting a grinding sound that set one's teeth on edge. The sky transformed. The pale horizon of pre-dawn was abruptly swallowed by surging dark clouds. Thick leaden clouds pressed down like mountain ranges, while dark crimson lightning bolts darted incessantly among them, accompanied by a deep rumble of thunder that seemed to make the very sky tremble. Wainusi gritted his teeth, gripping Raikiri with both hands. The armament Haki coating the blade had thickened to a jet-black sheen, and the dark crimson arcs of Conqueror's Haki clashed against Garp's Haki, tearing at each other along the edge. Crackling. A barrage of fine dark crimson lightning erupted between the blade and fist as the two Haki forces collided. Garp's iron fist was blocked by Raikiri's edge. Not deflected, not dodged. It was a solid midair parry. The fist of the marine hero had been stopped by an 18-year-old youth. Garp's pupils contracted slightly. Divine evasion, huh? As a longtime rival of Roger, Garp was all too familiar with that technique. To think he could even master Roger's signature swordsmanship. It showed just how extraordinary this kid's talent was. If he guessed correctly, Wainusi hadn't known Roger for long. Yet in such a short time, he had grasped advanced Haki-infused techniques. Combined with his swordsmanship, which rivaled that of a grandmaster, this was no longer a rookie pirate to be judged by ordinary standards. This was a true powerhouse. Thinking this, Garp sighed, inwardly imagining what it would be like if this kid had joined the Marines. Casting aside such idle thoughts, the muscles in his arm bulged again, and the Haki on his fist grew denser. Compared to Roger, this level of slash is pathetically weak. Wainusi's blade began to bend. It wasn't Raikiri bending, it was Wainusi's arm giving way. His strength fell short of Garp's. This was a gap in raw power that talent alone could not bridge. How many years had Garp spent on the seas, and how long had Wainusi been sailing? What a monster! Wainusi growled through clenched teeth, unleashing a frenzy of Conqueror's Haki from within, channeling it along the blade and into the edge to clash heat-in with Garp's Haki. Dark crimson lightning erupted between them, each burst pressing the seawater beneath a meter deeper. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. The sea was compressed into a vast bowl-shaped depression over 100 meters in diameter, with walls of seawater over 10 meters high rising around them, like blue fortifications enclosing the two in the center. On board the dog-headed marine ship, everyone stared in shock. What is that? A young marine soldier gaped, the telescope slipping from his hand and rolling twice on the deck. He had seen Garp in action before. As a soldier under Garp's command, he had witnessed Garp punch a pirate ship to pieces, smash reefs with a single blow, and send a sea king flying into the sky. But never had he seen anyone block Garp's fist, let alone an 18-year-old. Retreat. Full retreat. The officer was the first to react, charging into the helm, shoving the helmsman aside, and taking the wheel himself. Turn. Full speed. Get out of this area. But Vice Admiral Garp is still. Can't you see, eh? The officer pointed through the porthole at the towering wave closing in on them. Getting close to that fight means death. Vice Admiral Garp wants us to run. Quick. The dog-headed ship veered sharply, its sails catching the wind as it lurched and swayed outward. On deck, soldiers clung desperately to masts, railings, and cannons, cursing under their breath. Damn. Never seen anything like this in my life. Is that kid even human? He's just 18. 18 and going toe-to-toe with Vice Admiral Garp. Will he be unstoppable at 28? Shut up and run. The wave is coming. A massive wave over 10 meters high slammed into the ship from the side, causing the dog-headed vessel to tilt violently. Ammunition crates, water barrels, and debris slid across the deck with a clatter. Hold on. Everyone hold on. Oh. Screams mingled with the roar of the sea as the ship tossed in the giant wave like a leaf that could be torn apart at any moment. But somehow they endured. The ship broke free from the wave's encirclement and slowly righted itself. Everyone collapsed on the deck, gasping for air, turning to look back at the sea shrouded in dark clouds and lightning. Huff. As expected of Vice Admiral Garp. So terrifying. The officer wiped the seawater from his face and muttered to himself. At the coast of Mock Town, a towering figure stood on a reef, the sea breeze ruffling his golden hair, his robe snapping in the wind. Edward Newgate. The future Whitebeard stood with arms crossed calmly watching the earth-shattering collision unfolding in the sky above the distant sea. He held a massive Naginata, one of the supreme grade blades Murakamajiri. The blade gleamed coldly in the sea breeze, but he made no move to draw it, he simply watched. Gururara. A deep laugh rumbled from Whitebeard, his crescent-shaped, white mustache curling upward. He hadn't been particularly interested in this mission. Rox had ordered him to go to the first half of the Grand Line to invite a rookie just setting out to sea. Wasn't such a trivial task fitting for a mere officer, forcing Whitebeard himself to make the trip. But Rox had insisted he wouldn't trust anyone else. Whitebeard hadn't argued at the time, but in his heart he dismissed the idea. How strong could an 18-year-old brat be no matter how talented? Now he knew. What a fierce clash. Whitebeard gazed at the distant clash of dark red dominance, a glint flashing deep within his eyes. The young figure wielding a black blade was clashing heat-in with that guy Garp. Although he was being overwhelmed, it seemed that he was still a long way from being sent flying. Gulalala. That guy Roger sure knows how to pick his opponents. Whitebeard recalled the intelligence he had received earlier. Venus was mixed up with Roger and Rayleigh. Although the Straw Hat Roger had just set sail not long ago, Whitebeard sensed vaguely that this guy would be a major troublemaker in the future, and indeed, he was impressive at the moment. All three types of Haki were unleashed. Conqueror's Haki, entwined armament Haki, hardened observation Haki predicted. Each type of Haki had been developed to a remarkably high level and was skillfully utilized, not at all resembling a mere awakening. Especially the entwining of Conqueror's Haki, such a high-level skill was rare on the entire sea. His swordsmanship is also quite good. Though Whitebeard was not a pure swordsman, he wielded a blade. That Songyun blade was a Naginata, considered a variant of a sword. He could see at a glance the level of Venus slashes. Sharp, precise, without any unnecessary movements. This was not a flashy style, but a deadly swordsmanship. A genius. Whitebeard shook his head. The term genius was not suitable for that little brat. A monster. A true monster. Gulalala. Whitebeard suddenly laughed, his laughter hearty. He recalled what Rox had said in the Hive Island Grand Hall. We need fresh blood. Rox indeed had a discerning eye. However, Whitebeard's smile faded, his gaze growing profound. That little brat had a flame in his eyes. That kind of fire he had seen before. In the eyes of those whose lives had been destroyed by the world government and the celestial dragons. Such fire would not settle for being subservient. Even if I were to invite him with that brat's personality, he would refuse. Whitebeard muttered to himself, his tone lacking regret, filled only with emotion. He truly had a heart for talent. If Venus were willing, he would really want to take him as family, not as a member of the Rox Pirates, but as his own, Whitebeard's own. But Whitebeard knew very well that Venus would not agree. That kind of person would not follow anyone. He was likely to carve his own path in the future, but the prerequisite was to survive. I wonder how that brat will choose. What a troublesome task. Whitebeard gazed into the distance towards the far-off new world. Though that man Rox spoke of invitation, deep down he still wanted control. If Venus agreed to join the Rox Pirates, he would either be tamed by Rox or destroyed by him. What a pity. Whitebeard crossed his arms again, continuing to watch the battle. He wanted to see how long this little brat could withstand Garp's iron fists. At the center of the collision, the enormous waves on the sea were still spreading outward, but the water in the central area had been flattened, forming a continuously rippling circular mirror. Dark red arcs crackled in the air, the figures of the two men flickering in the smoke. Boom. Garp's iron fist was the first to retract, his form bouncing back several dozen meters, landing steadily on the surface of the sea. The armament Haki on his fist slowly faded, revealing knuckles covered in calluses, uninjured, not even a scratch. Opposite, Venus' figure flew out from the smoke. Whooshed. His speed was like a cannonball, leaving a white trail on the sea surface. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. His form finally stabilized, his feet gliding in midair, the shockwaves parting the agitated sea water. Tap. His feet touched the air lightly. One of the 6 powers moonwalk, allowing him to stand firmly in the air. Reich was positioned before him, the black armament Haki on the blade slowly receding, revealing the originally silver-white blade. Venus looked down at his right hand. His palm was torn open. Bright red blood flowed down the hilt, dripping onto the sea surface below, creating ripples of faint red. His entire right arm trembled slightly from shoulder to fingertips, every muscle protesting. This was even with Reich blocking, even with the dual protection of armament and Conqueror's Haki, that brute force still transmitted through the blade into his body. His clothes were not much better off. The original black long sleeves had been torn to shreds by the residual waves of Haki, the left sleeve disappearing from the shoulder, revealing a muscular arm, with several slits at the chest area, exposing skin that had been protected by armament Haki. Though he was not injured, he was indeed in a sorry state. Venus took a deep breath and raised his head. 50 meters away, Garp stood on the surface of the sea, watching him motionlessly. In those eyes the anger had not dissipated. Venus clenched the blood from his right hand, sealed by armament Haki no longer flowing. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his left hand. There was no blood but a hint of salty seawater. No wonder he is praised by netizens as the man with high damage from his left fist, and even higher from his right. This power is simply outrageous. Venus murmured to himself. He had seen Roger's full strength and the power of God of Void. But Garp's power was different from Roger's. Roger's slashes were sharp, domineering, carrying the sense of oppression that you cannot stop it even if you try, while Garp's fist was pure violence, the kind that did not adhere to reason. Kid, Garp spoke, his voice cutting through the sea breeze, clearly reaching Venus' ears. Not bad, it seems that Roger has put quite a bit of effort into you, huh? Venus did not respond. His observation Haki constantly sensed Garp's every movement. Let this old man take a look. Garp tightened his fist armament Haki once again, enveloping it. How many layers of Roger's swordsmanship have you learned, kid? Garp suddenly took a step forward, the sea water beneath his feet exploding into a spray. Next, I won't hold back any longer. Venus looked at Garp without speaking, for the system had already provided the answer. Congratulations, host has replicated Garp's power, speed, agility enhancement. Congratulations, host has replicated the exclusive skill, fist bone impact. Venus switched right to his left hand, shaking his numb right arm, and the next second, boom. The black armament Haki covered his fist. Bring it on, Venus replied lightly. Under the copied abilities there was no fear or retreat in his eyes, only a longing for battle radiating from them. Garp's brows furrowed slightly. He sensed the aura on Venus becoming increasingly stronger. Could it be that this kid had not used his full strength just now? It seemed he needed to put in more effort to capture this brat. In the distance, Whitebeard watched this scene, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Gulalala. He laughed. The Haki on him is even stronger than before. That little brat was He was looking forward to the next battle. The battle on the sea surface had already lasted a full quarter hour. The once relatively calm waters now boiled into a furious tempest. Layers of waves radiated outward from the epicenter of the battle, one wave not yet subsiding before another rose, overlapping and colliding to form towering walls of water over 10 meters high. The crashing of the sea sounded like the gasps of a colossal beast, deep and terrifying. The dark clouds overhead pressed lower. The heavy leaden clouds seemed to hang within arm's reach, with crimson electric arcs darting between them. Each crack was accompanied by a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. That thunder did not feel like a natural phenomenon. It was as if some unseen force was beating a war drum. Every strike precisely timed to the clash between the two combatants. Boom. Another direct collision. Venos gripped his blade with both hands, the jet-black edge of lightning cutter clashing against Garp's iron fist. Crimson Conqueror's Haki arcs exploded between the blade and the fist, sending countless tiny lightning bolts in all directions. The sea surface was compressed into a massive depression by the shockwave. Within 100 meters, the seawater instantly vaporized into white mist, which was then scattered by the following blast. The next second, Venus' figure was sent flying backward. Not a voluntary retreat. He was knocked away. The Conqueror's Haki coating on Garp's iron fist was overwhelmingly fierce. The brute force transmitted through lightning cutter, shaking Venus' internal organs. His body traced a parabola through the air, carving a long white wake on the sea surface as the airflow dragged behind him. 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters. Clenching his teeth, Venos poured out a torrent of Conqueror's Haki in a desperate attempt to stabilize himself. His feet dragged across the sea surface, the soles heating up from friction. The water's resistance gradually slowed his backward momentum. Finally, after sliding nearly 60 meters, he came to a halt. Lightning cutter was held horizontally before him. The armament Haki on the blade remained dense, but the hand gripping it trembled slightly. Ding. Congratulations, host, for replicating Garp's power, speed, and agility bonuses. The system's prompt sounded in his mind, but Venos ignored it. His eyes were locked forward. Garp's figure— No. His observation Haki screamed a warning. Above, he jerked his head up, pupils contracting sharply. Garp had somehow appeared less than 5 meters directly above him. That wrinkled face now bore no expression. His tiger-like eyes stared down at him from above like an eagle surveying its prey. Brat. Garp spoke, his voice not loud, but crystal clear to Venus' ears. This old man will teach you a lesson today. His right hand opened, 5 fingers reaching out like iron claws. Crimson Conqueror's Haki arcs coiled around his palm, enveloping the entire hand in an eerie glow. Venos instinctively raised his blade to block. But Garp was too fast for even a block to be completed. Slap. A massive dark hand clamped firmly over Venus' entire face. 5 fingers dug into his cheekbones and jaw like steel claws. The force from the armament-coated fingertips was astonishing, as if it would crush his skull. Ugh. Venos grabbed Garp's arm with both hands, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki at full power. Dark red arcs surged from his body in an attempt to shake off the massive hand. But Garp remained as immovable as a statue. His bulging arm was like forged iron. No matter how Venus Conqueror's Haki battered it, it did not even tremble. Blind hatred will only drag you into the abyss. Garp's voice turned cold. With that, his arms suddenly exerted force. Submarine drop. Boom. Venus' entire body was slammed down by Garp's single arm, like a cannonball fired wrapped in Crimson Conqueror's arcs, plunging straight into the sea below. Too fast. The air was torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek. So fast that even though Venus' observation Haki caught the trajectory, his body was completely unable to react. Roar. The moment of impact, the entire sea erupted. Not an ordinary explosion. It was the devastating collision between Conqueror's coating and seawater. Crimson arcs radiated outward upon contact, evaporating the seawater for hundreds of meters around. White steam shot into the sky, then was pushed into a massive ring-shaped cloud wall by the shockwave. At the point where Venos struck, a colossal circular pit over 200 meters in diameter was crushed into the sea surface. Not a hole blasted by an explosion. It was a depression forced by raw power. The sea churned wildly outward, exposing the wet seabed at the bottom. The reefs, corals, and sediment accumulated over millennia on the seabed were all exposed to the air, then ground into dust by the following aftershocks of Conqueror's Haki. Venos lay at the deepest point of the pit. Around him, seawater continuously tried to pour back, but the residual Conquerors might repelled it at the edge. The ebb and flow created bizarre fluctuating waves. He was embedded in the seabed, surrounded by radial cracks like the surface of a moon struck by a meteor. On his cheek, 5 clear finger marks were visible. Those were left by Garp's fingers. Though the skin covered with armament Haki was not crushed, bruises were inevitable. A trickle of blood slowly ran down from his forehead. It was not from Garp's grip, but from a reef cut during the impact. The blood flowed past his brow and the corner of his eye, dripping into the sand beneath him, quickly absorbed. Venos lay at the bottom of the pit, gazing at the clouds that had been pushed apart by the Conqueror's shockwave. The clouds were slowly closing, revealing a circular gap through which the first pale blue sky of dawn shone. Cough. Careless. Venos couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. As expected of Garp, his power is like a monster's. Feeling the excruciating pain all over his body, he instead curled the corners of his mouth slightly upward. The next second, thump, thump, thump. Each heartbeat sent a warm current from his heart flowing through his veins to every part of his body. Where the warm current passed, torn muscles began to repair, skin cut by reefs began to heal, and even fatigue gradually faded. A faint green light emerged from his body, the color of a sprout breaking through the earth in spring. The green light enveloped him, especially bright at the wound on his forehead. The wound healed visibly, flesh closed, scab formed, scab fell off. The entire process took less than 5 seconds, revealing new skin as fair as if never injured. Logia type, wood fruit. The ability called the Indestructible King by the 5 elders. Not the most destructive among Logia types, but its recovery and stamina are the most terrifying in the entire Logia category. Gulp. Venos spat out a mouthful of seawater tainted with blood, propped himself up with lightning cutter, and slowly stood. Beyond the battlefield on the Doghead warship. He won. Vice Admiral Garp won. A young Marine soldier holding binoculars saw the moment Venos smashed into the sea and jumped up in excitement. Of course, that's Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of the Marines. Taking down a brat who just set sail is child's play. That kid didn't know his place, daring to go head-to-head with Vice Admiral Garp. Now he's been slammed into the sea. Lieutenant, should we move closer to retrieve him? That kid is probably unconscious. Lieutenant Commander Bogard lowered his telescope, frowning slightly. He didn't speak. As Garp's longtime adjutant, he had witnessed countless of Garp's battles. None of the enemies struck by Garp's submarine drop had ever stood up immediately. Most were knocked unconscious, and those who retained consciousness lost combat capability. But somehow an uneasy feeling gnawed at him. He couldn't put his finger on it, like the suffocating heaviness before. Wait a little longer. Bogard held the hilt of his sword, his eyes fixed on the pit being engulfed by seawater. Vice Admiral Garp hasn't given orders. We don't make a move. At the coast of Mogu Town, Whitebeard still stood on that reef, holding Murakamajiri motionless. The sea breeze stirred his golden hair and white robe. Murakamajiri was wedged into a crevice in the reef beside him, its blades cold gleam flickering with the undulating waves. He did not move. From the start of the battle until now, he had not taken a single step. He had neither the intention to strike nor the intention to leave. He was watching whether that brat whom Garp had smashed into the seabed could still get back up. Grrrr. Whitebeard let out a low laugh, his crescent-shaped white mustache rising slightly. That Garp really doesn't hold back, does he? His gaze shifted to the distant crater where seawater was pouring in from the sides. The seawater was rushing back from all directions. The edges of the pit were shrinking bit by bit, soon to be completely filled. But A glimmer flashed deep in Whitebeard's eyes. That brat should be worth more than this. His observation Haki had already sensed the life force beneath the deep at the bottom of the pit. Seawater was pouring back from all sides. Huge walls of water cascaded down the pit's edges, producing a deafening roar. White mist filled the air above the pit, sunlight refracted into dozens of rainbows, impossibly beautiful for a battlefield. Venos stood at the deepest point, water already lapping at his ankles and rising fast. He looked up at the sky above the pit. The dark clouds were closing and the circular opening growing smaller. In the center of that opening, Garp hovered in midair, looking down at him from above. Their gazes collided in the air. Venos gripped Raikiri tightly, armament Haki coated the blade anew. The jet-black sword reflected a dark luster under the sunlight. He took a deep breath. Then boom! A terrifying burst of Conqueror's Haki erupted from his body. Not spreading outward, shooting upward. That pressure, like an invisible colossal pillar, shot straight into the sky, forcibly pushing aside the seawater that was pouring in. The cascading water walls were severed midair. The sea seemed held by an unseen hand, suspended unable. The entire Cavian process stopped at that moment. The seawater, repelled by the Conqueror's Haki, formed a towering wall around the pit's rim, yet could not cross the threshold. Garp's brow furrowed slightly. His mastery of Conqueror's Haki has grown more refined. He had seen many with Conqueror's Haki. Roger Whitebeard Shiki rocks. Each stood at the pinnacle of the seas. But Venos's Conqueror's Haki was different from theirs. Though undeniably powerful, it was wrapped in determination and resolve. An unyielding resolve. Whoosh. A figure shot up from the pit's bottom. Venos, cloaked in dark red Conqueror's coating arcs and wielding the black blade, Raikiri hurtled like a black dragon from the abyss straight toward the skyborn Garp. The wound on his forehead had completely healed, leaving not even a scar. The green glow around him was slowly receding, but not fading. It was becoming denser, more restrained. He had mastered the wood fruit ability. Not mere recovery, but integrating regeneration into combat. Every injury made him stronger. Every wound healed within seconds. Such was the terror of the Logia-type wood fruit. Garp watched the figure rising from below. His expression shifted from gravity to surprise. Not that Venos could stand again, but that he bore no injuries at all. A devil fruit. Garp's brow tightened further. The intelligence hadn't mentioned Venos eating a devil fruit. Zoan Paramecia, or Logia, a devil fruit. Garp's brow tightened further. The intelligence hadn't mentioned Venos eating a devil fruit. Zoan Paramecia, or Logia, a devil fruit. Garp's brow tightened further. The intelligence hadn't mentioned Venos eating a devil fruit. Zoan Paramecia, it was a devil fruit. But exactly what kind he did not yet know. Venos halted before Garp, less than 10 meters. Raikiri held horizontally before him, the blade, coated in armament Haki, intertwined with Conqueror's Haki. Dark red arcs leaped across the jet-black steel like living things. His clothes were more tattered than before, revealing large swaths of skin wrapped in green light. But no wounds, not a single one. Every trace of Garp's punch had been erased by the wood fruit. Vice Admiral Garp. Venos spoke, his voice not loud, but clear to Garp's ears. You said that blind hatred only drags one into the abyss. He raised Raikiri, its tip pointing at Garp. But I say, the stability of this world was never bought by indulgence and tolerance toward those pigs. Garp's expression shifted slightly. Justice? If you dare not even speak out, what kind of justice is that? Venos slowly released his grip on Raikiri, his right hand opening wide. Raikiri hovered beside him. The dark red arcs still danced along the blade, as if held by an invisible hand. His left hand clenched into a fist. Armament Haki coated it, making the fist pitch black, like cast iron. Then Conqueror's Haki coating. Dark red arcs surged from his arm, coiling around the black fist, merging with the armament Haki. But this was not ordinary Conqueror's coating. Garp's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized the stance. It was his move. Fist bone impact. No, not exactly. Venos's fist held not only Conqueror's coating and arm, but also a light. A silvery white radiance like the trail of a shooting star streaking across the night sky. Not mere replication. It was evolution. Galactic. Impact. Venos threw a punch. The fist, wrapped in dark red Conqueror arcs and silver meteor light, shot straight at Garp like a falling star from the galaxy. In Garp's pupils, that meteor grew rapidly larger. One thought dominated his mind. This kid learned it after seeing it once. Fist bone impact, his technique. Honed through thousands of battles and countless refinements. Every angle, every bit of force was tempered in endless fights. Not something that could be learned by talent alone, not something that could be copied by seeing it once. Even Kazan, who had followed him for so long, had never mastered it. But that brat Venos had done it. And he had done it after seeing it just once. Perfect talent. Garp murmured, not a lament, not praise, a statement. Stating a fact. This 18-year-old youth possessed the most terrifying talent in this world. Gururara. From the distant coast, Whitebeard's laughter pierced the sea breeze and thunder echoing across the battlefield. That Garp's move stolen by an 18-year-old brat. He shook his head, his crescent-shaped white mustache swaying. Looks like this fight won't end so quickly. At the center of the battlefield, Garp watched the approaching meteor, and suddenly the corner of his mouth lifted. Not a bitter smile, not a sneer. It was a smile. The smile of someone who had met a true opponent from the bottom of his heart. Perfect talent, huh? He clenched his right fist, armament Haki coated it, and dark red conqueror arcs leaped around the fist. I wonder if you can pull off my next move, boy. His form moved. Not retreat, not dodging. He rushed forward. Fist-bone collision. Two jet-black fists wrapped in dark red arcs met Heaton in the air. Boom. Two pitch-black iron fists wrapped in dark red electric arcs collided Heaton in midair. There was no thunderous roar. Or rather, the roar had been devoured by something far more terrifying before it could even escape. It was light. A cataclysmic radiance sufficient to illuminate the entire sea erupted from the point where the fists met. That brilliance was not the golden of the sun, nor the silver white of lightning. It was a dark crimson hovering between red and black, like magma gushing from the depths of hell. The rays radiated outward at a speed visible to the naked eye. Where they passed, storm clouds were torn asunder, waves were flattened, and the very air was set ablaze. Above the entire battlefield, it seemed a second sun had risen, a dark red sun that reeked of death. On the distant sea, the Navy soldiers aboard the Doghead warship had no time to react before the blinding light engulfed the entire vessel. Oh, my eyes, my eyes. Cries of agony rose one after another. Young Navy soldiers dropped their telescopes, clutching their eyes and rolling on the deck. The intense light, magnified several times through the lenses, brought stabbing pain like needles. Even those who had not used telescopes were blinded to tears, their vision a blank white, unable to see anything. Next came the heat. Not the warmth of summer sunlight, nor the gentle heat of a campfire. It was searing, burning heat. A prickling, burning pain assaulted their skin. The wooden planks of the deck began to crackle as if they had been scorched under the blazing sun for 3 days and 3 nights. Retreat. Retreat now. Deputy Officer Bogiate shielded his eyes and shouted through the stinging pain. Full speed astern. Get out of this sea area. Immediately, the sails of the Doghead warship caught the wind, the hull sharply changing direction, carving a white arc across the sea as it desperately fled the battlefield shrouded in dark red radiance. Foam splashed high at the stern, pushed even farther by the trailing shockwave. The soldiers collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath, staring at the distant dark red light, filled with faces full of terror. That hat. Can a human really produce such power? An old veteran muttered to himself, unaware that his rifle had fallen from his hand. He had served under Kapu for many years, and had seen Kapu fight countless times, sinking pirate ships with a single punch, shattering reefs, sending sea kings flying into the sky. He had witnessed it all, but never had he seen such a collision. That level of conquerors' Haki clashing had exceeded his comprehension. Bogiate lowered his hand, squinting toward the slowly expanding light field in the distance. His eyes still streamed tears, his vision somewhat blurred, but his observation Haki clearly sensed the two auras locked in a frenzical struggle at the center of the battlefield. One belonged to Kapu, the other to Wainusi. Both auras were absurdly powerful, both erupting at full force, both desperately trying to suppress the other. Equal to Vice Admiral Kapu. Bogiate gripped the hilt of his sword, his knuckles turning white. He knew Kapu's strength well. Kapu was among the top combatants of Navy headquarters. Even against the infamous, long-established pirates of the New World, Kapu could easily crush and capture them. The title Navy Vice Admiral was not given lightly. It was earned by Kapu punch by punch. And now in this backwater stretch of the Grand Line, a rookie pirate who had been at sea for less than half a year had managed to fight on equal terms with a fully unleashed Kapu. Monster. Bogiate muttered the word under his breath. It was not an insult. It was a statement of fact. Kapu was a monster, Rox was a monster, Roger was a monster, Whitebeard was a monster. All those who stood at the apex of the sea were monsters. But those monsters had grown into their monstrousness over time. Wainusi was only 18. At 18, he could already fight Kapu to a draw. What would he become at 28, at 38? Bogiate dared not imagine. He knew only one thing: such a monster must never be allowed to keep growing. Now, while Vice Admiral Kapu was still engaging him, he had to be eliminated here and now. Bogiate took a deep breath, reached into his coat, and pulled out a Den Den mushi. This was no ordinary military Den Den mushi. Its shell was plated with gold, and on its back was engraved the symbol of the world government. This snail could directly contact the highest echelons of Navy headquarters. He dialed. BRR, 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 BRR. The snail's eyes blinked several times. Its mouth began to contort, gradually taking on the shape of a stern face. Thick eyebrows, a square jaw, a faint scar on the chin. Fleet Admiral of Navy Headquarters Kong. What is it? Kong's voice emerged from the Den Den mushi, steady and devoid of emotion. Fleet Admiral Kong, this is Boji-8 Vice Admiral Kapu's deputy. Boji-8 lowered his voice and spoke rapidly. In the waters off Mogu Town, Wainusi is engaged with Vice Admiral Kapu. The situation has changed. Speak. Wainusi's strength far exceeds expectations. Boji-8's gaze swept across the fading dark red light field in the distance. He has already exchanged over 10 rounds heat-in with Vice Admiral Kapu, and has yet to show any sign of defeat. Kong fell silent on the other end of the line. The silence lasted 3 seconds. Are you certain? Kong's voice remained steady, but Boji-8 detected a hint of anomaly beneath that calm. I saw it with my own eyes, Boji-8 said. Wainusi not only wields Conqueror's Haki coating, but also possesses some kind of devil fruit ability with extraordinary regenerative power. The damage inflicted by Vice Admiral Kapu's iron fists heals within a short time. Furthermore, Boji-8 hesitated, then pressed on. He seems to grow stronger during battle. From being suppressed by Vice Admiral Kapu at the start, he can now fight back on equal terms. Another silence from the Den Mushi. This time it lasted longer. Continue your report. Kong's voice had changed. It was no longer steady, it was grave. Yes, sir. Boji-8 took a deep breath and delivered the most critical information. Fleet Admiral Kong, if this continues, Wainusi will only grow stronger. The moment those words left his mouth, the air around the Den Mushi seemed to freeze. Stronger. Kong closed his eyes. He was the Fleet Admiral, one of the most powerful soldiers in this world. He had seen countless prodigies and buried just as many. But someone like Wainusi, he had only encountered once before. Roxdy Zebek, the man who single-handedly slew a former Navy admiral and escaped from Mary. Back then, everyone thought Rox had merely taken the former admiral by surprise, allowing him to succeed and flee the Holy Land as a pirate. No one expected he would grow so terrifyingly fast. By the time the world realized it, he was already dominating the new world, becoming the greatest threat to the world. History must not repeat itself. The second Rox must not appear. Kong opened his eyes, walked to the desk, and picked up another Den Mushi. In the calm belt of the Grand Line, aboard a Navy warship. Zifa, having just escorted pirates into Impel Down and planning to return to Marine headquarters, was polishing his goggles in his office. This equipment had accompanied him through countless battles. On the lens there was a tiny scratch, a mark left by a blade during a clash with pirates. He polished it until it shone. Suddenly the door was pushed open and a messenger rushed in. Vice Admiral Zifa. Urgent orders from Marshal Kong. Zifa put down his goggles and took the order. After a glance, his brows furrowed. Mock Town. Wainusi. He set the order down and was silent for a few seconds. Wainusi. Of course he remembered that name. At 18, mastery of all 3 types of Haki, annihilating a CP0 squad, stealing the heavenly tribute, and assassinating a celestial dragon. Every label was unforgettable. Zifa had always felt that the kid was a pity. If only those things hadn't happened back then, if only the celestial dragons hadn't killed his parents, if only. But now it was too late to say anything. The celestial dragon was dead, and the matter was irreversible. Wainusi had to be captured, or the world government would not let it go. It wasn't concern for Wainusi's life or death, it was concern for the consequences of the fact that a celestial dragon had been killed. Orders proceed immediately to the waters of Mock Town. Target Wainusi. Dead or alive. Zifa finished reading the last line and placed the order on the desk. The 4 words, dead or alive, were particularly glaring. Understood. Zifa stood up, draped the justice coat that was on the sofa over his shoulders, and walked out of the office. Tell Marshal Kong he'll depart at full speed immediately. In the waters of Mock Town. At the center of the battlefield, the dark red light domain finally dissipated slowly. Above, the C2 figures faced each other dozens of meters apart. Kapu stood in midair, his justice coat tattered from multiple clashes, revealing his muscular arms beneath. On his fists, armament Haki slowly receded and the dark red arcs dissipated. He did not continue his assault. Not because he was tired, but because he was observing. Observing the brat opposite him. Wainusi stood on the sea surface, his feet treading on water that had been flattened by the residual waves of Conqueror's Haki. His clothes were in tatters, his left sleeve completely gone, and several holes gaped on his chest and back, revealing skin wrapped in a green glow underneath. A trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. But that trace was disappearing at a visible rate. The power of the wood fruit still enveloped him. The gruesome wounds on his chest and back healed at an astonishing speed, leaving not even scars. The bruise on his forehead had mostly faded, leaving only a faint blue mark. Ding! Congratulations to the host for replicating Kapu 3-dimensional attribute bonus. The system's notification sounded in his mind. Wainusi clenched his fist, sensing the power surging within him. This was his trump card. Not Conqueror's Haki coating, not the wood fruit's regenerative power, not the sharpness of Raikiri. But growth. Growing in battle, strengthening on the verge of life and death. Every second brought improvement. Every punch advanced him. Kapu also sensed it. This kid. Kapu muttered to himself. At first Wainusi could not last 3 rounds against him. Now he was gradually contending Hedon. Not an illusion, not luck, but continuously growing stronger in battle. Kapu had never seen such a growth rate in his life. Again, Wainusi's voice came from across. He raised his fist armament Haki, covering it dark red Conqueror's Haki arcs leaping on his fist. Not swordsmanship. He put Raikiri back at his waist. Are you abandoning swordsmanship? Kapu's eyes narrowed. Not abandoning. Wainusi clenched his fist. I want to tell you with my fist. His figure moved. World stability is achieved through fists. Dark red arcs exploded between them, shooting in all directions. The seawater beneath was compressed into a huge depression, and the surrounding waves were pushed into dark red arcs exploded between them, shooting in all directions. The seawater beneath was compressed into a huge depression, and the surrounding waves were pushed into water walls over 10 meters high. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. 10 punches. Wainusi's fist grew faster and heavier. There was a price. With each exchange his fist split at the tiger's mouth and the muscles in his arms tore. But the woodwood fruit's power healed the wounds, instantly reconnecting the torn muscles. Did it hurt? But after healing, the pain turned into numbness into habit, and habit into pleasure. Not the pleasure of being hurt, but the pleasure of growing stronger. Each punch made him stronger. Each clash was progress. Ding strength bonus. Ding speed bonus. Ding physique bonus. The system notifications kept ringing in his mind, but Wainusi paid no heed. His entire focus was on the fists opposite him. Those steel fists tempered through 1,000 battles, embodying the lifelong dedication of the Navy hero. He was using his body to feel those fists. His entire focus was on the fists opposite him. Those steel fists tempered through 1,000 battles, embodying the lifelong dedication of the Navy hero. He was using his body. Replication. Not simple imitation, but reproduction after understanding. This was the true terror of perfect replication. Kapu sensed it too. This kid is using my own moves against me. His fist was parried by Wainusi at the same angle, and with the same force, dark red arcs exploding between the fists, making his arm tingle. The feeling was strange. It was like looking into a mirror, but the man in the mirror kept improving while the real one remained stagnant. Boom. Another punch clashed. This time Wainusi was not knocked back. Both retreated a dozen meters, simultaneously stopping steadily on the sea. Equal. Truly equal. Kapu looked down at his fist. Armament Haki was still there, Conqueror's Haki coating was still there, but on the surface of his fist was a shallow white mark. It was left by Wainusi. This brat had finally left a mark on his fist. Gururara. From the distant shore, Whitebeard let out a low laugh. He had never left standing on that reef since the battle began. Murakamajuri was thrust into a crevice beside him. He crossed his arms, his gaze locked on the two figures clashing in the center of the battlefield. He muttered to himself, his crescent-shaped white mustache lifting slightly. Has the damage been healed? His gaze fell on Wainusi, whose faint green glow was especially conspicuous on the sea. Devil fruit power. Could it be some kind of mythical zoan? In Whitebeard's mind, only mythical zoans could heal damage quickly, which was also a trait of zoan types. As for the Logia woodwood fruit, it had not appeared for a long time, since its rarity rivaled that of the oak nomi. Perhaps it had long been seized by the world government. After this battle, I suppose that fellow rocks will be even more satisfied with Wainusi. Whitebeard shook his head and turned his gaze back to the battlefield. The two figures clashed again, and dark red arcs illuminated the entire sea surface. Beneath the sea, the fish that couldn't flee in time floated belly up, rising and falling with the waves. They weren't killed by shockwaves, but stunned by Conqueror's Haki. Even creatures on the seabed were not spared. This showed the terror of the battle. Boom! Another great. A figure flew backward from the center of the collision like a cannonball, so fast that it left a white trail in the air. The direction of that figure's flight was Mocktown. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed sharply. That figure was hurtling toward him. Boom! Dust and smoke billowed, rocks scattered in all directions. A massive crater was blasted into the reef cluster along the coast of Mogu Town. The rocks at the bottom of the pit were ground to powder, mixing with seawater and mud, turning into a chaotic, muddy quagmire. Whitebeard stood not far away, his figure unmoved. He glanced at the crater shrouded in dust and smoke, his crescent-shaped white mustache twitching slightly, but he did not speak. Kanjiunki remained thrust into the crevice of the reef beside him, the sea breeze causing the cold gleam on its blade to flicker. He hadn't even lowered his arms from their folded position, as if what flew over was not a person but an insignificant stone. Cough, cough. A fit of coughing came from the pit, mixed with muttered complaints. I have to say that Garp's fists are really hard. Even relying on the system to perfectly replicate his moves, I still got sent flying without mercy. Through the dust, a figure staggered to its feet. Wainusi was covered in mud and gravel, his clothes were shredded beyond recognition, revealing large patches of skin wrapped in green light. Blood hung from the corner of his mouth, dripping drop by drop onto the broken rocks beneath his feet. But what was most shocking was his chest. On the left side, a distinct dent, the mark of Garp's final punch. The fist imprint was deeply embedded in the sternum, the surrounding skin bruised black and blue, with several ribs clearly broken. But green light was surging rapidly across that area. The fractured bones rejoined under the green glow, emitting faint cracking sounds. The collapsed sternum gradually bulged back, the dark bruising dispelled by the green light, the shattered tissue regrowing. Huff. Wainusi exhaled a breath tinged with the smell of blood, his right hand covering his chest, feeling the bones snapping back into place one by one. It hurt, but stronger than the pain was clarity. No wonder he's the man who will defeat rocks and become a hero of the Marines. He raised his eyes, staring at the figure over the sea, still emanating a terrifying presence. Garp stood midair, his justice cloak flapping in the wind, his aura exactly the same as before the battle. After fighting this long, exchanging dozens of direct blows, that guy wasn't even out of breath. A hint of wariness rose in Wainusi's eyes. Not fear, but clear recognition. He had clashed with Garp for dozens of rounds. From the very beginning, he had unleashed his full power. All three colors of Haki fully activated. Conqueror's coding armament, hardening observation, precognition. He used everything he could. During the fight, relying on the system's perfect replication, he not only learned Garp's fistbone techniques, but also saw his three-dimensional attributes continuously stack and improve. His strength was now a cut above what it was before the battle. But the result? The result was he got sent flying. And Garp stood where he was not even breaking a sweat. This old bastard. Wainusi cursed under his breath. He knew full well that the current Garp was not yet the future Garp who would defeat rocks at God Valley, team up with Roger to crush Shiki at the Battle of Edwar, and chase Roger across the world. That Garp was the true hero of the Marines. Though the current Garp was already formidable, he hadn't reached that level yet. Even so, Wainusi still couldn't beat him. That was damn frustrating. Wainusi rubbed his still aching chest, but a faint smile tugged at his lips. Frustrating as it was, he had already achieved his goal. From the very start, he had come to Mogu Town to kill the Celestial Dragon. Killing that beast to avenge his parents. That was the primary objective, and one he would never compromise on. The second goal was to draw the powerful forces of the world government and Marines. He had deliberately leaked the news about Mogu Town. When CP0 was hunting him in town, he didn't bother to hide his tracks. In fact, he even exposed himself several times on purpose. Because he needed a great battle. A battle that could push him past his limits. Only by exchanging blows with true top-tier experts could he grow stronger in the shortest time. Relying solely on the system's replicated traits wasn't enough. Traits were just the foundation. True power had to be forged at the edge of life and death. So he chose Garp, the Marine hero, one of the mightiest fists in the world. Using him as a whetstone was perfect. Though I got beaten up pretty badly, the effect is indeed good. Wainusi looked down at his own hands. He clenched his fists. He released them, then clenched again. Power surged through his fingertips, more than a whole level stronger than before the fight. Garp's fistbone techniques had been perfectly replicated by the system. All three attributes were comprehensively enhanced, and the power of the woodwood fruit felt even more intuitive. Since I've achieved my goal. Wainusi lifted his gaze to Garp out on the sea. Then from here on there's no need, time to make a swift getaway. But before he could take his first step, a deep, domineering voice rang out from behind. Gurara. The laughter was low and resonant like the deepest note of a cello, yet carrying a spine-chilling pressure. Kid, not bad strength. Wainusi's pupils contracted sharply. To fight evenly with that mad dog Garp, that's already beyond most people on the sea. His observation Haki screamed a warning. Not Garp. Garp was still out at sea. It was someone else. A monster whose aura was no less formidable than Garp's. Bow. Wainusi's fists were instantly coated in jet black armament Haki. He spun around sharply, his gaze like a blade piercing toward the source of the voice. On a reef. A giant-like figure stood there, arms folded, golden hair flowing in the sea breeze, a crescent-shaped, white mustache gleaming conspicuously. At his feet, a massive Naginata was thrust into the rock. One of the supreme grade blades, Kanjiunki. Wainusi's pupils shrank to the limit. A core officer of the Rock's pirates. His voice was low, every word squeezed through clenched teeth. Edward Newgate. Whitebeard. The future Yonko hailed as the strongest man in the world. Why was he? Wainusi's mind raced. Your purpose for appearing here. He didn't finish the sentence, but his body had already instinctively entered combat mode. Armament Haki covered his entire body. Conqueror's Haki was stored within, ready to burst forth at any moment. Whitebeard stood on the reef looking down at him. Those deep eyes held no hostility, no killing intent. Only a kind of unfathomable scrutiny. Wainusi's brain was operating at full speed. Whitebeard appearing here could not be a coincidence. The headquarters of the Rock's pirates lay in the New World on Beehive Island. To travel from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line, one had to cross the Red Line Pass, through Fishman Island, and traverse the entire Grand Line. The journey was absurdly long. A core executive of a pirate crew would never travel to a place like this without reason. So, was it because of him? Wainusi recalled the chaos he had stirred up over the past few days. Robbery of the tribute ship bound for the heavens, annihilating an entire CP0 squad, a bounty of 400 million, assassination of a celestial dragon. Each incident was headline-worthy news. Especially the assassination of a celestial dragon. It was enough to shake the entire world government. It was no surprise that the Rocks pirates had taken notice of him. But for Whitebeard himself to make the journey. Is it because the talent I've displayed makes the overlord of the New World feel threatened? A troubling thought flashed through Wainusi's mind. Does he want to eliminate me here? No. If it were elimination, Whitebeard wouldn't have spoken. Given his strength, he could have struck while Wainusi and Garp were locked in mutual devastation. But he didn't. Instead, he chose to speak. Then what was it? Hey, brat. Whitebeard spoke, his voice still deep and resonant, carrying an unquestionable authority. Want to join the Rocks pirates? Wainusi was stunned. What? An invitation? He wasn't here to kill him, but to recruit him. His mind went blank for a moment. Whitebeard stood atop a reef, his expression unchanged, as if the words he had just spoken were as ordinary as remarking on the fine weather. Gururara, what? Did Garp beat you senseless? Wainuo snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. Join the Rocks pirates. He had considered this option when he first set sail. There were few forces on the sea that could intimidate the world government and the Marines. The Rocks pirates were the most formidable among them, arguably the only one. As the overlords of the New World, even the world government dared not provoke them lightly. If he wanted to survive after killing a celestial dragon, joining the Rocks pirates was the best solution, perhaps the... As for Roger, Wainuo had refused Roger not because the man was lacking, but because the timing was off. At present, the Roger pirates had only just begun their journey, not even having traversed the entire Grand Line, and lacked the strength to face the world government. Moreover, Roger sought the truth of history. While this did not conflict with Wainuo's goals, Roger's ship was hardly a suitable place for a man obsessed with killing celestial dragons to remain for long. The Rocks pirates were different. They were a violent assembly united by wealth and power. No one cared why you wanted to slay a celestial dragon. As long as you had strength and could fight, that was enough. I need some time to consider. Wainuo did not immediately accept, but spoke in a low, serious tone. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow. Consider? Yes. Wainuo lifted his head, meeting Whitebeard's gaze. You've seen my strength. If I joined the Rocks pirates, what position would I receive? Whitebeard did not reply, merely looked at him. Wainuo continued. An intern, a squad leader beneath the executives, or a vice captain of some division. He paused. If it's any of those, then forget it. As he spoke, Wainuo himself felt a hint of arrogance. But he had the capital to be arrogant. In less than 6 months at sea, he had earned a bounty of 400 million, single-handedly killed an entire CP0 squad, assassinated a celestial dragon, and fought the marine hero Garp to a standstill for dozens of rounds. Few on the entire sea could match such a record. If he joined the Rocks pirates only to become a lowly underling, then why bother? Wasn't it better to go it alone? Whitebeard stared at Wainuo for several long seconds. For the first time, a different glint appeared in those deep. It wasn't admiration, though he did admire. It wasn't surprise, though he was indeed surprised. It was a kind of recognition. Gururara. Whitebeard laughed. He laughed loudly, heartily, his curved white mustache quivering up and down. Brat, you sure are cocky. He uncrossed his arms, his right hand grasping the Murakamajuri embedded in the reef, pulling the blade from the rock with a shower of debris. But his eyes fell upon Wainuo, carrying an indescribable meaning. Cockiness requires Wainuo neither flinched nor spoke. He knew Whitebeard had more to say. Your strength is indeed impressive. To fight Garp to such a standstill is something few on the sea can accomplish. Whitebeard paused. But Brad, do you know what kind of people make up the Rocks pirates? Of course Wainuo knew. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Ling Ling Wong, Ji John, Silver Axe. Each one was a monster among monsters. Do you think you're stronger than them? Wainuo was silent for a second. Not yet, but it won't take long before I... Whitebeard looked at him, a spark flashing in those deep eyes. Gururara. A confident brat. He leaped down from the reef and landed before Wainuo. They stood only 5 meters apart, the colossal shadow cast by Whitebeard's frame engulfing Wainuo entirely. The position. It's not mine to decide. I'm just delivering a message. Whitebeard looked down at Wainuo. Rocks wants to see you. Whether to go or not is your own choice. Wainuo looked up at Whitebeard. That face etched with the marks of time betrayed no superfluous expression. But through his observation, Haki, Wainuo vaguely sensed that Whitebeard's attitude toward him was more than just that of a messenger. This man held some interest in him. Not the kind of exploitative interest from Rocks, but another. Wainuo couldn't quite... He'll go, Wainuo said. It wasn't a spurofement decision. It was a path he had long considered. After killing a celestial dragon, the world government and marines would hunt him relentlessly. Alone he couldn't last long. He needed a backer, one that would make the world government think twice. The Rock's pirates were the only choice. But not now, Wainua added. I still have matters to attend to. He had yet to confirm the whereabouts of his. Although Roger and Rayleigh had said she was rescued, he didn't know exactly where she was. He wanted to ensure his sister Luna was safe. However, subsequent events made Wainua abandon this thought. Whitebeard glanced at him, but didn't press. As you wish. He turned and walked toward a ship anchored on the shore. After a few steps he paused. By the way, brat. He did not look back. Garp is still waiting for you out at sea. How do you plan to escape? Wainua was taken aback for a moment, then grinned. That's my concern. Whitebeard let out a gurra, laughed, said no more, and strode toward his ship. Huge silhouette fading into the sea breeze, his long golden hair glistening in the sunlight. Wainua stood still watching Whitebeard depart. Then he turned and looked at Garp on the sea. That old man was still waiting there. I need to figure out a way to bolt. Wainua rubbed his still aching chest, his mind racing. He couldn't win. Running, he couldn't outrun Garp's speed. This was troublesome. From the sea, Garp's voice echoed. Brat, don't even think about running. Wainua's mouth twitched. Well, now there was no escaping it all. Even before Wainusi was sent flying by that punch, his body, still tracing a parabola through the air, Ka-Pus observation Haki had already detected the unfamiliar presence on the coastal reef. Not the Navy. Not CP0. Not those pirates trembling in the distance. That presence was so strong that even amid the aftermath of the clash between Ka-Pu and Wainusa's conquerors Haki, it remained as distinct as a torch in the dark night. Impossible to ignore. Ka-Pus' figure paused midair, his brows furrowed. This presence. He had seen it before. Though they had never crossed blows in Marine Headquarters intelligence, the owner of this presence was marked as extremely dangerous. Edward Newgate, nicknamed Whitebeard, Corps officer of the Rock's pirates, one of the most ferocious pirates in the New World. What is he doing here? Ka-Pus' expression darkened. Whitebeard appearing in the first half of the Grand Line was definitely not for sightseeing. The Rock's pirates' headquarters was on Hakanosu Island in the New World. For a Corps officer to cross half the world and come to Mocktown, there was only one purpose. Wainusi. Ka-Pus' gaze shifted to the massive figure on the shore, unprecedented solemnity rising in his eyes. This was a major problem. Planning to recruit that brat. Ka-Pu muttered to himself. If the Rock's pirates had only sent officers like Wang Ji and John, Ka-Pu wouldn't be too wary. Those guys, though great pirates, were nothing before Ka-Pu. Whether they could win was another matter, but at least they wouldn't make. But Whitebeard was different. Even Ka-Pu had no confidence of defeating that man. What's more, there was Wainusi beside him. That brat was growing stronger in battle, now able to fight him heat. If Wainusi and Whitebeard joined forces, even Ka-Pu with 3 heads and 6 arms couldn't withstand them. This mission has turned troublesome. Ka-Pu rubbed his temples, a headache coming on. If he had known, he wouldn't have volunteered to capture Wainusi during the headquarters meeting. Back then he had even thought of letting the kid off easy, who knew things would turn out like this. A celestial dragon was dead, Wainusi had escaped, and Whitebeard had appeared. He, a Marine Vice Admiral, had been forced into the role of a firefighter. Forget it. Ka-Pu sighed. When this is over, I must make that the steel-boned Kong give me a raise. My donuts are almost gone. He rolled his shoulders, and his bones emitted cracking sounds. The Justice cloak fluttered behind him. Armament Haki recovered his fists, and dark red Conqueror's Haki arcs began to leap on his knuckles. Don't even think about taking this brat away, Newgate. Ka-Pus' voice boomed like thunder across the sea. Surrender, and go to impel down to wash away your sins. With that, his figure moved. It was not the probing from his earlier fight with Wainusi, not holding back, not teaching a lesson. It was full power. The air beneath his feet exploded into a visible white shockwave. Ka-Pus' speed instantly rocketed to its limit, his whole body like a falling meteor, trailing dark red Conqueror's Haki streaks, plunging straight toward Whitebeard and Wainusi on the shore. Fist-bone impact. The terrifying iron fist wrapped in Conqueror's Haki infusion fell from the sky with enough force to destroy a small hill. Before the fist wind arrived, the ground below had already begun to crack. The reef was crushed, the sandy beach was blown into a huge depression, and several coconut trees by the sea were uprooted by the fist wind spinning into the air. On the shore, Whitebeard had just sat down on his small boat. His boat was not large, not much better than Wainusi's little sailboat. After all, he had only come to deliver a message. There was no need to sail an enormous pirate ship ostentatiously. Hey. Whitebeard looked up at that meteor falling from the sky, his mouth twitching. He had only been sent by Rocks to verbally recruit Wainusi. That was it. Deliver a message, ask, do you want to join, and then return to report. As for fighting Ka-Pu, he had never thought about it. He wasn't a battle maniac. What benefit was there in a fight? And fighting Ka-Pu, if he lost, had lose face. Whitebeard had never been willing to do thankless work. But now seeing Ka-Pu's Mad Dog demeanor allowed him no time to think. That old man had no intention of negotiating. Hey brat. Whitebeard turned and shouted at Winusi on the shore. Find an escape route now. As he spoke he stood. When the enormous figure stood up from the small boat, the entire vessel shook several times, the gunwale nearly dipping into the water. I don't want to be caught by this mad dog. Whitebeard grumbled, but his hands were not idle. He reached into the cabin and grabbed Murakamajiri. The blade glinted cold in the sunlight. But there was no time to draw the blade. Ka-Pu's fist was already upon him. TCH. Whitebeard released Murakamajiri and clenched his right fist. The next moment, a terrifying pressure exploded from him. It wasn't Conqueror's Haki. Or rather not just, it was the power of the Tremor fruit. Dark red Conqueror's Haki arcs coiled around his muscular right arm, and a translucent halo shimmered on the surface of his fist. That halo was not Haki, but a fluctuation generated when the fruit's power was condensed to its extreme. Whoosh! Alohum! The air in front of Whitebeard's fist suddenly displayed a series of black cracks. It wasn't the air being torn. It was space being shattered. The Tremor fruit, said to possess the power to destroy the world. Its user can cause earthquakes, tsunamis, ground fissures, and even shake the atmosphere itself. And when this power was concentrated into the fist, it became pure destruction. Boom! Whitebeard's fist lashed out fiercely. Not at Ka-Pu, but at the air in front of him. A translucent shockwave burst from his fist, carrying shattered spatial cracks, like an invisible giant wall surging toward Ka-Pu's descending trajectory. Two destructive forces collided hidden in midair. Boom! Heaven and earth changed color. The dark clouds over Mach Town were brutally torn open by the shockwave, creating a massive rift. Sunlight poured down through the rift, illuminating the turbulent sea below, but that brightness did not bring. Instead, it made the entire scene more eerie. Above was the torn clouds, and dazzling sunlight below was the cracked earth and churning waves, as if the sky and sea had been split apart simultaneously. The entire island began to shake violently. It wasn't an earthquake. It was the power of the quake fruit transmitted through the air to the ground. The buildings in Mach Town groaned under the strain, with cracks appearing on the walls and roof tiles clattering down. The pirates and residents hiding in homes, taverns, and ruins were all lying on the ground, hands over their heads, screaming in terror. Earthquake! No, it's not an earthquake. It's Whitebeard. Whitebeard is over there. Damn, how did that monster get here? Run, run. This island is sinking. No one heeded their screams. Because something even more terrifying was yet to come. The moment Garp's fistbone impact collided with Whitebeard's quake shockwave, a visible circular halo spread from the center of the collision. Wherever the halo passed, everything was sent flying. Reefs, trees, houses, ships, all blasted into the sky. The sand on the coast was stripped away layer by layer, exposing the hard rock beneath. Even the sea surface was depressed into a massive hollow by the shockwave, seawater surging wildly in all directions, revealing the wet seabed and the sea creatures that couldn't escape in time. The ground beneath cracked with vicious fissures spreading across the island like a spiderweb. It was like the end of the world. At the edge of the forest, Winu's figure flashed out from behind a tree, moving swiftly through the forest using the shave technique. He didn't know how far he had run. 200 meters. 300 meters. In any case, the farther from the coast the better. The tremendous commotion behind him made his footsteps halt abruptly. Boom! A deafening explosion came from behind the ground, shaking violently, and Winu's had to grab a big tree to steady himself. He turned to look. His pupils constricted sharply. Above Mach Town, the dark clouds were split in two, revealing two completely different skies. One side was gloomy leaden clouds, the other was dazzling sunlight. That gap of light was spreading to both sides at a slow, yet unstoppable pace, as if someone was unzipping the sky. The entire island was still shaking. Not the shaking of an earthquake, it was the shaking of the entire island sinking. So this is the quake fruit. Winu's murmured to himself. Of course he knew that Whitebeard was a user of the quake fruit. In the original story, that old man could trigger tsunamis with a single punch, crack the atmosphere, and almost flip the entire Marine headquarters during the Summit War. But compared to over 40 years later, the earthquakes unleashed by the younger Whitebeard were even stronger than those in the original story at Marine headquarters. After all, this strike was an earthquake infused with Conqueror's Haki coating, making its destructive power even more terrifying. Winu's took a deep breath, forced himself to look away, and continued running deeper into the forest. This was no time to spectate. Whitebeard had told him to find an evacuation route, so he had to hurry. But after running only a few steps, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. That guy Garp's fistbone impact. Winu's stopped frowning. He had exchanged dozens of rounds with Garp. Garp had used fistbone impact, fistbone smash, and seafloor drop. He had seen them all. But that last punch, the power was on a completely different level. If the fist-bone impact Garp used against him was a cannonball, then the punch he hurled at Whitebeard was a meteor. That old man. He wasn't going all out when fighting me. Yuo's clenched his fists, his expression complicated. It wasn't anger, though it was indeed a bit frustrating. It was clarity. A clear realization of the gap between himself and the world's top combat power. He had fought Garp for so long believing both were giving their all. But in the end the other hadn't even exerted himself, just using him as a sparring partner. Damn, Yuo's cursed. Though annoyed, he had no time to dwell on it. He continued running deeper into the forest. On the small pier on the other side of Mocktown, his little sailboat was moored. It was small, but it would do. As for Whitebeard's side, let them fight. Those two won't settle things in less than a week or so. Yuo's glanced back. In the distance, two massive figures were clashing at the coast. Dark red conquerors, Haki lightning arcs, and translucent quake shockwaves intertwined, each collision stirring up a gale that sent trees in the forest swaying wildly. Garp's iron fist against Whitebeard's quake punch. The hero of the Navy versus the core officer of the Rocks Pirates. The top combat power of this era was colliding at full force just a few kilometers behind Yuo's. Yuo's withdrew his gaze and accelerated toward the pier. He couldn't yet contend in a battle of this level. But one day he would. He would. Behind him, another thunderous roar. Above Mocktown, the crack grew larger. Sunlight poured down like a waterfall, illuminating the entire sea. In the distance, on the Doghead warship, Vice Admiral Bogate lowered his telescope, veins bulging on his lip. The metal barrel of the telescope creaked in his hand, a grip strong enough to deform steel. With one more ounce of force, this precision military telescope would become a pile of scrap. But he was oblivious. All his attention was on the apocalyptic scene in the distance. Above Mocktown, the dark clouds were torn open by a massive rift, sunlight cascading down like a waterfall, illuminating the turbulent sea below. But that brightness brought no warmth. The clouds on either side of the rift were still churning, dark red lightning arcs darting between the platinum white clouds, casting the entire sea in a light like divine punishment. But that brightness brought no warmth. The clouds on either side of the rift were still churning, dark red lightning arcs darting between the platinum. The ground beneath had long since cracked into a web of fissures, reefs ground to powder, and the sand blasted into massive craters. The low buildings on Mocktown, like paper toys, couldn't withstand this power even for a second, flattened, crushed, and hurled into the air by the shockwaves. Garp's iron fist, Whitebeard's quake. A Navy vice admiral and a core officer of the Rocks Pirates. Two forces at the pinnacle of the world were locked in a deadly battle on this sea that belonged to no one. Core officer of the Rocks Pirates, Edward Newgate. Bogate gritted his teeth, each word squeezed out through clenched jaws. Damn, how did this monster end up here? He slammed the railing hard, leaving a dent in the iron guardrail. Shouldn't he be in the New World? To traverse from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line, one must cross the Red Land Pass beneath Mariawa, journey through Fishman Island, and navigate the entirety of the Grand Line. The distance is absurdly vast. The sudden appearance of a core member of the Rocks Pirates in the desolate town of Magic Valley could not possibly be a coincidence. It can't be. Bogart's pupils constricted sharply. Is Newgate also after Venus? The moment this thought emerged, it took root in his mind, impossible to up. If it were merely a battle between Vice Admiral Garp and Venus, he wouldn't worry at all. He was well aware of Garp's strength. The Navy's top combat power is not just bluster, and no matter how monstrous Venus is, he is merely a rookie just setting sail. But with Whitebeard involved, everything changed. Whitebeard wasn't here to kill Venus. If he wanted to kill him, he could have struck from behind, while Venus and Garp were mutually wounding each other, increasing his chances of success immensely. Instead, he spoke first, then acted, and his target was Garp, not Venus. So, he was here to recruit. The Rocks Pirates had their sights set on Venus, wanting to pull him into their crew. Damn it. Bogart paced back and forth, the deck beneath his feet echoing with each step. Once Venus joined the Rocks Pirates and received their protection, it would become exceedingly difficult to go after the Rocks Pirates, rulers of the entire New World. The Navy headquarters has almost zero influence in the New World. That sea is a pirate's paradise. The flag of the world government is worth less than a rag there, and Navy ships dare not approach easily. If Venus escapes into the New World and reaches Rocks territory, how long until reinforcements arrive from HQ? Bogart gazed anxiously at the two figures still clashing in the distance. Although Vice Admiral Garp was formidable, Whitebeard was not alone. Could other members of the Rocks Pirates have also arrived? Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Wang Ji, John. If those monsters appeared simultaneously, even Garp would struggle to withstand them. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the rear of the warship. These were not the footsteps of ordinary soldiers, but rather the weight of someone whose every step made the iron deck depress slightly, a rhythm only an old soldier who had survived countless life and death battles could possess. Where is that kid, Venus? A deep voice came from behind, carrying a hint of questioning, but more so an undeniable authority. Why is that guy Newgate appearing here? Bogart turned sharply. A tall man stood on the deck with short purple hair, a chiseled face, and a justice cloak draped over his shoulders. Zifa, Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, known as Black Arm Zifa. Bogart's eyes brightened. Vice Admiral Zifa. He quickly approached, his tone betraying an unmistakable sense of relief. Venus fought Vice Admiral Garp before being sent flying towards the coast of Magic Valley. Whitebeard. Newgate has been lurking in that rocky area, and our men failed to spot him in advance. This means Whitebeard is after Venus. There's an 80 to 90% chance of that. Bogart nodded and handed the telescope to Zifa. Vice Admiral Garp is fighting with Newgate, and Venus is missing. I suspect he has taken advantage of the chaos to escape inland towards Magic Valley. Zifa took the telescope, gazing at the coastal area, now reduced to ruins. Garp and Whitebeard were weaving between the shattered rocks, dark red arcs of electricity and translucent shock waves intertwining. Each collision stirred up a gale, causing the sea to surge violently. This guy. Zifa lowered the telescope, a rare solemnity crossing his face. He, along with Garp and Sengoku, represented the three great stars of the Navy, the core fighting force of the Navy headquarters. But Whitebeard, that man known as a monster, did not guarantee victory, even for him. Reinforcements. Zifa turned around and pointed to another warship drawing closer behind them. It was a battleship, larger, heavier, and more well-equipped than a dog-headed warship, with 2 rows of fully armed Navy soldiers standing on the deck, cannons already positioned and ready for battle. A whole fleet is standing by behind, ready to engage at any moment. Bogart sighed in relief, finally showing the first smile of the day. Great. With Vice Admiral Zifa and Vice Admiral Garp. Don't celebrate too soon. Zifa interrupted him, his gaze shifting towards the direction of Magic Valley. Venus is the primary target. Garp will hold off Whitebeard while we are responsible for capturing Venus. He paused, his voice turning grave. That kid killed a celestial dragon. The Marshal has ordered that this matter must be addressed to the world government. Alive or dead, we need to present him. Understood. Bogart stood at attention and saluted. Zifa did not say another word, merely gazing at the torn sky in the distance. Driven to madness. What an audacious little brat. Does he even realize the enormity of the trouble he has stirred? After this, the entire world will undoubtedly be shaken. Alas, what a tumultuous season. On the outskirts of Magic Valley, in the narrow river channel, a small sailboat sped along at an astonishing pace. The boat was not large, a power sailboat modified by Venus himself, with a shallow draft and agile turns particularly suited for navigating such narrow waterways. The propeller at the stern spun rapidly, churning up a white water trail as trees on either side flew back. Venus gripped the helm, his observation Haki fully unleashed, sensing everything around him. To the east, that warship was maneuvering, attempting to flank from the other side. There was a powerful aura on board. Not the kind of violent energy like Garp's, but a more stable and restrained sense of oppression. Like a sword yet to be drawn, it was sheathed, but could deliver a deadly strike at any moment. Zifa. Black Arm Zifa. Venus' expression darkened. One Garp was already enough for him to handle, now another Zifa was coming. He had no confidence in defeating either of them, let alone facing both together. He might not even be able to escape. The Navy is pulling out all the stops, huh? Venus muttered under his breath, accelerating the small sailboat even further. The small sailboat traced an arc through the river, rushing around a sharp bend, and the view ahead suddenly opened up. The coast was in sight. In the distance, the battle between Whitebeard and Garp continued. 2 figures darted among the shattered reefs, intertwining dark crimson conquerors, Haki arcs, and translucent tremor shock waves. Each collision stirred up a gale, churning the sea into turbulent waves. The coastline of Mogu Town had been utterly transformed. The original beach was gone, replaced by one massive crater after another. The reefs that once stood by the shore had been ground to powder, scattered everywhere by the wind. Even the seawater had been pushed far away by the force of the 2, exposing a stretch of wet seabed. Wainusi took a deep breath, his hand on the tiller steady as a rock. The small sailboat shot out from the river mouth, its bow rising high before crashing into the sea, splashing a sheet of white foam. Hey Newgate, get on board. Wainusi's voice echoed in the sea breeze. On the battlefield, Whitebeard's peripheral vision caught the small sailboat emerging from the river mouth, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. As for Kapu, his pupils abruptly contracted. Wainusi. Kapu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the small sailboat charging into the sea. His mind raced at that moment. Hadn't Zifa already surrounded Mogu Town? Hadn't Bogate led men to... Hadn't the entire island been sealed off? How did this kid escape? And, from the river mouth, the other end of the river led inland toward Mogu Town. Zifa and Bogate's encirclement must have blocked all harbors along the coast capable of launching into the sea. But they might have overlooked those inconspicuous small rivers. Those rivers were too narrow for warships to enter. Ordinary small boats could pass, but ordinary small boats had no ability to navigate seas so churned up by the remnants of battle. But Wainusi was no ordinary small boat. His small sailboat had been modified, powerful engine, shallow draft, agile maneuvering. Just the thing to slip out through a narrow river. Zifabagate. Were they tricked by this brat? Kapu's face turned ashen. He glanced back toward Mogu town. Zifa's warship was still circling. Bogate's boat was still at the other end of the river. The encirclement remained, but a hole had been torn in the net. This old man will. Before Kapu could finish his words, a massive shadow loomed over him. Whitebeard. That giant-like man had somehow closed in on Kapu. His right hand clenched into a fist, a translucent halo gathering around it, and fine cracks began to appear in the space around him. Gu ra. Whitebeard grinned, his crescent-shaped white mustache fluttering in the wind. Kapu, your opponent is me. Boom. The fist struck, not at Kapu's body, but at the ground beneath his feet. The full power of the tremor fruit erupted, and translucent shockwaves surged outward like a tsunami. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked, massive fissures spreading outward like a spiderweb. Kapu grunted, unable to dodge in time. His feet were jarred off the ground, his whole body flung into the air by the shockwave. Although armament Haki protected him from direct injury, he had completely lost his center of gravity. Thud! Kapu slammed into the earth below like a cannonball, sending dust and rubble flying. The ground formed a huge crater, and Kapu lay at the bottom, his justice coat pinned by rocks covered in dust. His face was etched with fury, not because he was hurt, but because Whitebeard's delay had allowed Wainusi to escape far away. Whitebeard did not follow up. He withdrew his fist, turned, and strode toward the small sailboat anchored at the shore. He carried his Naginata Tsong Yun Xie in one hand, its blade humming softly in the sea breeze. Bang! Whitebeard jumped onto the small sailboat. The moment his giant-like frame landed, the bow shot upward, and the stern nearly submerged, sending up a huge spray of water. The small sailboat rocked violently, its wooden hull groaning under the strain. Damn it! Wainusi quickly steadied the tiller, cursing under his breath. Nugate, can't you land a little lighter? If the boat capsizes, we'll both be spending our retirement, and impelled down. Whitebeard ignored his complaints, standing steadily on the bow. His massive figure occupied nearly a third of the whole boat, and the deck beneath him creaked, but it held. Cut the chatter, move. Whitebeard said in a low voice, his eyes fixed on the distant dust-shrouded crater. His observation Haki clearly sensed. Kapu's aura was rising rapidly. That old man was about to go berserk. Wainusi said nothing, giving the tiller a sharp turn. The small sailboat carved an arc across the sea, changing course and charging toward the open ocean. The propeller at the stern spun at full speed, and the small sailboat shot across the sea like an arrow from a bow. Behind them, a roar erupted from the crater. Boom! Kapu leaped out of the crater. His justice coat was torn in several places by sharp stones, he was covered in dust, and a leaf clung to his hair. But his aura had not diminished, on the contrary, it was even more fierce than before. Bastards! Kapu stared at the tiny duck growing smaller on the sea, the muscles on his face twitching. Despicable Whitebeard. Sly little brat. His fists clenched until they cracked, and dark crimson conqueror's Haki arcs danced around them. But he did not give chase. Not because he couldn't catch up. Catching up would be useless. Whitebeard was on that boat. Alone he couldn't defeat the combined force of Whitebeard and Wainusi. Damn it. Kapu gritted his teeth, his gaze locked on the black that receding across the sea. Wainusi, you might escape today, but you won't escape forever. The Marine headquarters will not let you go. The world government will not let you go. Neither will I. On the small sailboat. Wainusi looked back, saw Kapu standing on the shore in helpless fury, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. That was perilous, almost got captured. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and the tension in his shoulders finally eased a little. From killing the celestial dragon in Mogu town, to the great battle with Kapu, to being invited by Whitebeard, and finally escaping the Marine encirclement. This whole series of events had given him almost no time to catch his breath. Now finally he could take a breather. It's too early to say that, brat. Whitebeard's voice came from the bow, deep and low like a bucket of cold water splashed over Wainusi's head. The Marine's pursuit is coming. Wainusi frowned, and quickly followed by Hughes's gaze. In the distance, a huge warship was rapidly approaching on the sea. It was not Kappa's Doghead warship. That ship was still on the other side of Mogu town, tossed about by the aftermath of by Hughes's tremor fruit. It was another ship. A larger, faster, and better equipped warship. The sails bore the emblem of the Marine headquarters, and the naval flag fluttered at the top of the mast. On the deck at the bow, fully armed Marine soldiers stood densely packed. All cannons had been pushed out of the gun ports, their dark muzzles aimed at the small sailboat. Standing at the very front of the bow was a tall man, with purple short hair and pitch-black hands. Black arms AFA. His hands were coated with thick armament Haki, their black luster emitting an eerie cold gleam under the sunlight. ZFA. Winusis' expression darkened. A Marine headquarters vice admiral, the man who alongside Kapu and Zhonghua was known as one of the 3 admiral stars of the Marines. Although he had not yet been promoted to admiral, his strength already stood at the pinnacle of this world. This is trouble. On the deck of the warship, ZFA crossed his arms, his gaze like a blade fixed on the small sailboat speeding across the sea. His observation Haki clearly sensed 2 auras. One belonged to Baihuzi, violent, domineering, like a volcanic eruption. The other belonged to Winusi, cold, sharp, like a drawn blade. Report Vice Admiral ZFA. A Marine officer ran behind ZFA, standing at attention and saluting. The cannons have locked onto the target. Shall we open fire immediately? ZFA did not turn around, his gaze still fixed on the small sailboat. His expression was calm as stagnant water. But those who knew him understood. This calm was more terrifying than rage. Permission to fire. Zayfa's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached everyone present. Yes, sir. The officer turned and raised the signal flag in his hand. All units. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of cannons fired simultaneously, the muzzle flashes forming a continuous line along the warship's side. Countless shells trailing black smoke poured down on the small sailboat like a rainstorm. The sky was instantly shrouded in gunpowder smoke. On the small sailboat, Winusi looked up at the mass of dark shells. There was no fear in his eyes, only calm. His observation Haki had already captured the trajectory of every single shell. But he did not act, because someone was faster than him. Gurara. Baihuzi let out a low laugh, clenching his right fist as a translucent halo gathered around it. Cracks began to appear in the space. Such a pathetic bombardment dares to be displayed. Bang! Baihuzi's fist smashed into the atmosphere ahead. Accompanied by a loud noise like glass shattering, black cracks tore through the atmosphere. A devastating tremor force surged from the cracks like an invisible giant wall pushing forward toward the shells. Boom, boom, boom. All the shells detonated the moment they touched the tremor wave. Smoke billowed and flames shot into the sky. The blast wave spread across the midair, whipping the sea into turbulent waves. The small sailboat rocked violently in the swells, but Baihuzi stood firmly at the bow, unmoving like a mountain. Winusi grabbed the wheel to steady the boat. Well done, Yogaite. But before his words faded, the second wave of bombardment had already arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Another dense volley of shells. The cannons on the Marine warship had an extremely fast reload speed. Just as the first wave finished, the second wave was already loaded. The soldiers moved as proficiently as machines, each one frenziedly repeating their tasks without a moment's pause. Winusis' expression changed. It was not fear. It was annoyance. The Marines' bombardment came wave after wave, offering no time to catch a breath. Although Baihuzi's tremor punches could easily block the shells, each punch required time to build power. Meanwhile, the warship had at least dozens of cannons firing round after round, never giving Baihuzi a window to gather his strength. This won't work. Winusis' mind raced. Although Baihuzi's tremor fruit was powerful, continuous use would still drain his stamina. Moreover, the Marines' shells were limitless. The warship's ammunition depot was enough to bombard for an entire day. On Winusis' side, there was only one small sailboat. Can't dodge many shots. Hey, Nyogaite. Winusi shouted. Leave this to me. You take the helm. Baihuzi looked down at him. A flicker of doubt passed through those deep eyes. Winusi. What did he plan to do? But he did not ask. Baihuzi withdrew his fist, set down the kanjiunki in his hand, and turned to enter the steering cabin. His massive figure squeezed into the cramped steering cabin, his whole body filling it, nearly deforming the doorframe. Baihuzi grasped the wheel to steer the small sailboat, but his sidelong gaze remained fixed on Winusi. Winusi did not reply. He strode to the stern, facing the enormous warship that was closing in. The sea wind tousled his black hair, and his torn clothes flapped loudly in the wind. His body still bore the wounds from the fight with Kapu, but those wounds were rapidly healing under a green light. Flesh closing, scabs falling off, revealing new skin. The warship drew closer. The cannon muzzles aimed at him again. Winusi looked up at ZFA standing at the bow with arms crossed, the corner of his mouth twitching upward as he cursed through a grin. What the hell addicted to firing are you? He clapped his hands together sharply. Slap. A crisp sound of hands meeting. The next second, a colossal green light burst forth from his body. That was not the light of Haki. It was the light of life force. Logia type woodwood fruit. Winusi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He could feel his consciousness extending outward through the seawater, through the air, through the invisible roots beneath the sea surface. Extending to the area beneath the warship. There's something awaited him. Forest sea descend. Winusis' eyes snapped open and he roared. Thump, thump, thump. The enormous warship that had been rapidly closing in suddenly emitted a series of muffled booming sound. The entire vessel shuddered violently, rocking the ship as marine soldiers on deck stumbled and fell. Cannons slid off their mounts and shells rolled everywhere. What's happening? The ship stopped. It suddenly stopped. There's something below. Something under the hull. The soldiers' panicked cries rose one after another. Zepha's brows furrowed sharply. His observation Haki had detected something growing wildly in the seawater beneath the warship. Not seaweed, not coral, not any marine creature he had ever seen. It was trees. The next second, countless trees and vines surged wildly from the seawater beneath the warship. They grew, spread, and entangled at a visible speed, like a giant hand reaching from the seabed, gripping the entire warship tightly. Trunks thicker than a man's waist, vines thicker than arms, densely interwoven, enveloping the ship's bottom side, sails, deck. Everything within the mass. This. What is this? A marine soldier stared wide-eyed as a vine drilled through a gap in the deck and grew rapidly before him, becoming taller than him in the blink of an eye. It's a devil fruit ability, another soldier shouted. That Wainusi is a user. Don't just stand there. Cut down these vines. The soldiers drew their swords and frantically chopped at the ever-growing vines. But the vines grew too fast. Cut one down, and immediately two new ones grew back. Cut two and four appeared. They could never finish. The entire warship was completely devoured by a dense forest. The sails were draped with vines, the masts entangled by trunks, the cannons jammed by branches, and even the helm was locked by vines immovable. Zepha's expression completely changed. He stood at the bow, arms crossed, his marine coat caught by a vine. He did not bother to free himself, but stared intently at the small sailboat growing distant in the distance. Wainusi stood at the stern looking back at him. The two met each other's eyes across the forest-devoured warship, across the turbulent sea. A complex glint flickered in Zepha's eyes. This brat was more troublesome than the intelligence report suggested. The naval warship, devoured by countless trees and vines, now resembled a floating forest on the sea. The tree trunks were thicker than a man's waist, densely intertwined, wrapping from the hull to the top of the masts. The vines were still growing slowly, like living creatures hanging over the sides into the sea, swaying gently with the waves. The entire warship was completely pinned to the sea surface, unable to move an inch. The Navy soldiers on deck were frantically chopping at the ever-growing vines, but they grew too fast. Cut one down, and two more would sprout in its place. Sweat mixed with seawater soaked their uniforms, and exhaustion and resentment were etched on every face. Report to Vice Admiral Zepha. The helm still won't turn. The vines under the hull are too dense, can't cut through. New vines growing on the port side. Zepha stood at the bow, arms crossed, motionless. His justice cloak was caught by a vine, but he didn't shake it off. His gaze was fixed on the small sailboat that had become a black dot on the sea, gradually disappearing. Venos, that 18-year-old brat right before his eyes, used his devil fruit ability to seal an entire Navy warship, then swaggered away. Zepha took a deep breath, closed his eyes, then slowly opened them. In his eyes, the complex emotions were fading bit by bit, replaced by a profound calm. After today, the entire Navy will become the laughingstock of the world. His voice was low, as if talking to himself, yet also as if speaking to Bogart behind him. A celestial dragon was killed. The Navy dispatched 2 vice admirals. One being me, the other being Garp. And we couldn't even catch a rookie. He paused. No, not just unable to catch him. He escaped right in front of us. Bogart stood 2 paces behind Zepha, his lips moving as if to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. What to say? Saying it's not your fault. But whose fault was it? Vice Admiral Garp's. Vice Admiral Zepha's. Or his? None of them. That brat was too cunning. He escaped the encirclement through the small river channel, used his fruit ability to blockade the warship, every step calculated to perfection, as if he had planned everything long ago. The Navy now has a troublesome enemy. Zepha turned and walked toward the cabin. Notify headquarters the suppression operation has failed. Tell Garp to return. Don't chase anymore. Can't catch him. Navy headquarters, Marine Fort. Marshal. The entire room was filled with smoke. From the doorway, only the burly silhouette of a figure behind the desk could be seen. The desk was piled with documents and reports, the ashtray crammed with cigarette, but some long extinguished, leaving only ash. BRRR. Click. The den mushy on the desk rang. A muscular hand picked up the den mushy. Kong the Steelbone sat in his chair, took a deep drag of his cigar, exhaling thick smoke from his nostrils, forming a white mist before him. Speak. His voice was low and heavy, as if suppressing something. The mouth of the den mushy began to deform, gradually taking on Zepha's face. Marshal, the suppression operation at Mocktown has failed. Kong the Steelbone's fingers gripping the cigar suddenly tightened. What did you say? Venos escaped. Vice Admiral Garp was engaged with Whitebeard and could not break away. I led the blockade of Mocktown, but Venos broke through via the small river channel, and used his fruit ability to blockade the route of the warship I was on. The Den Den Mushi transmitted Zifa's words verbatim, his voice calm, as if reading a report. But Kong could hear what was suppressed beneath that calm. Kong's face was clouded with anger. Veins bulged on his forehead. The large hand holding the Den Den Mushi turned white at the knuckles. You say Venos blockaded your warship? Yes. How did he do it? Devil fruit ability. Countless trees and vines grew from beneath the sea surface, entangling the entire warship, rendering it immobile. Kong took a deep breath. Logia-type woodwood fruit. He already knew the characteristics of that devil fruit from the time the heavenly tribute was stolen. The woodwood fruit's regenerative ability was among the best of Logia types, but a large-scale blockade like forest descent. The intelligence hadn't indicated that Venos had developed it to this extent. No wonder that kid could endure so long under Garp's iron fists. Kong knew in his heart that Garp had certainly held back. But to not be defeated by Garp, and even escape from under his nose. Venos' own strength could no longer be underestimated. Kong closed his eyes. The suppression operation had failed. The Navy had dispatched 2 vice admirals, yet let a rookie escape. If this got out, the Navy headquarters' prestige would suffer an unprecedented blow. A celestial dragon killed the Navy's top combat forces, unable to capture the culprit. This news would sweep across the sea like a storm. What would the already restless pirates think? What would the member nations think? Kong opened his eyes and sighed. Handle the aftermath properly. Clean up the traces at Mocktown. Don't let the civilians see too much. Understood. Tell Garp to don't chase anymore. Understood. The Den Den Mushi hung up. Kong sat in his chair in silence for a long time. The cigar on the desk was still burning, the ash long and precariously balanced. He finally reached for another Den Den Mushi, more delicate, gold-plated, with the world government emblem engraved on its shell. BRRR BRRR. BRRR BRRR. The Den Den Mushi connected. Kong took a deep breath and began recounting the events at Mocktown. He neither concealed nor embellished. Garp's battle with Venos, Whitebeard's appearance, Venos' escape, Zifa's warship blockaded. Every detail was reported truthfully. On the other end of the Den Den Mushi there was a long silence. Then came a furious reprimand. It wasn't the voice of the 5 elders. It was someone above them. Kong didn't know who that person was, only that whenever the 5 elders faced that person they would lower their heads and bow like dogs before their master. Kong's face gradually became filled with humiliation. He lowered his head, his fingers trembling slightly as they gripped the Den Den Mushi. It wasn't fear. It was fury. Fury that he, a fleet admiral of the Marines, had to grovel before someone he couldn't even see face to face. Yet he dared not show it. Yes. Yes. I understand. Yes. Certainly. Half an hour later, Kong the Steel Fist carefully set down the Den Den Mushi, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and let out a long sigh of relief. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and remained silent for a long time. Then he opened them, picked up the internal phone on his desk. Notify all mid to high-ranking officers at headquarters. Meeting in 1 hour. Somewhere in the first half of the Grand Line. Beneath a clear blue sky, a small sailboat drifted across the boundless sea. Sunlight sparkled upon the water, shimmering with ripples. Venos stood in the helm room steering. His clothes had changed. No longer the tattered rags Garp had beaten to shreds, but a simple black long-sleeved shirt, and Venos stood in the helm room steering. His clothes had changed. No longer the tattered rags Garp had beaten to shreds, but a simple black long-sleeved shirt and dark trousers. A bandage was still wrapped around the webbing of his right hand, but the wound beneath had nearly healed. Hey Newgate, Venos called out, his gaze fixed on the sea ahead. Are you sure we're heading in the right direction? He had been staring at this stretch of ocean for 6 whole days. After escaping from Mocktown, Whitebeard had taken over the course, telling Venos to follow this direction, that they would reach the Sabaody archipelago before long. But after 3 days, and another 3, there was nothing but sea. Not a single island, not even a reef, and Venos glanced down at his log pose. The ordinary single needle one head used when entering the Grand Line. The direction it pointed was completely opposite to what Newgate had indicated. Gurara. A low laugh echoed from the deck. Whitebeard lay on the deck, hands behind his head, basking. His enormous frame nearly filled the entire deck, his long legs propped on the gunwale, toes occasionally twitching. Toss that crappy needle away. Without lifting his head, he pulled something from his pocket and casually tossed it toward the helm. Venos caught it. It was a log pose, but far more refined than the one he used. The casing was brass-colored, set with 3 needles, each pointing in a different direction. A thin glass cover gleamed in the sunlight. A log pose for the New World. Venos paused. Of course he knew this kind of log pose. The one Luffy and his crew used when they entered the New World. The weather and magnetic fields in the first half of the Grand Line were already chaotic enough. The New World was 100 times more turbulent. A single needle log pose was useless there. Only this 3-needle type could find the correct course amidst the disordered currents. Follow this direction and well reach Sabaody before long. Whitebeard rolled over on the deck, adjusting his position to continue sunbathing. Venos looked down at the log pose in his hand. Two of the three needles swayed slowly, one pointed steadily forward. He adjusted the course according to the stable needle. The bow turned slightly, the angle of the sails catching the wind changed, and the small sailboat picked up speed. Newgate, what's Sabaody Archipelago like? Venos asked casually. It wasn't that he didn't know Sabaody, had seen it countless times in the original story. But seeing and witnessing with one's own eyes are two different things. Gurara. You'll see for yourself. Whitebeard didn't answer directly. But Kid'll tell you one thing in advance. His voice suddenly turned more serious. Sabaody Archipelago is the gateway to the New World. Every pirate coming from the first half of the Grand Line must pass through there. It's lively, and it's chaotic. How chaotic? Chaotic enough that you could be stabbed in the back while walking down the street. Venos smirked. Sounds perfect. Whitebeard said no more, continuing to bask in the sun. The small sailboat sailed for another full day. Under the blazing sun, Venos finally spotted something different on the horizon. Not blue sky, not white clouds, not the endless sea. But a silhouette. The silhouette of an island. Not just one island, but several, no, a dozen, no, dozens. Islands of all sizes clustered together as if someone had scattered a handful of gravel across the sea and let them grow into trees. Not marine patrol boats, private ones. Those colorful little crafts carved white wakes across the sea, their riders shouting joyfully, as if racing or simply playing. Not marine patrol boats, private ones. Those colorful little crafts carved white wakes across the sea, their riders shouting joyfully, as if racing or simply playing. Further out were the bubbles that surrounded the entire archipelago. Bubbles. Not the soap bubbles children blow, but enormous transparent orbs shimmering with iridescent colors in the sunlight. They rose from the seabed, emerged from under tree roots, floated out of the air. Big and small, some larger than houses, others no bigger than a fingernail. They drifted lazily in the air, refracting sunlight, dyeing the entire sea into a dreamlike palette. And the trees. Towering trees. Not ordinary trees. Trees of unbelievable size. Trunks thicker than warships, canopies blotting out the sky, roots bulging from the ground, intertwined like the veins of the earth. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The scenes from the anime had become reality. Standing at the bow, Venos gazed at the dreamlike island, momentarily forgetting to steer. Gurara. Whitebeard had risen to his feet, without Venos noticing, standing behind him with arms crossed. Stunned, speechless. Venos snapped back to attention, coughed lightly, and gripped the helm again. Just didn't expect it to be this beautiful. Beautiful. Whitebeard chuckled. Kid, Sabaody has 79 numbered zones. The beautiful parts are reserved for the celestial dragons and nobles. We don't have time for sightseeing. Venos frowned. Which zone are we going to? Zone 59. Whitebeard pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and glanced at it. At the port of the Sabaody Archipelago, Wainusi leaped down from the ship, his feet landing on the pavement made of mangrove roots with a muffled thud. He raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. The scene matched precisely what he had seen in the original work. Sturdy mangrove roots bulged from the earth, intertwining intricately to form natural pathways and walls. The surface of the roots was as smooth as polished stone, glowing with a dark crimson luster under the sunlight. Bubbles of various sizes floated in the air. These bubbles emerged from the crevices of the roots, drifting lightly into the sky, refracting sunlight and bathing the entire island in a dreamlike spectrum of colors. On the distant streets, people came and went. Some hawked there, whereas others carried goods. Children chased each other in play. From the roadside shops wafted the aroma of food, mingling with the salty tang of the sea and the faint fragrance of resin. If not for the ubiquitous patrolling police officers, the island would have resembled any ordinary bustling port. Wainusi withdrew his gaze and rolled his shoulders. I'll go procure supplies. We'll rendezvous at Area 59 later. Whitebeard stood on the ship, his colossal frame nearly tilting the vessel upward. He crossed his arms and gazed down at Wainusi, the crescent-shaped white mustache twitching slightly. Don't stir up trouble, Whitebeard said. Only 3 words, but the tone carried a resigned, I know you're definitely going to cause trouble. Wainusi twitched the corner of his mouth. Do I look like that kind of person? Whitebeard did not reply. He merely gave Wainusi a profound glance, then turned and entered the wheelhouse, steering the small sailboat toward Area 59. Wainusi stood there watching the small sailboat depart until its silhouette vanished among the dense mangrove roots before finally looking away. Procure supplies. He felt his pocket where a handful of berries scrounged from the celestial gold transport ship remained. Not much, but enough to buy some food and fresh water. Wainusi turned and walked toward the densest crowd. Area 30 of the Sabaody Archipelago, one of the island's most bustling commercial districts. Both sides of the street were crammed with all kinds of shops. Restaurants, taverns, general stores, weapon shops, slave markets. Everything imaginable. Wainusi walked along the street, his black long-sleeved shirt and dark trousers making him look no different from any other pirate. He had wrapped Liao in cloth strips and slung it across his back, the characters Liao on the scabbard completely concealed. No one recognized him. That was only natural. Though the photo on the wanted poster resembled him, who would expect a brutal pirate with a 400 million berry bounty to stroll openly through the streets of the Xiangbidi archipelago? Wainusi entered a general store, purchased the needed supplies, and grabbed a few bottles of liquor on the side. Not because he wanted to drink, but because Whitebeard had drained his stash during the journey and needed replenishing. The shopkeeper, a chubby middle-aged man, kept staring at Wainusi's face while taking the money. Wainusi's heart tightened. "Sir, you look a lot like someone," the shopkeeper said. Wainusi remained expressionless. "Is that so? Who? An actor? I forget the name." The shopkeeper scratched his head and gave him the change. "Welcome back anytime." Wainusi walked out of the store relieved. He had almost been recognized. He turned into a nearby alley, stashed the goods temporarily in an inconspicuous corner, and planned to take a stroll before retrieving them. After all, in a place like the Xiangbidi archipelago, petty theft was common, but few dared to steal from pirates. The usual consequence was losing both hands. Wainusi clapped his hands and emerged from the alley. Just then a clamor erupted from a tavern at the street corner. "Hey, the Navy just released a new wanted list." "What? Let me see." "This is directly issued by Marine headquarters." "Really?" Wainusi's steps faltered slightly. A new wanted list. He hesitated for a split second, then strode toward the tavern. No harm in listening. The tavern was packed. Smoke swirled, the light was dim, and the air reeked of rum, grilled meat, and cheap perfume. In the corner, some gambled, some bragged, some embraced women in intimacy. But everyone's attention was fixed on the several newspapers and wanted posters spread across the counter. Wainusi moved inconspicuously to the far end of the bar and slapped a stack of berry on the counter. "Rum." The bartender glanced at him and handed over a grimy glass and half a bottle of rum. Wainusi didn't drink. He simply leaned against the bar, scanning the wanted posters from the corner of his eye. His position was close enough to the crowd at the counter that every word of their conversation reached his ears. The Demon Source, Wainusi, birthplace, West Blue. A burly man with a thick beard held up a wanted poster and read aloud. His voice echoed through the tavern, drawing even more attention. Crimes heinous beyond redemption, repeatedly massacred important merchant ships, and the Navy soldiers who aided them even assassinated key world government personnel at Mocktown before escaping. Bounty. The man's voice suddenly caught. His eyes bulged, his mouth opened, but no sound came out. The wanted poster trembled slightly in his hand. "What's wrong? Go on," someone urged. The man swallowed hard and turned the poster toward the crowd. 950 million berry. The entire tavern fell silent for a moment. In that brief silence, one could hear the gentle clink of glasses on the counter, the lingering echo of a woman's laugh from the corner, the faint pop of bubbles bursting outside the window. Then an explosive uproar. 950 million. Is that for real? That's a major pirate level bounty. Damn, do you know what 950 million means? The big pirates in the New World are at that level. The first bounty on this Venos was only 400 million berry, wasn't it? How long ago was that? Half a month. Not even half a month. From 400 million to 950 million. Have the Marines lost their minds? The tavern patrons buzzed with discussion, each face etched with sheer astonishment. Demon Source. 950 million. These two words clashed within the tavern, detonating like a bomb in every mind. The shifty-eyed patron spoke again. Raising a glass of rum, he leaned against the counter, his expression screaming. "You have no idea what's really going on. Let me tell you, the description on the wanted poster is actually understated." He tilted his head back, downing the drink, let out an "ah," and wiped his mouth. "I've got insider information. This so-called Demon Source Venos managed to escape the encirclement of Marine Vice Admirals Garp and Zifa all by himself at Magval Town." "What a—" The tavern erupted instantly. Some gasped, some drew in sharp breaths, and one patron dashed his glass to the floor. "Garp? You mean the hero of the Marines, Garp? Zifa, Black Arm Zifa, the one who's captured countless great pirates? You've got to be kidding. Those two monsters teamed up, and they let a pirate get away." "No, not got away. Broke through Hedon." The shifty-eyed patron basked in the reactions around him, pouring himself another glass. Think about it. To escape unscathed from a combined assault by Garp and Zifa, just how terrifying must the Demon Source's strength be? Oh. Venos sat in the corner of his mouth, twitching uncontrollably. He lowered his head, pretending to drink, using the glass to mask his expression. "What heinous crimes? When the hell did I become the demon they talk about?" He lowered his head, pretending to drink, using the glass to mask his expression. "What heinous crimes? When the hell did I become the demon they talk about?" Important merchant vessel. That ship transported tribute looted from the people. Aid-seeking Marine soldiers. Those soldiers had their guns trained on him. If he hadn't fired, he'd be the one dead. Key personnel of the world government. That was just a bunch of CP0 and a celestial dragon. But these facts, when spun by the Marines and the world government, became something else entirely. Key personnel of the world government. That was just a bunch of CP0 and a celestial dragon. But these facts, when spun by the Marines, they only said, Venos is a demon. Venos took another sip, then set his glass down with a thud. And that epithet. Demon source. Who the hell gave me that nickname? Zero creativity. If it were something like Azura or Reaper, I could live with it. But demon source. It's practically screaming that I'm the origin of all evil. I only killed one celestial dragon. Is that such a big deal? If those patrons overheard Venos saying that they'd probably lose it completely. Do you even hear yourself? That's a celestial dragon. A world noble. Descendant of the 20 kings who founded the world government 800 years ago. They are revered as gods enjoying the highest privileges in this world. Killing a single celestial dragon carries greater guilt than killing 100 civilians or plundering 100 merchant ships. Not because the crime itself is so immense, but because the world government's authority has been challenged. If celestial dragons can be killed at will, what becomes of the world government's prestige? Would the allied nations obediently comply? Would the oppressed commoners continue to endure in silence? Thus Venos had to be branded a demon guilty of heinous crimes deserving death. Only then could the world government and Marines' pursuit be justified, the news of a celestial dragon's death be obscured, and public wrath be diverted from themselves. This playbook, I know it well. Venos leaned against the counter, his fingers lightly tapping the rim of his glass. In his past life had seen this manipulation countless times. Smear the resistors as criminals, demonize the Avengers, paint everyone who dares to challenge authority as a demon or a madman. Then the unsuspecting masses join the chorus of condemnation, forgetting to ask the simplest question. What did that demon actually do to become a demon? Venos shook his head and poured himself another glass. That shifty-eyed fellow had exaggerated a bit. Escaping the siege of Garp and Zephyr single-handedly. The truth was Whitebeard had helped him. Without Newgate covering his back, he'd probably be queuing for a cell and impelled down by now. But some of those words he appreciated. Escaped unscathed from Garp and Zephyr's combined assault. His strength is terrifyingly formidable. Exaggerated, yes, but it sure felt good to hear. A faint smile curled Venos' lips as he downed another drink. Still, 950 million. He set the glass down, gazing at the figure on the wanted poster resting on the counter. From 400 million to 950 million in less than half a month. The Marines were bent on nailing him to the pillar of infamy. But from another perspective, there were few on the sea with a bounty higher than 950 million. Roger was only a little over 500 million. He was 400 million higher than Roger. Granted, this bounty came more from the political weight of killing a celestial dragon than a pure assessment of strength. But it's not like the wanted poster says this person's bounty is high because he killed a celestial dragon. Others would only see 950 million and assume he was a monster. Venos finished the last of his drink and stood up. About time to leave. He slapped the money on the counter, grabbed the items he'd just bought, and slipped out the back door of the tavern. Outside, the sun shone, bright bubbles floating in the air. Venos took a deep breath, casting aside all the messy things from the wanted poster. 950 million or demon source, it all meant nothing. His goal had never been a high bounty or a fearsome epithet. The thing he had to do, it had always been only kill every last one of those beasts. Not a single one spared. At the back door of the tavern, a narrow alley. Venos carried a sack of rice on his shoulder, holding dried meat and fresh water in his right hand, and slung over his back was a lightning cutter wrapped in cloth. He appeared to be an ordinary pirate procurement officer, blending into the crowd without drawing attention. He did not take the main road. To get from Area 30 to Area 59, he had to pass through a forest formed by the natural roots of red trees. The gnarled roots rose from the ground, intertwining high above to create a natural dome. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Bubbles of all sizes emerged from the cracks in the roots, floating gently into the sky and refracting a spectrum of colors. The path was difficult to traverse, but it was advantageous due to the low number of people. The main road was too crowded with many patrolling Navy soldiers. Although his current appearance made it unlikely for him to be recognized, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Venos stepped into the forest. The route-lined path was uneven, with some places slick as if coated in oil. Venos walked at a steady pace, his hand holding the sack of rice steady, as if it were a tray, his footsteps making almost no sound on the roots. His observation Haki was maintained in a low-intensity state, allowing him to sense everything within 100 meters. After about 10 minutes of walking, his steps suddenly paused. His brows furrowed slightly. Someone was following him. Not just one person, but a group. Judging by their auras, there were between 15 to 20 individuals, among which 3 or 4 had considerable strength, the strongest among them. His aura was not weak, at least at the level of a bounty exceeding 100 million. Moreover, these individuals were not unintentionally walking the same path. They were deliberately keeping their distance, following closely whenever Venos turned a corner. Whenever Venos slowed down, they too would slow down. Their cautious tailing posture resembled a cheetah crawling through the grass waiting for its prey to reveal a flaw. Venos sighed. He set down the sack of rice resting on his shoulder against a nearby root and brushed off the dust from his hands. Hey, he spoke, his voice not loud, but remarkably clear in the silence of the forest. After following me for so long, are you done? The forest fell silent for a moment. Then a deep voice came from 30 meters in front of Venos. Have you noticed? As expected of the infamous Venos with a bounty of 950 million. The voice carried a sense of superiority, as if the hunter had finally awaited his prey. As soon as the words fell, boom, boom, boom. Several cannonballs fired simultaneously from different directions, completely engulfing Venos' position. The cannon muzzles emerged from behind the roots. The attackers coordinated their fire, remarkably sealing off all escape routes from various angles. Front, back, left, right, and even the escape route above was blocked by cannon fire. No matter which direction Venos dodged, he would be hit by at least 3 cannonballs simultaneously. Boom! The explosion echoed through the forest. Flames soared into the sky, smoke billowed, and the shockwave shattered all nearby bubbles, scattering them into a sky full of colorful fragments. The roots were blown open, creating a massive pit, debris and dirt flying everywhere, while the air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder. Ha ha! The deep voice resonated again, this time with unabashed pride. Is this the extent of Venos with a bounty of 950 million? A tall figure stepped out from behind a towering tree. His body was extraordinarily robust, easily over 3 meters tall, towering over the surrounding ordinary people. He wore a steel helmet adorned with horn-like protrusions on either side, glinting coldly in the sunlight. A patchy green beard extended from his chin to his chest, rugged and wild. Around his neck hung a thick gold chain that swayed with his steps, producing a dull metallic clanging sound. Behind him, several crew members emerged from their hiding places. They were armed with various weapons, guns, swords, axes, and a few even carried smoking shoulder-mounted. This was the destroyer Bondewald. Venos' pupils contracted slightly. He recognized this guy. In the original setting, Bondewald was a legendary pirate from the same era as Roger Whitebeard and Gold Lion, with a bounty exceeding 500 million. He possessed the Momo no Mi ability, capable of amplifying the size and speed of objects he touched by 100 times, wielding the terrifying destructive power to obliterate an island. Later, he was frozen by the Navy for many years, escaping during Luffy's era and stirring up a storm once more. But that was in the future. The Wald before him looked considerably younger than he remembered. His light green beard was not fully grown, and his eyes held the sharpness of a rookie unafraid of tigers. Yet the wild aura was becoming apparent. That kind of arrogance, I can destroy whatever I want, emanated from his very bones. The bounty is 39 million, Venos estimated. Judging by his aura, Wald at this moment had not yet reached his future peak level. However, a bounty of 39 million was already considered top tier among the strong in the first half of the Grand Line. No wonder he dared to come and kill him. A bounty of 950 million meant, in the eyes of many, if I kill this person, I will be rich over. They would not think about why Venos' bounty was so high. They would only see that long string of numbers and think, as expected of Captain Wald. Just one blow, and he reduced the notorious Venos to rubble. A crew member wielding a large knife leaned towards Wald, his face brimming with flattery. TCH, what notorious Venos? This level of strength is nowhere near our destroyer Captain Wald's caliber. Another crew member carrying a cannon spat out his cigarette, and stomped on it harshly. The reason that guy's bounty is so high is simply due to the incompetence of the Navy. They can't even catch a small fryer. It seems the Navy is full of useless fools. Ha ha. Laughter from the group echoed through the woods. Wald crossed his arms, reveling in the compliments from his crew, a slight smile of pride appearing at the corners of his mouth. His eyes narrowed into slits under the helmet, as if he could already see Venos' corpse hanging at the bow of his ship. Humph. He let out a soft grunt. 950 million. Not much. Wald. At that moment, a weak voice came from behind Wald. A small figure emerged from behind the roots. The person was extremely skinny, barely half Wald's height, wearing an oversized coat that wrapped around him as if he would topple over with a gust of wind. His face was waxy and pale, with deep-set eyes resembling a long-term battered impatient rather than a... He sat on Wald's shoulder, his small eyes gazing at the pit, turned to scorched earth, a hint of concern flashing. Will this provoke the Rock's pirates' anger? Benjeka, the vice-captain of the Word Pirates. Though this title of vice-captain was more because he was Word's elder brother. Unlike Word, who exuded wildness, Benjeka possessed almost no combat ability. He was scrawny, weak, and couldn't even lift a proper weapon. But he had one advantage no one else in the Word Pirates could match. He was the best intelligence gatherer in the entire crew. A tall, thin crew member laughed, his face full of mockery. Vice Captain, aren't you being too cowardly? Didn't you see Captain Word obliterate that so-called demon source in one blow? Another crew member picked up the thread, his tone dripping with undisguised contempt. Killing a pirate of that caliber is nothing. You don't seriously think the Rocks pirates would come after us for such trash, do you? Don't be ridiculous. The group burst into another round of laughter. Benjik's expression darkened. He wasn't exaggerating. The word pirates might rampage through the first half of the Grand Line, but in the New World, a domain teeming with monsters, they were nothing. And the Rocks pirates? They were the overlords of the New World. Any single officer in that crew had a bounty no less than words. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte, Linlin. Just uttering those names was enough to make most pirates what they— If the Rocks pirates truly had their eyes on Venos, and Word had killed him, the consequences would be unimaginable. You all. Benjika opened his mouth to say more. But he saw the looks the crew below were giving him. There was no respect, no fear, not even basic courtesy, and only contempt, impatience, disgust, and a hint of murderous intent barely concealed. Benjika swallowed his words. He sighed, closed his mouth, and said nothing more. These people called him Vice Captain, not out of respect. They respected strength, fists, monsters like Word who could punch through warships with one blow. Not a useless weakling who couldn't even hold a blade. If it weren't for the fact that he was Word's own elder brother, he would have been thrown into the sea to feed the fish long ago. Enough. Word spoke, cutting through the noise below. Venos is dealt with. Before he could finish, a chill shot up his spine. Observation Haki. Though he had never systematically trained this ability, years of battlefield slaughter had honed his intuition, which now clanged like an alarm in his mind. Something was moving beneath the ground. Tree roots. No. Something thinner, denser, softer than roots. Vines. Word looked down. Countless emerald green vines emerged from the gaps between. They didn't creep slowly like ordinary vines. They shot forth with terrifying speed like water snakes darting from the depths, slicing sharp trajectories through the air as they wildly coiled around every pirate present. A scream tore through the forest silence. A pirate standing at the outermost edge felt a thumb-thick vine pierce his back and burst out through his chest. Bright red blood dripped from the vine's tip, glaringly vivid in the sunlight. His eyes bulged, a gurgling sound escaping his throat. His hands clawed weakly at the air, but caught nothing. The next second his body began to shrink violently. His once sturdy frame seemed to have all its moisture drained. Skin shriveled, muscles atrophied, eye sockets sunken. In just a few breaths he transformed from a vigorous strong man into a desiccated corpse. Well, what's happening? What's going on? Why are these vines attacking us? The pirates panicked. Some raised guns and fired at the vines, while others swung swords and slashed frantically. But there were too many vines. Cut one, and two more grew. Cut two, and four appeared. They couldn't cut them all. Impossible. Stay away. A pirate had his ankle tangled and was hoisted upside down. He struggled violently midair, but the vines only tightened, squeezing his bones until they creaked. Save me, please. No one saved him. Everyone was fighting for their own lives. Damn it. Get off me. A burly pirate raised a large blade and slashed at the vine coiled around his arm. The blade flashed, and the vine snapped. But from the broken end, a jet of green fluid splashed onto his face. The fluid carried a pungent, acidic smell, burning him until he screamed, clutching his face and rolling on the ground. No. CA Captain Word. Save us. A pirate stretched a trembling hand toward Word, his eyes filled with terror and pleading. The moment he finished speaking, 3 vines simultaneously coiled around his neck, waist, and ankle. He was twisted into a contorted position. The sound of breaking bones echoed from within his body, crisp and hair-raising. Then his body began to shrivel. Word's face turned ashen. Under his steel helmet, his jaw muscles bulged like rocks and veins throbbed at his temples. He hadn't even seen what happened. The vines burst from the ground, coiled, pierced, absorbed. In less than half a minute, most of the crew he had painstakingly recruited were dead. Bastards. Word punched away the vines rushing at him. His Momo fruit ability activated fully. A fist 10 times larger, imbued with monstrous force, smashed into the vines. Those vine-like iron structures shattered into powder like paper. But the moment his fist withdrew, new vines grew back. Endless. Word clenched his teeth, kicked off the ground, and leaped onto the trunk of a towering tree. His gaze swept over the ground below, now devoured by green. The vines were still thriving, the crew were still screaming, and one withered corpse after another lay on the ground like drained husks. Word took a deep breath, reached into his pocket, and pulled out 2 black pellets. The Momo fruit had 2 abilities, 10-fold size and 10-fold speed. And the combination of these 2 abilities was what made this fruit truly terrifying. On his palm, the 2 pellets swelled drastically under the ability, turning into 2 giant cannonballs over a meter in diameter. The surface of the projectiles gleamed with a black luster, exuding an aura of death under the sunlight. The second ability activated. Tenfold speed. Word hurled the two cannonballs toward the ground below. CA Captain Word. The pirates struggling below lifted their heads to see the black shadows descending from the sky. Not one or two. Two colossal shells large enough to cover half the battlefield were hurtling down at a terrifying speed. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Not anger at the attacker, but despair at their captain. Someone began to curse, but the shells had already landed. Boom. Flames soared into the sky. The shockwave of the explosion flung everything around into the air. Vines, roots, corpses, mud, all reduced to ashes in the blaze. Those crew members still struggling couldn't even scream before they were utterly consumed by the intense heat of the explosion, leaving not even a trace of ash. Standing atop a tree trunk, Wald gazed down at the scorched earth below. His eyes held no emotion, neither guilt for the dead crew nor fear of Venos. Only a kind of fury born of provocation. Damn it. His voice was squeezed through clenched teeth, each word as if biting on iron nails. You coward, show yourself. He unleashed his observation Haki at full power. His perception spread like a net covering a radius of hundreds of meters. Behind the roots, no one. On the trunk, no one. In the bushes, no one. But the net caught a cold, sharp presence like a drawn blade. Behind him. No, not behind. Straight ahead. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of crisp applause came from afar. Wald looked up sharply. 20 meters ahead on a towering tree, a young man in black was sitting on a branch. One leg dangled casually, the other rested on the trunk, his entire posture as relaxed as if on a picnic. Venos. He bore no wounds. His black long sleeves were pristine, his hair not even tousled. The explosions had left no mark on him, as if he had never been standing there at all. Venos spoke, his tone dripping with casual mockery. You're quite decisive. You didn't hesitate to kill your... Wald's pupils contracted sharply. Not anger, regret. He should have realized. A great pirate with a bounty of 950 million berry from the Marine headquarters. How could he be so easily defeated? When the shells were fired, Venos was never standing in place. He had dodged. Shave, or speed faster than shave. He had left the blast zone a second before the shell struck. What remained was nothing but an afterimage. Wald admitted he had underestimated this man known as the Source of Demons. A bounty of 950 million was not without reason. But so what? Bondi Wald the Destroyer had a bounty of 390 million. 390 million was not his limit. The Marines just hadn't discovered his true strength. Wald, a weak voice came from behind him. Benjeka lay on his shoulder, his frail body trembling slightly. Not fear. His expression was more complex than terror, a kind of indescribable bitterness. What? Why did you kill them? Shut up. Wald did not turn around. He lifted Benjeka off his shoulder and placed him on a branch beside the trunk. The motion was not gentle, but he didn't throw him. Stay put, Wald said, then turned to face Venos. He slowly clenched his fists, coating them with armament Haki. The black knuckles gleamed coldly in the sunlight. The power of the Momo fruit activated simultaneously. Momo. Wald's aura began to surge. Not Haki. The amplification of his devil fruit ability. His already massive physique seemed to expand further under the power, his arm muscles bulging like inflated balloons, veins writhing like earthworms beneath the skin. Tenfold speed. Wald's form shot forward like a cannonball, amplified by the Momo fruit's tenfold speed, tearing through the air with a sharp shriek. His normally heavy steps, hindered by his weight, were now as light as a swallow, each footstep on the roots propelling him forward, leaving only a blur. He charged at Venos. 20 meters. Under tenfold speed, it took less than a second. Venos sat on the branch, one leg dangling, the other resting on the trunk. He didn't even stand up, didn't change his posture. He merely raised a finger and pointed into the void as if locking onto something. Playing tricks. Wald's rage flared, his reason ignited by the young man's arrogance. Don't look down on me. He was the Destroyer, Bondi Wald. A great pirate with a bounty of 390 million berry. In the first half of the Grand Line, which pirate didn't give him a wide berth? Which Marine didn't shudder at his name? Now the crew he had painstakingly gathered were wiped out like ants before this young man. Not a single one left. Those who flattered him, fawned over him, followed him tirelessly. All turned into dried corpses and charred flesh. And he himself was met with contempt and mockery. A brat who had been at sea for less than half a year with a bounty more than double his own sat on a branch, pointing a finger at him. As if to say, you're not worth my standing up. How could Wald endure it? Go to hell, Venos. His right fist, coated with armament Haki and amplified by the Momo fruit, was black as iron, its size multiplied several times, carrying enough force to shatter a warship hurtling toward Venos's young handsome face. 20-fold power. 10-fold fist size. 10-fold speed. This punch was Wald's full strength. No holding back, no testing. He would smash Venos's head into pulp, blast his upper body to fragments, leaving not even a complete corpse of that arrogant brat. The fist wind arrived before the fist. The violent air pressure like a storm sent leaves behind Venos flying wildly, and the thick branch he sat on bent under the strain. The fist stopped. Wald's fist less than 10 centimeters from Venos's nose halted abruptly. The entire fist seemed gripped by an invisible giant hand, unable to move. The shockwave from the punch swept past Venos on both sides, blowing his black hair back, but not a single expression on his face changed. What? Wald's pupils contracted sharply. He looked down. Countless emerald vines had wrapped around his arms, shoulder, waist, legs, and ankles, without him noticing. Those vines, like living things, tightly constricted every muscle, causing his bones to emit faint creaks. He had been completely unaware. From the vines emerging from the cracks in the tree roots to coiling around his body, the entire process was silent and soundless. No killing intent, no aura fluctuation, not even a sensation of touch. The moment they touched his skin, they seemed to merge with his body, making him unable to feel their presence. Devil fruit. Word blurted out, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. How could this be? The intelligence report made no mention of the source of demons possessing a devil fruit ability. The wanted poster issued by the Marines only stated that Wainusi was proficient in all 3 types of Haki and swordsmanship, with no word at all about a devil fruit. This meant either the Marines did not know he had a fruit ability, or they deliberately concealed it. Either way, it indicated that when Wainusi fought against Kapu, he had not been using his full power. Humph. Word took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within him. So what if it's a devil fruit? It's merely a low-level ability to control vines and vegetation. The strength of a fruit ability isn't determined by how flashy it is. Take his paramecia-type Momo fruit, which can multiply the size and speed of any object it touches. Now that is a true top-tier ability. Those flashy Logia and Zoan types are nothing before him. 20 times. Word gritted his teeth, channeling the power of the Momo fruit through his entire body. His muscles began to swell, veins writhing like earthworms beneath his skin. Pitch-black armament Haki spread from his knuckles to his entire arm, overlapping with the fruit's ability, unleashing an astonishing force. Multiply. Crack. The vines wrapped around him let out a piercing sound of snapping. Not breaking, but being forced apart. The fibers of the vines were stretched to their limits by Word's brute strength, strand by strand growing thinner, paler, on the verge of snapping. The sound was like countless harp strings being tightened simultaneously, sharp, grating, as if they would burst apart the next instant. Wainusi still sat on the tree trunk, watching Word struggle within the vines. He made no unnecessary movements. His eyes studied Word's body, examining the swelling muscles and the cracking vines. That gaze was not that of a man looking at an enemy, but more like scrutinizing an object. Truly a remarkable ability. Wainusi spoke. His voice was calm, carrying an air of casual indifference, as if he were commenting on the fine weather today. If Kapu had eaten this fruit, that man's iron fist would be even more terrifying. He spoke from the heart. The Momo fruit, paramecia type, could multiply the size and speed of objects it touched. The theoretical upper limit was 100-fold. 100 times the fist size, 100 times the punching speed. What did that mean? It meant that an ordinary person's fist, under the power of the Momo fruit, could become a meteorite capable of punching through a mountain. If this fruit had fallen into Kapu's hands, that marine hero's iron fist was already one of the most fearsome weapons in this world. With an additional 100-fold increase in size and speed, even Loaxisai might be beaten to a pulp. What a pity. Wainusi shook his head slightly. The upper limit of this fruit's ability was extremely high, but so were the demands on its user. The Momo fruit's amplification was proportional. The stronger the user's base strength and speed, the more terrifying the amplified effect. Conversely, if the user's foundation was too weak, even a 100-fold boost would not amount to much. Word. Wainusi cast a glance at the still struggling man. A bounty of 390 million was considered top tier in the first half of the Grand Line. But in the new world, among monsters like Loaxisai, Whitebeard, and Kapu, he was nothing more than a slightly... The Momo fruit in his hands was a pearl cast before swine. What a pity. Wainusi said it again. Then he brought his hands together. Slap. The crisp sound of clapping echoed through the forest. In the next instant, the trunk he was sitting on exploded violently. Countless new trees and vines surged madly from inside the trunk, as if imbued with life, coiling toward Word like giant serpents from all directions. Ha ha ha. Word, seeing those same utterly harmless vines and trees, instead of being afraid, burst into arrogant laughter. Is this all you've got? With a sudden burst of power, he unleashed his armament Haki and fruit ability, simultaneously shattering all the old vines wrapped around him. The shattered vines scattered like torn cloth in all directions, but before they could fall, they were swallowed by the surging new trees. Then be buried with my fallen crew. Word swung his fist, a black iron fist enhanced by a 10-fold multiplication from his fruit ability and armament Haki, carrying a terrifying wind pressure that could tear the air, slamming heavily into Wainusi's chest. Boom. The ferocious power erupted instantly. Wynus's entire upper body underward's fist shattered completely like a piece of tofu crushed by a hammer. Flesh, bones, clothes, all turned into fine debris splattering in all directions. No blood. Those shattered flesh scattered in the air, but not a single drop of blood fell. They seemed drained of all moisture, shriveled, pale, lifeless, more like fragments of tree bark than flesh. Wynus's remaining half-body fell from the tree trunk, spinning twice in midair, then landed with a thud on the ground, kicking up a puff of dust. It lay motionless. No breath, no heartbeat, no sign of life. Ha ha ha. Word looked down at the half-corpse on the ground and burst into loud laughter. So this is the source of demons, Wynusi, the one who gives Marine headquarters a headache. He flicked the debris off his fist, his eyes revealing undisguised mockery and arrogance. Uffed. An ant. He spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the ground. Glancing at the half-corpse, the corners of his mouth stretched to his ears. If he had known this guy was so fragile, he wouldn't have wasted so much time. What 950 million bounty, what source of demons? All of it was just Marine propaganda. A coward who hides in the shadows with his fruit ability. Couldn't even take a single punch in a direct fight. But his smile lasted less than 2 seconds. The moment it froze on his face, his pupils contracted sharply and a bolt of lightning seemed to strike, but his smile lasted less than 2 seconds. The moment it froze on his face, his pupils contracted sharply and a bolt of lightning seemed to strike through his mind. No. Benjik's gaze locked onto the half-corpse that had fallen to the ground. Half a body cut clean from the chest down as if by a sharp blade. The chest cavity was empty. No internal organs, no bones, none of the things a living person should have. The cut was clean and dry, not a single drop of blood spilled. Inside the severed half of the body, what was revealed was not muscle and bone, but a pale green fibrous substance resembling wood. Could it be? Bingle Blake's cold sweat instantly drenched his back. Venus' true form. It was a puppet. A lifelike substitute woven from wood and vines. From the very beginning, Venos had never intended to face Wald's punch Hedon. That Venos sitting on the tree trunk had never been him. Where was the real Venos? Ignoring his own weakened body, Bingle abruptly stood up from the tree trunk and yelled at Wald, who was still admiring his spoils of war. Wald. His voice echoed through the empty forest, laced with a near hysterical urgency. Get out of there. What? Wald was stunned, still processing. The next second, boom, the tree trunk beneath him exploded. Countless animated trees and vines burst forth from within, moving with astonishing speed like giant hands reaching out from an abyss, madly lunging toward Wald. Those vines were thicker, tougher, and denser than before. Each one was as thick as an arm, with a dark green glossy surface. The tips were as sharp as needles, exuding a killing intent that made one's scalp tingle. Damn it! Wald cursed, unleashing his twin fists with the full force of his devil fruit ability and armament Haki. Get out of my way. Boom, boom, boom. His fists flew like machine guns, each punch carrying enough terrifying power to pierce steel plates. They smashed into the vines, shattering them to powder. They struck the tree trunks, blasting them into fragments. The newly grown trees and vines were as fragile as paper before his iron fists, crumbling on contact. Yet the next second, new vines sprouted from the gaps among the debris. They grew faster and more numerous. One cut down gave rise to two. Two crushed gave rise to four. Endless, boundless. Gritting his teeth, Wald pulled out his last two black pellets, enlarged them with his Momo fruit ability, and hurled them at the densest cluster of vines beneath his feet. Boom! Flames shot into the sky once more. The explosion blasted everything nearby into the air. Vines, branches, soil, all shattered into pieces. Wald seized the chance to leap, attempting to escape this green-devoured hell. But the moment his feet left the ground, a vine shot up from beneath him and coiled around his ankle. What a... Wald looked down, his pupils contracting sharply. That vine was not thick, only the size of a little finger. But it gripped tightly as though rooted, and no matter how Wald shook it, he couldn't break free. In the next instant, more vines surged forward. One wrapped around his calf, two around his thigh, three around his waist, four around his arms. Within less than 2 seconds, Wald was completely encased in a green cocoon of vines, leaving only his head exposed. Bastard. Wald struggled desperately, pushing his devil fruit ability to the limit, muscles bulging, veins popping. Damn. Didn't I smash his body to pieces? For the first time, panic crept into his voice. Why isn't he dead? He unleashed his observation Haki to the fullest, but he could not sense Venus' presence. The young man seemed to have vanished from the forest, leaving no trace whatsoever. Instead, there was a strange sensation of being absorbed. His strength was draining away, not the fatigue of physical exhaustion. It was as though his very power was being siphoned off by something. Every time he strained to break free, a faint green light shimmered across the vines, and the force he had just unleashed disappeared like a stone dropped into the sea, absorbed completely by that glow. What's happening? Wald gasped, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. His once round full cheeks were turning pale at a visible rate, his face hollowing, eyes sinking, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. My strength is fading. He lifted his eyes with difficulty to look at the vines wrapped around him. The green light grew brighter. That radiance carried an eerie vitality, greedily devouring everything from him. Strength, stamina, even life force. What the hell did that guy do? Wald's voice grew weaker, his lips trembling. A legend came to mind. The Logia-type woodwood fruit. That legendary devil fruit said to grant immortality, secretly collected by the world government, as rare as the op fruit. A woodwood fruit user could manipulate all vegetation. Not only could they spawn trees and vines for attack and defense, but they could also drain an enemy's stamina and life force through the plants, converting them into their own power. That was why Venos grew stronger the longer he fought against Garp. That was why his injuries could heal within seconds. That was why Wald lost. So that's it. Wald let out a bitter laugh and closed his eyes. That guy had never regarded him as an opponent from the start. He was merely a battery, a whetstone to test the woodwood fruit's abilities. Wald. Bingle's voice came from afar, choked with tears. Wald gave no response. He had been completely swallowed by the vines. On the road to Sector 59, a detachment led by a Marine Rear Admiral was marching at full speed. Quick, quick. The Rear Admiral's voice echoed at the front of the column. The forest ahead is the center of the explosion. We must not let either Venos, the demon source, or Wald, the destroyer, escape. Yes, sir. The soldiers answered in unison, quickening their pace toward the site of the battle. All their attention was fixed on the forest ahead, shrouded in smoke and green light. They noticed nothing else. A young man in black attire, a cowboy hat, and a large pack on his back was walking right past them. Not going around the side. He was slipping through the gaps in their formation, as if walking in another dimension. Venos pressed down on the brim of his cowboy hat, a faint smile curving his lips. Tisk, the Marines are as swift as ever. He glanced at the Marine squad heading into the distance and shook his head. Well, I'd better go meet up with Newgate first. Turning around, he strode off towards Sector 59. Behind him, the green light in the forest was slowly fading. The Wald pirates were annihilated. Bandy Wald, the destroyer, defeated. When the Marine soldiers finally reached the center of the battlefield, all they found were dried-up corpses, scorched earth scarred with devastation, and a light green bearded man tightly bound by trees and vines, unconscious. Venos, the demon source, was nowhere to be found. He raised his head to gaze at the sky. Above the layered red mangrove canopies, white clouds drifted lazily, and the sunlight was just right. Beyond those clouds lay the new world. How exciting! Venos took a deep breath and stepped into the Xiangbidi, Chuandao 30th District. News spread faster than the wind. Close the door quickly. A fruit shop owner hurriedly pulled down the iron gate, not even bothering to pick up the keys that fell to the ground, scrambling and crawling into the back room. The bakery next door had already closed, with a few baguettes left on the doorstep trampled with footprints. The entire commercial street turned from bustling to dead silence in less than half an hour. That demon origin is coming. I heard he annihilated the entire word pirate crew over in the woods. More than that, rumors say in the Mugazin incident, he even dared to kill a celestial dragon. Those are world nobles. Xiangbidi is so close to Malikia, he shouldn't dare to cause trouble, right? That is the core power of the world government. This? How would I know? I dare not gamble. After all, Wainusi is a demon. Only a few scattered pedestrians remained on the street, all pale-faced and hurrying, wishing they could grow 4 legs to flee this dangerous place. Occasionally someone got up without even brushing off the dust and continued running. Mommy, where are we going? A little girl asked in a childish voice held in her mother's arms. Leave here. The mother bit her lip, her voice trembling. Go to a safe place. The pirates who usually swaggered through the streets now disappeared without a trace. It wasn't that they were cowards. Any pirate who could make it to Xiangbidi Chuandao was someone who lived on the edge of a knife. But the name Demon Origin Wainusi was beyond mere provocation. He was a monster that even Marines Kapu and Zifa couldn't stop. A madman who dared to kill even celestial dragons. In Magoo Town, he once escaped unscathed from the siege of 2 Marine vice admirals, and his bounty soared from 400 million to 950 million in just one day. A monster of this caliber was not something they could handle. Hide. Or run. No one was willing to bet their life on that demon Wainusi. In the tavern, a few bold customers still sat in the corner, but they spoke in low voices as if discussing some shady business. What do you think Demon Origin came to Xiangbidi for? Who knows? But certainly not for a stroll. This is the only way to the new world. He might be here to get coated. Coding. That's no simple task. Need to find a coding artisan and stay on the island for a few days. These days Xiangbidi is going to be turned upside down. Shoo, keep your voice down. What if that guy is nearby? The voice cut off abruptly. No one dared to mention that name again. Marine Headquarters, Marine Fort. Fleet Admiral's office. Steel Bone Kong sat at his desk, holding a piece of urgent intelligence just delivered. He held a cigar between his fingers, half burned out ashes falling on the table without being brushed off. Demon Origin Wainusi has been confirmed to appear near the 30th district of Xiangbedi Chuandao. Engage the word pirate crew. The word pirate crew was completely annihilated. Bandy Word himself was severely injured and unconscious, currently missing. After reading the last line, he slapped the report on the table. This damned bastard. Steel Bone Kong rubbed his temples. How many days since his escape from Magoo Town? 6 days, he remembered clearly. 6 days ago Zifa was still reporting to him over the Den Den Mushi about Wainusi's deeds in Magoo Town, while Kapu was still at sea cursing and searching for the small sailboat. Now that brat has already arrived at Xiangbedi Chuandao, and he casually wiped out a pirate crew with a bounty of 390 million. Xiangbedi Chuandao. Steel Bone Kong muttered, his face dark. What kind of place was that? It was the island closest to the Holy Land Marigios. At the moment, the world nobles, the celestial dragons, were in the first district along with countless nobles, wealthy merchants, and power brokers from member nations. Steel Bone Kong dared not gamble. The combat power currently available. He closed his eyes, quickly reviewing the Marine headquarters troop deployment in his mind. Kapu was still at sea. It would take at least 2 days to rush from Magoo Town waters to Xiangbedi Chuandao. The same for Zifa. His warship was no faster than Kapu's, 2 days being the minimum estimate. Zhanghua, newly promoted to Marine Admiral, now stationed at the Holy Land Marigios. That was the face of the world government, and not a single mistake was permissible. Zhanghua could not be moved. Himself, Steel Bone Kong, was the fleet admiral. Guarding headquarters was his primary duty. Once he left, the Marine headquarters would become an empty fortress. If other pirates took the opportunity to attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, even if he personally went, he might not be able to take down Wainusi. Damn it! Steel Bone Kong clenched his fists. Beside Wainusi, there was also the Whitebeard, a core officer of the Luo Kisi pirate crew. Steel Bone Kong knew that guy's strength was absolutely no less than any Marine admiral. To deal with both Wainusi and Whitebeard, at least 2 admiral-level combatants were needed. He currently had none. Are we just going to allow him to run rampant on Xiangbedi Chuandao? Steel Bone Kong stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the calm sea. The sea breeze swept over the high walls of Marine headquarters, and the banner of justice fluttered in the wind. He was silent for a long time. Then he picked up the internal Den Den Mushi on the desk. Order all personnel at the Xiangbedi Chuandao branch base are to be on the highest alert. Closely monitor the movements of Demon Origin Wainusi and his companions. Do not act rashly. If encountering the target, report promptly and await headquarters support. Fleet Admiral, if Wainusi attacks the branch. Then, Steel Bone Kong paused, his voice low. Retreat. Preserve your strength. Do not make unnecessary sacrifices. When he said these words, Steel Bone Kong's face was livid. A prestigious fleet admiral of the Marines issuing orders to retreat. This was slapping his own face. But he had no choice. The Marine branch on Xiangbedi Chuandao had at most a few rear admirals and commodores. Before Wainusi and Whitebeard, they couldn't even last a single round. One more thing. Steel Bone Kong added, notify the garrison in the 1st district to strengthen protection of the celestial dragons. If the situation turns critical, escort the celestial dragons off Xiangbedi Chuandao at all costs. Understood. The Den Den Mushi was disconnected. Steel Bone Kong put down the receiver and let out a long sigh. Sending a bunch of rear admirals and commodores to deal with a Demon Origin with a bounty of 950 million was inherently an impossible mission. The so-called encirclement was just a farce. A show for others to see. As for the Holy Land, they had surely already received the news. If the world government truly wanted to act, they would have called him earlier to dispatch forces together to arrest Wainusi and Nugate. The reason they hadn't called him was probably due to the massive destruction and losses that a war on Xiangbedi Chuandao would cause. Xiangbedi Chuandao 8th District. Marine Branch Base. The scorching sun hung overhead, and the square was filled with Marine soldiers. Rows of neat formations stretched from the platform to the gate, looking from afar like a wide ocean. Over 1,000 men. This was the total combat power that the Xiangbedi Chuandao branch base could move. They wore identical uniforms and held various weapons. Flintlock rifles, long sabers, spears, and several light cannons pushed to the sides of the formation. Everyone's face was filled with tension, but no one stepped back. On the platform, a burly middle-aged man stood. He wore a white military cap with the brim pulled low, covering half his face. On his rough cheek, a hideous scar ran from his right eye down to his left chin, the twisted flesh clearly visible like a centipede crawling on his face. Vice Admiral Luoluk, the supreme commander of the Xiangbedi Islands branch base. He folded his arms, his gaze sweeping across the orderly ranks below, his rough voice echoing over the square. Soldiers. Oob. Thousands answered in unison, the sound waves causing the flags on the square to rustle. The bounty of 950 million belly, the demon source Wainusi, has appeared on the Xiangbidi Islands we guard. Vice Admiral Luluk's voice was like a bronze bell, each word pounding on the soldiers' hearts. He killed our compatriots, destroyed our homes, and filled the land beneath our feet with fear. Those innocent residents are fleeing their homes because of his infamy. His gaze grew sharper. Tell me, can we allow this? No. The roar of 1,000 people rang out again. Can we permit him to run rampant on our homeland? No. The soldiers' eyes burned with rage. The Xiangbidi Islands were their home. Their families lived here, their friends lived here, everything they defended with their lives was here. That so-called demon source, even with a bounty of 950 million, even as a monster who escaped from the marine hero, they would never retreat. Good. Vice Admiral Luoluk nodded in satisfaction, waving his right hand. Listen to my orders. First squad, head to Zone 30A, seal off the demon source's last known location and search all suspicious individuals. Yes, sir. A squad of 500 soldiers led by a major marched out of the square in unison, their footsteps causing the ground to tremble slightly. Second squad, head to Zones 13 to 20, block all necessary routes to the coding workshops. We must not let him leave the Xiangbidi Islands. Yes, sir. The second squad of 400 followed closely. Third squad, guard the base with me, ready to support at any moment. Justice will prevail. Justice will prevail. The last squad of soldiers raised their weapons, their shouts shaking the heavens. Vice Admiral Luoluk watched the soldiers heading to the front, the scar on his face twisting slightly. He knew that capturing Wainusi with just these people was a pipe dream. But they were the Marines. The Marines who protect justice. No matter how powerful the enemy, they must not let pirates destroy the hard-won balance. Zone 1, the Noble Entertainment District. This is the most prosperous and luxurious area of the Xiangbidi Islands. The shops on both sides of the street were not chaotic like those in other zones. Instead, they were neat and orderly, each shop front adorned with resplendent decorations. The ground was paved not with rough mangrove roots, but with smooth marble slabs. The air carried the scent of perfume, and cigars mingled with the fleeting freshness of bubbles bursting. On ordinary days, the streets were bustling with traffic. Nobles from various nations paraded in magnificent gowns, flaunting their wealth and status. Slave traders led slaves with collars around their necks through the crowd, hawking new arrivals of various. But today the streets were far emptier. The nobles seemed to have sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Their faces panicked and steps hurried. The largest auction house was now closed. Inside, the lighting was dim. The seats below were full, but no one was looking at the auction items on stage. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the two figures in the front row, wearing glass helmets and white spacesuits. That was the standard attire of the Celestial Dragons. Luo Zuaidsheng and Shire Luke Sheng sat side by side in the front row's special seats, their feet on soft cashmere carpets, the coffee table before them laden with rare fruits and expensive wines from around the world. Just moments ago, they were in a good mood. A beautiful koala girl had just been pushed onto the auction stage, and Shire Luke Sheng was about to raise his paddle to bid. Then a figure in a white suit with a cat-faced mask silently appeared behind them. Lord Luozuade, Sheng Lord Shire Luke Sheng. The cat-faced CP0 knelt on one knee, lowering his voice so that only the two could hear. Urgent intelligence. The demon source Wainusi has appeared in Zone 30 of the Xiangbidi Islands. What a... Luozuade, Sheng nearly dropped the glass in his hand. That commoner who killed Chair Fizi Sheng. Shire Luke Sheng's face turned pale instantly, his features grotesquely twisted under the glass helmet. What is he doing here? It is currently uncertain. But according to analysis, he likely intends to pass through the Xiangbidi Islands to the New World. The cat-faced CP0's voice remained calm. The safety of you two lords is the top priority. I suggest you evacuate the Xiangbidi Islands immediately and return to Holy Land Malikia. Evacuate. Shire Luke Sheng's lips trembled as he wanted to say something tough like, I am a celestial dragon, or who dares touch me. But now he couldn't speak the words. That madman named Wainusi truly dared to kill celestial dragons. Chair Fizi Sheng of Mogu Town was the best example. Right back to the Holy Land. Luozuade Sheng stood up abruptly, knocking over his chair, without caring to pick it up. Quick, call the guards. We must leave here. Now. It's already being arranged. The cat-faced CP0 rose and walked toward the door. Please follow me, my lords. Shire Luke Sheng stood up, trembling, his legs so weak he could barely move, and was only able to follow with the support of a nearby guard. Wait, that girl. He suddenly remembered something and pointed to the stage. We haven't bought. Shire Luke. Luozuade Sheng slapped him on the head, the glass helmet letting out a dull buzz. Is it your life or buying slaves now? I. Shire Luke Sheng shrank his neck and dared not speak further. The two celestial dragons, accompanied by a group of guards, hurriedly left through the back door of the auction house. On stage, the koala girl was still chained, watching the high and mighty lords flee in panic, a flicker of bewilderment in her eyes. What happened? Seeing the celestial dragons leave, how could the nobles dare to stay? In an instant, the entire auction house descended into chaos. Go, go. The demon source is coming. Where is my carriage? Who saw my carriage? Don't push. I was here first. The nobles surged toward the exit, each unwilling to stay on the island a second longer. Those dignified folks who usually competed and envied each other were now, like frightened rabbits, wishing they had 4 more legs. Within a quarter of an hour, the entire auction house was deserted. Only the slaves chained on stage remained, along with scattered glasses, fruits, handkerchiefs, and rings on the floor. The Zyangabadi Islands. A state of extreme panic. The demon source Wainusi had not even appeared yet, and half the island's population had already fled. And the young man who had caused all this was now wearing a cowboy hat, carrying a large bag, walking unhurriedly along the path to Zone 59. They run really fast. Wainusi glanced at the fleeing figures in the distance, his mouth twitching as he muttered to himself. Am I that scary? I don't have a hobby of killing innocents, you know. Forget it. Wainusi sighed, a hint of helplessness on his face, and pressed down his hat brim before continuing forward. Sunlight fell through the gaps in the red mangrove canopy, landing on his shoulders and on the lechia wrapped in cloth strips behind him. That guy Nugate must be getting impatient. Area 59, the coding workshop. A massive root of the Yarkaman red tree reaches out from beneath the sea, forming a natural dock at the shore. Several ships of various sizes are docked on either side of the pier, their hulls covered with a layer of crystalline coating. The membranes shimmer with a faint rainbow hue in the sunlight, as if adorning the ships in a transparent crystal cloak. Whitebeard stands on the pier, arms crossed, gazing down at the small sailboat that has just completed its coating. The hull is enveloped in a thick, transparent membrane, tightly wrapped from bow to stern, from deck to cabin, every inch coated with a protective layer that isolates it from the sea. Sunlight refracts through the membrane, casting a rainbow glow upon Whitebeard's face, making his crescent-shaped white beard seem tinged with color. The coating craftsman is a frail old man crouching at the stern to perform his final checks. He gently taps the membrane with a wooden stick, nodding in satisfaction before cautiously reporting to Newgate and Master. Whitebeard does not respond, pulling out a bag of berries from his pocket and tossing it to the old man. The old man weighs it in his hands, his eyes lighting up as he nods repeatedly. That's enough, too much. Before he finishes speaking, a cacophony of footsteps is heard from afar. Quick, seal off the port. Don't let anyone leave. The base commander has ordered. The Devil's Source Venos has appeared at the Sabati archipelago. All ships must undergo inspection. Whitebeard furrows his brow and turns to look. A squad of naval soldiers rushes out from behind the red tree roots, numbering about 30 to 40, led by a middle-aged man clad in a Navy brigadier's uniform. They hold guns in hand, their blades drawn, charging fiercely towards the pier. But the massive figure before them blocks. The leading soldiers abruptly halt, nearly colliding, their eyes wide with shock, mouths opening and closing in disbelief, their expressions shifting from executing a mission to terror. That is Whitebeard, Edward Newgate of the Rocks Pirates. The brigadier's face turns ashen. The orders he received were to seal off the port and search for the Devil's Source Venos, not to search for Whitebeard. Wasn't that a death wish? As a naval brigadier in front of so many subordinates, he cannot retreat. Even if the New World Overlord stands before him, he must hold his ground. Newgate. The brigadier takes a deep breath, steps forward, his voice striving to remain steady. You are surrounded. Before he can finish, he feels as if his tongue has tied itself. Buzz. An overwhelming pressure emanates. Whitebeard simply stands there, not even raising an eyelid, his conqueror's Haki spreading outward like an The air seems to freeze. The bubbles suspended in the air silently burst at the moment the pressure touches them, transforming into fine mist. The waves on the sea are flattened, even the wind comes to a halt. No cries of despair, no struggles. The 30 to 40 naval soldiers roll their eyes back in unison at the moment the conqueror's Haki reaches them. Their mouths hang open, eyes bulging, guns slipping from their fingers, their bodies devoid of strength, collapsing weakly to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoes like falling dominoes. The brigadier kneels, supporting himself on the ground, gasping for breath. Veins bulge on his forehead, sweat drips down his cheeks, feeling as if a mountain is pressing down on his shoulders. He lacks even the strength to lift his head. See conqueror's Haki. He grits his teeth, forcing out these words through clenched teeth. He knows Whitebeard is strong. The core members of the Rocks Pirates are all monsters. But knowing is one thing. Standing in the face of such pressure is another experience. It is not merely powerful. It is unbearable. It is the feeling of an ant gazing up at the sky. The brigadier's vision begins to blur. His body trembles, fingers digging into the wooden slats of the pier, nails breaking and drawing blood, trying to keep himself awake through the pain. Just as he is about to follow the footsteps of those soldiers, a clear voice comes from afar. Yo, quite a commotion here. The voice carries a nonchalant ease as if greeting a friend, completely ignoring the fallen naval soldiers scattered around. Can we set sail now, Newgate? The brigadier struggles to lift his head, looking in the direction of the voice. A young man dressed in black and wearing a cowboy hat walks out from behind the red tree roots. Carrying a bulging backpack, he walks leisurely, his expression as calm as if strolling in his own backyard. The Devil's source, Venos, a fearsome pirate with a bounty of 950 million. At this moment, he is casually approaching Whitebeard with a bundle of supplies on his back. Whitebeard glances at him, but remains silent. Turning around, he grips the Tsung Yun Xie and strides towards the small sailboat at the shore. His massive figure walks on the pier, the wooden planks creaking under his weight. Venos scratches his head, feeling somewhat awkward as he follows. After all, he has caused trouble. Although the walled pirates came to him, destroying them was merely a matter of convenience. Making a scene at this critical moment is understandably displeasing to Whitebeard. Stop. Stop there. A hoarse roar comes from behind. The brigadier props himself up and shakes. His knees tremble, hands shake, his entire being like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to fall at any moment. Yet his eyes remain fixed on Venos and Whitebeard's back's, blood seeping from his clenched jaw. You can't leave. Whitebeard does not turn back. Venos glances back at him. Looking at the unsteady naval brigadier, a complex expression flashes in his eyes. Clearly unable to stand, does he still wish to block the way? Bang! The next moment, an even more condensed Conqueror's Haki pressure emanates from Venos, precisely enveloping the brigadier. The Conqueror's Haki pressure acts like an invisible hand pressing down on the brigadier's shoulder, forcing him to the ground. The brigadier rolls his eyes back, completely losing consciousness. His body crashes heavily onto the pier, producing a dull thud. Venos retracts his gaze and turns to follow Whitebeard. Silence envelopes the harbor behind them. Only the faint sound of popping bubbles and the tide lapping against the pier can be heard. The small sailboat slowly departs the harbor, its hull wrapped in that layer of transparent coating shimmering with rainbow hues in the sunlight. Venos stands at the bow of the boat, watching the outline of the Sabeti archipelago shrink away until it finally disappears from view. Whitebeard lowered his head and glanced at him, wondering how much trouble you'll stir up next time. A corner of Wynus's mouth twitched, and he spread his hands. Well, trouble finds itself, I can't help it. Let's go. Whitebeard turned and walked toward the helm. The coating can only last a few days. We need to cross the Hungta continent before it breaks. Wynusi nodded. The small sailboat adjusted its course and headed toward the Hungta continent. On the sea, bubbles were increasing. The bubbles emerging from the base of the mangrove roots floated densely in the seawater, refracting sunlight and dyeing the entire sea into a dreamlike hue. The bow of the small sailboat submerged under the water. The coating separated the seawater, forming an independent air-filled space. The hull slowly sank as the water level passed over the deck, over the cabin, and over the top of the sail. The sky above grew farther away. The canopies of Xiangbedi Islands grew smaller. Finally, at a certain moment, the sea surface completely closed. Sunlight filtered through the layered seawater, casting dappled shadows on the coating. The bubbles that had once floated on the sea surface now surrounded the hull, drifting slowly with the current. 10,000 meters. From here to Uran Island, it was 10,000 meters of deep sea. Wynusi stood in the cabin, gazing at the underwater world outside through the coating. Schools of fish swam past both sides of the hull, their colorful scales glistening in the deep blue sea. Further down, the light dimmed and the water temperature dropped. The colorful tropical fish grew scarcer, replaced by massive deep-sea creatures. In his past life, when he watched the anime, he thought the Uran Island arc was exciting. But watching and experiencing it firsthand were two different things. That feeling of being surrounded by 10,000 meters of deep sea. Oppressive. Suffocating, as if one could be devoured by this darkness at any moment. The small sailboat continued to descend. The light grew dimmer. The sea surface above had become a thin sliver of light, and soon that too vanished. All around was endless darkness. Only the faint halo on the coating illuminated a few meters around the hull. In the darkness, something was moving. A massive shadow several times larger than the small sailboat glided beneath the hull. The resulting current gently rocked the whole ship. That is a Haiwan creature, Whitebeard said without lifting his head. This is still the shallow area, the big ones are below. Wynusi swallowed. He had seen Haiwan creatures in the Shi Sea and had intimidated them with his Conqueror's Haki. But in the 10,000 meter deep sea surrounded by darkness, the feeling was entirely different. In this deep sea, humans were the prey. The small sailboat continued to sink. After an unknown period, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. Not sunlight. Sunlight could not penetrate this deep. It was the light of Uran Island. The enormous double-layered bubble film radiated a soft glow in the darkness, like a pearl slumbering at the bottom of the sea. The island's silhouette appeared faintly in the light. The silhouettes of coral were as dense as a forest. Should we go in? Asked Whitebeard. No. Wainusi shook his head. Of course he wanted to visit Urin Island, but now was not the time. He still had to hurry to the Exian Shiji. Let's just pass through, Wainusi said. Whitebeard didn't ask further and adjusted the helm. The small sailboat bypassed the outskirts of Urin Island, passing through the dark tunnel surrounded by coral and deep-sea flora, heading toward the Hongta continent. Hongta continent. It was the massive continent that separated the first half of the Vita Honglu and the Exian Shiji. Red cliffs rose straight from the seabed to the clouds like an insurmountable barrier. The small sailboat sailed upward along the cliff. Not upward, it was downward. At the bottom of the Hongta continent, there was a naturally formed underwater tunnel. Seawater rushed in from one end of the tunnel and flowed out from the other, creating a powerful current. The small sailboat was swept along by the current, surging forward at an astonishing speed. The coating groaned against the current as if it could burst at any moment. Wainusi held his breath, staring at the memory. At last light appeared in the darkness ahead. Not the glow of bubbles. It was sunlight. Real sunlight that had pierced through the sea surface and thousands of meters of seawater. The small sailboat burst out of the tunnel like a newborn from the womb, splashing water as it surfaced. Sunlight spilled onto the deck, onto Wainusi's face. Exian Shiji. Several days earlier. Holy Land Maligiao. The Room of Power. The 5 elders sat around a sofa with several intelligence reports spread on the table before them. A detailed report on the Mogujin incident. The latest developments on Xiangbidi Islands. News of the word pirate's demise. And the collective pressure of the Tianlong people. It's Wainusi again. The rotund 5 elder slammed the petition onto the table, his face livid. This commoner has become a serious threat to the world government. I propose to initiate the Buster Call plan. Wainusi Newgate has already entered the Exian Shiji. The 5 elder with the mustache holding a sword spoke calmly. It seems that Rock's fellow indeed intends to take the demon source under his wing. What a nuisance. The long-bearded 5 elder frowned. Once Wainusi joins the Rock's pirates, the consequences will be unimaginable. Gather the Navy's strength. The 5 elder with round-framed glasses pushed up his frames. The Navy? Good for nothings. The rotund 5 elders' rage flared. If it weren't for Garp and Zephyr being incompetent, how could that brat have escaped? The demon source joining the Rock's pirates is a foregone conclusion. To eliminate him, we have no choice but to strike at the Rock's pirates. Silence. No one spoke. At present, the Rock's pirates were already the overlords of the Exian Shiji, wielding immense wealth and power, which even the world government greatly feared. To strike the Rock's pirates, a detailed plan must be formulated. How do we handle the Tianlong people? Asked the long-bearded 5 elder. Appease them, said the round glasses 5 elder. Tell them the world government has its own arrangements for Wainusi. The life or death of a commoner is not worth their anger. Will they agree? Give them a few more slaves and a few more devil fruits. Those people understand nothing but eating, drinking, and pleasure. The 5 elders exchanged glances, but said no more. Outside the window, the sunlight over Maligiao still shone brightly. But beneath that sunlight, a plan targeting Wainusi and the entire Rock's pirates was quietly unfolding. Exian Shiji Luojigang. The howling wind carried salty seawater crashing against the shore's reefs, splashing waves several meters high. The sky was overcast, leaden clouds hanging low as if they could collapse at any moment. The port was filled with pirate ships of all sizes and varieties. Some sails bore the Rock's emblem of a skull with a cross-shaped sword, others flew the flags of affiliated pirate crews under various divisions. Ships were connected by planks and ropes, forming a temporary town floating on the sea. The air was thick with the smell of rum, roasted meat, blood, and gunpowder. Wainusi stood at the bow of the small sailboat, gazing at the bustling port before him, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. We've arrived. Behind him stood Whitebeard, arms crossed, expressionless. From Urin Island all the way to the Exian Shiji and then to Luojigang, Wainusi had behaved relatively well. At least he hadn't caused any major commotion. Go on, Whitebeard said. Rox is waiting for you inside. You're not coming with me, eh? I have matters to it. With that, Whitebeard jumped off the small sailboat, landing on a nearby pier. His massive figure soon disappeared among the dense pirate ships. Wainusi shrugged, hoisted his backpack, and jumped off the boat. As soon as he set foot on the pier, a dozen pairs of eyes swept over him. Those eyes held scrutiny, curiosity, hostility, and contempt. The demon source, with a bounty of 950 million, having arrived at Luojigang under Whitebeard's escort. This news had spread throughout the port hours ago. Everyone was eager to see what this 18-year-old brat looked like. Hey kid. A burly thug walked out of the tavern, followed by 7 or 8 pirates armed with weapons. He was 2 heads taller than Wainusi, his waist as thick as a barrel of wine, and his arms were covered with tattoos of skulls and snakes. In his hand, he carried a blood-stained cleaver whose nicks looked as if something had gnawed on them. 950 million. The thug grinned, revealing a mouthful of rotten teeth. Let me see if you're worth that price. He raised the cleaver and swung it straight down at Wynus's head. The blade whistled through the air fast and vicious. No pirate who could survive in the New World was a pushover, and those who could join the Luokisi pirates were even less so. This thug strike carried at least the force of a vice admiral. No pirate who could survive in the New World was a pushover, and those who could join the Luokisi pirates were even less so. The ground beneath his feet cracked open. Countless sharp wooden stakes burst out from the gaps in the gravel road like the fangs of a giant beast from the underworld. Each wooden stake was as thick as an arm with razor-sharp tips, and a dark green luster densely covering the area several meters ahead. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of wooden stakes piercing flesh was muffled and dense. 3 stakes simultaneously impaled the thug's body, lifting him into the air. The cleaver slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground, while large mouthfuls of blood gushed from his lips. The 7 or 8 pirates behind him did not escape either. Some were pinned to the ground by stakes, others were pierced through the chest and nailed to the wall. Blood streamed down the stakes, forming little streams of dark red. The street fell silent for a moment. The silence came abruptly, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The hand pouring wine in the tavern stopped midair. The hand about to place a bet on the gambling table froze, and even the pirate sunbathing on the rooftop widened his eyes. One move. 7 or 8 pirates who had terrorized the seas for years couldn't hold on for even a second. Devil fruit user. Someone muttered, fear creeping into their voice. The intelligence report had never mentioned that Wynusi was a devil fruit user. The marine bounty poster only recorded his 3-color Haki and swordsmanship with no description of any fruit ability. The pirates impaled by the stakes were still groaning, their voices growing weaker. Blood oozed from the wounds, staining the gravel road red and seeping into the soil. On the streets of Rocky Port, the smell of blood still lingered. 9 corpses lay scattered on the gravel road. Blood gushed from the wounds left by the stakes, forming dark red streams that trickled down the gravel gaps. The pirates, skewered by the stakes, had already fallen completely silent. Wynusi withdrew his right hand, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. On both sides of the street, the pirates who had been eager to attack just moments ago now stood in dead silence. Some took a step back instinctively, some turned their heads away, unable to meet his eyes, and some still held their spilled wine, without even noticing. A few still living bodies twitched in the pool of blood. With every twitch, the eyelids of the onlookers also jumped. The 950 million bounty. They finally understood what it meant. It wasn't luck or hype, it was pure strength. The silence lasted only a moment. Get out of my way. A low voice came from behind the crowd. The voice was not loud, but it rolled like thunder, buzzing in everyone's ears. The pirates blocking the path seemed to be pushed aside by an invisible hand, automatically clearing a way. A tall figure stepped out from the crowd. His upper body was bare, revealing solid muscles, his chest and arms covered in scars from countless battles. Long black hair draped over his shoulders, gently swaying in the sea breeze. On his head grew 2 horns, one intact, the other broken off at a rough angle, as if snapped off by brute force. In his hand, he carried a pitch-black spiked club. Kaido, an intern of the Luokisi pirates. Although he bore the title of intern, the fear in the eyes of the surrounding pirates was no different from that directed at the formal combat captains like Gon Sui and Ma Long, and perhaps even greater. That look carried an instinctive dread, not the fear of status, but the wariness of a beast. Kaido walked up to Wynusi and stopped. They stood no more than 5 meters apart. Compared to Kaido's towering frame, his enormous shadow completely enveloped Wynusi. Are you Wynusi? Kaido's voice was low and rough, like sandpaper scraping against iron. His amber eyes had vertical pupils, staring at Wynusi like a beast with no curiosity, only blatant provocation. Wynusi looked up at Kaido, who was half a head taller than him, and paused on the broken horn and the spiked club and, isn't this young Master Kaido? Right now Master Kaido is just an intern on the Luokisi pirates. An intern trying to stop me. Wynusi's tone was indifferent, but his casual attitude itself was more infuriating than any insult. Kaido's jaw muscles tightened. With a cold snort, he sneered at Wynusi. A brat who only got to 950 million by robbing the heavenly tribute and killing celestial dragons. Do you deserve that bounty? His eyes scanned Wynusi up and down, as if appraising a cheap counterfeit. A contemptuous curl touched the corner of his mouth as he lowered the spiked club from his shoulder, pointing its tip at Wynusi's nose. A showy piece of trash like you. What makes you worthy of a personal invitation from Luokisi? Wynusi looked at the club, pointing at him unbothered. In fact, the corner of his mouth even lifted slightly. Showy and impractical. You're right. Wynusi spoke, his tone light, as if chatting. I did ambush the heavenly tribute, killed the celestial dragons when their guards were off, and relied on Nugate's help to escape the marines. Kaido was taken aback. He hadn't expected Wynusi to admit it so readily. But Wynusi smiled. What does that have to do with you, an intern? Kaido's face changed. You, getting angry. Wainusi cut him off, his voice calm, but each word crystal clear. He tilted his head in mockery. Looks like I hit the mark in turn. Kaido's eyes turned red. It wasn't anger, it was shame at being exposed in front of everyone. Enough talk. Kaido raised his spiked club, instantly coating it with armament Haki. The black club, each spike gleaming with metallic cold light, was elevated to a new level of hardness. Beat me first. The moment the words left his mouth, his body shot forward like a cannonball. His massive feet stomped the ground, shattering the stone slabs of the gravel road, sending fragments flying in all directions. The ground dented into a large crater, cracks radiating outward from its edge. Kaido swung his spiked club down at Wainusi's head. The speed was immense, the force enormous. The club cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound. In high-speed motion, the spikes blurred into a dark shadow like the scythe of death. This one blow would be enough to carve out a huge pit. Wainusi did not retreat. With his left hand holding the scabbard of the lightning cutter at his waist, his right hand grasped the hilt. He drew the blade. Clang! The blade of the lightning cutter traced a silver-white arc in the sunlight. The edge met the spiked club heat-in. Clang! Clash of iron and steel, sparks flying in all directions. The shockwave from the collision rippled outward, sending wooden planks on both sides of the street toppling askew. Several pirates nearest to the impact clutched their ears and fell to the ground with pained cries. Kaido's pupils contracted sharply. The mighty blow of his spiked club was blocked single-handedly by Wainusi. The blade of Liao pressed against the club's shaft, motionless. And Wainusi's wrist didn't even tremble, his expression was even more relaxed than before. Congratulations to the host for replicating Kaido's strength bonus. Not bad strength. Wainusi spoke calmly. Much better than those useless ones earlier. Kaido's face turned pale with anger. He abruptly withdrew his spiked club and swung it in a horizontal arc from the other side. The attack changed with lightning speed, the club tracing a curve through the air wrapped in armament Haki, with devastating force, aiming straight for Wainusi's waist. Wainusi leaped backward to evade the club's edge. His toes lightly touched the gravel path, and his entire body floated backward, as if weightless, narrowly dodging the strike, before landing steadily on the ground. Simultaneously, he swung his blade in midair. A downward slash swift as lightning. Zhang, a cutting strike. A fierce slash enveloped in lightning split the air and carved straight toward Kaido's chest. The blade's gleam flashed in the air, too fast for the human eye to track. Kaido's pupils constricted, and he instinctively thrust his spiked club in front of him, covering it fully with armament Haki. Boom! The slash crashed against the spiked club, exploding in a mass of lightning. Kaido's body was pushed backward by the immense impact, his feet gouging two deep furrows in the ground. Debris and soil churned up on both sides like plowed earth. He slid more than 10 meters before finally halting. Looking down at the spiked club in his hand, there was a tiny scratch on its shaft. Is that all you've got? Wainusi landed, hoisting Liao onto his shoulder, tilting his head to look at Kaido. A smile played at the corner of his mouth. His tone was like teasing a child. Veins bulged on Kaido's forehead. Don't look down on me. He charged again. This time he abandoned all testing and went all out. Armament Haki enveloped his entire body, black light swirling around the spiked club. Every swing carried a terrifying force capable of splitting mountains and cracking rocks. 1 swing, 2 swings, 3 swings, 5 swings, 10 swings. Kaido's assault was like a violent storm. The spiked club turned into a blur of black shadows in his hands, smashing at Wainusi from every angle. But Wainusi's blade was faster. The edge of Liao traced silver-white arcs in the air, precisely blocking every swing. Clang, 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 clang. A dense cascade of metallic clashes merged into a continuous roar like hammering in a blacksmith shop, but 10 times faster. Sparks flew everywhere, blade lights and club shadows intertwined, dazzling the watching pirates. Hey, water buffalo, put some muscle into it. Wainusi spoke while blocking, his tone as relaxed as strolling in a park. Kaido's expression grew darker. He realized the problem. Wainusi was toying with him. It wasn't that he couldn't win, he deliberately refused to end the fight. Every time Kaido thought he was about to land a hit, Wainusi would use a precise block or a clever dodge to make the attack miss. Then he would provoke him with an indifferent remark, urging him to keep attacking. This guy was playing with him. Bastard. Kaido's onslaught grew even more frenzied. He nearly abandoned defense, pouring all his strength into the offense. The spiked club rained down on Wainusi like a mad demon, each swing carrying a desperate, suicidal resolve. But Wainusi merely sighed softly. Enough. The blade of Liao spun in the air, and a slash flew from its edge. This slash was different from before. Fiercer, more domineering. The blade light traced a silver-white arc in the air, too fast for Kaido to react. Before the cutting edge arrived, the pressure of the blade swept over, blowing Kaido's long hair backward, and tiny blood cuts appeared on his face from the air currents. Boom! The slash smashed directly into Kaido's chest. Lightning exploded electric serpents scurrying in all directions. Kaido's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. His back crashed through the wall of a tavern, then a second wall burying him amidst shattered planks and rubble. Dust billowed, debris rolled down, and half the tavern's roof collapsed onto the ruins. Kaido was actually sent flying. That guy is the one who can match Captain Silver Axe. The surrounding pirates gasped, whispers rising and falling. Kaido hadn't been on Honeycomb Island long, but he had already made a name for himself. When he first landed, he defeated several combat captains in a row, finally fighting Silver Axe to a standstill. Who was Silver Axe? The combat captain of the Rocks Pirates. To draw with Captain Silver Axe meant Kaido's strength was no less than any combat captain. And such a monster had been knocked away by Wainusi. Kaido struggled to stand from the rubble. Stones and wood chips fell from him. He was covered in dust, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. But his eyes were fiercer than before, like an enraged beast. Clap, clap, clap. A crisp sound of applause rang out from the crowd. Two tall figures emerged from the shadows. One was burly, bald, wearing spiked gauntlets on both hands. A vicious scar ran from the corner of his eye to his chin. His gaze was savage, like a beast ready to pounce. In his hand, he carried a silver axe, its blade smooth as a mirror reflecting half his face. Infu, the combat captain of the Rocks Pirates. The other was tall, wearing a well-tailored black suit, short dark brown hair, neatly combed collar open, revealing a solid chest. A cigar dangled from the corner of his mouth, white smoke curling in the air. His eyes beneath the sunglasses were unreadable. Malong, the West Sea Mafia boss, nicknamed Mafia Leader, combat captain of the Rocks Pirates. Yo, isn't that our apprentice crew member? Malong blew out a smoke ring, his eyes behind the sunglasses glancing at Kaido, crawling out of the rubble, a barely concealed mockery in his tone. What, got beaten down by a brat? Shut up. Kaido wiped the blood from his mouth, his eyes fierce, as if he wanted to devour someone. Infu, Malong, what are you here for? Here to watch the show. Infu shouldered his axe, tilted his head, and looked at Wainusi. And to test the mettle of this source of evil with a bounty of 950 million berries. He turned to face Wainusi. Kid having the ability to knock Kaido flying is indeed something. But he paused, a grin curling at his lips. You've made a mess of Loki Street. Ew, I can't just let that slide. Malong took over, exhaling a smoke ring. A monster like you coming from the West Sea. I, a fellow West Sea native, ought to give you a proper welcome. The two approached Wainusi from left and right. Infu struck first. His speed was extreme. The silver axe, wrapped in armament Haki, carved a silver-white arc in the air, cleaving straight at Wainusi's neck. Before the blade edge arrived, the pressure had already cut a fine white line in the air. The wooden planks on both sides of the street creaked, as if scraped by an invisible knife. Wainusi sidestepped. The silver axe blade grazed past his chest, the sheer force of the swing splitting the wooden plank behind him cleanly into the cross-section, as smooth as if sliced by a razor. In the same motion, Wainusi counterattacked, spinning the blade of Liao in midair and slashing it in a reverse stroke toward Infu's waist. Infu raised his weapon horizontally to block. Axe and sword clashed, sparks flying, and both stumbled half a step backward. Not bad, kid. Infu's eyes turned serious. Though he said nothing, he had already abandoned his contempt. This brat with swordsmanship alone could match him blow for blow. And that blade wasn't even coated with Haki, meaning he hadn't even shown half his strength. Malong, let's take him together. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to test him alone? Malong exhaled a puff of smoke, his tone languid. Let's talk. Malong shrugged, clamped the cigar between his lips, and coated both fists with armament Haki, simultaneously activating the power of the castle fruit. A metallic sheen surfaced over his skin, the defensive posture condensing the hardness of an entire city into his body. He lunged at Wainusi from the right, his fist aiming straight for Wainusi's temple. Wainusi raised his left hand, coating the palm with armament Haki, and caught the blow. Fist against palm produced a dull metallic clang. Not the sound of flesh colliding, but the resonance of metal striking metal. Hey fellow countryman, nice shell. Wainusi glanced at Malong's fist. The defensive power granted by the castle fruit was indeed astonishing. Ordinary attacks were nearly useless against him. His body itself was a fortress. Thanks for the compliment. Malong replied unhurriedly, then suddenly intensified the force in his fist. Wainusi used the momentum to spring backward, creating distance. Infu and Malong stood shoulder to shoulder, both of their auras elevated to the peak. At that moment, you too. Kaido burst out from the rubble. His spiked club was thickly coated with armament Haki. He looked like a provoked beast, eyes bloodshot, glaring fixedly at Wainusi. Kaido gritted his teeth, strode heavily to Infu's side, and pointed his spiked club at Wainusi. I will defeat him with my own hand. Kaido gritted his teeth, strode heavily to Infu's side, and pointed his spiked club at Wainusi. I will defeat him with my own hands. Three men, three pairs of eyes, all fixed on Wainusi. Infu on the left, Malong on the right, Kaido in the center. Wainusi looked at them, then slowly raised Liao before him. Oh, 3 against 1. He licked his lips, revealing a wicked smile. The advantage is mine. On the streets of Loki Harbor, the dust had not yet settled. The moment Kaiduo charged from the ruins, the battlefield situation fell into complete chaos. In Fu and Malong had originally been flanking Wainusi from either side. With Kaiduo barging in, the three of them crowded on the same side, their formation becoming cramped instead. But they quickly adjusted. 3 pairs of eyes locked simultaneously onto Wainusi. 3 streams of killing intent from 3 directions enveloped him tightly, like 3 starving wolves fixing their gaze on a solitary tiger. In Fu on the left. The silver axe blade was wrapped in dense armament Haki, the pitch-black metallic luster gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Malong on the right. A metallic sheen surfaced over his fists, which were coated with armament Haki. The castle fruit condensed the hardness of an entire city onto every inch of his skin. Kaiduo stood in the center. The pitch-black spiked club in his hands was covered with patterns of armament Haki. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at Wainusi with nothing but longing. A longing to defeat him, to prove himself stronger. 3 men, 3 styles, 3 modes of attack. For an ordinary pirate, being targeted by any one of them would mean certain death, let alone facing all 3 at once. But standing before them was Wainusi, the demon source with a bounty of 950 million, the man who walked away unscathed from Garp's iron fists. Hellthorn's kill. Wainusi's voice came from the smoke and dust. He suddenly raised his left hand. The ground beneath his feet split open. Countless emerald vines and thorns burst from the gaps in the rubble, writhing like living creatures. They grew faster and denser than before, each as thick as an arm, their surfaces gleaming with a dark green luster. The tips of the vines were as sharp as needles, slithering and weaving across the ground like a swarm of snakes catching the scent of prey, charging straight at the 3 men. This move again. Kaiduo gritted his teeth and slammed his spiked club viciously into the vines and thorns at his feet. The Haki-coated club smashed into the vines, sending splinters flying, but a green light surged from the broken ends, rapidly mending them. The severed vines grew new tendrils at a visible speed, splitting into fresh branches, entwining again in the blink of an eye. At the same time, new vines surged from all directions. Some coiled around his ankles, some lashed at his lower back, others twisted in the air, searching for openings. On the left, In Fu fell into a similar entanglement. 3 vines shot up from the ground simultaneously, like giant pythons emerging from the earth, aiming for his waist, his leg, and the wrist holding the axe. In Fu gave a cold snort, flicked his wrist, and the silver axe blade carved an arc through the air, severing the vine, aiming for his wrist. But before the severed vine could fall, new vines had already filled the gap, as dense and inexhaustible. Annoying devil fruit. In Fu channeled strength into his arm armament Haki, spreading from his fist up to his entire limb, the black coating on the axe blade growing even thicker. With a fierce slash, a sharp axe light carried a cutting air blade, shattering all vines within several meters around him. On the right, Malong fared slightly better. The castle fruit granted his skin the hardness of metal. The thorns of the vine struck his body with the sharp clang of metal colliding like a dagger stabbing an iron plate. But it was useless. After discovering they couldn't pierce him, the vines immediately changed strategy, winding around his wrists, ankles, and waist, beginning to tighten. The force was astonishing. Even his steel-like skin began to emit faint creaking sounds under the continuous constriction. Truly tenacious. Malong frowned, spread his legs, and suddenly exerted force. The weight of the castle fruit was mobilized. The mass of an entire city bolstered his lower stance, making him as steady as a boulder. No matter how the vines pulled, he remained motionless. But he was immobilized in place. Wainusi stood 10 meters away from the 3, holding Liao in his right hand, his left hand spread, with green light swirling around his fingertips. Those vines seemed to be an extension of his arms, freely changing direction and attacking from all angles. His left hand controlled the fruit's power, while his right hand wielded the sword for blocks and counterattacks. One hand for control, one for offense. Dividing his focus between 2 tasks, yet the movements flowed. Silver Axe, Malong, and Kaido found themselves entangled in a frantic battle against vines and trees. No sooner had they cut down one than 2 new ones sprang forth. No sooner had they broken free from one than 2 more coiled around them from the sides. Wainusi stood at a distance, his left fingers gently strumming, as if conducting an orchestra, the vines dancing to his command like instruments in a band. This guy. Silver Axe's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. One hand controlling his devil fruit ability, the other wielding a sword. Malong bit his cigar, his eyes narrowing slightly beneath his sunglasses. Dividing his concentration so skillfully. How did this kid train? The trio were overwhelmed, gasping for breath. Endless. Silver Axe was the first to get serious. The blade of his axe flipped abruptly as armament Haki surged from his arm into the edge, turning the entire axe pitch black in an instant. The Haki on the axe blade was so dense it gleamed with a metallic luster. Open. Silver Axe swung his axe with all his might. Not toward the vines, but toward the space before him. A fierce slash shot from the axe blade carrying the sharpness of armament Haki, like a silver-black crescent moon cutting through air, through vines, through every obstacle in its path. The dense web of vines tore like paper before this slash, all severed cleanly at the edges resembling wheat stalks reaped by a giant scythe. At the same time Silver Axe unleashed his observation Haki fully his spirit taut, like a drawn bowstring locking onto Wynus's position with precision. His body moved with his mind. The instant the slash cleared the path, he lunged toward Wynusi, his axe raised again, aiming for the latter's neck. Good. Malong, seeing Silver Axe break the deadlock, held back no longer. His chest suddenly split open. No, it wasn't a split, it opened like a series of tiny doors. On his abdomen, chest, and shoulders, dozens of neat little doors appeared, arranged like arrow slits, and behind each door stood a fully armed miniature figure. These little beings no larger than a finger carried tiny firearms and miniature cannons proportionate to their size. The devil fruit had shrunk them and their weapons, but the moment the ability was released the bullets and shells would revert to their original size. Open fire. Malong gave the command. Boom, boom, boom. The little figures pushed out miniature cannons, their muzzles spewing fire. Those shells, appearing no thicker than a finger, swelled instantly upon leaving the barrel, becoming full-sized naval shells blanketing the direction of Wynusi in a dense barrage. The little figure's movements were swift and practiced. No sooner had the first volley ended than the second was already loaded. The gunfire merged into a continuous roar, blasting the area around Wynusi into a haze of smoke and flying debris. Silver Axe cleared the path ahead while Malong provided suppressive fire from behind. The two coordinated flawlessly. The buildings on both sides of the street were riddled with holes as splinters of wood and shattered bricks scattered like rain. Within seconds the entire street was plowed into a charred ruin. Silver Axe's slash and Malong's cannon fire arrived almost simultaneously, engulfing Wynusa's position. And Kaido fared the worst. Silver Axe's slash and Malong's cannon fire arrived. The vine assault on Silver Axe and Malong was already intense, but Wynusi diverted even more vines and trees to focus on Kaido, as if to make him understand that before true strength, jealousy and bluster were meaningless. Vines surged toward Kaido from all directions, some wrapping around his ankles, some around his waist, some around it. Kaido had just swung his spiked club to smash the vines in front when new ones coiled around his shoulders from behind. No sooner had he broken free from the ones on his body than roots shot up from the ground to lock his ankles. Get off! Kaido roared and leaped into the air, trying to escape this vine-devoured hell. But before he could adjust his posture midair, a thick vine shot up from the ground like a giant green hand, snatching his ankle with precision. Kaido's pupils contracted sharply. The next instant he was yanked back to the ground by the vine. Bam! His face slammed into the gravel road, the sharp stones cutting his face, leaving it covered in blood. Dust choked into his throat, burning with pain. But before Kaido could even cough, more vines had wrapped around his limbs, pinning him to the ground like a nailed beast immobile. Kaido's face was a mess of blood and grime, the wound at the corner of his mouth torn by gravel, blood dripping down his chin. He was entangled in vines like prey captured by a spider. The more he struggled, the tighter they bound him. Damn it! Kaido's roar squeezed through the gaps between the vines, every word dripping with resentment and shame. He had been treated as nothing more than a mere distraction, not even worthy of facing the enemy's main assault. Just then a name sprang into his mind. Thunderous 8 trigrams. This was a technique Kaido had derived from observing the sparring battles between Rocks and Whitebeard. A high-speed heavy strike centered on Conqueror's Haki infusion, which originally required the Conqueror's Haki as a foundation to unleash its true power. Though he had not yet awakened Conqueror's Haki, he had managed to mimic it with sheer armament Haki and monstrous strength. He had kept it hidden as his trump card. Now, Kaido erupted. The vines binding him were forced open by several inches in an instant, though new ones immediately filled the gaps. But that brief moment was enough. Both hands gripping his spiked club, armament Haki condensed to its peak, every ounce of his strength and fury poured into this single strike. The spikes on the club trembled from the infusion of Haki, emitting a high-pitched hum. Now, Kaido erupted. The vines binding him were forced open by a black arc entwined with dark red lightning swept across, crushing the vines and trees like paper. Shards scattered in all directions like a green rainstorm. The residual shockwave rippled along the ground toward Wynusi, pebbles bouncing and dust rising. Silver Axes slash Malong's cannon fire, Kaido's thunderous 8 trigrams. The 3 attacks arrived almost simultaneously, completely engulfing Wynusi's position. Boom! A violent explosion swept through the entire street. Flames shot skyward, lightning crackled, and the razor edge of the slash reduced everything around to fragments. The ground was blasted into a massive crater, its blackened walls smoking. Buildings on both sides collapsed in the shockwave, dust billowing into a mushroom cloud that rose into the leaden gray sky of Rocky Port. Pirates watching from a distance covered their ears, stumbling backward from the blast wave. Some fell, some lay flat, covering their heads, others were hit by flying debris and yelped in pain. Thighs is too much. That street. Gone. Captain Silver Axe, Captain Malone plus that kid Kaido. 3 of them together. Even an executive would have to dodge that, right? That Wainusi kid should be blown to bits by now, right? Smoke and dust billowed across the entire area. Pebbles continued to patter down while the charred pit emitted wisps of green smoke. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and burnt wood so pungent it made one instinctively cover their nose. Kaido struggled out from the pile of vines covered in mud and blood, looking utterly disheveled. Yet in his eyes burned unwillingness and rage along with a fierce obsession. He stared fixedly at the scorched abyss, searching for the remains of Wainusi. The silver axe lay not far from him, its blade's armament Haki slowly receding to reveal the silver metal. His breathing was heavy, shoulders rising and falling slightly. The all-out assault had drained considerable stamina. Malong stood still, the small doors on his chest closing one by one, restoring his skin to normal. The cigar at the corner of his mouth still trailed smoke, but a long ash had formed. Is it over? Nothing remains in that area. That kid is either dead or half-crippled. Half-crippled. Even half-crippled is worth 950 million. Hurry and find a corpse. Bring it back for the bounty. The distant pirates began to stir, craning their necks to peer into the pit. Observation Haki spread from Kaido Infu and Malong, sweeping across the charred rubble again and again. The pit held nothing but broken stones and scorched earth. No corpse, no limbs, no bloodstains. Was he blasted to ashes? Malong exhaled a smoke ring, a hint of disappointment visible behind his sunglasses as he sighed. We're both from the same hometown, so we should have shared a drink. Now I've blown my fellow countrymen to bits. Infu remained silent, but his brow furrowed deeper. His observation Haki was keener than Kaijuo's and Malong's, able to sense even the subtlest fluctuations in aura. He felt something was off, though he couldn't quite articulate what. Kaijuo gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. He hadn't even had a proper fight, yet hadn't proven himself stronger than Wainusi, and that bastard had been blown to death by their combined assault. This wasn't the victory he wanted. TCH. Kaijuo drove his spiked club into the ground, deflated. What a pity. I thought we could have a few more rounds. The surrounding pirates began to cheer. They won. They won. The 3 of them together are no joke. The demon source isn't all that. Captain Infu and Captain Malong are the real deal. That Kaijuo kid isn't bad either. Ha ha ha, 950 million. Blown to ashes. Cheers, whistles, and jeers erupted into a cacophony, the entire street lively as a festival. Infu let out a breath, slung his axe over his shoulder, and turned to leave. He stopped abruptly. Observation Haki had caught something. An aura just above his head and not far. That aura was light and well hidden. If not for a sudden breeze stirring the lingering battle traces, he would never have noticed. Infu slowly looked up. 20 meters away on the roof of a still-standing building, Wainusi stood there. Arms crossed, legs crossed, perched on the roof edge with a relaxed expression, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as if watching a performance that had nothing to do with him. His clothes were spotless, not even a speck of dust. His hair was neat, and the cowboy hat sat firmly on his head. His gaze leisurely swept over Kaido, Infu, Malong, and the cheering pirates, as if overlooking a farce, a protagonist standing outside the stage, seeing through both the audience below and the opponents on stage. Silence. One by one the cheering pirates fell silent. Their eyes followed Yinfus' gaze, slowly shifting to the rooftop. Then their smiles froze on their faces as if someone had pressed pause. He's not dead. Impossible. That attack didn't even hit him. When did he dodge? Kaido jerked his head up, pupils shrinking. They had no idea that what had just been blown to ashes was merely a clone created by Wainusi's devil fruit ability. Wainusi sat on the rooftop, looking down at them from above. That expression, that posture. He had never been serious from start to finish. Kaijuo's face turned livid. You bastard. Wainusi slowly stood up, brushed non-existent dust from his pants, and leaped off the roof. His body stretched in midair, both hands gripping the hilt of Liao, as armament Haki poured from his arms into the blade. Under his control, Liao rapidly turned pitch black, the blade becoming dark and profound like solidified night. The moment he landed, his figure vanished. Not vanished, too fast. So fast that even Yinfus' observation Haki only caught a blurry outline, so fast that Kaijuo's pupils hadn't time to focus, so fast that the ash on Malong's cigar hadn't yet fallen. Watch out. Yinfus' roar barely escaped his throat when the slash arrived. A ferocious strike wrapped in pitch black armament Haki came from the side, the blade like lightning in the night sky, too quick to blink. Thunder flash. Infu instinctively raised his axe to block. Malong activated his castle fruit, his skin instantly turning metallic. Kaiduo lifted his spiked club to shield his chest. But it was too late. The slash's speed was more than double what they had anticipated. Clang. A flash of light. PSH. Blood splattered. 3 muffled thuds rang out almost simultaneously. Infu, Malong, and Kaiduo were struck by the same slash sent flying in 3 directions like kites with broken strings. A deep, bone-deep gash appeared on Yinfu's chest, flesh turned outward and blood gushing. He gritted his teeth trying to steady himself, but the impact was too great. His back smashed through a brick wall, burying him under rubble. Malong's castle fruit saved his life, but couldn't fully block the blow. His sunglasses shattered and a long cut opened on his chest, revealing the silver-white metallic tissue underneath, the defensive layer condensed by his fruit nearly severed by the blade. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs churning violently from the shock, feeling as if a mountain had slammed into him. Kaiduo was in the worst state. Already battered and wounded, the slash struck precisely the same spot as a previous cut, layering old and new injuries. The flesh on his chest was almost completely sliced open, blood spurting like a fountain, staining half his body red. He slammed onto the ground, creating a crater, spraying a mist of blood from his mouth, his face a mask of arg. Screams echoed endlessly. The distant pirates were dumbfounded, mouths wide enough to hold a fist, yet unable to utter a sound. 1 slash. 3 people. All grievously wounded. Wainusi landed Lachia, held before him, a single bead of blood still clinging to the edge. He glanced at the 3 sprawled on the ground, a slight smile tugging at his lips. As expected of the captains of the Rocks pirates, your strength is monstrous. His voice was soft, but in the suddenly silent ruins it rang as clear as a bell striking each heart. Above the ruins, dust still lingered in the air. Kaido lay supine amidst the rubble, the ghastly gash on his chest still seeping, blood staining the earth beneath him crimson. He stared at the leaden sky above, pupils unfocused, breaths ragged and labored, each inhalation accompanied by a hoarse gurgle of blood foam. He wished to rise. His body refused to obey. Silver axe leaned against a half-collapsed wall, his right hand's axe planted in the debris before him, propping him from complete collapse. Though the blade wound on his chest was shallower than Kaido's, it cleft to the bone, flesh and skin curling outward. Blood seeped through his fingers, dripping onto the rocky debris beneath his feet, drop by unhurried drop. He kept his breathing low, silently replaying the speed and angle of that earlier slash. Over and over the conclusion remained the same. Even in a second attempt, he was at least confident. He had merely been caught off guard, allowing Wainusi to succeed. Ma Long knelt on one knee, his right hand bracing against the ground, his left hand pressing the wound on his chest, a cut that had nearly been carved through. That slash had cleaved through his Jian City fruit's defensive layer, revealing silver-white metallic tissue beneath. The wound's edges were as smooth as if polished by a machine. The cigar at the corner of his mouth had long extinguished, fallen into the muddy water at his feet, the stub soaked through with blood. He lifted his gaze toward Wainusi's direction. Half of his shattered sunglasses revealed one eye brimming with complex emotions. 3 men, 3 postures. Wainusi stood 10 meters before them, Raikiri held horizontally before him, the blood beads on the blade slowly sliding off. His breathing was steady, his heartbeat normal, not a single wound on his body. He lowered his head to glance at the 3 fallen figures among the ruins, then raised his eyes to survey the surrounding pirates, who stood frozen like carved wooden chickens. Silence. Those same pirates who had been cheering, flattering, and jeering just moments ago now stood with mouths agape, as if someone had seized their throats. Their eyes bulged like brass bells, their bodies were frozen in place. What had just happened? A single flash of the blade, 3 men. All fell. 3 captain-level figures felled by 1 slash. This is impossible. A pirate muttered to himself, voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. That was Captain Silver Axe, Captain Ma Long, and that brat Kaido. 3 captain levels joining forces. 1 slash. It only took 1 slash. Cold sweat trickled from their foreheads, slid down their cheeks to their chins, and dripped onto the rubble underfoot. 950 million was not an idle boast. The Navy was not incompetent. The failed encirclement by Garp and Zephyr was no accident. Their gazes toward Wainusi had shifted from greed, provocation, and contempt to utter dread. Like ants gazing up at a giant eagle in the sky, they could no longer even conceive of jealousy. The oppressive aura of a true powerhouse. Anyone else wish to try? Wainusi's voice was not loud, yet it reached every ear with crystal clarity. No one answered. No one dared answer. In the distance atop a tall building surrounded by smoke, a dozen silhouettes stood at the rooftop's edge, overlooking the ruins below from their lofty perch. The sea breeze blew from behind, flapping their coats and cloaks noisily. Leading them was Roxdy Jibek. He stood there like a silent mountain, His long black hair was swept backward by the wind, revealing a face devoid of expression. But his eyes were like fathomless dark pools, unfathomable as to what thoughts dwelt within. Beside him, Newgate crossed his arms in silence. His gaze fell upon the young man holding the blade in the center of the ruins. His crescent-shaped white beard twitched slightly, but he did not speak. On Newgate's left, golden lion Haki had his hands tucked into his wide sleeves, his golden hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were narrowed into slits, a playful smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, as if he were plotting something. Charlotte Linlin stood a few steps behind Newgate, her enormous frame conspicuous among the crowd. She cradled a large pile of candy in her arms, occasionally popping one into her mouth and crunching loudly. Her gaze also rested on Wainusi, her red eyes flickering with an unmistakable light. 4th Division Captain Wang Ji stood beside John, his expression cold and indifferent, as though the matter did not concern him. Captain John stood on the other side, his fingers laden with gemstone rings, idly toying with a gold pocket watch in his hand. But his occasional sidelong glances at Wainusi betrayed his lack of focus. A faint, barely perceptible chill lurked within those looks. Behind them, Stussy stood gracefully in the shadows, wearing an elegantly tailored purple gown, her gaze sweeping across the battlefield with detached calm. A decorous smile perpetually graced her lips, but beneath that smile lay a pair of eyes coolly assessing everything. On Newgate's broad shoulder sat a petite woman. Flame Flower Amazon Lily, the former Empress of Amazon Lily, a crew member of the Rocks Pirate. Her legs swung gently, one hand propping up her chin as she watched Wainusi in the distance with keen interest, occasionally letting out a light laugh that revealed a row of white teeth. Longbread also stood among the crowd, wearing a chef's apron and holding a ladle as if he had been dragged from cooking to watch the spectacle. He took a few glances at the battlefield, clicking his tongue and shaking his head. Newgate broke the silence first, his deep voice ringing through the wind. That kid is stronger than he was a month ago. His tone held neither praise nor lament, but those deep eyes clearly carried a hint of acknowledgement. Linlin stuffed the candy into her mouth, speaking indistinctly as she cut in. Newgate, you brought that kid from Mocktown all the way here. Did you give him some private lessons along the way? No. Newgate did not turn his head. I never taught him. Never taught him. Linlin's eyes narrowed. Then where did his strength come from? Newgate did not answer. He was pondering the same question. When he first met Wainusi, the brat could exchange dozens of rounds with Garp, but more by relying on his fruit's regenerative ability to endure. A month ago, his swordsmanship was not weak, but it had not reached today's level. Now that Slash wrapped in pitch-black armament Haki, precise fears seasoned, his combat experience was not that of a rookie who had been at sea for less than a year. Extraordinary talent, huh? Linlin muttered, her gaze lingering on Wainusi for a few seconds before turning to Newgate. Newgate, haven't you thought about taking him under your wing? I have. He won't agree. Lingling raised an eyebrow, but didn't press further. She knew Newgate's judgment well enough. If he said he wouldn't agree, then he truly wouldn't. Her gaze still lingered on Wainusi. That talent, that potential, that terrifying ability to evolve mid-battle. If she had encountered this brat first, she would have taken him under her wing without hesitation. As for now, her mind raced through various tempting schemes. Mama. Drool slowly seeped from the corner of her mouth, a peculiar reaction when her appetite and possessiveness intertwined. Stussy covered her lips with a silk scarf, her eyes sweeping lightly over Wainusi at this age to have trained Haki swordsmanship and devil fruit abilities to such a level. Indeed rare on the seas. Lingling's gaze still hadn't left Wainusi. The Marines may be useless, but they don't fake their bounties. However, Stussy shifted her tone, her voice soft. No matter how great the talent, one must stay alive to use it. We'll see how long he lasts on this ship. At that moment, the lily perched on Newgate's shoulder gently swung her legs, her voice carrying a lazy rasp. That kid's sword is pretty fast. Faster than your arrows. Stussy tilted her head toward her. Not necessarily. Lily cocked her head, her gaze lingering on Wainusi for an extra 2 seconds, but being able to wield a blade at that speed without a tremor is indeed somewhat interesting. On the other side, the golden lion Haki had been rubbing his chin with his thumb. Newgate, this is the brat you brought back from the Marines. Newgate only glanced at him, paying little heed to a man as ambitious and unscrupulous as Haki. TCH. Seeing that Newgate didn't want to engage, Haki's expression soured, but he didn't flare up. Then he shifted the topic, still seeing that kid slashes. It's indeed somewhat interesting. Swordsmanship, Haki, and devil fruit abilities. Advancing on 3 fronts, he pressed 3 captains. If I were to train him. He stopped there, but the unfinished implication hung in the air like a fishhook waiting for what. Haki, you've taken a fancy to him too. Lingling's voice came from behind, muffled by the crunch of candy. I was thinking of pulling him over to my side. Your side? Haki shot her a glance, his grin barely contained. Lingling, what kind of ragtag bunch do you keep on that broken ship of yours? Let this kid go bake cakes for you. What did you say? I said your lot has no skill besides eating. Lingling's eyes snapped wide, bloodshot veins appearing in her pupils, drool beginning to drip uncontrollably from her mouth. A massive phantom silhouette flickered faintly in the air behind her, startling long bread into instinctively stepping back. Hey, you two, calm down. Newgate's deep voice fell like a bucket of cold water, cutting off their quarrel. Lingling's breathing steadied, and the phantom slowly dissipated. She snorted, turned away, and shoved another candy into her mouth, crunching loudly. The Golden Lion also withdrew his gaze, looking back down at the battlefield below. Wang Ji said nothing. Leaning against the railing, arms crossed, his eyes swept calmly over Wainusi. There was no greed in his eyes, no admiration, no hostility. Only a cool appraisal, as if weighing the quality of a piece of goods. His strength is decent, but that's all. Wang Ji finally spoke, his tone flat, as if stating a fact. Silver Axe and Malong are veteran captains, but neither has gone all out. They're still underestimating that brat. Kaido has brute force and spirit, and his dual-color Haki development is decent, but still lacking. You mean, that brat won by luck and doesn't deserve to stand at the executive level? John picked up the thread. Wang Ji neither nodded nor shook his head. Whether he deserves it or not, Rox decides. But just beating 3 people isn't enough to make those guys submit. John smiled, the rings on his fingers glittering in the sunlight. I think it's precisely because he beat those 3 that it's more troublesome. Silver Axe, Malong, and Kaido. 3 captains working together, taken down with 1 slash. Word gets out, and those division guys will feel humiliated. With their pride wounded, who knows what they might do behind the scenes. His words sounded like an objective statement, but the edge beneath them was as thin as a blade, hinting that Wainusi's sharpness would inevitably invite trouble. Rox, who had been silent, stirred. He turned his head and looked at John. The glance was faint, carrying no threat, but John's eyes instinctively dropped, and he fell silent. Newgate, you've spent time with that kid. Tell me your thoughts. Rox spoke, his voice low and weighty. Newgate paused. His swordsmanship, physical skills, and Haki foundation are solid. His devil fruit development is rapid. He's grown significantly stronger than a month ago. His potential is vast, but he still needs polishing. Given enough time, he can reach a very high position. Rox nodded slightly. Newgate glanced at Rox. His condition is executive, not captain. The atmosphere froze instantly. Executive? The Golden Lion burst out laughing first. Newgate, did I hear you wrong? My ears work fine. The Golden Lion didn't retort, but his gaze fell back on Wainusi below, now carrying a deeper interest. Newgate, what makes that brat think he deserves to be an executive? John's tone carried a suppressed sneer. Newgate's voice was flat. If you want to know whether he has the strength, why not test him yourself? Rox didn't speak. He looked down at Wainusi for several seconds. An executive isn't something you become just by beating a few captains. He turned his head, scanning the group behind him. Who among you will test that kid's strength? Jaha. Let me go? The Golden Lion stepped forward. His body began to float, rings of golden ripples appearing in the air beneath his feet. The power of the float fruit allowing him to move freely through the sky. That brat who made a mess of this place really needs a good lesson. Without waiting for Rox's nod, he rose like a leaf into the sky, his golden hair streaming in the wind. He landed on the tip of a broken stone pillar at the edge of the ruins, looking down at Wainusi from above. Hey kid. The Golden Lion's voice drifted down, carrying a wild, untamed swagger. You've turned a fine street into rubble. Wanna die? As his words fell, an invisible pressure of a powerful being enveloped Wainusi. Wainusi looked up and saw a golden figure standing on the stone pillar. Golden hair like a lion's mane draped in a blackened yellow cloak. Golden Lion Shiki. Wainusi frowned, recognizing the face. Shiki jumped down from the pillar, landing on the ground before Wainusi. Hey, I'm talking to you. Wainusi didn't respond, but gripped his sword with his right hand on full alert, because the man before him was none other than Golden Lion Shiki. Seeing Wainusi ignore him and raise his weapon, the initial intention to intimidate turned into fury. After all, he was a division executive of the Rocks Pirates. How could he tolerate being dismissed by a brat? Arrogant little punk, don't die too quickly. The Golden Lion raised his right hand, and 2 famous swords, Sakuraju and Kagurashi, slid from their sheaths at his waist into his grasp. His body leaned slightly forward, his golden hair billowing without wind, as an invisible aura of pressure radiated from him. An invisible pressure erupted from him like a submarine volcano, spreading in all directions without direction or warning, a wall of pure force crushing everything in its path. A low hum vibrated through the air. The pirates who had not yet fled the battlefield bore the brunt of it. A pirate at the forefront stared, wide-eyed mouth agape, but voiceless. His pupils trembled violently, his limbs drained of all strength, and he collapsed stiffly backward. Thud after thud echoed. A dozen pirates rolled their eyes back, foam at their lips falling like wheat before a scythe in neat rows on the rubble-strewn road. Those lucky enough to stand at the edge of the Conqueror's Haki's range could only steady themselves against walls or pillars, their legs trembling. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads, faces pale, as they stared at Shiki with terror in their eyes. Thighs is Conqueror's Haki, the kingly disposition that awakens in only 1 in a million, as expected of a Shiki executive. A pirate swallowed hard, his voice shaking, but forcing out flattery. Too powerful. This pressure alone makes it hard to breathe just standing nearby. His words opened the floodgates, and the surrounding pirates joined in the sycophancy. Of course, Executive Shiki is on par with Executive Newgate. No matter how strong Wayne Yuos is before Shiki, he's nothing but a brat. Exactly. He could beat 3 commanders before only because Shiki hadn't stepped in. How many moves do you think Shiki needs to finish him? 3. 5. I say 1. Haha, that might be too much. On a distant rooftop, Stussy watched with a slight frown. Her gaze swept over the fainted pirates, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. Her smile remained polite, but her tone had cooled. Shiki using Conqueror's Haki right off the bat. Do you think that brat is worth it? Worth it, or beneath him? Lily, sitting on Newgate's shoulder, took over, gently swinging her dangling legs. Using a big move immediately means either the opponent is strong and worth respecting, or he wants to crush him with sheer presence and save the trouble. She paused and added, but I think it's the latter. Using Conqueror's Haki on a rookie is indeed excessive. Stussy shook her head. This is our turf. The small fry he knocked out will suffer. Mama. Linlin chewed on candy, mumbling. Shiki always loves to show off. He wants to prove that Wayne Yuos can't even draw his blade in front of him. Too bad, Lily smirked. He seems to have missed something. Before the words faded, the figure enveloped by Shiki's Conqueror's Haki moved in the center of the ruins. Wayne Yuos lifted his head. His shoulders didn't drop, his knees didn't bend, his eyes didn't waver. Shiki's Conqueror's Haki pressed on him like a mountain. But he stood upright, his breathing undisturbed. Then, an equally terrifying pressure erupted from him. Dark red lightning of Conqueror's Haki burst from his body, not a thin coil around his fists, but like a writhing serpent spreading, stacking, and ascending layer upon layer. The air thickened where it touched, even floating dust stopped midair as if waiting. Conqueror's Haki no less than Shiki's. Not deflecting, not evading, a heating collision. The two forces met in midair with a dull explosion. Dark red arcs detonated at the point of impact, shooting countless tiny lightning serpents in all directions. The rubble on the ground jolted upward, the suspended dust scattered from the shockwave, leaving a brief vacuum between the two. Wainua's Conqueror's Haki pushed against Shiki's pressure, expanding outward, gradually matching it. The two forces tore at each other in the void like beasts fighting for the same territory. On the high building, the expressions of the executives who had remained unruffled finally changed. Stussy raised an eyebrow, her displeasure fading into seriousness. Lily tilted her head, stopped swinging her legs, and fixed her gaze on Wayne Yuos for a long moment before letting out a soft hum. Wang Ji unfolded his crossed arms, and for the first time looked directly at the young man in the ruins, his indifferent gaze shifting to scrutiny. He had earlier said Wayne Yuos was decent, but nothing more. Now he seemed to be re-evaluating the weight of those words. John paused the hand, playing with his pocket watch. The gold watch clicked shut in his palm. He no longer looked at the dial, but turned his eyes to the battlefield, narrowing them, as if recalculating. Even Lin, who had been steadily eating candy, slowed her chewing. Her tongue pressed against the candy, eyes slightly squinted at the dark red lightning on Wayne Yuos, a low, barely audible gurgle in her throat. Conqueror's Haki. An unknown squad leader muttered, his voice trembling with astonishment. The bounty poster did say he has Conqueror's Haki, but it just said Conqueror's Haki. Who knew it was this level, holding his own against Shiki's Conqueror's Haki? What the hell is this kid? The pirates who had been flattering Shiki now fell silent. Their eyes darted between Wayne Yuos and Shiki, their faces showing not only shock, but also undisguised. They had mocked Wayne Yuos. They had thought his bounty was exaggerated. They had even considered taking his head for the reward. Recalling those thoughts now sent chills down their spines. If Wayne Yuos ever settled scores, none of these low-level underlings would survive a single slash. Thighs guy. A pirate instinctively stepped back, half a pace, his voice trembling. Is that guy a monster? At the edge of the ruins, Kaido leaned against a half-crumbled wall, the sword wound on his chest still seeping blood. Yet his gaze was fixed unwaveringly on the figure in the heart of the battlefield, who was cloaked in dark crimson arcs, his pupils quivering slightly from the violent surge of emotion. Clenching his teeth and tightening his fists until his nails dug into his palms, blood seeped through the cracks between his fingers. Why? Why could Wainusi awaken Conqueror's Haki? Why was his Conqueror's Haki so overwhelmingly powerful? He had been betrayed by his own country, fled, drifted across the sea for a long time, and fought his way from nothing to the position of an intern in the Luokisi pirates. His strength was enough to tie with Silver Axe, earning Luokisi's respect. He thought himself a monster, believing his talent unmatched. Yet Wainusi was even more terrifying than him. That peak he once thought stood only a few steps ahead was now rising before his eyes, soaring higher and higher, until it pierced the clouds, steeper, and more forbidding than any mountain he had encountered since leaving the Luokisi and Newgate among the elites, seeming insurmountable. Damn it! Kaido's voice squeezed out from his throat like sandpaper scraping against iron. Why? I haven't even awakened Conqueror's Haki yet. He looked down at his own hands. Those hands, calloused from gripping his iron club, trembled slightly now. Not from injury, but from unwilling. Silver Axe stood nearby, his axe planted in the rubble, propping himself up to keep from falling. He glanced at Kaido's profile, then at the two streams of Conqueror's Haki colliding in the center of the battlefield. After a moment of silence, he spoke, feeling discouraged. Kaido boy. Kaido did not turn around. What do you know? TCH. Silver Axe's voice was flat, as if stating something unrelated to himself. That kid has Conqueror's Haki, you don't, so you're jealous. But no matter how jealous you are, he's still standing there. Golden Lion's Conqueror's Haki can't overwhelm him. Can you? Kaido gritted his teeth so hard his knuckles turned white. Silver Axe paused. Right now you're not even qualified to force him to go all out. Kaido's shoulders jolted. Silver Axe said no more. He pulled his axe from the rubble, turned, and slowly walked away. His back bore the unique composure of an old veteran, as if victory or defeat meant no more than a meal to him. Kaido stood there in silence for a long time. He looked down at the wound on his chest, an old cut layered with a fresh one from Wainusi's blade. The flesh turned outward. The bleeding had stopped, but the agony remained. Then he raised his head again, gazing at the figure at the center of the battlefield. Wainusi. His voice was so low only he could hear it. I will surpass you. One day. That peak loomed before him, pressing down until he could barely breathe. But he did not close his eyes. He just stared, unblinking with fierce determination. Because in Kaido's dictionary there was never the word surrender. At the center of the ruins, two forces of Conqueror's Haki remained locked in stalemate. Dark crimson arcs shot and crackled through the air, and the rubble on the ground splintered with a crunching sound under the pressure. Wainusi gripped Liao, the blade held horizontally before him, his fingers steady as a rock. He looked up at Golden Lion atop the stone pillar, his eyes devoid of fear. A slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This level won't end the fight, will it? What do you say, Golden Lion Shurji? At the heart of the ruins, the clash of Conqueror's Haki persisted for several breaths. Golden Lion stood atop the stone pillar, looking down at Wainusi. He had assumed that his Conqueror's Haki pressure would force this brat to kneel and beg for mercy, or at least crush his will to fight. But not only did Wainusi not fall, he countered with equally powerful Conqueror's Haki, and even taunted him. This level won't end the fight. Those words pierced like a needle into Golden Lion's pride. His eyes narrowed. Heh, Golden Lion. It was not a wild, enraged laugh, but a more dangerous one. A laugh that shed all excess emotion. In that case, I'll teach you a lesson myself. The moment the words fell, Golden Lion withdrew his released Conqueror's Haki pressure. The dark crimson arcs receded into his body like an ebbing tide, replaced by a denser, heavier aura of oppression. His form did not move, but the air beneath his feet rippled in golden circles. The power of the float fruit had been activated. The next second, Golden Lion moved. Swoosh. His form shot down from the top of the stone pillar like a golden lightning bolt. The two famed blades, Ingshur and Kumu, twisted in his hands, the edges carving two silver-white arcs through the air, wrapped in the sharpness of armament Haki, cutting straight for Wainusi's neck and abdomen. Wainusi's observation Haki had already captured the trajectory of the attack. He sidestepped and raised Liao to block. Clang. Blades clashed, sparks flying. The sound of impact was not a single one. It was continuous, rapid, a chain of impacts. Clang, 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 clang. Golden Lion's dual blade style was astonishingly fast. Ingshur slashed from the upper left, Kumu thrust from the lower right, the two swords alternating in attacks, weaving an impenetrable net of blades around Wainusi like twin golden thunderbolts. Each collision of blade against blade sent a cluster of sparks flying, as if 10 hammers were swinging simultaneously in a blacksmith's forge. Wainusi did not retreat a single step. Liao was just as astonishingly fast in his hands. Blocking left, parrying right, thrusting upward, chopping downward. Every move precisely intercepted Golden Lion's strikes, with not a single wasted motion. The frequency of blade clashes grew faster and faster until the clang sounds merged into a continuous stream, no longer distinguishable as individual notes, only a prolonged metallic shriek. The Conqueror's Haki, leaking from both of them, collided between the blades, and with each exchange, dark crimson arcs burst apart. Those electric serpents shot in all directions, shaking the rubble on the ground and making it bounce, while visible ripples spread through the air like stones repeatedly dropped into a still pond. What fast swords, a pirate murmured from afar, his eyes round as saucers. Two can't even see them. Not just you. I can't keep up either. The man beside him swallowed hard. The speed of their swordplay has gone beyond what the naked eye can capture. Shockwaves radiated outward from the battlefield center. The debris, splinters, tiles, and stones near the ruins were blown rolling in all directions, forming an ever-expanding ring of wind pressure. Dust from the ground was swept into the air, creating a gray-yellow smoke wall around the two fighters. The watching pirates in the distance had to shield their eyes with their arms, yet still strained to see the battle. Clang! Another violent clash. Their blades locked against each other, sparks continuously spraying from the point of contact. Jin Shizi's golden mane was blown backward by the shockwave, yet a grin curled at the corner of his mouth. Kid not bad with the sword. You're not bad yourself. Jin Shizi grinned. Not enough. He suddenly exerted force, flinging Wei Nuosi away, his body floating backward several meters. Then he crossed his two swords before him, channeling armament Haki from his arms into the blades, turning the two famous swords pitch black as ink. Wave slash. Jin Shizi swung both arms simultaneously. The two black blades traced two arcs in the air, and two fierce slashes flew from the edges like a pair of crossed silver crescents. They cut through the ground, through rubble, through everything in their path, charging straight at Wei Nuosi. One slash in front, the other closely behind, sealing off Wei Nuosi's escape routes. Wei Nuosi's pupils contracted slightly. Armament Haki instantly coated Raikiri, turning the blade black, and he swung to meet the first slash. Zheng. Raikiri's edge collided with the slash, sparks exploding. The power of that slash far exceeded his expectations. Raikiri let out a deep tremor upon impact. Wei Nuosi's hand numbed, and his feet were pushed backward several meters by the force, leaving two grooves in the gravel ground. But he did not retreat. Instead, he used the momentum of the slide to stabilize his center, exerting force from his arm to forcefully deflect the slash up into the air. The slash whisked past the top of his head, shearing off half of a dilapidated building behind him, sending bricks and stones crashing down. Yet as he gasped, the sky above suddenly darkened. A multi-ton boulder had been lifted into the air by Jin Shizi's float fruit ability, now hurtling toward Wei Nuosi's face with a howling wind. The boulder was as thick as two men embracing, with sharp edges and corners. If it struck, even armament Haki might not withstand the blow. Wei Nuosi had no time to dodge. He suddenly raised his left hand, a green light bursting from his palm. Woodworld barrier. Countless trees and vines burst from the ground beneath his feet, like a living shield, weaving into a dense wooden wall above his head in an instant. Catalyzed by the green light, those trees grew and intertwined at lightning speed, forming a wooden dome several meters thick in the blink of an eye. Boom! The boulder smashed into the wooden wall with a deafening thud. Splinters flew, cracks spread from the impact point, but the wooden wall did not shatter. Those trees, wrapped in green light, continuously regenerated layer after layer, filling the shattered gaps. Wei Nuosi clenched his left hand. Crush! Countless trees tightened, twisted, and squeezed inward like living creatures. Those thick trunks and vines coiled around the boulder like pythons, emitting creaking and cracking sounds. In a few breaths, the multi-ton boulder was completely crushed under the tree's strangulation, turning into a pile of gravel that fell through the gaps of the wooden wall, raising a cloud of dust on the ground. But Jin Shizi's assault was not over. In the instant the rubble fell, a golden figure dashed through the smoke and dust, appearing like a ghost on Wei Nuosi's right side. The flight ability of the float fruit allowed Jin Shizi unimpeded movement in the air. Taking advantage of the rubble's cover, he silently cut into Wei Nuosi's blind spot, raised his right foot, covered in dense armament Haki black as iron, and swept it toward Wei Nuosi's lower back. Thud! Wei Nuosi could not fully dodge. He could only concentrate armament Haki at his waist the tremendous force from the hit sent him flying sideways like a kicked ball. He flipped once in the air, crashed into a pile of rubble upon landing, and skidded another dozen meters before finally stopping. Whoa! The pirates watching from a distance stirred. He hit him. Executive Shurji landed a hit. I told you. Executive Shurji wouldn't be suppressed by a kid. It's over. That kick probably left the brat unable to get up. Before the pirates' cheers fully sounded, movement came from the dust. Wei Nuosi stood up from the rubble. He brushed the dust off his shoulders and stretched the waist that had been kicked. Armament Haki had protected him. The kick had not caused substantial damage, only some numbness. He glanced at Jin Shizi floating in midair, the corners of his mouth slightly, lifting his eyes, burning with even fiercer fighting spirit. Your attacks really are one after another. Wei Nuosi gripped Raikiri tighter and kicked off the ground. Swoosh! His figure shot toward Jin Shizi in the air like an arrow from a bow. His speed was faster than before, as quick as a black lightning bolt. The dust in the air was pulled into a long trail by his form like water surface, slashed apart by a blade. Jin Shizi's observation Haki caught Wei Nuosi's movement, and he crossed his two swords in front of him to block. But Wei Nuosi's speed was even faster than he anticipated. In the blink of an eye, Wei Nuosi had already appeared before Jin Shizi, less than 2 meters away. Raikiri spun in his hand, the blade coated in pitch-black armament Haki, emitting a low hum from its high-speed vibration. Lightning flash. A silvery white blade light split the air like a lightning bolt striking from the night sky. The speed of the blade light was so high that Jin Shizi's observation Haki caught its trajectory, but his body could not fully evade in time. He could only raise his two swords to shield his front, pouring all his armament Haki into the blades, forming an almost solid wall of swords before him ready to withstand a strike. On the edge of the distant rubble, Kai Duo's expression instantly turned grim. He recognized that move. That very blade light had taken down all three of their captain-class officers at once. Yin Fu and Ma Long also narrowed their eyes simultaneously, their fingers tightening on their weapons, as if silently recalling something. Boom! Lightning flash collided Hedon with Jin Shizi's two swords. The shockwave exploded, dark red arcs mixed with silver-white blade light spreading outward, sending rubble flying from the ground. Jin Shizi's figure was pushed backward several meters by the immense force, the air beneath his feet rippling like water surface carved by a deep trench due to the float fruit's buoyancy. Jin Shizi landed on the ground, his two swords held across to block the strike. But a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Wei Nuosi stood opposite him, the tip of Raikiri pointing to the ground, his breathing steady. "What do you think, Executive Shurji?" Wei Nuosi looked up at Jin Shizi, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. "Satisfied yet?" In the distance atop a tall building, Luokisi watched the battlefield below. In those eyes as deep as an abyss, a change appeared for the first time, subtle enough to be almost imperceptible, yet undeniably real. He slightly tilted his head, as if re-evaluating a vessel he had thought he had already seen clearly. Neo Gate stood with arms crossed, silent, but the crescent moon white mustache at the corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Mama. Lingling popped a candy into her mouth, crunching loudly. "Interesting, very interesting." Even that Shurji guy got forced to cough up blood. Satusi covered the corner of her mouth with a silk handkerchief, saying nothing, but her gaze lingered on Wei Nuosi for several extra breaths. Baiha sat on Neo Gate's shoulder, gently swinging her legs, a smile on her face that held more sincerity than before. Wang Ji's gaze shifted from cold indifference to seriousness, as if reassessing something previously undervalued. Yuehan pressed his finger on the pocket watch lid, lightly tapping twice, lost in thought. Amid the ruins, Jin Shizi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at his fingertip, then raised his head to Wei Nuosi. He smiled. It was not a smile of anger or mockery. It was a smile tinged with excitement. "Kid." He gripped Odo and Kagurashi, holding the two swords horizontally before him. "You've earned yourself my serious attention." Above the ruins, the Golden Lion wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, glanced down at his fingertips, then raised his eyes to look at Wainusi. In those golden pupils there was no anger, no shame, only something deeper, seriousness. Having sailed the seas for so many years, he had seen no shortage of prodigies. But to have one stand before him at the age of 18, Wainusi was the first. Swordsmanship, Haki, devil fruit, ability, combat experience. Each aspect was honed to a level that belied his age. In particular, his conqueror's Haki could clash Hedon with the Golden Lion's without yielding an inch. The Golden Lion knew well that he himself had clawed his way from his teens, rolling through mountains of corpses and seas of blood for years before honing his three Haki types and swordsmanship to their current height. Yet Wainusi, having set sail for less than a year, already stood before him. Kaiduo was still a rough gem, but Wainusi was already a blade forged to perfection. He had already missed Kaiduo. Back then he was busy contending with Infu, vying with Nuguite, and struggling for status and resources before Luokisi, with no time to train new men. By the time he realized Kaijuo's potential, the boy had already been trained by Infu. But Wainusi, he would not miss this chance. The Golden Lion's gaze lingered on Wainusi for a moment. He was calculating how to win magnificently, how to make this youth lose willingly and wholeheartedly. Only by crushing him with absolute power, making him see the gap in strength, could he bring him under his command. When that time came, a slight smirk curled at the corner of the Golden Lion's mouth. Give him a few more years, and he would have a crew capable of overturning the entire new world. When the time was ripe, Lakisa's seat would need a new occupant. There could only be one king on this sea, and he, Golden Lion Shurji, was the most suitable candidate. His thoughts were many, but in the battlefield only an instant had passed. The aura of the Golden Lion changed. No longer the tentative, restrained pressure, but a more savage, more overbearing tyranny. His golden mane stirred without wind, as if lifted by some invisible force floating gently in the air. On the blades of his two famed swords, armament Haki poured from his arms into the edges, condensed to the extreme, each one trembling slightly, emitting a high-frequency hum. A terror-inducing pressure far more suffocating than before erupted violently from his body. The rubble beneath his feet rattled and jumped, the ground cracked and fissured in all directions from him. In the air, visible ripples spread like a boulder thrown into still water. The pirates watching from afar froze instantly. This aura, 10 times more terrifying than before. Officer Shiki is getting serious. Kaijuo's eyes narrowed, not from fear, but from resentment. This This aura, 10 times more terrifying than before. Officer Shiki is getting serious. Kaijuo's eyes narrowed not from fear. His knuckles turned white. The unhealed sword wound on his chest began to seep blood again as his body tensed, yet his hand never loosened its grip on the spiked club. Yinfa's expression grew even more serious than before, his gaze shifting between the Golden Lion and Wainu. Malong silently retreated a few steps to widen the distance, spat out the already extinguished cigar, and fixed his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, on the two in the center of the battlefield, not uttering a single idle word. The low-ranking pirates, still oblivious to what they were about to face, remained standing where they were, craning their necks to watch the spectacle, wearing expressions of anticipation as if the next moment would be a thrilling performance. Valley. The Golden Lion moved. His figure shot into the sky, halting abruptly midair like a lion spreading its wings. He crossed his two jet-black swords before him, armament Haki overflowing from the blades, transforming into dark red arcs of electricity that coiled between the edges. He suddenly threw his arms wide. Over 20 crescent-shaped slashes flew from the blades, pouring down like a storm. Each slash was thicker, faster, and more fierce than the previous slash wave, like a pack of hungry lions pouncing on their prey from the sky, carrying a terrifying force capable of shredding a small island. The entire sky was instantly covered with black blade lights. Those slashes encompassed dozens of meters around Wainusi, leaving no gaps, no retreat. The ground beneath quaked. The low-ranking pirates, standing too close, had no time to react before they were knocked to and fro by the gale stirred up by the slashes. Some screamed and threw themselves to the ground, clutching their heads. Others were blown rolling several times before desperately grabbing a fallen wooden pillar to steady themselves. Some were swept directly into cracks in the ruins, emitting a dull thud before falling silent. Wainusi looked up at the overwhelming storm of slashes, no fear in his pupils, only seriousness. Golden Lion Shurji, a veteran powerhouse who had roamed the seas for years, officer of the 2nd Division of the Lukisi Pirates. A great pirate destined to be equal to Loajia and Baihuzi in the future. Though his strength had not yet reached its peak, he was already far beyond what Kaidwa Infu and Malong could match. This technique was more than 10 times stronger than the previous slash wave. Wainusi took a deep breath, and the blade of Liao flipped sharply. Armament Haki poured from his arm into the blade, turning it pitch black in an instant. At the same time, the lightning attribute arcs unique to the great sword Liao coiled around its body. He stood directly beneath a cascade of 1,000 slashes pouring like a waterfall, his blade pointing skyward, as if confronting the storm that was about to engulf him. Come on. Thunder Chaos Wave. Wainusi swung his blade. Not just one slash, but over 10 slashes in succession. Each stroke unleashed a pale blue slash entwined with raging arcs. Those slashes intersected, overlapped, and merged in the air, forming an impenetrable sword net that charged heat into the Golden Lion's 1,000-slash valley. One blue, one gold. 2 storms of slashes collided in midair. Boom. It was a clash powerful enough to make the entire rocky port tremble. The instant the 2 slash storms collided, a blinding white light exploded from the impact center, illuminating the entire ruins. This was followed by a deafening explosion. The ground shook violently, and the tottering remnants of walls finally gave way, collapsing with a thunderous roar. The shockwave spread in all directions, sending rubble, debris, and wooden fragments flying. The low-ranking pirates who had not managed to flee in time were tossed several somersaults by the blast. One by one they lay on the ground, covering their heads, uttering terrified screams. Run, run. The captains and officers standing farther away had to raise their arms to block the oncoming gust of air. The wind pressure made their clothes flap loudly, and the ground beneath their feet trembled incessantly, as if the entire Loaji gang was making way for this battle. Kai Duo gritted his teeth, staring intently at the center of the battlefield. He refused to close his eyes, refused to retreat. He wanted to see clearly how long Wainusi could hold out before Shurji. Silver Axe stood beside him, his axe planted on the ground. To steady himself, his gaze calm. On the top of the distant high building, Luo Kusi still said nothing, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Whitebeard crossed his arms, watching the ruins shrouded in blade light, saying nothing. Ling Ling stopped chewing the candy, put the candy back into her arms, her red eyes filled with seriousness, as if re-evaluating the value of some merchandise. C2, she covered her mouth with a silk scarf, her gaze calm. He sat on Yogaite's shoulder, her legs stopping their swing. In the center of the ruins, the collision of 2 slash storms finally dissipated. Dust filled the air, gravel flew, and the ground was plowed into deep ravines, as if plowed by a dozen giant plows at once. Within the dust, 2 figures stood facing each other, separated by dozens of meters. The Golden Lion floated in midair, his twin swords held horizontally in front of him. His golden long hair was somewhat disheveled, his breathing heavier than before, but his aura remained fierce. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, his gaze fixed directly on Wei Nuo, see below, not concealing the admiration and ambition in his eyes. Wei Nuo stood on the ground surrounded by scorched earth plowed by slashes. His breathing was heavier than before, and the right arm holding the blade was slightly numb, the aftermath of the impact from Thousand Cut Valley. But he did not take a step back, nor was he defeated by this slash storm. Kid, being able to receive this move proves you indeed have the qualification to stand among the officers. Too many words. Wei Nuo's voice was not loud, but it pierced through the wind pressure among the ruins more clearly than the Golden Lion's barbed praise. He couldn't be bothered with Sir Jis' lecturing tone. What? You have the qualification to stand among the officers. That tone carried a condescending recognition, as if offering charity. Wei Nuo hated this the most. He did not come here to be recognized by anyone to prove his qualifications, or to find a spot on someone else's chessboard. He came here to become stronger, to slaughter all the celestial dragons. As for the appreciation of the Golden Lion Shurji, he could give it to whoever he wanted. Wei Nuo abruptly clapped his hands together. Slap. The crisp sound of clapping echoed over the ruins, followed by a surge of green light erupting between his palms, like spring vitality, exploding on the frozen scorched earth. The green light spread along his arms to the ground beneath his feet, like the pulse of life beating again in the dead soil. Tree realm descent. The earth split open. The scorched ground scarred by slashes revived the moment the green light touched it. Countless trees and vines surged wildly from the cracks, growing, climbing, and spreading at a visible speed. The tree trunks were thicker than a human waist, vines slithered like giant pythons on the ground, and the canopy interwove into an impenetrable green dome in the air. The gaps between branches were filled with layers of leaves, even the sky light was cut into fragments. In just a few breaths, the originally blackened and broken ruins suddenly transformed into a small forest. The watching pirates were all stunned. 1 second it was apocalypse-like scorched earth, the next it turned into a dense forest. Some rubbed their eyes thinking they saw wrong, some opened their mouths speechless, some instinctively stepped back 2 paces, tripped by the tree roots suddenly emerging underfoot, falling flat on their backs. This? What kind of sorcery is this? Fruit ability. When fighting with Kai Duo and the others earlier, he didn't use his full power. Wait, those trees. Are they moving? Damn, those trees are picking up the weapons we dropped. Countless sharp tree tips burst through the dense forest like thousands of green spears, accompanied by piercing whistles, launching in overwhelming saturation attack toward the Golden Lion floating in midair. Some stabbed diagonally upward from the ground, some shot horizontally from the canopy, some wrapped around vines and spiraled to strangle, covering all possible directions for the Golden Lion to dodge. Thick and dense, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. The Golden Lion's brow slightly furrowed, but the smile at the corner of his mouth deepened instead. Humph. He twisted his wrist, turning the twin swords in his hands. Ingshi and Ku Mu traced countless arcs around him, like 2 golden lightning bolts, each slash accurately cutting a tree tip. Splintered wood flew in all directions like a green rainstorm. But the severed trees had already begun to regrow before falling to the ground. Green light flickered at the broken ends, new shoots sprouting at a visible speed, growing faster, denser, and more abundant than before being cut. One wave had just been cut, and the next wave had already rushed to his face. Endless. The Golden Lion swung his swords faster and faster, with fine beads of sweat beginning to appear on his forehead. His swordsmanship was indeed exquisite, but it was no match for Wei Nuo's ability to create resources out of thin air. Each slash did not cut through solid material, but through something born of life force. Those shoots split, grew, and extended wildly, as if the entire underground of Luojigang was supplying nutrients to Wei Nuo. What was more troublesome? On those severed wood, fragments and iron filings from blades had begun. The Golden Lion didn't pay attention at first until a vine wrapped around a rusty curved blade slashed from his side and rear. He then realized what Wei Nuo was doing. All the sword's weapons and debris left on the battlefield were picked up by trees and vines and hurled at him continuously as throwing weapons. Remnants of curved blades, broken swords, axes, spears, and even a few broken shields were all mixed among the tree tips, smashing toward him. Although the sword and blade remains were severely rusted with the force added by the trees, throwing they could still split bricks and stones, cut through the air and attack from all directions with piercing whistles. TCH. The Golden Lion finally grew somewhat impatient. He burst out with a wave of Conqueror's Haki, shaking back the encroaching vines by a few inches, while crossing his twin swords in front of him, infusing armament Haki from his arms into the blades. The blades emitted a low hum due to the infusion of Haki, and even the flow of air around the blades visible. Lion's Thousand Cut Valley. He spread his arms wide. Dozens of slash storms denser and fiercer than before flew from the blades like a pack of golden mad lions simultaneously opening their bloody jaws sweeping toward Wei Nuasi in the center of the dense forest. Those slashes intersected and overlapped, forming a blade net capable of covering the entire battlefield. The treetops broke off neatly the moment they touched the net, the cross-sections smooth as mirrors. But under Venus observation Haki, the trajectory of the slash had already been captured before the cut took shape. Foreseeing the future, a brief fleeting glimpse of what was to come. He saw where the net of blades would fall, saw all the treetops instantly sliced into fragments, and knew that only a barrier of sufficient strength could withstand that onslaught. A fraction of a second was enough. Venus raised his left hand. Countless trees and vines erupted from the ground before him, wildly growing, intertwining, and weaving together like 1,000 arms simultaneously braiding a colossal shield. Layer upon layer of branches stacked upon one another, their surfaces gleaming with a deep green life luster. At the very center of the shield, a ghostly face with cyan face and fanged mouth was carved in relief, its eyes wide open and fangs protruding outward like a sleeping demon god awakening. Hell's bulwark. The instant the shield took form, Venus poured his armament Haki from his palm into it. The pitch-black armament Haki surged like a tide, coating the entire shield and dyeing the once green-tinged wooden surface into a deep somber black. The shield's surface was harder than steel, thicker than rock. Even the edges of the fangs were honed to a near-metallic sheen, glinting coldly under the remnants of daylight. The next instant, Golden Lion's storm of slashes struck. Boom, 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 boom. Dozens of fierce cuts slammed into the pitch-black shield, unleashing a series of deafening explosions. Sparks flew in all directions, shockwaves exploded outward. The armament Haki on the shield's surface rippled like layers of concentric waves, as if countless boulders had been hurled into a tranquil lake. But the shield did not break. Not even a crack appeared. The ferocious relief of the cyan-faced fanged demon still glared ahead, and not a single scratch marred the tips of its fangs. Those slashes, powerful enough to split mountains and sever seas, were all completely deflected by this shield. Like waves crashing against a reef, they shattered into mere spray. Golden Lion's pupils contracted slightly. Having studied swordsmanship for years, he knew full well the power of his own attack. He had seen many defenses that could block a single slash, but one that could withstand all dozens of them without leaving even a trace on its surface. He had encountered few. This turtle shell. Before his words faded, the ground beneath his feet erupted violently. Hell's wooden dragon. A thick wooden dragon burst forth from the earth. The wooden dragon was dozens of meters long, its body woven from gnarled roots and vines. Its head was ferocious, with 2 balls of green light embedded in its eye sockets, as if it were alive. The dragon's body coiled upward with a screeching, grinding sound, crushing rocks and debris in its path. It opened its massive maw and lunged straight at Golden Lion in midair. Shiki failed to dodge completely. The wooden dragon was too fast, its angle of emergence too cunning, precisely catching him at the pivot point of his retreat. He could only cross his twin swords before him, pouring armament Haki fully into the blades to endure the impact. Bang! The wooden dragon's maw clamped onto the crossed swords, and the immense collision force, like a landslide, sent Golden Lion hurtling backward through the air. He tumbled twice in the air. The buoyancy of his float fruit barely cushioned his fall, allowing him to slide backward across the ground for several zhong before he managed to steady himself. The rubble beneath his feet was gouged into 2 deep trenches by the soles of his boots, and scattered soil churned up a cloud of dust. But he had no time to regain his balance before a second wooden dragon charged from the side. The dragon's body arced through the air, precisely circling behind him, targeting the blind spot where his back defense was weakest, and coiled tightly around his torso. Those rattan-woven coils began to constrict like a true giant serpent strangling its prey. The fibers of the roots groaned and creaked as they tightened, each wrap carrying greater force than the last, squeezing Shiki's ribs until they emitted faint cracking sounds. At the same time, a strange suction emanated from those roots. Physical strength was draining. Life force was ebbing away. Shiki felt his body growing heavier, a subtle sensation, but one he could clearly discern. Those roots weren't just constricting. They were also drawing out his stamina and vitality from every point of contact, like invisible leeches silently feeding on his flesh and blood. Damn it, annoying ability. Shiki gritted his teeth and struggled to turn his twin swords within the body. The power of the float fruit activated. Golden ripples spread through the air beneath his feet, and an anti-gravity force surged from below, attempting to flip the wooden dragon and the ground together. Meanwhile, his swordsmanship did not cease. With both arms restricted, Odo and Kagurashi still unleashed short bursts of sword aura, tearing apart some of the entangled roots and creating space for his arms to move. Lion's might earth roll. Golden Lion let out a sudden low roar. The full power of the float fruit erupted. The ground beneath him was flipped over as if by an invisible giant hand. Countless rocks, soil, and debris were swept into the air, coalescing in midair into the shape of a roaring lion's head. That lion's head, with its massive jaws wide open, carried tons of earth and broken iron, counterattacking toward the wooden dragon that bound him. The wooden dragon was swallowed whole by the lion's head, emitting a dull, cracking sound. Rocks and soil cascaded from the sky like a torrential downpour. Under the crushing weight of several tons, the roots and vines began to snap, peel, and disintegrate. The wooden dragon's body was ripped apart by a section, sending green debris scattering through the air, only to be ground into the ground by the subsequent surge of earth and stone. Amid the clouds of dust, Haki regained his freedom and once again floated into the air. He glanced down at his ribs, where the roots had wrapped, his clothing torn, revealing several deep, bloody gashes beneath. Blood beaded from those lash marks, sliding down the curve of his ribs and dripping onto the ground, leaving small, dark crimson splashes. His breathing was heavier than before, his golden hair slightly disheveled, but in those golden pupils burned an even fiercer fighting spirit and a more determined calculation. This brat, more intriguing by the moment. Cough, cough. Golden Lion coughed lowly, wiped a hand across the bloodied marks on his ribs, and looked at the red on his fingertips, then cracked a grin. Using his fruit ability to absorb stamina, then coordinating with wooden dragons to encircle. This kid knows how to scheme better than I thought. In the distance on a high building, Rox tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling on the remains of the wooden dragon after it burst apart, gradually crumbling, disintegrating, and then scattering back into the earth as new sprouts. It was as if he was seeing the full outline of Venus' fruit ability for the first time. Newgate's folded arms loosened a fraction. His crescent-shaped white mustache twitched upward, carrying an extremely faint, almost invisible curl. Lingling pulled another candy from her pocket, popped it into her mouth, chewed a few times, and mumbled indistinctly, "This brat is even stronger than I expected." Stussy pressed a handkerchief to her lips and said nothing, but her gaze toward Venus lingered for 2 extra breaths. At the edge of the ruins, Kaido's eyes fixed on the several blood marks on Golden Lion's ribs, then glanced at the remnants of the wooden dragon, which had been mostly crushed in midair, before settling back on Venus. His jaw tightened slightly. He said nothing, but the fingers gripping his spiked club were clenched much tighter than before. Above the ruins, the air was as heavy as lead. Several bloody gashes on the Golden Lion's ribcage were still oozing blood, but his breath had steadied. His golden long hair gently swayed in the wind, and that signature curve still hung at the corner of his mouth, but in those golden pupils there was no longer any trace of the earlier probing and amusement. After seriousness came rage. Twice in a row he had suffered at the hands of Wei Nuasi. The first time, the aftermath of a lightning flash graze had caused blood to trickle from his mouth. The second, the wood dragon had left indentations biting into his bones. He had roamed the seas for so many years. The last time he had been pushed to such a state was when he was vying for territory with Newgate. And Wei Nuasi, a brat who had set sail for less than a year, had actually achieved it. Sure, Jis' pride stung like skin scraped by a razor blade. Huff. He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, held his twin swords horizontally before him, and poured armament Haki from his arms into the blades. This time the armament Haki was even denser than before, so deep it almost seemed to absorb the surrounding light. But the real change was not in the armament Haki. It was Conqueror's Haki. Dark red arcs of electricity slowly rose from his body like a dormant dragon unfurling its body after awakening. Those arcs were denser and more concentrated than before, coiling around his arms, spreading along the hilts onto the blades, coating the 2 pitch-black legendary swords with a layer of dark red, pulsating light patterns that seemed alive. Conqueror's Haki infusion. It was not simply releasing pressure, nor using Conqueror's Haki to intimidate enemies. It was compressing, refining, and winding that kingly disposition which only one in a million could awaken onto a blade or fist, transforming it into the most direct destructive power. A technique that only the most top-tier powerhouses of this era could master. Across the entire sea, those capable of doing this could be counted on 2 hands. And he, Golden Lion Shurji, was one of them. This was also his greatest trump card for securing his position as the 2nd Division commander of the Rocks Pirates. "You brat." The Golden Lion's voice came from above, an octave lower than before, every word seemingly squeezed through clenched teeth, carrying the suffocating heat of a volcano before eruption. "To have pushed me this far in battle, you have enough reason to be proud." His gaze fixed squarely on Wei Nuasi below, and the admiration in his eyes had been completely overwhelmed by fury and fighting spirit. "This is the end." The dark red arcs of Conqueror's Haki grew thicker around him, even staining the air beneath his feet with a layer of crimson, a color resembling not fire but coagulated blood. The surrounding pirates, watching from battle, even separated by most of the ruins, still felt an invisible pressure descending from the sky, like an unseen mountain, slowly pressing down on their shoulders and backs. Kaiduo's pupils contracted sharply. He recognized this power. No, he did not fully recognize it. He only knew that it was a higher-level application based on Conqueror's Haki. When Rocks and Whitebeard sparred, they occasionally emitted similar shockwaves, and each time, even standing at a distance, he could barely breathe. And at this moment the Golden Lion was using the same technique, locking onto Wei Nuasi. That is. In Ian Fuss' voice a hint of change appeared for the first time, as if he recognized something, or was confirming whether his judgment was correct. He did not finish the second half of his sentence, only tightened his grip on the axe. At the edge of the ruins, those captains and officers who had barely managed to maintain their composure finally had their expressions completely change. Conqueror's Haki infusion already reached that level. Across the entire sea, those who can use Conqueror's Haki to this extent can be counted on one hand. Shurji. He is truly furious. At the top of a distant tall building, Neo Gate crossed his arms, his gaze falling on the layer of dark red arcs on Shurji's blade. His expression remained calm, but in his deep eyes there was not a trace of surprise, just watching. Ling Ling's candy-chewing motion completely stopped. A hint of jealousy flickered in her red eyes as she murmured, "This brat has forced Shurji's trump card out." However, this was not over. The Golden Lion pointed his left hand downward. At the edge of the battlefield beneath him, the boulders, ruins, and broken stones that had been severed by slashes and explosions began to tremble under the power of the float fruit, as if grasped by an invisible giant hand. Dozens of massive rocks ranging from several meters to tens of meters in diameter slowly rose from the ground, their surfaces coated with the characteristic golden ripples of the float fruit. They floated in midair, lined up like a mountain range, blocking the sunlight above Wei Nuasi and casting a vast heavy shadow on the ground. Lion's might, earth roll. The Golden Lion barked, and at once those giant rocks crashed downward like a rain of meteorites. Dozens of colossal rocks accompanied by howling winds plummeted straight down from tens of meters high. They covered an area of dozens of meters around Wei Nuasi, sealing off all his evasive routes. The ground beneath him began to tremble, stained a deep gray by the rock's shadows. Wei Nuasi looked up at the descending sky, his pupils contracting slightly. The giant rocks approached with extreme speed, leaving him less than 2 breaths of reaction time. Moreover, the distribution of the rock fall points was extremely cunning, almost sealing off every possible angle of evasion. From directly above to the flanks, and even the oblique rear, all retreat routes were calculated to be dead ends. TCH. Wei Nuasi had no time to think further. He sharply clapped his hands together, his feet sinking as he fully activated his devil fruit ability. Wooden wall. The ground beneath him exploded once more. Countless trees and vines surged forth frantically, like thousands of arms reaching simultaneously toward the sky to meet the falling boulders. A verdant lifelight flowed and leaped between the canopies, driving those newborn trees to their extreme growth, weaving a massive tree shield in the blink of an eye. Trunks interwove with trunks, vines tangled with vines and branches, and leaves continued to grow and spread even at the moment before impact. Boom, 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 boom. The giant rocks smashed onto the tree shield, producing a series of deafening thuds. Splinters flew, canopies were crushed, and vines were ground to pieces. But more trees continued to grow in the gaps of the debris, filling the shattered openings layer after layer, gradually dissipating the impact force of those giant rocks. Shards of rock and soil rained down like a storm, raising a grayish dust cloud upon hitting the ground. Wei Nuasi stood beneath the tree shield, his breathing heavier than before, fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. His hands remained in the prayer-like gesture, green light continuously emanating from his palms to sustain the growth and regeneration of the trees. But just as he stabilized the situation, a lethal sense of crisis suddenly shot from above. Wei Nuasi's observation Haki screamed a frantic warning. An aura 10 times more perilous than any previous assault pressed down. In that instant, future sight seized a hazy image, a dark crimson blade of light cleaving through the tree shield, sundering everything in its path, bearing down upon him. There was no time left. That strike had already locked onto his position. The Golden Lion's figure had somehow materialized above the tree shield. He had not advanced via rock thrusts. Instead, while Venos was entangled by the giant boulders, he silently ascended, seizing the most perfect overhead vantage. 2 black renowned swords wreathed in Conqueror's Haki arcs crossed before him. The dark crimson lightning on the blades was denser than before, like a burning armor of blood cloaking the edges. This was no all-encompassing storm of slashes like the Thousand Chop Valley. It was a single strike. That one cut bore Conqueror's Haki far more condensed, focused, and lethal than any before. Raging Lion's slash wave. The blade light split the sky. Dark crimson Conqueror's Haki arcs mingled with pitch-black armament. Haki descended like a roaring mad lion from the heavens. It crushed through the canopy, those stout trunks severed cleanly upon contact. It pulverized the rocks, before the surviving boulder fragments could even fall. The shockwave of the slash ground them to dust. Where it passed, everything shattered. A neat fissure split the tree shield from the middle. The charred edges were black as coal, as if scorched by heavenly fire. That blade light pierced through the gap, hurtling straight down at Venos below. Venos' pupils shrank. His future sight had already warned him. This strike could not be blocked hidden. At least not in the ordinary way. But dodging was impossible. The slash was too fast, its angle too cunning, its coverage too vast. He had just freed himself from the boulder's restraint, his stance, not yet stable. Forcing a dodge would only cost him his balance and expose a greater opening. He had to block. Venos did not retreat. Instead, he stepped forward. His feet rooted into the ground, Raikiri held before him, both hands gripping the hilt. Armament Haki poured from his arms into the blade, coating the entire sword in a jet-black luster. Simultaneously, dark crimson Conqueror's Haki arcs entwined the edge, interweaving with Raikiri's own lightning arcs to form a dual-layered barrier. Conqueror's Haki coating. He wielded it too. I have no choice but to meet it. Raikiri slashed forth, meeting the world-crushing blade light hidden. Boom! The two Conquerors' Haki-infused slashes collided. A blinding white light flared, followed by a ring of dark crimson shockwave that erupted from the impact center. That shockwave, carrying the terrifying force to overturn warships, radiated in all directions. The ground beneath was forcibly compressed into a giant crater several meters deep, its walls mirror-smooth, as if a chunk had been scooped out from within. The shockwave continued to expand. The remaining ruins were pulverized the instant they touched the shockwave. Even collapsed walls were flattened. In mere breaths, the entire battlefield became a vast bowl-shaped depression, high around the edges, low in the center, as if struck by a meteor. The watching pirates were pushed back by the blast, some thrown to the ground, pinned by the wind pressure. Smoke and embers still flickered. Amid the rubble, who could still stand became the only suspense. As the smoke cleared, only a single trench remained in the ruins of Loki Harbor. The trench began at the battle's epicenter, running straight forward, slicing through the remains of the tree realm, the ground, the reefs, until it vanished at the coastline's edge. It was several zhang wide, its depth unfathomable. The trench walls were smooth, as if a strip had been gouged out from the middle. Even the soil at the edges showed no sign of upheaval. Sea wind howled into the trench's mouth, a low moan, as if the earth itself were gasping. In the distance, pirates who had narrowly escaped the devastation slumped on the ground, their faces deathly pale. A trench, stretching to the sea's horizon. From the town to the coast. At least hundreds of kilometers. A Shiki cadre. So this is cadre-level power. A trench, stretching to the sea's horizon. From the town to the coast. At least hundreds of kilometers. A Shiki cadre. So this is cadre-level power. The squad leaders, though not collapsed, trembled slightly in the hands gripping their weapons. They thought they had seen many grand spectacles, having roamed the New World with the Rocks pirates for years. But this trench exceeded their understanding of swordsmanship. That was not a slash, it was a cataclysm. Silver Axe stood at the edge of the ruins, his eyes fixed on the bottomless trench. His axe still in hand, his knuckles white. As Shiki's sworn enemy. He had always believed the gap between him and the Golden Line was narrow. They had clashed countless times, each time he held out for a long while, occasionally even gaining the upper hand. He always felt that with a little more time, he could catch up to that golden figure. But this slash was like a bucket of ice water, drenching him from head to toe. The trench's depth, width, and extension distance lay beyond anything he could ever reach. Silver Axe gritted his teeth, his Adam's apple bobbing. After a long pause, he squeezed out a sentence, his voice so low only he could hear it. The gap is this vast. Malin stood not far behind him, spitting out the already extinguished cigar. Half of his sunglasses were shattered, but the exposed eye also stared at that trench. So this is a cadre's full power strike. He murmured, then fell silent for a long while before speaking again. That kid probably didn't survive. Damn it, that brat might die, and I haven't even beaten him fair and square. Kaido's knuckles cracked loudly. Though furious at being effortlessly defeated by Venos, if Venos died, how could he ever wash away this day's humiliation? Washing away the shame on me. The distant pirates still stood frozen, as if waiting for something, or as if they did not know which way to move. Atop the tall building, the atmosphere was equally heavy. Charlotte Linlin stuffed the last half of her candy into her mouth, chewed twice, then suddenly crumpled the wrapper in her fist. That bastard Shiki. Her voice was low, but the fury was unmistakable. That genius seedling I had my eye on. He's gone because of him. She glanced back at Newgate, then at Rocks. Hey, aren't you going to stop him? That kid's strength was obvious. He could hold off Shiki for so long. You can count on one hand the people in this whole sea who can do that. If he grows for a few more years, the Rocks pirate's power would at least double. Maybe he's not dead, Lily said calmly from Newgate's shoulder, her tone unreadable. Lingling laughed coldly. Not dead. A single blow of Conqueror's coating cleaving from the town's center to the seaside. Even the strongest constitution would suffer severe injuries from that. That brat can endure all he wants, but he can't withstand that slash. Baiha did not respond, merely turning her gaze back to that trench. Satusi covered the corner of her mouth with a silk scarf, pausing for a moment on the deep, bottomless crack, then shifting her gaze to the white waterline cut across the distant sea. The terminus of that trench had extended beneath the sea's surface, slicing even the seawater with a gash that could not heal for the time being. She sighed softly. Indeed, it's a pity. What's a pity? Yuehan's voice came from behind, carrying an unconcealed lightness. He leaned on the railing, the gemstone rings on his fingers glittering under the sunlight. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and the creases at his eyes gathered from the grin, but there was no hint of mirth in those eyes. Only the satisfaction of a scheme fulfilled. A newbie who has been at sea for less than a year wants to stand shoulder to shoulder with us. There are plenty on the sea stronger than him, and none of them demanded to be an officer right off the bat. He paused, and the amusement in his voice deepened. Besides, officer positions are limited. One more person means the cake has to be redistributed. Are you willing to lose tens of millions of belly every month? No one answered, but his words like a thorn lodged in everyone's ears. The Rocks pirates had a clear hierarchical system. Captain Rocks took the lion's share, and the rest was distributed among officers, captains, and ordinary crew members in descending order. The monthly income for officer level was at least 50 million belly, often reaching over 100 million. Plus, the affiliated crews flying the Rocks pirates flag had to hand over 70% of their annual earnings, a colossal fortune. And the one managing the entire crew's finances was Yuehan. No one knew better than he what an additional officer meant. Yuehan, that mouth of yours. Lingling glared at him, her tone hostile. Someone will tear it apart sooner or later. I'm just telling the truth. Yuehan spread his hands, still wearing that smile. Of course, if that brat really crawls out of the trench alive, they'll take back my words. Luokisi, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. That kid isn't dead. His voice was low, but the entire high tower fell silent instantly. Lingling's brows arched. Baiha stopped swinging her legs and turned her head toward Luokisi. Yuehan's smile froze on his lips. Situs's scarf paused midair. Infu, who was about to turn, halted and looked back toward the man at the highest point. Newgate still stood with his arms folded, not speaking nor looking at Luokisi. But the white mustache, curved like a scimitar at the corner of his mouth, lifted slightly, as if he had known the answer all along. Nugate, Luokisi called. Nugate did not look back. That kid ate the Logia Moku fruit. This was not a question but a statement. Nugate was silent for a few seconds. I've been suspicious since Mogu Town. Tying up an entire Navy warship, being able to make trees grow rapidly. Only that fruit could do that. Luokisi gave a slight nod, his gaze returning to the bottomless trench. In his eyes, like deep pools, a deeper something appeared for the first time. Not worry, not anticipation, not curiosity. It was confirmation. He had been secretly searching for that fruit. Hailed as a legendary Logia, the Moku fruit. Its core ability was not merely manipulating vegetation, but the absorption and bestowal of life force. The user could absorb the life force of any living being to accelerate their own recovery, extend their lifespan, and even achieve immortality through continuous absorption. The rarity of this fruit was enough to rival those two legendary fruits, and it was also one of the legendary class fruits that the world government most wanted to retrieve and destroy. He had scoured most of the New World without finding any clues, assuming it had already been retrieved and destroyed by the world government. Unexpectedly, it had been eaten by Wainusi. So that's it. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lachesis' mouth, so small, it was like a hidden crease in his beard. No wonder he survived the siege by Kapu and Zifa. Newgate finally turned his head to look at him. What do you intend to do? Luokisi did not answer, but Newgate already saw the answer in his eyes. From the bottom of that bottomless trench a sound suddenly came. Not the sound of falling rubble. It was the sound of soil being pushed aside. Then a green light lit up from the depths of darkness, faint, yet clearly visible. Everyone at the edge of the ruins saw that green light. Kaijuo's pupils contracted sharply. Infu stopped his turning motion. Malong's breath paused for an instant. The pirates who had collapsed on the ground all widened their eyes, as if confirming that what they saw was not an illusion. Then they heard a voice. A young voice, slightly breathless, yet still full of vigor. Cough. Wainusi stood up from the bottom of the trench. Most of his clothes were torn, revealing skin wrapped in green light. The sleeve of his right arm had completely vanished, and on his arm was a scorch mark rapidly healing. The trace of a conqueror's coating attack. There was a shallow cut on his chest, also closing at a visible speed under the green light. His hair was somewhat disheveled, and a trace of blood hung at the corner of his mouth. But he was smiling. All eyes fixed on the green light rising from the depths of the trench, watching as the trees granted life lifted Wainusi like palms, slowly ascending to the surface. Every gaze was frozen. Those charred wounds were still healing. On his shoulder, a crack deep enough to reveal bone was closing under the green light, flesh regrowing, skin recovering, leaving not even a scar. The cut on his chest closed from the middle outward, as if gently smoothed by an invisible hand. Even the tiny scratch on his cheek vanished completely in a few breaths. He's alive. He survived that slash. No, not just alive. Look at his wounds. A pirate pointed at Wynus's shoulder, his finger trembling slightly. Healing. Still healing. Is that a fruit ability? The wood fruit can accelerate healing. Of course. A Logia devil fruit inherently has elementalization, but to recover injuries like this. This is the first time I've seen it. Logia devil fruits inherently have elementalization, but to recover such injuries. I've never seen this. So, as long as his stamina isn't exhausted, he's practically invincible. At those words, the surrounding air turned instantly silent for a moment. All the pirates' gazes fell back on Wynussi, and in their eyes beyond the shock there was a deeper layer of fear. An undefeatable enemy is more terrifying than any monster. No stamina, and energy will eventually run outright. Another pirate swallowed, as if convincing himself. Even if he can heal, he can't heal infinitely. Stamina will eventually be exhausted. Despite his words, his gaze involuntarily averted from Venos, as if fearing his own statement would be exposed. But don't forget, that guy isn't just a devil fruit user. Someone muttered in a low voice. His swordsmanship and Haki have already reached a level capable of confronting Shiki's executive's Hedon. His swordsmanship clashed with Shiki's executive to that extent his conqueror's Haki collided with his armament. Haki withstood slashes, and then there's that freakish recovery ability. Is this guy really human? On the high building, those executives and captains had also witnessed the scene. Silver Axe's brows furrowed deeper than ever. He watched the wound on Venos' body rapidly closing, his fingers holding the axe handle tightening slightly, then relaxing. He said nothing, but that silence weighed heavier than any words. Malone relit a cigar, took a drag, and exhaled. The smoke blurred his expression, but in his visible eye reflected that green light. Kaido's gaze was fixed intently on the green glow enveloping Venos. His fingers gripped his spiked club knuckles white, exerting force, as if to crush the iron rod. That healing ability of Venos reminded him of some unwilling memories. When he had been defeated by the Rocks pirates, lying wounded on the deck, watching the opponent stand before him unscathed. He thought he had long forgotten that feeling of helplessness. Now it surged up again. Damn. Kaido's voice was so low only he could hear. He lowered his head, looking at the unhealed slash wound on his chest, the one cut open by Venos' blade. It still ached. Floating midair, the golden lion breathed heavily, his two legendary blades held in hand, the dark red arcs of lightning on them slowly fading. He watched the wound on Venos' body wrapped in that green light gradually close, heal, and restore to its original state, and a corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Monster brat. He sheathed his swords with a grumble and descended onto a large boulder. He thrust Odo and Kagurashi into the rubble, sat cross-legged, and folded his arms over his chest. Him done. He turned his head, his gaze drifting toward the distant sea, as if speaking to the ocean. Your kid's ability is just endless. He was not afraid of Venos' swordsmanship. A Grandmaster level was indeed rare, but he had encountered it before. Nor did he fear Venos' Haki. Though the boy's conquerors could rival his, it was merely a preliminary clash. In a real fight, he was confident of gaining the upper hand in technique and refinement. But that devil fruit ability was truly disgusting. Those ceaseless trees and vines were annoying enough. Break 1, 2, grow, destroy a patch 2, emerge, as if the entire land veins of Loki port nourished Venos. He had to expend significant effort dealing with those distractions, while Venos himself seized the opening, not to mention that healing speed. The wounds he barely inflicted began closing within moments, as if telling him your efforts are in vain. Tired both physically and mentally. Head rather fight Newgate. The earthquake ability was troublesome, but at least the brawl was straightforward punch to flesh, without having to outweat endless vines. However, his gaze lingered on Venos for an extra moment. That kid was indeed worth recruiting. Swordsmanship matching his own development, in all three colors of Haki not lacking, and backed by the woodwood fruit. If he could bring someone like that into his camp, his ambition dream would take a giant leap. As for Venos becoming an executive on equal footing, Shiki's lips curled slightly. I don't believe a brat of 18 won't be tempted by the terms I offer. But these matters require careful planning. I have another issue to deal with now. With Shiki declaring a ceasefire, the tension at the ruin's edge finally eased. The pirates, as if emerging from a long suffocation, loosened their gripped weapons and wiped cold sweat from their brows. It's over. Thank goodness. Finally over. If I see this level of battle many more times, my heart can't take it. Yet their gazes still rested on Venos, and in those eyes the initial shock and fear gradually gave way to something else, recognition. It's over. Thank goodness. Finally over. If I see this level of battle many more times, my heart can't take it. Hey, that kid. Know that, Lord, could he become one of our executives? Nonsense. Holding his own against Executive Shiki to that extent, the executive seat is practically his. Now our rocks pirates have another monster. Haha, I even thought about taking his head for the bounty. You think you were the only one. Good thing I didn't act. The crowd murmured. Then someone shouted first, Lord Venos. Immediately a second, third, 10th, 100th voice followed in succession. The pirates' shouts merged into a surging tide of sound, carrying a nearly fanatical fervor, as if celebrating a victory. Lord Venos. Welcome to the Rocks Pirates. The shouts echoed over the ruins. At that moment the crowd fell silent, parting spontaneously to form a path. At the end of the path a group of people walked out from the ruins. Leading them was Roxy Jibek. That scrutiny was no longer an estimation from afar, but a measurement up close. Behind him Newgate followed silently with folded arms, his crescent shape. That scrutiny was no longer an estimation from afar, but a measurement up close. Behind him Newgate followed silently with folded arms, his crescent-shaped white beard quivering slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but held back. Lin walked beside him, her eyes sweeping over Venos, twice the smile lines at her mouth deepening. Liao leaped down from Newgate's shoulder, landing lightly on the ground, standing in the crowd, watching Venos with curiosity. Stussy walked at the rear of the group, still covering her mouth with a silk scarf, her expression calm. Wangji followed a few steps behind Stussy, his face cold. John walked last, arms crossed over his chest, his face expressionless, but the emotion in his eyes was not calm. The pirates watched this procession pass, bowing their heads, and making way, barely daring to breathe. Rox stopped in front of Venos. They stood about 2 meters apart. Venos. Rox spoke, his deep, heavy voice resonating like an echo from the depths of the earth. Welcome officially to the Rocks Pirates. As an executive. He extended his hand. Venos looked down at that hand. Rough, broad, the knuckles covered with calluses and scars from years of battle. That was the hand of the New World's overlord, the hand commanding the strongest pirate crew in these seas. Without hesitation he reached out and grasped that hand. The moment their hands clasped, the surrounding air seemed to still for an instant. The pirates watched the scene, and someone started a low cheer once more. Baiha had somehow squeezed to the front of the crowd, tilting her head as she scrutinized Wainusi from top to bottom. You sure can take a beating. When Shirji slashed at you I thought you'd be cut in half. Just luck, Wainusi replied, casually releasing Luo Kusi's hand. Baiha chuckled softly and said, but before Wainusi could look away, Ling strode over. She was taller than him, her gaze fixed on him with unconcealed interest like a hunter appraising a worthy prey. Kid, how old are you? 18. At 18 you can withstand Shirji's full force strike. In a few years what will you become? Ling's massive hand patted Wainusi's seemingly frail shoulder, her force like driving a pile. Want to join my ship? My 3rd division needs a deputy. The terms are almost as good as a commander's. If you're willing, I'll even marry you. Then the bloodline we produce will surely be formidable. No thanks. Wainusi took a step back, expressionless, his voice flat. Ling raised an eyebrow unoffended and gave him a meaningful look with a knowing chuckle. Mama, that's hard to say. Wainusi didn't respond. He turned and prepared to leave the ruins. Wait. Yuhan, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. He stepped forward, his face sporting a smirk that didn't reach his eyes, as if he wanted to exchange pleasantries or probe something. Wainusi glanced back at him without a word. Yuhan spread his hands, the gem on his ring flashing in the sunlight. Now that you're a commander, we're colleagues from now on. Welcome aboard. He spoke politely, but Wainusi's Kinbunchika Haki caught what lay beneath the courtesy. Not pure malice, but something closer to the scheming of someone whose cake had been tampered with. Thanks. Wainusi replied, only 2 words without elaboration or another glance. The rest was left for Luo Kusi to handle. The pirates were dismissed to clean up the devastated battlefield. Luo Kusi ordered Shirji to use the float fruit's ability to restore the damaged ground as much as possible. Though displeased, Shirji stood up, reinserting Sakato and Kagurashi into his waist. He spread his arms, and his fruit ability, rippling with golden light, covered the entire battlefield, slowly returning the shattered boulders to their places. As for the houses completely destroyed by Wainusi, he stood before the ruins, palms together, a green light surging in his hands. For pillars, residents wood sprouted from the ground, intertwining and assembling, and within moments a complete wooden house stood, without superfluous decoration but sturdy and solid. Neat window frames, a tight roof, and even the hinges on the door frame were woven from wood fibers and hardened. The onlooking residents and pirates were once again astonished. The tree sea and wooden dragon used in battle were already stunning, but such delicate work as repairing houses tested the fruit ability's control precision more than splitting mountains or parting seas. Wainusi could not only fight, but also build. The new commander knows how to build houses. Commander Wainusi's abilities are truly versatile. It's just that Commander Wainusi has a strong fruit ability. After everything was settled, Luo Kusi led Wainusi and the other commanders and combat captains away from Luo Ji port toward the headquarters deep within Beehive Island. Kai Duo trailed far behind the group, the sword wound on his chest still bleeding, but he didn't tend to it. His gaze pierced through the crowd, fixed on the black back ahead. That back walked in the same row as him. Kai Duo's fists clenched and loosened. He lowered his head, looking at the wound on his chest, and remained silent for a long time. He raised his head and continued forward. He said nothing. Beehive Island, the headquarters. Walking along the central main road of Luo Ji port deeper inward past a wind-eroded reef area, one could see a massive mountain structure. It was a great hall hollowed out from the entire mountain. The stone pillars at the entrance were carved with twisted skull patterns, and the walls on both sides were embedded with treasures plundered from around the world. Gold gems, legendary swords, fragments of ancient weapons, and even several devil fruits sealed in glass jars. The temple doors were two heavy ironwood gates, 3 stories tall, their surfaces covered with rusted iron sheets and dense rivets. When pushed open, they emitted a dull rumble, as if something sleeping was awakening. The space inside the doors was even vaster than it appeared from the entrance. The dome soared dozens of meters high, supported by interlocking stone beams. Dozens of oil lamps hung from above, their flames flickering in the drafts, casting shifting shadows that made the hall alternately bright and dim. In the center was a massive round table. The table was carved from a single slab of black reef rock, its surface polished like a mirror reflecting the lamps above. The table was laden with food and drink. Roast suckling pig, whole grilled, sea king's, piles of fruit, steaming thick soup, and dozens of jars of strong liquor sealed with red clay. Cups, plates, bowls, and dishes covered the entire table, and more dishes were continuously carried in from the side doors like a flowing stream. Around the table were 6 high-backed stone chairs. The captain's seat was at the innermost side, its back the tallest, and slightly elevated, as if deliberately domineering over the others. The remaining 5 chairs were arranged on both sides, 2 on the left, 3 on the right, with equal back heights, symbolizing the equal status among the commanders. Luo Kasi had already taken his seat. He sat in the captain's seat, leaning back, hands folded on the table, his pool-like eyes sweeping over everyone. On the left was Nyogaite. Baihuzi sat on the stone chair, his bulk nearly occupying 2 seats. His crescent-shaped white mustache hung over his chest, arms crossed, eyes half closed as if resting. Baiha sat on his shoulder, legs swinging, gently munching on an apple. Next to Nyogaite sat, in order, Golden Lion Shiji, Xia Luo, Te Ling Ling Wang Ji, and Yuhan. And Luo Kasi had someone place an extra chair beside Yuhan with the character 6 carved on its back. It was prepared for Wainusi. Outside the round table, a dozen people stood. C2, she stood close to Luo Kasi, holding a drink of unknown type, wearing a well-tailored purple dress. She was not entitled to sit, but her position was closer to the table than the combat captains. In Fuma Long, Gon Sui Makasi, and other combat captains stood farther out, each with arms crossed, some leaning against pillars, others in the shadows, their eyes all fixed on the direction of the hall doors. Footsteps came from outside the hall. Everyone turned their heads at the same time. Wainusi pushed open the door. He had changed clothes, a black long-sleeved jacket and dark trousers, his hair still slightly damp, as if he had just bathed. Leichia hung at his waist, the scabbard wrapped in cloth strips, making him look less like he came for a meeting and more like he came for a free meal. And behind him, another person followed. Kai Duo. Kai Duo's expression was sour. Not the I'm unhappy kind of sour. It was the I wish I could twist the guy's head off and kick it like a ball kind of sour. The two were in starkly contrasting states. Wainusi walked ahead at a leisurely pace while Kai Duo followed 2 steps behind like a fierce dog on a leash. The most conspicuous thing was Kai Duo's right wrist. A thumb-thick vine extended from Wainusi's left hand like a living thing, wrapping around his wrist, neither too tight nor too loose, not constricting like a chain, but impossible to break free from. Yo, if it isn't our intern. Malin spoke first. Leaning against a pillar with a cigar clamped between his lips, his tone carried such a thick, teasing flavor that it could almost be poured out. What's switching sides now? Heard you were tied up by Cadre Wainusi. Gon Sui chimed in, a crooked smile pulling at the scars on his face. Looks like you finally submitted. Who was tied up? Kaido forced out those 4 words through gritted teeth, each one as if bitten to pieces before being spat out. His gaze swept over those who were laughing, his voice echoing in the empty hall. I was just taking this guy to the bathhouse. Marcus tilted his head, a dubious expression on his face. Only you went down to guide him. Oh, I see. Silver Axe didn't speak, but the faintest arc at the corner of his mouth said enough. Laughter came from all directions. It wasn't malicious. It was the kind of laughter that finds amusement in a junior's embarrassment. But Kaido didn't need others to find him amusing. His fists clenched until they creaked, knuckles white, and the sword wound on his chest, still not fully healed, began to ache again from the strain. Have you all laughed enough? Kaido's voice suddenly rose, exploding with rage pent up to the limit, causing even the lights in the hall to flicker a few times. He'll beat Wainusi sooner or later, take down his cadre position, and then, he suddenly pointed at Luo Kes, who was seated in the main position. He'll defeat you, become the king of this sea. The hall fell silent for a moment. Then, the laugh, ha ha ha, did you hear that? He says he's going to defeat Luo Kes. Ambitious, very ambitious. As expected of an intern of our Luo Kes pirates. No former intern, he's already defected to Cadre Wainusi. I didn't defect. Kaido's roar was drowned in the laughter. His face flushed red, indistinguishable between anger and embarrassment, his left hand instinctively reaching for the spiked club behind him. All right. Wainusi finally spoke, his voice not loud, but enough to pause the surrounding noise. Couldn't find the way, so I had this intern Kaido guide me. Crunch. Why, he bit into an apple and repeated vaguely. Is that so? Looks like our pirate crew's intern gave quite the hospitality. Not bad. Oh. Why, he nodded, taking a second bite of the apple, her tone drawing out a long tail. You two are on such good terms. Hard to tell from that beating you took earlier. Kaido's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Who's on good terms with him? Before he could finish, Ling Ling suddenly stood up. Her stature was a head taller than Newgate's seated form, and the shadow she cast when standing almost enveloped Kaido entirely. Kaido. Ling Ling's voice was a few degrees lower than usual. Not the low of a hushed tone, but the low of danger. You've defected to that brat. I haven't, is that so? Ling Ling took a step forward, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Kaido and Wainusi, the warmth in her eyes slowly dropping until it was ice cold. I've been wanting to recruit you into the 3rd Division, and you keep making excuses. But now as soon as Wainusi arrives, you run off with him. I didn't run off. Then what's that wrapped around your wrist? Kaido looked down at the vine around his wrist, then up at Wainusi, then at Ling Ling. He opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. This guy tied me up. Oh, so he tied you, and you just followed. Kaido took a deep breath. He suddenly felt that not checking the almanac before going out today was a mistake. Forget it. He shut his mouth and said nothing more, just stood there, chest heaving violently like a beast trapped in a cage. The hall fell silent for a moment. The laughter gradually subsided, yet that light-hearted atmosphere still lingered on everyone's faces. Just then Luo Kes spoke. Everyone sit. His voice was not loud, but every word clearly reached the ears of everyone present. The laughter, teasing, and whispers all vanished in an instant. The cadres took their seats one after another. The battle captains retreated to their positions, straightened their bodies, and wiped the expressions off their faces. Wainusi. Luo Kes' voice was still steady, without deliberate emphasis or superfluous tone. Sit. Wainusi followed his gaze to the round table, a massive black reef table where 5 of the 6 stone chairs were already occupied. Only the outermost one, the chair with the character 6 carved on its back, remained empty. He walked to that chair and sat down. Kaido stood behind him, silent. He was not assigned a seat, but no one drove him away either. After all, his strength was evident. Wainusi's movement paused for a half-beat the moment he sat down. His gaze fell upon the mountain of food piled on the table before him. Roast suckling pig, sea king meat skewers, whole roast chicken, with golden crispy skin still sizzling, with oil droplets falling onto the iron plate below, splashing tiny specks of grease. The sea king meat skewers were as thick as an arm, threaded on iron spit, steam rising from the torn gaps, carrying the aroma of spices. Beside them sat several large platters of steaming juice-filled seafood platters. The shells of long-legged crabs had been split open, revealing snow-white meat. He withdrew his gaze and glanced at the cadres on either side. Newgate sat with eyes closed, indifferent to the food. Shiki had just finished a fight, not hungry, sipping a cup of wine. Ujan was fiddling with his pocket watch. Wang Ji stared blankly at the wall. He didn't stand on ceremony. Without even a polite pause, Wainusi reached out, grabbed a leg of the roast suckling pig, and started eating. Then he took a whole piece of sea king meat, a dish of seafood, a large slab of unidentified steak, and lifted the nearby flagon to take a gulp. His movements weren't exactly wolfing down, but they were far from refined. Each bite was substantial. After a series of fierce battles, he was truly hungry. And the food, it was indeed delicious. The skin of the roast suckling pig was as crisp as paper, emitting a crunch when bitten, the grease melting on the tongue with rich, savory saltiness. The sea king meat had a unique sweetness, its fibers long and resilient, giving a satisfying chew. He ate quickly, but perhaps it was an illusion. Every so often his clothes would tighten slightly, as if the body beneath was slowly inflating and expanding. Hey Cadre Wainusi, are you for real? John, sitting beside him, put away his pocket watch and shot him a glance with a half-smile at the corner of his mouth. My. Wainusi didn't lift his head. You bastard. John stared at Wainusi's waist and abdomen. His once flat belly was visibly swelling, as if someone was inflating it from inside, stretching his coat taut. Gonsway leaned over, his curiosity piqued. Can devil fruit abilities be used like that? The woodwood fruit is inherently tied to life force. Stussy set down her wine glass, her tone flat and analytical. In theory, it is indeed possible to rapidly convert consumed food into the materials the body needs, provided his ability is refined enough. Her voice carried the detached objectivity of a researcher analyzing a specimen. So wouldn't that mean he gets stronger the more he eats? Gon Sui chimed in, his gaze lingering on Wainusi's stomach a moment longer. Not exactly, Stussy replied, tilting her chin in a contemplative manner. It depends on his constitution. Wainusi paid no heed to their discussion, continuing to devour his food with gusto. Yet his abdomen refused to stop expanding. That round ball-like belly swelled further, like a balloon being inflated, forcing him to lean back slightly to maintain balance. Kaido stood behind him, watching the scene unfold with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Then he lowered his head and began to eat as well. He had no seat, but he needed none. He grabbed 2 slabs of roasted meat, each larger than his face, one in each hand, and crammed them into his mouth with both fists. His eating style was far more brutish and ferocious than Wainusi's. Each bite was a savage predatory tear, crunching even the bones before swallowing them whole. That chunk of meat vanished down his throat in just 3 breaths. Then he turned to glance at Wainusi's belly. He had started later, but he was eating faster. Before long, Kaido's stomach also bulged, and it was even larger than Wainusi's. His solid abdominal muscles were completely flattened by fat and food, his midsection distended into a massive globe, as if he had swallowed an entire wild boar several times larger than Wainusi's. See? Kaido grinned, meat juice still dripping from the corner of his mouth. Faster than you. Wainusi glanced down at Kaido's belly, then at his own. He let out a soft breath. A green glow emanated around him, like a thin mist flowing slowly over his skin, as gentle as spring rain seeping into the soil. That verdant radiance spread across his waist and abdomen, enveloping the balloon-like belly. Then, the once swollen stomach began to shrink and flatten at a visibly rapid pace. After the green light passed, his midsection returned to its original firmness. The food he had consumed had been transformed by his devil fruit ability into pure nutrients, merging into his body. His abdomen was flat as before, even the wrinkles on his clothes smoothed somewhat by the passing green light. Kaido's mouth remained agape. He looked down at Wainusi's stomach, then at his own. His belly was still protruding round and bulging like a small mountain. You bastard. Your ability can be used like that. Kaido's voice echoed through the hall. A moment of silence fell. Then, puff, someone couldn't hold back a laugh. Ha ha ha. That Kaido kid. Ha ha ha. Are you trying to kill us laughing and inherit our officer positions? Ha ha ha. Kaido's face flushed from red to purple, then slowly back to red. Shut up. His roar was drowned completely in the laughter. Throughout the entire hall, only Rocks never laughed. His gaze had remained fixed on Wainusi, never shifting from the moment he had stepped through the doors. Those eyes, deep as a still pool, held no scrutiny, no appraisal, no curiosity. Only a quiet, unhurried confirmation. As if completing the final piece of a puzzle. In the banquet hall, after the laughter subsided, the atmosphere gradually turned serious. Rock's voice was never loud, but each time he spoke it was like a stone dropped into placid water, compelling those who had been whispering to fall silent. First matter. Rock's gaze swept across all those present, finally settling on Wainusi. As of today, Wainusi is officially appointed as the 6th Division Officer of the Rocks Pirates. His tone was calm, devoid of embellishment or deliberate emphasis. Yet the weight of those words alone was enough to make every person present take notice. The 6th Division. This meant the power structure of the Rocks Pirates had officially expanded by one notch. By regulation, a new officer has the right to assemble his own subordinate pirate ships. The ship and basic crew will be allocated by the pirate group. Rocks paused briefly. But the combat unit is yours to gather. He cast a glance at Wainusi. You may select personnel from the existing combat captains and crew or recruit on your own, provided they are willing to follow you. The subtext was unmistakable. How many people you can attract is your own skill. Newgate remained with his eyes closed, offering no comment. This matter had no bearing on him. His 1st Division was merely a bunch of ordinary pirate sailors. Shiki, wine glass in hand and legs crossed, let his gaze linger on Wainusi for a moment. He did not voice opposition, but that brief pause felt like a silent assessment. An officer fresh aboard, obtaining a division berth when he himself had weathered 2 hard-fought battles to claim his position as 2nd Division officer. Charlotte Linlin tapped her fingertips lightly on the table, tilting her head as she observed Wainusi, as if chewing on something, a faint smile curving her lips. Wang Ji remained expressionless, neither echoing nor questioning, as if he had heard nothing. John set down his wine glass and leaned forward slightly, wearing a look that said, I have something to say. Wait. His voice was not loud, but it cut through the quiet hall with clarity. Wainusi has just joined the crew. He is unfamiliar with the internal operations, power divisions, and territorial profit allocation. John paused, glancing at Wainusi. Isn't it too hasty to let him assemble his own unit now, eh? His tone sounded like a well-intentioned reminder, but everyone understood the underlying meaning. He was opposing. And his opposition, though cloaked in plausibility, lacked substantive grounds, more like a wedge driven in prematurely. The hall fell silent for a moment. All eyes, Newgate, Shiki, Lin Wang Ji, and even the combat captain standing at the periphery, fixed on Wainusi. Wainusi sat in his chair, still holding a roasted sea king leg. He took a bite, chewed, slowly swallowed, and then spoke in a casual tone. Are you worried about my ability? His voice was low, but every word carried a weight of nonchalance. Or is it something else? John's lips twitched slightly. He was certainly not worried about Venosi's ability. What he cared about was the establishment. An additional division meant more resource allocation, a larger share of treasure, and more presence within the Rocks Pirates. Once these shares were distributed, they were hard to reclaim. Venos glanced at him. He did not continue speaking, but a flash of red light flickered in his eyes. It was a sign of the Conqueror's Haki erupting, not the uncontrolled outburst of anger, but a precise, deliberately compressed intimidation. A terrifying pressure as fierce as a demon surged like a tangible tsunami across the entire meeting hall the moment his eyes shifted. There was no warning, no build-up, no unnecessary motion. The pressure surged from within him like a long-dormant beast suddenly opening one eye. It spread with incredible speed like a silent tide, instantly enveloping everyone around the round table. The combat captains at the periphery bore the brunt of it. The cigar Marlin had just lit went out. His pupils contracted slightly, and the cigar slipped from his fingers, rolling on the floor. He did not pick it up, but instead reached out to steady himself against a pillar, leaning back slightly to maintain his balance. Silver Axe gripped the axe handle at his side, his knuckles turning white. His shoulders sank slightly, as if bearing the weight of an invisible wall. Gansu then took half a step back. He did not want to, but his body made the decision for him. His Adam's apple bobbed, but he remained silent. Marcus quickly moved away from the table and wiped the cold sweat that had appeared on his forehead. Kaido, standing closer to the round table, reacted to the pressure not by retreating, but by lifting his head to look toward Venos. His pupils reflected the silhouette seated in the chair like a burning flame. He gritted his teeth and held his ground, but the sweat on his temples betrayed the strain. Damn it. His gaze locked onto Venos, his face a complex mix of anger and unwillingness layered with a deeper fighting spirit. At the round table, Shiki's eyebrow lifted slightly. His Conqueror's Haki was not triggered. Venosi's pressure precisely bypassed the executives, or deliberately avoided them, but the weight of that power was not lost on him. He paused his gaze on Venos for a moment, then continued drinking as if nothing had happened. Linlin stopped chewing the candy, tilted her head, and her eyes held something more. Newgate still had his eyes closed. John's face changed. He did not possess Conqueror's Haki. He trained in physical combat, swordsmanship, and devil fruit abilities, but the threshold of Conqueror's Haki had always eluded him. Now the pressure came at him like a condensed wall, and he could feel it, but could not counter it with equal force. He could only release his own presence to barely resist, but that presence before the Conqueror's Haki was like a thin veil in the wind, fragile and wavering. His breathing quickened. Fine sweat beaded on his temples, the tension on his skin almost visible. Venosi's Conqueror's Haki did not stop, it intensified. Those dark red arcs began to appear in the air of the hall, like tiny cracks spreading through the void. They coiled around stone pillars, danced on the surface of wine glasses, crept along lampshade edges, and then the sound of shattering glass rang out one after another. Crack, crack, crack. The oil lampshades hanging from the dome broke one by one. Fragments fell on tables, floors, and into glasses with crisp sounds. Shiki looked at the fine crack on the surface of his wine glass, but did not move. Linlin glanced at the shards scattered near her feet, but also remained still. Newgate finally opened his eyes, slowly looked at Venos, then at John, and closed them again. John gritted his teeth as sweat slid down his temples. He could feel the pressure continuously rising as if without limit. He had thought it was just a brief warning, but he was wrong. Just then, Shiki's Conqueror's Haki also surged. Not as a counterattack, but more like an instinctive response, as when a beast senses another predator and instinctively stretches its claws. Those dark red arcs intertwined and clashed with Venosi's Conqueror's Haki in midair, stirring a more violent shockwave. Charlotte Linlin released her Conqueror's Haki almost immediately. Her expression turned unpleasant. The previous smile had been replaced by a restless irritation, as if she was responding to the shockwaves with her own Haki, aiming at a purer direction. Newgate made his move last. His Conqueror's Haki rose like a tsunami, overlapping and colliding with those of Venos, Shiki, and Linlin in midair, yet not distinguishing itself. It only enveloped them like a giant hand pressing down on four snarling beasts. The four Conquerors' Haki clashed back and forth in the hall. The remaining lampshades finally gave way, exploding one after another. Cracks on the wine glasses spread to the base, then silently fractured. Even stone chips on the walls began to peel off as if pushed from within. Wang Ji lowered his crossed arms looking at the cracking walls and scattered fragments, and spoke without expression. Hey you guys, are you planning to tear this place down? His tone carried a resigned, I knew this would happen weariness. But he did not intervene. He had no conqueror's haki, and this had nothing to do with him. He simply leaned back in his chair and shot John a look that said, why did you have to provoke him? As if that silent question had lingered in his mind throughout the entire banquet from the very first course. John sat in his seat feeling the several conquerors' haki swirling above him. He did not retreat, but he did not. In his downcast eyes something yet to be hidden pressed down. Enough. Rock's voice was not loud. But an abyss-like terrifying pressure spread from him like a black curtain falling from above, suppressing all the conquerors' haki in the hall. That presence was as heavy as the collapse of the seabed, covering, suppressing, and crushing the pressure of Venos, Shiki, Lean, and Newgate one by one, until peace was restored in the hall. The shattered lights, fragments, and stone chips on the walls finally settled after Rock's presence swept through. Marlin sighed in relief and let go of the pillar. Silver Axe slowly straightened. Kaido panted, sweat still on his temples, but he did not avert his gaze. Venos. Rock spoke, his tone still steady as if nothing had happened. Decide on building your team yourself. The 6th division is effective from today. John gritted his teeth looking at Venos. Venos did not look back. He lowered his head, broke off a piece of roasted meat, and put it into his mouth. In the banquet hall the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. The 4 streams of Conqueror's haki had just been suppressed by Luokisi, and the dark red arcs floating in midair were crushed like by an invisible hand, turning into tiny specks of light that slowly dissipated. Shattered lampshades, cracked wine glasses, and stone chips peeling off the walls. The objects that had been frantically trembling moments ago finally fell silent. Malong leaned against the pillar, his chest still slightly heaving. The cigar in his hand had gone out, ashes scattered on the floor, but he did not relight it. Infu stood in the shadows, his axe planted in the ground, one hand resting on the handle. His expression appeared calm, but his fingers gripping the axe were tighter than usual. A faint, uncontrollable curve touched Kaijuo's lips, small yet enough for Gansue, standing nearby, to catch. Gansue glanced at him, but said nothing. Wainusi averted his gaze and leaned back into his chair. His expression was serene. The scene just now seemed less like an outburst of anger and more like casually swatting away a noisy fly. He did not look at Yuehan again. His gaze fell on the unfinished food on the table before him, then he reached out and continued eating. Yuehan stood still. His complexion was not good. The sweat on his temples had dried, but a thin damp trace still lingered. His chest rose and fell a few beats faster than usual, but it was already calming down, an effort to forcibly push his emotions back into his chest. He lowered his head to glance at his ring, which had been tilted slightly by the tremor, and reached out to straighten it, his knuckles tightening momentarily from the effort. He lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over Wainusi before shifting away. He said nothing. He was recalculating in his mind. Newgate still stood with arms crossed and eyes half closed, as if nothing had happened. But Baiha, sitting on his shoulder, put down her apple, glanced toward Yuan, raised an eyebrow slightly, then looked. Shurji leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs, gently swirling the wine glass in his left hand. His gaze lingered on Wainusi for a moment, the curve on his lips enigmatic. Lingling had resumed chewing candy, making crunching sounds. She glanced at Yuehan, then at Wainusi, as if calculating something. Wangji sat in his chair, uncrossed his arms, and tapped his fingers lightly on the table twice. He looked at Yuehan with an expression that seemed to say, why did you have to provoke him? Luokisi sat in the main seat, his voice low and steady, as if the clash of conquerors' haki had never happened. Situshir stepped out of the shadows holding a half-filled drink. Her purple skirt shimmered with tiny specks of light under the candle flames. She walked to the side of the round table, standing to the front right of Luokisi, and swept her gaze over every officer present before speaking. Her voice was not loud, but her words were clear, as if prepared in advance. 3 days ago, news came from the waters of the Pelodiansi kingdom. The fleet of King Yilizabelo. I discovered a batch of shipwreck remains in the kingdom's coastal waters. She paused as if waiting for the information to sink in. According to intelligence, those shipwrecks belonged to a rebel fleet from 30 years ago. At the time, the rebel leader was originally a noble of the previous dynasty. During the rebellion, he plundered all the treasury reserves of the former royal palace, intending to flee overseas with the treasure and establish his own regime. But en route they were pursued by the army led by Yilizabelo, who had not yet ascended the throne. The rebel fleet was completely annihilated. The treasure sank to the seabed along with the ships. Situshir said, raising her eyes to look at those present. King Yilizabelo has reigned for 30 years and has never publicly mentioned this treasure. But now he is secretly salvaging it. The hall fell silent for a moment. How large is the operation? Shurji put down his glass and was the first to speak, his tone carrying the focused intensity of a hunter catching the scent of blood. According to the intelligence officer's estimation, the value of this treasure is at least enough to buy a medium-sized kingdom. Situsher paused. But Yelizabelo I himself does not lack money, what he lacks is weaponry. If this treasure were converted into weapons and warships, it would be enough to fully re-equip his current fleet. He is not salvaging the treasure to replenish the treasury. It is to expand his military. Situsher finished speaking, then picked up her glass and took a drink. The round table was quiet for a moment. Shurji put down his glass and tapped his fingers twice on the table. In a place like the Pelodiansi kingdom, suddenly expanding military on a large scale. Who is he trying to defend against? Who he is defending against doesn't matter. Yuehan interjected, his tone returning to its usual lightness, as if the earlier confrontation had never happened. What matters is that the treasure must not fall into his hands. His words were like a stone thrown into water, stirring ripples. That treasure is rightfully ours. Malong added, having relit his cigar at some point. That Pelodiansi place is dirt poor. If Yelizabelo I gets that loot and turns it into weapons, it'll take a lot more effort to collect protection money in the future. Wangji turned to Luokisi. Yuehan makes sense. That treasure must not fall into Pelodiansi's hands. Whatever Yelizabelo I plans to do with that money, it won't benefit us. Shurji glanced at Wangji, then at Yuehan, saying nothing, but the meaning in his eyes was clear. He too wanted a piece of the action. Everyone knew what that treasure meant. His ships and crew needed updated equipment, and that treasure came just in time. The waters of the Pelodiansi kingdom. Shiji's fingers paused. That place is near the edge of the new world. If we depart from the Honeycomb Island, the fastest route would take 6 to 7 days. 5 days. Luokisi spoke, his tone steady, as if stating a decision already made. Slowing down Yelizabelo, his people will make the difference. 5 days. The hall fell silent for a moment. Kaijuo's voice rang out particularly loud in the empty hall. He'll go. He stepped out from the back of the line. The wound on his chest still throbbed, but his back was straight as a rod, his chin slightly raised, as if he wanted to hammer those words into the wall. His voice echoed between the stone walls, landing with an unyielding stubbornness. Luokisi, leave this operation to me. I will bring back every piece of that treasure. Luokisi did not answer. He did not even look at him, just leaned back in his chair, his gaze straight ahead, as if waiting for the ripples on the water to dissipate on their own. Hey Rox, give me a ship. Kaido pressed on. I will bring back all that treasure intact. You are just an— Rock's voice was calm and steady. What I mean is, this mission your strength is insufficient. Kaido's unfinished words were cut short. His lips moved, then closed as if chewing on the weight of those 4 words before swallowing them. He opened his mouth to retort, but Rox cast a glance his way. A light one devoid of contempt or mockery, merely stating a fact with calmness. You are not at that level yet. Kaido gritted his teeth and stepped back to his position, his molars grinding audibly. Rock's gaze swept past the crowd and landed on Wainusi, who was sitting in a corner. The young man still remained in the spot he had occupied before the meeting adjourned, holding a half-eaten skewer of Sea King meat, as if the discussion had nothing to do with him. Wainusi go to Pulo Dianci. Wainusi took a bite of the meat, chewed slowly, and swallowed. Kaido's expression shifted several times in an instant. Rox, why him? Rox did not answer. He stood up, walked out from behind the chair, the hem of his black coat drawing an arc through the air as he strode out of the hall. Newgate followed closely behind, and Lily turned her head from his shoulder to glance at Kaido, a hint of an enigmatic curve pressing at the corner of her mouth. Shiki walked past him without looking, but tilted his head, slightly lost in thought. Linlin paused before him for a moment, sizing him up. Hey Kaido, we still have an unsettled score. With that, Linlin lifted her foot and left the meeting room. This caused Kaido's massive body to shudder involuntarily, as if plunged into an ice cellar. The people in the hall dispersed one after another. After everyone had left, the heavy ironwood door slowly closed with a dull roar, sealing the inside and outside into 2 separate worlds. Only Wainusi and Kaido remained. Wainusi finished the last skewer of meat, placed the iron stick on the table, stood up, and patted his hands, as if brushing off non-existent grease, as relaxed as if he were about to go for a stroll. Then he strode toward the hall door. Hey! Kaido's voice came from behind him. You bastard, wait for— Wainusi did not look back, but only slowed his pace. Kaido caught up, walking faster than him, soon falling into step. His footsteps were heavy, as if crushing the unswallowable indignation in his heart. He did not look down at Wainusi, only stared at the road ahead, his voice low. Don't get me wrong. I just got tired of staying on Hive Island. He did not look down at Wainusi, only stared at the road ahead, his voice low. Don't get me wrong. I just got tired of staying on Hive Island. Something. Damn it, I'm going to defeat you, Wainusi. Wainusi picked his ear as if tired of hearing it, and waved him off. All right, in turn. The two walked out of the hall, one after the other. Outside, the sea breeze mixed with a salty, fishy scent rushed toward them, ruffling the hems of their clothes. Meanwhile, in another room. The room was small, windowless, with only an oil lamp placed on the corner of a table. Shadows on the walls twisted slightly, with the flickering flames stretching the figure sitting in the chair into a long, thin line. Rox leaned back in his chair, hands folded on the desk, his gaze fixed on the direction of the door. The door was open, someone was walking in. John entered the room and closed the door behind him. Rox. John took 2 steps forward and stopped in front of the desk. The expression on his face had shifted from the welcome new comrade smile he wore in the banquet hall to something else. More direct, more undisguised. That huge treasure you're sending that new kid, who just boarded? His voice was not loud, but his tone was flat, as if stating a fact he could not comprehend. What if that kid messes up? And aren't you worried he'll run off with the treasure alone? That guy won't run. That kid killed a celestial dragon. Rox's voice came from across the desk, steady as a winter sea. Neither the Navy nor the world. That kid killed a celestial dragon. Rox's voice came from across the desk, steady as a winter sea. Neither the Navy nor the world government will let him go. John did not retort immediately. Those words were like a bucket of cold water dousing the fire in his tone. Of course he knew Wynus's deeds. Killing a celestial dragon, stealing the tribute, escaping the siege of Garp and Zephyr. Each one of these was enough for the Navy to put Wynusi at the top of their kill list. Precisely because of that, Wynusi needed the Rox pirates as his backing. What Rox said was wrapped not in trust but calculation. All right, John said. But can he really complete the mission? You should know he's still a rookie. So you go. John's expression froze. He had come to Rox indeed hoping to secure this operation for himself. But he had expected to put in more effort to get Rox to relent. Rox's immediate nod left his prepared words with nowhere to go. You go along, Rox said. In the shadows. John quickly gathered the superfluous expressions on his face, leaving only a calm certainty. I understand. The treasure comes first. The rest is for you to decide. John nodded, turned, and took 2 steps toward the door, then stopped and tilted his head. If that kid runs into trouble on his own, then that's his own problem. John pulled open the door and walked out. Outside in the corridor, the light was dim. John slowed his steps, unconsciously twirling the gem ring on his finger. He thought about Rox's last words. Then that's his own problem. He knew it meant one thing: Rox had given him the right to. If anything happened to Wynusi and Polodianci, Rox would not hold him accountable as long as the treasure was brought back. He continued forward, turned a corner, and stopped. Ahead in the corridor, Wang Ji was standing by the window, his back to him, gazing at the sea outside. The sea breeze ruffled his sparse hair and the hem of his coat. His posture was relaxed, as if he cared little about many things. John's footsteps paused for less than half a second. Then he continued walking, passing by Wang Ji without stopping. Wang Ji did not turn his head, nor did he speak. The corridor was quiet, only John's footsteps fading from near to far. Hive Island Luoja port. The pirate ship arranged by Luokisi was docked at the outermost berth. The vessel was modest in size, but sturdy in construction. The deep brown hull sat low in the water, with several coils of rope and empty wooden crates piled on the deck. The sails had been half-raised, billowing gently in the sea breeze. No flag flew from the bow. It was a rule of the Luokisi pirates. Flying a flag during secret missions was more of a hindrance. Wynusi stood on the wharf, scanning the ship from stem to stern. Not large, but sufficient. The sails were intact, and the hull bore no obvious signs of damage. He shifted his gaze from the ship and walked along the main road of the port toward the vessel. On the way from the headquarters to the port, one had to pass through a makeshift neighborhood built from abandoned ship hull. Flags of various colors and dried sea beast hides were nailed to the plank walls lining the street. Beneath his feet was a packed dirt road, its crevices embedded with crushed seashells and desiccated seaweed. The air was a blend of rum, sea salt, and grilled fish. Wynusi walked ahead at a leisurely pace. Kaiduo followed 2 steps behind. The pirates on both sides of the street, upon seeing the 2 approaching figures, froze for a moment, then quickly made way, bowing their heads and stepping aside. Lord Wynusi. Good day, Lord Wynusi. Are you setting sail, my lord? Wynusi did not pause. He merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The pirates' gazes, when fixed on Wynusi, were filled with reverence, but when they turned to Kaiduo, they became Kaiduo walked behind Wynusi, his chin slightly raised. Though the deferential looks directed at Wynusi were not meant for him, he still felt the lingering glow of that gaze brush against himself. His strides were a little longer than usual, and a faint, barely perceptible curve tugged at the corner of his mouth, as if silently telling everyone, I walk alongside this officer, I am no lesser. Up ahead, 2 pirates carrying wooden crates had just turned a corner. The moment they saw Wynusi, they faltered, quickly sidestepped, and pressed themselves against the wall. Lord Wynusi. Before they could straighten up, their peripheral vision caught sight of Kaiduo, and they hastily added, Lord Kaiduo. Kaiduo's steps faltered for just a moment. He knew full well that the honorific was incidental. The true target was the dark-haired man ahead. But even an incidental count was something. He continued forward, his steps heavier than before. Passing through the block and stepping onto the port pier, Wynusi halted before a sailboat with a deep brown hull. This one, he asked the old pirate guiding him. The old man nodded and pointed to the cabin. Supplies and fresh water are loaded and the course is set. With the current currents, we should reach the destination in about 5 days. Wainusi nodded, stepped onto the gangplank, and vaulted onto the deck. His boot soles landed on the wooden deck with a solid thud. Kaiduo stood on the pier looking up at the ship, then down at the spiked club in his hand, checking that it was still there. Hey, in turn, what daydream are you having? Wainusi stood on the deck, arms crossed, looking at Kaiduo, who was still frozen on the pier. If you don't get on now, I won't wait for you. Kaiduo's expression was still transitioning between world-renowned fame and reality. Having just snapped back from the experience of being respectfully addressed as Lord by pirates, his mind was still laying out the grand blueprint, snatching the treasure before Wainusi, spreading his fame across the seas, kicking Wainusi off the officer's seat, then challenging Luokisi to become the king of the new world. He was a bit too immersed, the corner of his mouth curling into an irrepressible grin. Wainusi watched that expression and gave a slight twitch at the corner of his own mouth. Was this guy in his current state really the future 100-beast Kaiduo who would terrify the seas? Set sail. Kaiduo snapped back to attention. The ship was already moving. The sails swelled with the sea breeze, and the ship was slowly pulling away from the port, the distance between the stern and the pier gradually widening. Wait for me. I haven't gotten on yet. Kaiduo dashed to the end of the pier, kicked off the edge of the plank with a powerful thrust, launched himself into the air, arced across the widening gap between the stern and the pier, and landed heavily on the aft deck. Boom! The ship shuddered from his heavy landing. The stern dipped slightly, the bow rose and fell, and even the mast swayed twice. Kaiduo stood up, dusting off his knees. Close call. Almost stayed on Fengshao Island. Kaiduo, carrying his spiked club, he walked to the railing back to Wainusi, and his voice came over his shoulder, muffled. I'm not following you. It's you who called me aboard. Wainusi's mouth twitched. This kid sure was Tsundra. Fine, he said. In turn. Don't call me in turn. The sails caught the full wind, and the ship cut through the sea, leaving a white wake behind. The silhouette of Fengshao Island gradually shrank astern, the jumbled pile of abandoned hulls, the towering reef cliffs, and the bustling figures on the docks all receded step by step beneath the horizon. The sea wind blew in their faces, carrying the unique salty, briny dampness of the new world. In the distance, seagulls flew low, their wings skimming the wave crests, letting out a few short calls. At the edge of the port, a group of pirates watched the departing ship and murmured in hushed tones. Ah, how I envy those who can go to sea with Lord Wainusi. You can say that again. By the way, didn't Lord Wainusi just get promoted to officer? Setting sail so soon. Probably a secret mission. Who knows? Shoo, openly discussing an officer's movements. Do you have a death wish? The pirates quickly shut their mouths, glanced around, and were about to scatter when a voice came from behind. Get out of the way. Don't block Lord Yuehan's path. The voice was harsh, carrying an undeniable force. The pirates turned to see another group approaching from the main road of the port. The leader wore a deep purple coat with a dignified bearing and a steady pace. The gemstone ring on his finger glinted briefly in the sunlight. Yuehan did not look at them. He walked straight through the port without a sideways glance and boarded another ship. That ship was a size larger than Wainusi's, its sail fabric a deeper color, and several silent figures stood on the deck, each armed at the waist. The sails were raised, the ship slowly turned and sailed out of the port, heading in a direction similar to Wainusi's vessel. At the port's edge, the pirates who had not yet fully dispersed gathered again. First Officer Wainusi, then Officer Yuehan. 2 officers dispatched in a row. This sea is about to see a storm. Shoo, keep your voice down. Scatter, scatter, don't get noticed. The crowd gradually dispersed. The port returned to its usual clamor, but beneath that clamor lay a layer of low, muffled whispers. On the far side of the coast, among a cluster of reefs, a figure slowly straightened up from a crevice in the rocks. He tucked the white den mushy inside his coat, his gaze lingering on the port for a moment. The destinations of those 2 ships' courses were both in the same direction. He turned, and his figure vanished among the rocks, as if he had never been there. The bow split the waves, the ship sailing steadily forward. Wainusi stood at the prow, the sea breeze stirring his black hair and the corners of his coat. With one hand on the rail, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon, as if confirming something, or perhaps thinking of. Kaiduo stood not far away, swinging his spiked club, presumably striving to surpass Wainusi through effort. Naval headquarters. The door to the marshal's office is closed, and the sea outside is calm. A few seagulls glide past the window sill, the wind from their wings causing the curtains to flutter briefly before settling back into stillness. Behind the desk, Steelbone Kong sets down the phone bug in his hand, pausing his fingers on the tabletop for a moment, as if digesting the information he just received, or confirming whether he has overlooked any steps moving forward. Then he raises his hand and presses the button on the black phone bug, speaking into the receiver with a steady and powerful voice. Notify Sengoku to come to my office. He pauses briefly before adding, Bring along Borsalino and Kazan. About a stick of incense later, steady footsteps can be heard outside the door. The door is pushed open, revealing a tall figure who strides in. Draped in the justice cloak of an admiral with a head of black frizzy hair and a neatly trimmed braid of beard. Sengoku the Buddha, admiral of the naval headquarters, had just returned from guarding the Holy Land Mariewa less than a week ago. His steps did not pause as he entered the office, standing still with his gaze fixed on Steelbone Kong, waiting for him to speak. Two young figures follow behind Sengoku. The one on the left is tall and slender, dressed in a Navy colonel's uniform with meticulously trimmed golden short hair and a lazily drowsy expression on his face, as if just awakened from an afternoon nap and not fully alert. Borsalino, colonel of the naval headquarters and natural type light fruit user. The one on the right is even taller, with curly black hair casually draped over his shoulders, a broad and sturdy build, and an expression of resignation, as if forcibly dragged from rest. He steps into the office with heavier footsteps than Borsalino, his gaze lingering on Steelbone Kong's face for a moment before silently standing behind Sengoku. Kazan, colonel of the naval headquarters and natural type ice fruit user. Both are dazzling rising stars of the naval headquarters, hailed as one of the 4 new stars of the Navy. Although they currently hold only the rank of Colonel, Steelbone Kong understands that their potential far exceeds that. Steelbone Kong's gaze sweeps past Sengoku, landing on Borsalino and Kazan, and his previously solemn face softens slightly, as if seeing this combination of an elder and 2 youths has finally eased a long-stifled weight in his heart. Since the last incident at Magic Valley, where Venos escaped, he has been reprimanded by the 5 elders more than once face-to-face. As the esteemed Marine Marshal, being berated like a dog every time the phone bug connects, he is met with unrelenting accusations from the other side. The root of all this ultimately leads back to that guy Garp. If Garp hadn't let Venos slip away, how could he have? If he hadn't escaped, he wouldn't have joined the Rocks Pirates, nor become the 6th officer. Whenever he thinks of this, Steelbone Kong feels like grabbing Garp and throttling him back at the base in the first half of the Grand Line. Although he has already assigned Garp to guard duty, being merely a guard is too lenient for that guy. Steelbone Kong collects his thoughts, moving his hand away from the tabletop, and sets his gaze back on Sengoku and the others. I called you here because there is an important mission to assign to you. Sengoku's expression remains unchanged, merely nodding slightly. Borsalino still appears as if he has just woken up, but Steelbone Kong knows what lies beneath that expression, like a sword sheathed, never in a hurry to reveal its blade until drawn. Kazan stands behind Sengoku, rubbing the back of his neck, seemingly still not fully engaged. In the waters of the Kingdom of Protons, there is a batch of treasure. Intelligence shows that the Rocks Pirates have already caught wind of this news. Sengoku lifts his gaze slightly. Are the Rocks Pirates planning to plunder? Exactly. Steelbone Kong picks up a document from the tabletop, placing it before him, pressing his finger on the edge of the paper as if organizing his wording. This batch of treasure is a trap jointly set by our Navy and the Kingdom of Protons. Sengoku remains silent, but his brow slightly twitches. Steelbone Kong continues, the information was intentionally released. The Kingdom of Protons cooperated with us to release clues about the treasure, enticing the Rocks Pirates to send people to plunder. As long as their people reach that sea area, we will have already set up an encirclement in advance, ensuring that those pirates have no way back. Sengoku remains silent for a moment before speaking. The Kingdom of Protons is willing to cooperate. What do they have as bait? The world government has already reached an agreement with the King of Protons. Steelbone Kong's tone is steady. The upper layer of the treasure chest is filled with real treasure, while the lower layer is filled with stones. When those pirates board to check, the first thing they see is gold and jewels, and they won't suspect anything. What if there's more than one person from the Rocks Pirates? Borsalino finally speaks, his tone leisurely. If they send multiple officers relying solely on a few warships and several rear admirals may not be enough. That's why you will go. Steelbone Kong's gaze stops on Sengoku's face. Sengoku, you will lead the team, with Borsalino and Kazan accompanying you. Additionally, deploy 3 warships and 3 rear admirals from headquarters. Sengoku glances at Borsalino and Kazan behind him, but does not answer immediately. One more thing. Steelbone Kong looks at Sengoku. According to intelligence, this time Rocks is sending the new officer of the 6th Division, Venos, the Source of Demons. The office falls silent for a moment. Sengoku's hand slightly halts, then returns to normal after a moment. A glimmer of light finally flashes in Borsalino's ever-drowsy eyes. Kazan's action of rubbing his neck comes to a stop, his fingers lingering at the side of his neck for a moment before dropping. Venos. This name has now become more than just a name on a bounty list within the naval headquarters. He is the first pirate to successfully assassinate a celestial dragon in broad daylight and escape alive. Every crime he committed sent shockwaves through the world, stealing heavenly gold, annihilating CP0 squads, and escaping from the combined assault of Garp and Zephyr and now he has become an officer of the Rocks Pirates. All of this happened in less than 6 months. Marshal, that guy is already a crew member of the Rocks Pirates. For the first time, there is a hint of seriousness in Borsalino's voice, as if a sword in its sheath is gently nudging at the hilt. He is not an ordinary crew member. Steelbone Kong's tone carries no extra emotion. That guy defeated the combat captain of the Rocks Pirates Marlin and Silver Axe on Hive Island, and remained undefeated in battles against Golden Lion Shiki. The office falls silent again for a moment. Sengoku exclaims in shock. Then he has already reached the same level as Shiki. At least not weaker than Shiki. Steelbone Kong nods slightly. So you must not underestimate him. That guy's growth rate has exceeded everyone's expectations. If he continues to grow unchecked, he will become one of the greatest threats to the Navy. Borsalino remains silent for a moment, his tone still leisurely, but under that laziness lies a layer of suppressed seriousness. How terrifying being able to match the 2nd Division's Golden Lion Shiki, the task seems too daunting. Kazan finally lowered his hand from the back of his neck, rolling his shoulders as if just finishing a warm-up. He glanced at Kong, then at Sengoku. When do we set out? Tomorrow at dawn. Sengoku gave a slight nod, understood. He turned and strode toward the door. The hem of his cloak swept a steady arc behind him. Borsalino and Kuzan followed, flanking him left and right, their pace unhurried, like 2 freshly polished blades waiting to be drawn. The door closed behind them. Kong sat behind his desk, his gaze fixed on the sea beyond the window. He stared for a long time, long enough for the few seagulls on the water to fly away, before slowly withdrawing his line of sight. The Rocks Pirates. He muttered the name as if tasting it in his mouth before swallowing it down. Then he picked up the file marked Prudence Project, flipped through it to confirm every step was clearly written, and set it down again. The sea outside the window remained calm. The sea breeze stirred the curtains, brushing across the desk and grazing the name on the file cover: Venos. Brew. Brew. Click. Kong gazed at the Den Mushi from the first half of the Grand Line and spoke flatly. What is it? And no good, Fleet Admiral. Vice Admiral Garp has set sail on his own. What? Somewhere in the New World on an unnamed stretch of sea. A pirate ship with a dark brown hull was cutting through the waves along a fixed course. Its sails were full of wind, carving a steady white wake across the sea. The sea was fairly calm, with occasional swells nudging the hull. The sailors busied themselves, some coiling ropes, others checking supplies, a few dozing against the bulwarks. Venos stood at the bow, hand on the railing, the sea breeze stirring his black hair and coat. His gaze fell on the distant water, as if watching something, yet nothing at all. But that stretch of sea held nothing but water and sky. His focus turned inward to the things slowly merging within his body. After the system chime echoed in his mind, the 3-dimensional attributes and skills copied from Malong Infu Kaido and Shiki were seeping into his being bit by bit. Malong's martial foundation filled a gap in his force structure. Yinfa's axe combat experience honed his footwork and judgment. Kaido's monstrous strength, though not numerically replicated, gave him an intuitive grasp of the shock from armament Haki. The heaviest part came from Shiki. A Dayton-level swordsmanship foundation, the force structures of Slash and Thousandfold Valley, the rhythm of Haki in offense and defense. All flowed like a complete combat language, slowly settling, reforging, and calibrating between his muscle memory and perception. Swordsmanship. This was the greatest gain among all copying traits after Roger, the largest yet. Before, his swordsmanship relied mostly on the leaky sharpness and speed, a path of blade faster than man, lacking nuance and detail compared to veterans who had honed their craft for decades. Shiki's swordsmanship system, precisely in the areas of variation and rhythm where he was weakest, complemented him perfectly. Venos gently clenched his right hand, feeling the slight new tension between his knuckles and wrist. If he fought Shiki again, he was confident he could hold his ground without using his devil fruit, neither overpowering nor being overpowered. His thoughts were pulled back by a sound behind him. Kaido stood on the open space by the mast, both hands gripping the bizaji, swinging it at the air in a steady rhythm. The movements weren't fast, but each swing carried solid force, the tip cutting through the air with a low whoosh. Sweat trickled down the veins on his forehead, dripping onto the deck in dark patches. After about a dozen swings, he suddenly stopped, tilted his head, and fixed his gaze on Venos' back. He stared for a few seconds, his brows knitting slightly. Hey, Venos. Venos didn't turn. What happened to you? Feels like you've suddenly changed. Became more handsome. Venos' voice drifted from the bow, smooth and effortless. Kaido paused, then grinned, baring sharp teeth. Pa, with that puny frame of yours. Let me show you a Thunder 8. Before he could finish, his vision tilted. A soul was firmly imprinted on his cheek. The force was precise, the angle devious, landing exactly when he was mid-sentence, jaw slightly open, weight shifted forward. His body spun half a turn from the impact, stumbled a couple of steps, then flipped over the bulwark, arcing through the air before splashing into the sea. Splash. Water erupted, and the ship shuddered slightly. Kaido's figure sank, then rose a trail of bubbles escaping his mouth. He thrashed in the water, lifted his head, and shouted curses toward the ship, but the sound was broken by waves and splashes failing to reach above. The pirates on deck watched in silence. One sailor coiling a rope set it down and twitched his lips again. That's the 8th time right. The deck scrubber nearby didn't lift his head. 8th time. And every time same angle, almost the same. You think Lord Kaido does it on purpose or just doesn't learn? Hard to say. At the stern, an older sailor leaned against the bulwark, hands tucked in his sleeves, watching the flailing figure. Don't worry, Lord Kaido's tough. Last time he was kicked off, he climbed back up in less than 15 minutes. As he spoke, a splash sounded. Kaido's hand gripped the bulwark edge, and with a heave he vaulted onto the deck. Soaked through hair plastered to his forehead, he spat curses while water dripped from his chin onto the deck. You bastard, Wei Nuasi. Wei Nuasi had already turned back, his gaze fixed on the distant sea, as if nothing had happened. Kaido stood on the deck, wiping water from his face. His chest heaved, not from exhaustion, but from... He stared at Wei Nuasi's back for a few seconds, then stopped cursing, turned to the bulwark, leaned the Bizaji against the railing, and silently wrung out his clothes. In that moment before he hit the water, he hadn't registered Wei Nuasi's movement. Not due to negligence. The opponent's kick was too fast, the trajectory too short, leaving no room for anticipation. The angle of the kick, the timing of the force, the rhythm of the retraction, the whole motion was seamless without excess. Kaido looked down at the water pooling on the floor from his wrung clothes, and said no more. The remainder of the voyage was much quieter than the previous days. Although Kaido was still training on the deck, the frequency of his provocations had noticeably decreased. He redirected more of his attention to another matter, visiting the nearly 60-year-old navigator in the cabin each day to interrogate him. On the first afternoon, he pushed open the cabin door and leaned the 8th commandment blade against the doorframe. Hey old man, how much longer? The elderly navigator, who was bent over the table studying a sea chart, startled at the sudden noise, and his hand trembled. He looked up and saw Kaido's wall-like figure blocking the doorway. Swallowing hard, he stammered, about. For more days. Kaido grunted in acknowledgement and turned away. The next morning he returned. 1 day of the 4 is gone. How much longer? 3 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, he pushed the door open again. How much longer? 2 days. You said 5 days last time. It's been 4.5 now. The wind shifts occasionally. Kaido stared at him for a few seconds, then turned and left without further questioning. But the dent in the door left by the leaned 8th commandment blade was a little deeper than the day before. At noon on the 4th day, the sun reached its zenith, and the light on the sea shone straight down, making even the deck feel warm to the touch. Kaido, carrying the 8th commandment blade, once again pushed open the cabin door. This time, without even greeting, he said directly, Hey old man, didn't you say would arrive in 5 days? He stepped closer, looking down at the old navigator. The sun is right above my head. Where the hell is Prudence? Or are you just senile, old man? The navigator's chair slid back a few inches across the floor. His back pressed against the chair, his hands clutching the sea chart unconsciously on his knees, and his legs trembled slightly under the table. Kaido's massive frame filled the doorway, his clothes soaked and half-dried, still caked with sea salt. He resembled a moving wall advancing into the room. Keikai-sama. The navigator's voice faltered as his Adam's apple bobbed up and down, swallowing another gulp of saliva. Please calm down. With my many years of sailing experience. He raised the chart, drew a circle on it with his finger, then pulled outward and pointed to an area outside the circle. By sunset, to swear I'll have you and Lord Winosu in that sea area. Kaido looked down at the chart, then at the navigator's trembling finger. After a moment of silence, he asked, And if we don't make it by sunset? Then he'll hang you from the mast and use you as a sail. The navigator's face turned a shade paler. He lowered his head, folded the chart, and tucked it into his bosom. His voice steadied slightly. Please rest assured. I swear on my reputation of making a living on the sea for so many years. Kaido gave him one last look and said no more. He turned and walked out of the cabin, leaving the door open. The navigator could see him approach the railing, lean against it, holding the 8th commandment blade, and gaze at the distant sea. At the prow, Winosu still stood, his eyes fixed ahead. He could sense the faint presence of the pirate ship far behind. Not too close, but with his observation Haki enough to capture the aura on that vessel. John's aura remained steadily at the edge of that sea area, neither approaching nor retreating. Winosu withdrew his gaze. On the distant horizon, a thin gray-blue line emerged. Not a cloud, not a wave, but land. The waters of the Prudence Kingdom were gradually surfacing from beneath the horizon. 2 black dots on the sea slowly grew larger. Winosu stood at the bow, his gaze locked on the 2 distant ships. They moved slowly, their hulls sitting deep in the waterline nearly grazing the deck's edge, a clear sign of heavy cargo. The sails bore the emblem of the Prudence Kingdom, a crown crossed with two swords clearly visible in the sunlight. The decks were piled high with wooden crates. Under the sun's rays, golden specks occasionally flickered at the corners of those crates, not the reflection of wood, but of gold. The crates were stacked high, some in 3 or 4 layers, each layer neatly arranged, as if freshly packed with ropes not yet tightened for reinforcement. I see them. Those crates. A sailor stood on the crow's nest, shielding his eyes with his hand, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. All treasure. Glittering gold. Damn, I've never seen so many crates in my life. How much gold and treasure must be in there? In an instant, the atmosphere on the ship ignited. The crew who had been lazily working dropped their tasks and crowded to the railing, craning their necks to peer ahead. On the previously quiet deck, amidst the sound of footsteps, creaking wood, and crashing waves, low cheers began to ripple outward from the edge of the crowd. Kaido, still standing near the cabin door, had been contemplating whether to drag the navigator out of his chair for another round of questioning. At the shout from the lookout, he paused. He turned, strode to the railing in a few steps, and looked ahead. The two ships grew closer. The outlines of the crates on deck were now clear, golden reflections dancing along their edges like scattered gold dust on the ship's side. A grin spread across Kaido's face. It was the face of someone who had gone from tense to utterly relaxed, wearing an unguarded, primal, predatory smile. Like a hunter seeing his prey walk into a trap, satisfaction and exhilaration surging in the same instant. Ugh! The laugh was short and coarse, as if forced from deep in his throat, releasing a long-held breath. The treasure is mine. Kaido gripped the 8th commandment blade and slammed his foot against the deck. Crack! A fine Fisher spiderweb from his point of impact across the deck. He launched from the prow like a cannonball, so fast that his coat trailed a blurred afterimage behind him, arcing through the air across the not insignificant stretch of sea between the ships, crashing onto the deck of one of the Proton's vessels. Boom! Kaido's feet landed heavily on the ship's deck. The vessel shuddered violently, the planks denting at the impact point as splinters flew into the air. The entire ship tilted to one side at a noticeable angle before slowly righting itself. The Proton soldiers on board, shocked by the sudden landing, stumbled in all directions. Some held onto the railing to steady themselves, others collapsed onto the deck. Before they could react, Kaido's form had already steadied. He swept his gaze over the crates on the deck, the corners of his mouth widening even further. At that very moment, the cabin door swung open. A figure stepped out with steady and unhurried strides. The red cotton cloak stood out vividly under the sunlight, and the golden crown atop the figure's head glinted at the boundary where the shadow of the cabin doorway met the sunlight. King of the Pulo Kingdom, Yelizabelu. His upper body was as massive as an iron tower, the contours of his chest and biceps clearly visible beneath the cloak. His waist and abdomen were tightly cinched, as if the result of years of combat training. However, his lower body was markedly slender, his 2 legs almost not thick at all, appearing strikingly thin, wrapped in shorts and long boots, like a powerful torso mounted on a disproportionately small base. His hands were clad in purple boxing gloves, their surfaces gleaming with a metallic cold light. After stepping out of the cabin, Yelizabelu did not rush to speak. Instead, his gaze swept over Kaido, then passed beyond Kaido to land on the pirate ship approaching in the distance. His eyes were steady, as if observing something expected rather than an unforeseen invader. Then he turned to Kaido, slowly and unhurriedly raised his right hand and began to punch. The fist carved one arc after another in the air, the movements so slow they resembled some kind of pre-warm-up stretching. The trajectory of the fist left blurred afterimages in the air, the muscles of his arm bulging slightly, with each swing tightening, then relaxing. The rhythm of his punches was even like a habit forged over many years, the amplitude of each punch nearly identical, as if he was waiting for a precise moment to arrive. The Pulo soldiers on the deck, upon witnessing this, began to relax their previously tense expression. Some tightened their grips on their spears, some straightened their backs. A few older soldiers exchanged knowing glances, as if saying, "It has begun. His Majesty the King is warming up." Could it be? That's right. Once that move is unleashed, whether it's a Rocks Pirates executive or an ordinary crew member, none can dodge. Let those pirates see that the Pulo Kingdom is not to be trifled with. Yelizabelu's punches did not stop. His breathing was very steady, each punch carrying a nearly mechanical cadence, as if making final adjustments to an engine about to start. In the distance on the pirate ship, Wynosk still stood at the bow. Observation Haki, like an invisible net, covered the entire sea area ahead where the two ships were. The movements on the king's ship were clearly transmitted back to his perception. Kaido had already stepped onto the ship, loaded with boxes of treasure. Wynosk's gaze remained fixed on the king's ship, his line of sight passing over the faint smoke drifting above the deck and landing on the red figure at the cabin door. Yelizabelu. He was performing a certain motion, slow, steady, rhythmic punches. Wynosk did not recognize the motion, nor was he familiar with the combat traditions of the Pulo Kingdom. But his observation Haki captured a detail. The figure in his field of vision was slowly changing a certain state, as if making final calibrations to a dormant machine. He withdrew his gaze and turned to the steering cabin. Keep approaching. Maintain current speed. Yes, Executive Wynosk. The sails continued to swell, the hull cutting through the waves steadily, closing in on the two Polydyancy vessels. Wynosk did not act hastily, nor did he stop Kaido's actions. He just stood at the bow, sensing the subtle changes in aura from the two ships ahead, as if waiting for a shape that was not yet fully formed to become clear. The two ships drew closer and closer. The distance between them was shrinking from several hundred meters to a few dozen meters, from black dots on the sea surface to clear outlines to the bustling figures on the decks and the mountains of treasure chests. In the air, something unactivated seemed to be floating. The moment Kaido's foot landed on the deck of the Polydyancy ship, the vessel shook violently. He swept a glance over the neatly stacked treasure chests around him, the arc of his mouth not yet fully formed when footsteps surged from all directions. The elite soldiers of Polydyancy reacted swiftly. Armed with spears and shields, they poured out simultaneously from both sides of the cabin behind the mast and from the stern, forming an impenetrable encirclement. No fewer than 50 men, all in neat armor, the spear tips in their hands gleaming coldly in the sunlight, surrounded Kaido at the center like an iron bucket. Damn, to be so easily boarded. Altogether, send this horned bastard to the bottom of the sea. We must not let him disturb His Majesty the King. Ooh. Morale soared, spears raised in unison. The spear tips of those elite soldiers gleamed with the cold light of uniform forging. Each step brought a synchronized rhythm as they advanced from 3 directions simultaneously. 50 spears wove a deathly fence closing in on Kaido. Kaido's figure was enveloped by the forest of the spear tips, traced dozens of silvery white lines under the sunlight, converging from the front left and right flanks, capable of piercing him into a hedgehog within seconds. Kaido looked up. A grin split his face. Ughahaha. A coarse laugh rolled from the depths of his throat, like sandpaper scraping against iron. The slaughter begins. The instant the words fell, the Hachisai Kai on his shoulder moved. The jet-black spiked club slid from his shoulder, arcing through the air with immense force, smashing into the several spears advancing from the front. Bang, bang, bang. The moment the spear shafts collided with the spiked club, those sturdy spearheads along with the shafts bent, snapped, and shattered into several pieces. The sound of iron breaking echoed across the deck, sharp and piercing. Shards of iron splattered in all directions as soldiers hit by the debris cried out in pain, covering their eyes and faces as screams rose one after another. What monstrous strength! Damn it, stop him! Before an elite soldier could retract the broken half of his spear shaft, Kaido's body had already crashed into the crowd in front of him. He was like a beast charging into a flock of sheep. The muscles on his shoulders and back swelled violently as he plowed into the crowd, sending the front row soldiers flying backward, knocking over several behind them in a chaotic tumble. The Hachisai Kai spun in his hand like a living thing. Each swing carried a muffled whoosh, denting armor on impact and shattering shields. Soldiers struck Hiden, were sent flying backward, crashing through the railing and plunging into the sea with a splash. Aya, help me, don't panic. Surround him. Sir, Screams rose and fell across the deck like lit fuses, exploding one after another. Kaido's figure moved through the crowd like a black whirlwind, leaving shattered armor, broken spears, and bodies flung backward in his wake. The elite soldiers vanished from the deck one by one, either smashed into the sea or sent flying against the cabin walls, their fates unknown. Blood splattered across the deck over the piled treasure chests, trickling down along their edges, seeping into the gaps between planks to form dark red stains. Soon, aside from scattered wood chips and broken weapons, the deck was left with nothing but a field of fallen, dismembered limbs. Shattered armor and broken spears lay strewn across the deck, while trampled blood trickled into fine streams between the planks. Kaido stood amidst the wreckage, blood still dripping from the spikes of his bisaji, a few specks of blood on his chin. The metallic coppery scent of blood hung so thick in the air it could almost be tasted. His gaze cut across the battlefield, settling on the red figure at the other end of the deck. Yelizabilo, I was still throwing punches. His movements remained unhurried, his purple boxing gloves tracing arcs through the air at an unchanged pace, as if the entire annihilation of the deck moments ago had nothing to do with his defense. Beside him stood the last few elite soldiers, no more than 5 or 6, forming a small circle, their spear tips pointing outward, shielding the king. Their feet did not retreat, but their knuckles gripping the shafts turned white, as if using every ounce of strength to keep themselves from trembling. Kaido stepped over a corpse in his path, advanced a few paces, and stopped a short distance from the soldiers. His figure cast a long shadow in the sunlight, looming over them. Hey! Kaido's voice echoed across the deck, rough and drawn out, carrying an impatient tone, as if sizing up prey not worth attacking. Shall I smash you ants down, or will you jump yourselves? Hey! The corners of the soldiers' mouths twitched. Anger and fear alternated between tense and relaxed muscles. Their loyalty to the king held their spines straight, but their instincts relentlessly reminded them of the gap between themselves and the figure before them. Their spears trembled slightly, and their eyes occasionally darted to the red figure still throwing punches behind them. His Majesty still needed time. No matter what they had to hold him off. Kill. The last few elite soldiers roared in unison, raising their spears and charging at Kaido. It was a reckless charge, as if determined to trade their lives for a few seconds. Spear tips traced straight silver lines through the air with the momentum of mutual destruction. Kaido raised his Biseiji and swung it forward. Bang, bang, bang. After several dull impacts, the bodies of those elite soldiers flew backward, crashing into the bulwark, the cabin wall, and the deck, falling completely still. The deck finally fell silent. Only the whir of Ylizabeluo's punches remained. By now white steam had begun to swirl around him. The steam rose from between his shoulders and neck, slowly dispersing along the contours of his muscles, shrouding his figure in a misty heat. His skin gradually turned from its original color to a deep red like rock baked by high heat, and a faint red glow emanated from his exposed arms. Kaido's observation Haki detected the change. The concentration of heat, the tension of muscles, the subtle adjustment of breathing rhythm. As if something was being compressed, condensed, and awaiting release within that figure. TCH. Kaido sneered, ignoring the signals his observation Haki had conveyed. He raised his Biseiji, stomped hard on the deck, and launched himself like a cannonball, the pitch-black shaft of his weapon coated in armament Haki, swinging down at the red figure still throwing punches. Pretentious fool. The dust on the deck had not yet settled. At that moment Ylizabeluo's movement suddenly stopped. His fist halted midair, arm muscles taut, like a drawn bowstring, the tip of his purple boxing glove aimed at the direction of Kaido's charge. The white steam abruptly contracted the moment he pulled back his fist, as if sucked back into his body, then burst forth again at the same instant. A deeper scorching red spread across his skin, accompanied by a visible steam shockwave, and the deck planks beneath his feet sank into two depressions. His voice emerged from behind the steam, tinged with impatience, as if interrupted during a preparation that required more time. Still can't charge a full power blow. But this much is enough. On the pirate ship in the distance, Wainusi still stood at the bow. His gaze remained locked on Ylizabeluo, his fist suspended in midair, the muscles drawn taut like a bowstring, the glove tip aimed at Kaido, the steam contracting and bursting at the moment of retraction, that preparatory phase. Suddenly images flashed through his mind. Punk Hazard. Kari the Colosseum. King's Punch. It was an attack requiring a long charge. The longer the charge, the greater the power. If fully charged for an hour, it could even punch through the defenses of a Yonka-level powerhouse. And the Ylizabeluo before him had clearly not charged that long. But he had charged long enough. Wainusi's brows furrowed. Could it be? He spun around and shouted toward the helm, "Hey, steer the ship." Before he could finish, his future sight had already unfolded before his eyes. He saw the terrifying shockwave wrapped in dark red lightning, saw Kaido's figure struck, heated in midair, and smashed into the sea. Saw the ship pierced completely from deck to keel. The image as clear as if it had already happened. Damn, no time to warn the intern. Good luck to him. Wainusi's figure moved. The bow of his ship dipped slightly as he stood at the very front of the bulwark, hands clasped together. A green light exploded from his palms like a seed compressed to the limit, being injected into soil in the same instant. He thrust his arms forward, his devil fruit ability gushing out at a speed far beyond usual. Countless trees and vines erupted from the bow beneath the sea surface, intertwining, stacking, and reinforcing in an instant, forming a massive wooden wall, with a ferocious face quickly rising to twice the height of a man. The wall's wooden fibers layered and twisted airtight, like a living barrier. Rashomon. No sooner had the wooden wall taken shape than Ylizabeluo's fist had already been thrown. Normal Series King Strike. The punch struck the air. The purple boxing glove shuddered violently at the apex of its forward momentum, as though it had slammed against an invisible wall. Then, a terrifying blast wave tinged with dark red lightning erupted from the surface of the fist, like compressed air, finally tearing its container apart, expanding in all directions, and hurling the splintered wood and debris across the deck. The shockwave swept past the bow, carving a deep trench in the sea as waves surged away on both sides, as if an invisible giant blade had split the water. Dark red arcs of lightning flickered and leaped within the shockwave, tearing the air into a web of fine cracks. The deck beneath Ylizabeluo's feet shattered inch by inch under the recoil fragments swept into the air by the blast. The shockwave engulfed Kaido in midair in an instant, its force undiminished as it hurtled toward the ferocious wooden wall not far away. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as if something had been compressed, squeezed, and pushed to its limit in the span of the surface of the wooden wall emitted a dull thud and trembled violently. The entire bow of the ship pitched wildly under the shockwaves, the stern lifted high by the reaction before crashing back onto the sea. Venos stood behind the wooden wall, both hands still pressed against its back. A green glow poured steadily from his palms into the wall's gaps, reinforcing, repairing, and bracing it. Dark red arcs of lightning scraped across the wooden surface, producing a series of sharp crackling sounds, as though something was being hammered repeatedly. Plop! Kaido struck heat and billowed with black smoke in midair, and plunged into the sea even faster than he had arrived, splashing a burst of water. His massive body sank heavily into the ocean, sending up waves, then floated back up, lying face up on the surface. The scorch mark on his chest where the king's strike had landed was still smoking. His eyes were tightly shut, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, and he still held the Bazeji in his hand. On the pirate ship, Venos straightened up from behind the battered wooden wall. He withdrew his hand from the wall, walked to the edge of the foredeck, and looked over the railing. His gaze swept across the undulating sea, pinpointing Kaido's location. He turned toward the cabin and spoke, his voice not loud, but clear. "Hey, you lot, don't just stand there. Go fish that and turn out." The pirate sailors on the deck were still in a daze. The echo of that thunderous blast still rang in their ears. The ferocious wooden wall before them bore blackened scorch marks, and the deck's edge was still trembling faintly. Hearing Venos' voice, their first reaction was to blink. A slightly older sailor was the first to snap out of it, looking toward the sea. Kaido's floating form appeared and disappeared among the waves. He dashed toward the railing, another sailor following. They clumsily lowered a rope ladder. One stumbled over a line, nearly falling into the sea, but his companion grabbed him in time. Meanwhile, Venos had already left the bow. His figure shot out from the ship's rail, streaking across the air like a black shadow, landing among splinters and scraps of iron. He crossed the dark shape beneath the sea surface. In a few breaths, his boots touched the deck of the king's ship. The wooden planks let out a soft creak upon impact, and debris crushed by the shockwaves scattered beneath his feet. His right hand rested on the lachia at his waist. Pale blue arcs of electricity danced at the junction between the hilt and scabbard, emitting a faint crackle. Indestructible, his right fist still steamed with white smoke. The edges of that purple boxing glove had begun to curl slightly from the heat, steam seeping from the fingertips like iron fresh from a forge. He saw the figure on the opposite bow leap across the sea and land on his deck. He could see the hand resting on the sword hilt, and the arcs of electricity between that hand and the scabbard growing denser. His fist still burned, his entire skin retained a crimson glow. He could feel his body operating at a rate beyond its limits, every muscle screaming with exhaustion. But he had no choice but to keep going. He raised his right hand again. This time the movement was faster, more urgent, as if trading pain for time. White steam surged from his shoulders and neck at nearly double the previous rate, the crimson on his skin fluctuating in uneven patches as if heat and strain were locked in a tug-of-war within his body. His breathing was short and heavy like an engine pushed to its limit. Damn it, hope those Navy bastards make it in time. Venos' figure drew closer. He heard those words when he was still some distance from Indestructible, broken and rushed as if squeezed through clenched teeth. He did not pause as he advanced. His right hand remained on the hilt, the pale blue arcs growing denser, leaping and contracting between hilt and scabbard. Lightning flash. A silver-white blade shot from the scabbard, moving so fast it left only a streak. That streak cut a horizontal line through the air, slicing past Indestructible, his side intersecting at the very moment the boxing glove was about to reach its peak, passing through. The blade stopped. The leaky's edge slanted toward the deck. Venos, standing with his back to Indestructible, eyed the arcs on the blade slowly fading. On the king's ship, deck time seemed to stretch for half a beat. Indestructible's fist still held the forward thrust, but its force was rapidly ebbing. His arm dropped, his body pitched forward, and his knees hit the deck with a dull thud. A clean gash across his mid-chest began to seep blood. At first the blood only oozed slowly along the wound's edge. After a few breaths, as if pushed from within, it gushed out, spreading a dark red pool across the deck. His body toppled forward face down, landing heavily on the planks with a small spray of blood. The tips of those purple boxing gloves still held lingering warmth. Venos sheathed the blade. He turned, stepped over Indestructible's body, and walked toward the neatly stacked wooden crates at the center of the deck. The sea breeze blew in through the broken railings, stirring the wood chips clinging to his clothes. He reached the nearest crate, extended his right foot, and kicked hard. Bang! The lid flew off, and the contents were exposed in the sunlight. Stones. A heap of ordinary stones of varying sizes, angular and gray-white, filling the entire crate. Only on the very top, along the edge of the lid, lay a thin layer of gold bars and coins laid over the stones, just enough to catch the first glint of light when opened. Venos' movement paused for an instant. Instead of lowering his foot, he pivoted and kicked open the second crate beside him. The lid sprang open with a sharp crack, sending gravel tumbling out. He raised his leg, and overturned the third, fourth, and fifth crates. Each contained the same contents: stones at the bottom, a veneer of gold on top, with only the thinnest surface layer of genuine treasure. Those wooden crates on the ship, neatly stacked and glittering from the outside, were nothing more than a facade. Once the surface gold was removed, all that remained was a worthless pile of rubble. Stones. The voice was low, almost a murmur. Behind him, the sound of splashing water came from the sea. The pirates were dragging Kaido back onto the ship. But Winosis' gaze remained fixed on the scattered stones. At that moment, on the distant horizon, 3 warships appeared simultaneously, their silhouettes emerging as if from nowhere. They seemed to materialize from the folds of the sea surface, appearing at the edge of vision in perfect unison. The 3 vessels sailed abreast, their sails full of wind, moving with a premeditated rhythm. Cannon muzzles flashed. Boom, boom, boom. A dense volley of gunfire erupted, dozens of shells arcing diagonally from the warships, carving black trajectories across the sky as they plummeted toward the king's vessel. The shells whizzed past Winosi as they neared, striking the deck's edge and erupting in bursts of flame. Splinters of wood and shards of metal flew in all directions. Several wooden crates stacked at the deck's edge were caught in the blast, their bodies shattered, spilling gravel and debris across the planks. The hull began to list. A long, narrow crack tore through the side planking, extending downward from the deck edge, causing the ship to tilt slightly to one side. The sound of water accumulating in the hold grew distinct, as if something was slowly seeping into the ship's deepest recesses. Winosi stood on the swaying deck, his gaze piercing through the scattered rubble and gun smoke, fixed on the bow of the central warship in the distance. A figure stood at the very front of the bow. Draped in the Marine Admiral's coat of justice, his black afro was strikingly vivid against the glow of cannon fire, and the braided beard beneath his chin fluttered faintly in the wind. Marine Admiral Buddha Zhangwa. Winosis' voice sounded low in the lull between the cannonades, as if speaking to himself. Aboard the distant pirate ship, the crew had just hauled Kaido back onto the deck. He lay sprawled on the planks, the charred mark on his chest still smoking, but he was already awake. Lying supine, he stared at the sky that was gradually staining gray with gunpowder smoke, muttering curses under his breath, as if arguing with the seagulls above, or perhaps berating himself. That ant actually one-shotted me. Meanwhile, another sailor spotted the silhouettes of the 3 warships in the distance, stumbled, and nearly fell back into the cabin. He steadied himself by gripping the doorframe and shouted to those on deck. Then another sailor saw them too. The rope in his hand slipped silently onto the deck with a soft thud. Someone repeated the word Marines twice in expletives, as if repeating it would confirm they weren't mistaken. Panic rippled from the edges of the crowd inward. What's going on? Why did those treasures turn to stone? Marines. How are the Marines here? Report. The enemy is Marine Admiral Buddha Zhangwa. What a? The pirates' voices were muffled by cannon fire. That name drove like a nail into the decks, seams halting the frantic movements for a moment. Zhangwa, Marine Admiral, one of the supreme fighting forces of Marine headquarters. Even in a place like the New World, his name carried immense weight. Kaido shifted his gaze from the sky, propped himself up on the deck, and pressed a hand to the charred wound on his chest. He could feel the flesh slowly regenerating. His recovery wasn't weak, but the damage from the king's punch was harder to fade with lingering internal pain. He glanced at the distant silhouettes of the 3 warships, then at the flustered sailors on his own vessel. He was about to issue an attack order to salvage his pride after that humiliating one-shot. But Winosis' figure had already returned from the king's ship to the pirate vessel. He landed on the bow without pause, the sound of his boots hitting the deck crisp and decisive. Then he turned toward the helm, his voice clear and steady. Full retreat. Yai, sir. The helmsman's hands began to tremble, as if unable to find the right grip. His index and middle fingers hesitated several times on the wheel's rim before seizing the handle, and his foot pressed the power pedal a beat too late. The sails began to turn. The ship carved an arc in place, its stern kicking up a white spray. Winosi stood at the stern, his eyes fixed on the 3 warships, calculating distance, angle, speed differential, and possible blockade range. But halfway through his calculation, error, a drawn-out, somewhat lazy voice came from the port side of the leftmost warship, as if someone had just been woken from a nap. A tall man stood at the gunwale wearing a white hat, his long black curly hair swaying gently in the wind. His face bore a half-asleep expression, but his eyes crossed the sea and landed on Winosis' ship. Trying to escape, are we? 6th Division Officer of the Rocks Pirates, Demon Source Winosi. He took a step forward, leaning over the gunwale, as if about to fall into the water. But the instant his feet touched the sea surface, a burst of freezing power erupted. Chilling white mist surged from beneath his soles, spreading, expanding, and solidifying upon contact with the water. The sea began to freeze beneath him, rapidly spreading from the point of contact in all directions, covering the surface, the waterway between the 2 ships, and the vast area around their hulls. Ice Age. The ice layers spread swiftly at a rate far exceeding normal sea freezing. The ice sheet covered the entire sea around the ships, trapping the hulls in place, preventing any forward or backward movement. White cold vapors rose from the ice surface, chilling even the air, condensing into fine mist that obscured the distant warship silhouettes. A dull tremor ran through the pirate ship's bottom. The hull was lifted by the ice, its waterline frozen solid, tilting slightly, as if propped from below, unable to sink or move. The sails still billowed, but the ship no longer advanced. The sailors stared at the spreading white ice beneath the hull, as if witnessing an unbelievable sight. On the frozen sea, the three warships slowly approached from the edge of the ice. The ice surface emitted faint cracking sounds, as if something was moving slowly beneath the frozen layer, or as if the ice itself was breathing.